still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Poppy of Team Secret. Poppy, thanks so much for joining me here at Riyadh Masters. Appreciate it. I was hoping to take a little trip down memory lane, as many people are considering this to be the 10-year anniversary of Dota, which you may not necessarily subscribe to, because officially the game was released in 2013, but informally...
I don't subscribe to their OnlyFans.
Nor should you.
Nope.
Even the Battle Pass, maybe you do.
That's true. But it goes away.
Yes, I've heard. We saw. Which I guess gives us as good an opportunity as any to look back at Dota Esports as a whole, because if it hasn't been 10 years of the game being released, it's at least been 12 years of the esport, 13 years of the esport.
Yeah.
So
the number DOS one, yeah.
If we had to look at the entire lifespan of Dota 2 esports, is there any way that you could segment it into eras of different either balance patches, dominance of teams, styles of metas, or anything? Starting back from, let's take it back to what I would consider, and many people to consider, the Na'Vi era at the beginning of Dota 2 esports.
I mean, I would segment it into playstyles.
Okay.
If, let's say like the first playstyle was the ganking playstyle, I would say. Na'Vi playstyle. And then came the split push, era, where Alliance is just split pushing and Fnatic are split pushing, and there's nothing to do with it because there's smokes and they get countered by sentry wards because sentry wards can reveal smokes. So unbeatable strategy practically at that point until...
How much of it was a product of... Was it purely the heroes that were strong at the time, like Lone Druid and Nature's Prophet?
Yes and no, but it's hard to say because I think the playstyle always existed, just, meta started shifting that way, but I guess the buffs did always... It is the product of the split push, like the buffs of some items, the nerfs of some items, it just gets to the point where, ooh, we've done too much, and this is the playstyle that beats everything now. So after that came like an experimental time, I feel, where none of the other was kind of working because the nerfs started hitting. So you had like the EG Wings era, who won TI, and it was kind of like, if your experiments work, they're good. And it was kind of more of a stable Dota, I would say, until I think TI7 hit. I think split push came back to the formula.
In the EG era, what would you say was their experimentation? Because I know for Wings, everyone associates it with hero versatility. They would just pick whatever they wanted.
Yeah,
it would
but
work.
What I'm saying by experiment is that it wasn't clear which playstyle is best. Like, we're not in no split push era, we're not in no pushing era. I mean, to be fair, we're definitely in split push, if anything. Because the thing is, like, what happened after Alliance was actually the death ball.
Yes, that's right.
Sorry,
that
like
TF4 newbie.
I missed that one instantly because obviously the split push nerfs had to come in, and they overdid it, and death ball happened. So, thanks. But the worst TI for that one. But like it happens.
Sure.
You make mistakes. But in that sense, yeah, that's it kind of like circulates at some point after TI6. I think yeah, Split Push came back with Liquid, but then OG came back with the hyper ganking like strategies, which were the only team that kind of pushed it in a way. But mostly it is only one team that kind of pushes the tempo of the playstyle of the meta.
So is that how you would, maybe that's how you would encapsulate OG's TI, but I know during their major runs, Illusion meta was one of their things that many people considered a signature, I feel.
Well, Illusion meta was, I feel, during the Wings time. Because if you would consider like the Shadow Demon Luna like abuses, that happened at TA6. So, but I still feel like that's kind of like an experimental area. Like it works, like that's not the reason for the patch, you know, like, oh, illusions or something like that. It wasn't enough to justify it. I still feel like it was kind of experimental, like whatever, like a lot of strategies worked.
Illusions were just a small part of the piece.
Yeah, I've never thought they're that big of a part of the piece. I mean, right now, there was a time where basically they gave like 0 gold and stuff like that, which was pretty annoying to deal with, and illusions were pretty strong. And I think it even like started with basically RTZ starting to play like Naga Siren with Radiance, which was already like after TI3. But that's Split Push meta. But yeah, I mean, that's how I would discuss like at least Dota for me.
Okay, and then
over the times.
Following that initial one, how much do you put stock into a damage reduction meta? Because I know some people attribute TI9 OG to like Spectre, Io, Centaur, these, and then items like Pipe, Crimson, things like that. How much stock do you put into that being a era?
Not really.
Okay.
It's just, that's just auras. You know how like, I think auras come and go. I feel like they last very little. And yeah, I think after seeing Death Ball, I don't think I care about auras. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's like as low as the bar can go.
That's like that's push. You know, it's push material. I get it. Or like it's you know, winning team fight somewhere here and there, but it's not Death Ball, so I don't care.
Okay.
Like it's okay.
Do you have? I would assume that given your fondness for a ganking meta, that's the one that you favor the most personally.
In a way, yes, because that would mean that the game is flowy, like anything can happen type of thing. To be fair, I kind of don't enjoy chores in Dota. There's a lot of chores that have been happening in Dota where you can't really figure out your own playstyle or figure out some new playstyle or change the meta of what's going on, because you kind of have to pick up wisdom runes. You kind of have to support these runes that are coming up, and you kind of have to like. Before there was the outpost that you constantly had to take for experience and blah blah, and like, you know, it's, you kind of have to sit there and pray for like 6 seconds so nobody kills you when you're taking it, because it gave vision also. But like overall, there's a lot of things that you have to do with manufactured for you to play a Dota the way that they want you to play. So it's kind of hard to, if you don't pick up the wisdom rune, you might as well just GG out at that point, you know. So, and I think it's the reason why you probably have a lot of similar playstyles every game.
So then, if you don't like chores, I would have considered support to be the role that has the most chores. And you have probably, as a rarity, you've never swapped roles throughout your career for the most part. You've always been a support. Yeah. And so, have you ever flirted with the idea of being a carry because it has less chores to do theoretically, or maybe offlane?
No, not really. I feel like I got my place as a. I mean, I understood instantly that in order for me to be a person that like focuses on the gameplay of the whole team, I would need to be a position 5, because it's much more easier. It's just much more easier, and I realized it right away. And now everybody knows it, obviously, but like that's just what I stick with, because obviously I started getting good at it, and therefore I just kept going with it.
Well, okay, so then in terms of chores, how about outside of the game? Because as a captain, you also have a lot of chores. You are likely involved in like much of the drafting, replay analysis, looking at all that kind of stuff.
Chores.
Are you okay with that aspect of it, or?
I mean, to be honest, I think the whole team needs to be involved at this point of stage of in Dota. I don't think it's like a captain thing. I used to be frustrated, but now I do seem to realize that if the team doesn't help, you're kind of screwed. And because everybody's such an expert on their one individual types of heroes, that you can't just Like, you can't just outdraft the enemy if the enemy team has some kind of thing like 9 plays some Winter Wyvern mid all the time, and he will screw up this one hero if you pick it, and like, that's expertise that is not in your head. Players need to be encouraged to pitch into draft.
Is there a moment that you noticed that transition, that responsibilities were starting to be more unified amongst the team as opposed to just the coach, just the captain?
It started happening somewhere after like TI 7-8, where I think coaches started becoming much more used for every team. And yeah, because I feel like coaches are mostly people that are encouraging their teammates to kind of talk about what heroes do you really want to play, and therefore it starts kind of like the ball starts rolling, and at least in the beginning. And nowadays it's pretty obvious that everybody does this thing. But before, yeah, coaches just go to every player, they ask what he likes to play, and then he gets all this information, and the information gathering starts already then from talking about the heroes, and then, you know, everybody starts talking about it, and like it just gets bigger, you know,
right,
in that sense.
And on Secret, I feel like your team, and I guess you specifically, have always been fairly early on to the trend of embracing a coach. I think other teams were a little bit more reluctant to it, but you seemed quite keen on having a right-hand man.
Yeah, quite keen having.
Yeah, very
keen having the heen.
Okay.
We had Sunbi before, which is another Korean. Korean coaches are the best.
Part of the reason why I am surprised that you were so amenable to coaches is that you do have a reputation for being quite the powerful leader, and I would have assumed that maybe diluting that power with a coach would have been against your ideals, but has that not been the case?
No, I mean, the stories of powerful leader are a meme anyway.
Sure.
Because a Dota team functions when everybody's happy, and like they try to like feel comfortable doing whatever the hell they want to do. And yeah, I feel like most of the times, I mean, I'm not gonna name teams that feel unhappy and stuff like that, like with a very strict environment. Strict environment is bullshit. Like you can't have that. So I feel like you can be strict about some things, like draft, and like very important things like pushing high grounds and stuff like that. There needs to be like some kind of strict environment during those times, but most of the time when you play Dota, it needs to flow, it needs to feel good. Just I think a lot of players are not respectable with you know, discipline anyway.
Right.
And but it's not a bad thing. It just they just need to realize that some things only need discipline.
So then, in terms of implementing discipline, you've had a storied history of taking players who are relatively new in their professional career and then shaping them in a certain way. Have you ever found that you needed to change your approach on how you implement discipline depending on player personalities or their experience? Or have you always kind of taken the same approach and either they get it or they don't?
Yeah, it's hard because I feel like I've done different ways a lot. I've experimented, and I feel like obviously some things have backfired, some things have gone really well, but I don't know really which ones are they to be at this point, because I feel like I don't do anything anymore. Like as in I don't think about it anymore. Like so what I do is just basically I don't even think about it. I don't even know how to answer this question because I don't even think about it anymore. Maybe before I was like thinking, okay, maybe I should try this approach or whatever. But now I'm just kind of like, dude, we're just playing Dota.
But at the minimum, you must have an eye for the players who at least see Dota similarly to you.
I mean, everybody sees this picture pretty much similarly, okay. I would say. And it's just, it's kind of the shape you're in that matters.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, everybody's good at Dota.
Yeah.
Like, all these teams here are good at Dota. All these players are good at Dota. And some guy sometimes ends up ranked 10. Some guy, that same guy might end up ranked 200 in the next, I don't know, half a year. And is it because his skill went lower, or is it what happened?
I see.
It's shape. It's like what shape you're in, what things you understand right now, and how do you keep like collecting more or keeping in shape. I think mostly every Dota player is capable of becoming the best Dota player. Obviously, doing it alone is impossible. So you need to have a whole team of people that realize all these things at the same time and just kind of like putting layers and layers on top of a draft and like understanding where to move and all that stuff. So yeah, I think it's mostly related to shape anyway.
I think the doing it by yourself being impossible is, I guess, another era that I remember in Dota, because the Sumails and the Miracles, who, yes, obviously they had a team behind them, but there was such a large gap between what they were able to contribute to the team to get to victories, and that doesn't seem possible anymore. It needs to be more of a team effort.
Yeah, I would say so too, because there's a lot of chores.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that you just need to do as a team together, or else you fail. You fail uncontrollably. And I think that's why you really truly do need a team that, because you can't do Tormentors solo. You can't do Roshan solo anymore either.
Yeah.
Roshan is very strong. Back in the day, you could just solo kill Roshan sometimes, even with Invoker. Sumail could just walk in there and Miracle could walk in there with Invoker and just solo it and stuff like that. You can't do that. You can't do the Roshans anymore solo. You can't kill towers that easily. You can't. You have to take these Tormentors. People are going to run into Wisdom Rooms with 3 heroes and try to snatch it from you and stuff like that. You have to do all these team moves in order to succeed in Dota. And it's because of the chores.
Well, Puppy, I appreciate you doing this chore with me of doing an interview.
Yes, no problem.
That's it for us, and I hope you guys enjoy Riyadh Masters.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try it.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنقه بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حط له الباكيت حط له الزنقه حط له مايتي حط له تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنقه جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
You're mine! What?
Frost flight.
No!
Silence seal you.
Bashing! This is bullshit!
Playoffs continue here at Riyadh Masters. Yesterday, we had to say goodbye to 3 more teams, and the teams that got eliminated were the ones that started out in the lower bracket, which means that if trends are to continue, I kind of fear for Team Secret. Meanwhile, in the upper bracket, by the end of today, we're gonna know our upper bracket final, so let's get started.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's gonna give him the rampage! God, collapse!
Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Good morning and welcome to Riyadh Masters. We're in the playoffs, and of course we are live from Gamers 8. Today is going to be an incredibly exciting day because we are going to have it all. We're going to have eliminations, we're going to have upper bracket matches, we're going to have the best Dota 2 of, well, maybe the entire event, but at least up until now we've had such good games already, and it's only gonna get better. But one thing that is consistently top tier is my opening panel. Good morning, Faithian, Effie Purge. Faithian, how are you doing?
Good, good. Today is so excited because we have both lower bracket and upper bracket, and every team is doing better every day. So today gonna be fantastic.
Yeah.
And you never know what to expect, honestly. I mean, we almost saw Gaming Gladiators get knocked out of the tournament yesterday, so I feel like at this point, you can't really have any definitive favorites because it could be anyone's tournament.
Yeah, we've had really good games so far. It's just very clear that the teams are trying extremely hard at this tournament, and it's making the game so good. I mean, we've had some one-sided series as well, but even some of the 2-game series have been ultra close, really competitive matches and fun strategies.
Fun strategies. Also credit to it was only a tiny patch that we saw before Riyadh Masters, but it definitely had a big impact in the gameplay that we see here. Of course, you are watching Riyadh Masters, and we are in the Sevi Games group pre-show. And we have a lot of Dota 2 here today, and we're going to talk about everything. Not everything that is played today, but also things that are played yesterday. That was a little teaser. That was a little teaser, but we'll get there. Don't worry. A lot of Dota to go through because obviously Riyadh Masters is the competition we're here for, but there's more than one competition. There's actually 15 different esports titles, and amongst all of those, there is an overlapping tournament. It's the Club Awards.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers 8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers 8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers 8 Club Awards will be honoured as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
Yeah, and we know that before Riyadh Masters, Gaming Gladiators was on top of that list, and now they are guaranteed another top 8 finish, so they're doing pretty well. But we'll have to wait until the end of Riyadh Masters to see how the chips really fall, at least for halfway through Gamers 8, because of course there's more titles to go through and more chances for all the different organizations to have a shot at getting the first place of $1.5 million. It is a crazy amount of money. Crazy amount of money as well are going to be well, not handed out, earned today, as we have got for Riyadh Masters the prize pool. I want people to pay attention to the difference between top 6 and top 3, Effie, because that is that's some series today. Upper bracket semifinals will play for $900,000.
That is so wild to think that the difference between one series could be so life-changing for a lot of these players. And honestly, every time I look at this prize pool distribution, it feels so generous. It doesn't feel as top-heavy as other tournaments do, and just competing in this tournament and having a good showing will reward you financially as well as with experience.
Yeah, the experience, that's what we're here for, really. The experience of watching all these teams go head-to-head. We have 12 teams that are seeded into the playoff bracket. Now, we've already said goodbye to 3 of them. We can zoom in a little bit more on the lower half, because that purge is where we were yesterday.
Yep, we had to get some eliminations, unfortunately. Quest Esports ended up winning their series pretty darn convincingly. The Gaming Gladiators Tundra match was extremely close. What a wonderful series. And we also saw Aster defeat Evil Geniuses, which was, that one was pretty one-sided, disappointing for EG. Yeah.
What was your highlight of yesterday, Faith Beyond?
That's definitely Gaming versus Tundra. Tundra, they doing so well on both draft and gameplay, but Gaming, it just looked like so unreasonable. They just come back in incredible, impossible ways. They just they don't have stun, but they will kill you in a strange way. And I mean, every player, they just play so well. So that's a series definitely need to watch.
Yeah, it is a must watch. It is also where we find our ALJ play of the day, because yes, it was a lot of strategy involved, Purge, but it wasn't all 100% strategy.
Well, yeah, I mean, some of it's just gameplay feels, yes. I mean, Tundra had such a big gold advantage. Even at this point in the game, they were up by 18K. The Medusa on the Gaming Gladiator side just wasn't quite looking adequate enough. They won one team fight before this, and then Dirachi was like, okay, it's Rapier time. So he's got a Rapier and he has a Daedalus. And keep in mind that Tundra has been crushing team fights for the vast majority of this game. And it was looking like, I mean, it was Rapier territory. It was like, we are about to lose. If we don't start winning consistently, it's definitely over. with the pressure that they're putting on the map. So they did this crazy wraparound. I would have killed that courier for sure. Lost the game, but killed the courier. I want that gold. But they take this fight. Watch the crits that are going on to the enemy hard carry. Skeeter, first shot, normal. Second shot, crit. Second shot, crit. Third shot, it's why not another one? You don't need a crit for that one. Crystal Maiden could have finished him off. And then watch when he gets one more attack here. A dies, but watch this, another crit coming. Look at that. Just so much damage. It was wild. They just couldn't fight right off the bat. They had to buy back just to like reset the map, kind of.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know if the crits would have made that much of a difference, but it definitely cemented Gaming Gladiators' position back into the game. This was, of course, the deciding Game 3 of the series. Oh, this was, I mean, it was an incredible series, an incredible tense match. And I mean, there's good sides. Obviously, Gaming Gladiators, you could see their happiness after a series like that, but I think we could also see the heartbreak coming out from Tundra.
Yeah, it was really rough to watch because Tundra, not only are they playing with AUI as their stand-in instead of Soxa, but they came so close to regaining some of their momentum and glory after their last TI win. So it was definitely painful to see their facial expressions. On the other hand, the relief, like the sheer relief that you saw on the face of Quinn after that series was also kind of joyful, because I would say that Quinn hasn't had the best couple of days, especially compared to what we're used to out of him. But this time around, I mean, Duraccio yesterday, he really delivered. So I just feel like Quinn went and gave him a big old kiss on the forehead and just a massive hug on the back.
Yeah.
And yeah, I hope he feels reinvigorated and finds his momentum.
Yeah, it was a weird game where Quinn said the same thing that I felt watching the game. I was like, they lost this game. This is the team that's supposed to win at the end. They lost the first two. It would have been a crazy upset. He felt like he lost the game. He felt that pit in his stomach. He's like, this game is over for us. So like at the post-game interviews were wild, because it was like you're watching two exit interviews kind of, that they were like both sad, kind of like, oh, we both experienced loss there. So it was a very unique circumstance layered on top of such an amazing series. So it was such a good match to watch.
Incredible. Unfortunate for Tundra, their road ends, and fortunate for Gaming Gladiators. After a series like that, they get a day break. We gotta give them that. Let's take a look at the schedule of the series that we are gonna see today, because we still have one more series in the lower bracket that needs to be played out. 9 Pandas versus Team Secret. We've got BB Team taking on Team Spirit as our final series of the day, and that will be, of course, another series in the upper bracket semi-finals. One of these two teams will be guaranteed top 3, but Faith Beyond, for our LG match to watch, Talon versus Liquid.
Actually, I think today's game could be match of the day.
Yeah.
And of course, Liquid, they are so dominant in this series. They beat Gaming at a very smart way, and we all see how Gaming is dominant in yesterday's game. So I think this game is gonna be incredible.
Incredible. We have seen them go head-to-head in the past before, so it will be a good rematch to witness. But we have to focus on our first games of the day. We have to not focus on the upper bracket. We like seeing this, but we'll have to wait for it. We shove it over to the second half of the day. It's time to get down to business. It's time for some elimination. Team Secret, 9 Pandas. You heard Tsunami say it at the start of the day. So far, every single series in the lower bracket has been won by the team that has come down from the upper bracket part. That does not bode well for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. I think it's just the reality of the format, genuinely, is that when you have a play-ins and then you have a group stage that leads to, all of this different seeding, the seeding is going to be closest to accurate, and that means teams in the upper bracket are going to be amazing. So that's what we saw here. And a lot of them were like just so close, like the Quest Talon series that knocked Quest down. I thought Quest was going to go at least one series deeper before losing. Gaming Gladiators getting knocked down right away. There's a second team that's amazing and it's going to like start getting knockouts. Team Spirit and Aster. Team Spirit made Aster look weak, but then Aster plays EG and it wasn't even close. So yeah, the upper bracket teams are just fantastic so far.
Yeah, we're focusing our attention first on Team Secret, as they're the team that we haven't seen that much on the main stage. Even during the group stage, I believe they were only featured on the main stage even once. This is a team that has not had a lot of success this year, Effie. They have struggled.
They really have. It's not something that you would expect out of any puppy team, but it's not like they've been bad the whole year. It just feels like Europe West was such a competitive region this time around that Secret just couldn't cut it, but they weren't getting stomped. Like during the DPC tours, they were always taking one game out of all of their losses, and their series were always very close, neck and neck. So this is not a team that you can count out. They do have a very strong sense of identity, especially around their carry player Crystallis. It's a very unique hero pool that they draft around very well. And it's a puppy team. You can't count out a puppy team. Like at any point, they could just flip a switch and become brilliant.
They could, but they've been kind of scraping by this tournament. In the play-ins, they went 4-6. They avoided elimination, by a couple crucial wins. And then when they played group stage, they went 6-8, I believe. Or 4-6, excuse me. And I'm sorry, that was group. Yeah. Anyways, they're losing a lot, and they're making it through barely.
But you said 4-6, right? They had one day where they went 4-0, and that's what I mean by signs of brilliance. And they 2-0'd BetBoom.
They did do that.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. Is that you really don't know when it's going to click for them, but sometimes it does, and maybe that day is today.
Yeah, Faith Beyond Team Secret and Puppy in general obviously has a very long career already, but especially when there's a lot of games to be played, and I'm sure you remember the previous international with the last chance qualifiers, the group stages. Puppy is able to lead a team and level up during a tournament maybe more than any other team.
Yeah, I remember like last TI we lost to them at the upper bracket. So I mean, yeah, Secret is a very strong team, but I think now, like today, it's very hard to predict how they will perform. I saw they tried so many heroes in this tournament. I feel like they should have a better understanding, like Liquid. But sometimes I saw them like combine these heroes in a strange way, like you lack of teamfight or you lack of learning, and so they lost games like some weird ways. So I think if they can like doing some good draft today, like their players are very skilled. So I think they can do good today, but maybe also they can do bad.
It's going to be very interesting to see what they've done over the last 2 days, because what you're saying is they haven't really found their identity maybe completely yet. They tried out so many things, and it really is going to show if the last 2 days, their reviewing of the games that they've played so far, do they come to the right conclusion? That is what we're going to witness today. What we're also going to witness is a feature about Team Secret to learn a little bit more about them. This 5-man roster has only played with this 5 squad in one other tournament, which was Dream League Season 20.
We don't know enough about the other players. Having FBZ and Armel SCA imports into a Western European team is something that's not too common. And Yamich is also a player who has not been thoroughly tested, I would say, in a competitive experience. So this will be a good representation of what Secret will be capable of.
Team Secret is a unique team because under Puppy's leadership, the team has always made it to the international, has always found success at the end of the road, no matter how hard it was.
Is this going to be the TI that finally breaks Puppy's all-TI streak? It seems that we may be looking that way, but still, he manages to come through every single time. Now we have to look at this iteration of Secret and see how much SEA players can enhance his capabilities. That's most likely their secret factor.
This team has not had a lot of experience yet as a 5 squad, and there are so many games going on. They have to adapt faster than probably anyone to be able to get to the level that other teams already started the tournament with.
Even online, they looked shaky. Here on LAN, maybe they'll get a power-up. Obviously, Puppy has been frequently critical of the online system that the Dota Pro Circuit has encouraged, and he himself thinks that LAN Dota is true Dota. So if that's the case, Riyadh Masters would be the time to prove it.
Can Team Secret level up in time? That is a question that we're going to see answered in our upcoming series. We're going to get a lot of questions answered today, and some of those questions will be asked by Jenkins. What's he doing right now?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Riyadh Masters. I'm at the stage, at the venue. Of course, the players are setting up. There's Ramses setting up his illustrious Razor mouse. Good luck. Of course, up on the screen, we already have 9 Pandas 1, so the script has indeed been leaked. Of course, they're playing against Team Secret. The vibes from 9 Pandas, very good. Ramsey's looking quite stern. He is the boss of the team, the boss of the other team, Puppy. I did see him sharpening his machetes. This is a lower bracket match, so I can understand why. But everything's chill here. It's a lot of pressure in this environment. But I'm going to let the players get into the match. And back to you, Shiver.
Sounds like the silence before the storm there on the stage. And of course, yeah, on one side, Puppy has a lot of experience playing on stage, major veteran even. But guess what? On the other side, 9 Pandas, they've got 2 major veterans, because the time when Team Secret and Virtus.pro ruled the majors together, it was Solo and Ramses on that Virtus.pro squad. Of course, Puppy on the other side, but we've got a lot of major veterans here today. And 9 Pandas, they have some of that former glory in them again. The question is, will it come out today in their series here against Team Secret? That's what we're going to discuss, because FE 9 Pandas, they've been a little bit hot and cold.
Yeah, they started off this tournament a little bit colder than we would expect from them, especially after how they performed at Berlin, but they picked up the heat really quickly. And honestly, I would say 9 Pandas is one of the strongest teams in this tournament, even if their results don't display that. Because every time you watch them play, the skill level is there, and it's frightening, especially out of Kiyotaka on the mid lane. I feel like this player is one of the most explosive mid laners in this tournament if he can reel himself in sometimes. Because if you watch 9 Pandas series versus BB team, it felt like it should have been a 2-0 for 9 Pandas, but unfortunately, Kiyotaka did do a little bit of a solo pub play towards the end and got picked off with no buyback. But that entire game, they were winning, and they seem like they posed the biggest challenge for BB team out of all the teams that they played so far, so I have very high expectations for them.
Yeah, those are the moments that are really defining who wins a series in this late stage. It's we saw it in the EG series as well. These cores getting picked off by themselves. It almost lost Team Liquid their matches as well. So if that's a problem that he's running into, it could just be like the game-defining moment. He gets killed, their opponents get back in the game. If they do that once or twice, then they can test Roshan. It's a cascading effect, so yeah, he has to make sure he doesn't make those same mistakes.
What do you think? Oh, sorry, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. Like, 9 Panda is a very strong team. I think this is the team should stay at upper bracket. I think when they against BB team, they just made some mistakes by themselves. And also, this is a team that they have their own style, and they can find a way to win a game with their own style. Like they play Alchemist, like other team don't play too much, and they play support Doom. And before in BB team's matchup, they pick some Night Stalker and Witch Doctor in 23 pick. It is amazing team, and they play it very well. So I think this is a very strong team. Honestly, in this series, I think they can win Secret.
Yeah, I mean, that would follow the trend as well. 9 Pandas does come from the upper bracket, and then Team Secret, you know, they come from the lower bracket. Have not a great track record so far. Do we feel that way, that it is indeed FE 9 Pandas series to lose? I know we're jumping, like we haven't seen anything of the gameplay in the draft, but beforehand, is that what we're feeling?
I would say so. I mean, 9 Pandas, I think for most people who've been watching this tournament, should be the heavy favorite, unless Secret somehow find a way to turn on that switch today that they found in, was it day 3 of the group stages where they went 4-0, or day 2? Day 2, where they went 4-0. If they can kind of channel that energy and that confidence that they displayed that day, maybe it'll be a different outcome.
Yeah, it could happen, certainly. Yeah, Puppy has some great moments. He does it at TIs regularly. It could happen here, and maybe we'll see Nine Pandas underperform a little bit, make some mistakes on the map. Like these different factors are really what changes tournament outcomes. And at this stage, nerves is a big part of it.
When we're talking about Nine Pandas and their series against BB Team, I think Kiyotaka will always be in the conversation because he was the one caught out. And that makes me wonder if your team secret, Faith Beyond, do you want to try to is your attention focused on shutting down Kiyotaka, or how do you start with picking apart Nine Pandas?
I think for Kiyotaka, the only man can kill him is himself. So I think Secret should not focus on that. They just should focus on their own lineup.
His own worst enemy.
Oh, that is a tough position to be in for Kiyotaka, but hey, it's on stage today, backs against the wall, and this is what could shape your career, could shape the game, and could shape you as a team, as we are soon, very soon, ready to get our first series on the way. Team Secret and Nine Pandas, they're playing for guaranteeing a slot in the top 8 here at Riyadh Masters. An extra $200,000 on the line for that as well, so without further ado, let's get this show on the road. Let's get started with Team Secret and Nine Pandas.
Playoffs continue here at Riyadh Masters as we're getting ready for day number 3. We had eliminations yesterday and we got one more today as we look forward to more of this action.
نبدأ على طول اليوم الثاني من البلاي اوفز في البطولة اللي إلى الآن ما حد قادر إنه يتوقع نتائجها، ما حد كان متوقع إن الفرق اللي الآن بيطلعون بالمسرح يكونوا موجودين في اللور براكت أصلاً، لكن رياض ماسترز 2023 هذه بتكون ذكرى لكل الفرق العالمية معنا في دوتا.
After our final elimination, which is going to be the first series of today, though, we got 2 upper bracket series, which means that by the end of today, we will know 2 out of our top 3 teams.
الشيء اللي راح تعرفه اليوم عزيزي المشاهد إنه راح تعرف شيئين، مين الفريق اللي راح يكون eliminated من البطولة بعد المباراة هذه لأنها بتكون في اللور براكت، لكن المباراتين القادمة راح تكون في الأبر براكت. نبي نعرف مين اللي بيكون من التوب تيمز اللي معنا في البطولة كاملة. قربنا إننا نعرف مين بيقدر يحصل على هذا التروفي.
They're making their way to this journey to the trophy, and it's a trophy that has been eluding many of these storied players that are in this match right now. Solo and Puppy cumulatively might have more years of experience than all their teammates put together.
أكثر شيء لازم إننا نتحمس له لهالبطولة ولهالمباراة بالذات إنه بيكون قدامنا شخصين من أكثر الفترنز اللي في عالم دوتا، بابي وسولو راح يتواجهون ضد بعض. الشيء هذا ما تشوفه كثير، خصوصاً إنه مع الراستر الجديدة حق تيم سيكرت هذا أول ظهور لهم في اللان.
Both these players have assembled new rosters with a lot of youthful talent, but it's also some untested talent. Now they're showing up on LAN, which is supposedly Puppy's home base advantage. Let's see if he can make it happen, though.
I mean, he said it and you said it as well. He always talks about that true Dota is LAN Dota. So let's see if that's the case. أعزائنا المشاهدين، جاء الوقت نقدم فيه كل الفريقين اللي راح يظهرون على المسرح الآن، لأنه صراحة يبي يكون قدامنا مباراة للتاريخ.
Well then, let's get this started. Let's bring out Eastern Europeans, Nine Pandas. Nine Pandas! started out in the upper bracket here in this tournament, which, if the day's trends from yesterday are to continue, that may consider them the favorite because every single team that came from the upper bracket ended up winning and eliminating the lower bracket teams yesterday.
فريق ناين بانداز بدأ معنا منطقة البلاي اوفز ومرحلة البلاي اوفز في الأبر براكت، وزي ما احنا شاهدنا مباريات الأمس كلها أي فريق يكون جاي من الأبر براكت يكون عنده الأدفانتج ويقدر ياخذ الفوز لصالحه، لكن خصمهم ممكن يخلي المعلومة هذه أو الشيء اللي ممكن يصير صعب جدا، فخلونا على طول نشوف مين بيكونون. رحبوا معنا في المسرح تيم سيكريت. هذا الروستر من أقوى الروسترز اللي شاهدناهم في عالم دوتا السنة الماضية، لأنه كانوا متواجدين تيم سيكريت في السنة الماضية في رياض ماسترز 2022 حصلوا على التوب 4، لكن الآن بيكون عندهم فرصة مع الروستر الجديد هذا اللي فيه أول مرة يظهرون معنا في لان تورنمنت، ممكن يكونون أحد التوب 4 أيضا، لكن يحتاجون طريق طويل لما يوصلونها.
It's been quite a while since we've seen that eyeball logo on LAN, but lest we forget, it was around this time last year at Riyadh Masters 2022 that the old Secret roster ended up getting their groove back and ultimately making their journey to a second place finish at last year's TI.
يعني هم قدرتهم انهم يكونون من احد النهائيين اللي موجودين في رياض ماسترز، زيادة على كذا ياخذون السكند بليس في التي اي السنه الماضيه، يبين لك البوتنشل اللي موجود عند هذا الفريق. لكن الروستر الجديد اول مره لهم في اللان، وبابي دائما يقول انا احب العب في اللان تورنمنت، فالشيء هذا هل بيكون ضدهم ولا معهم احد يدري صراحه.
Let's see if they can keep that same energy or if the cheesiness of Nine Pandas might take them down. Let's find out as we all send you to your desks and start this day off right with some Dota.
الكل ما يحب يلعب قدام فريق ناين بانداز فقط بسبب انه عندهم تشيزي درافts دائما، لكن الجيم هذا راح يورينا اشياء كثيره في البلاي اوفز، فتبي كل الفريقين على طول على الاستديو.
In the play-ins, Team Secret and Nine Pandas already met each other. They tied their series then, and since then have took a very different road to get to where they are right now in the lower bracket of the playoffs of Riyadh Masters. And the question is, who has been using their lessons better? And to be honest, Secret coming in here with a lot more data to go off of. We saw Nine Pandas already in the upper bracket. We saw them getting knocked down by BB Team, and Team Secret has had every chance to study that series. They had a full extra day to study that series. What conclusions will they have had? We're about to find out as we are soon ready to head into the draft of game number 1 of this best-of-3 series. Faith Beyond, when you're looking at these two teams, which heroes do you feel like are going to be most in contention, as that is what we're going to be talking about with the draft?
I think for the first phase, for Nine Panda, it's no doubt they will pick like Broodmother or Doom. And for Secret, I think they can pick Enigma as they picked before. But also, I think for them, the best strategy is they try to get Monkey King or try to pick Oracle, even they don't play before. Because before, when Nine Panda against BB team, they looks very struggle against Oracle, this hero. So I think maybe Secret can try it.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, because the Oracle would do a lot versus a Batrider team too, the way that both of these teams like to play, and Darkseer. The thing is, when you're playing in Secret, most teams opt to ban out 2 heroes, which are the Monkey King and the Batrider, because even though Snapfire is the highest tier hero in this tournament, Secret's success rate with it isn't that high, and their success rate with their Batrider is instead very high. So I think that we might actually see Nine Pandas prioritize giving away the Snapfire.
Yeah, and for a long time, Crystallis, of course, with Monkey King especially, his Monkey King was the reason why he made it to top 10 consistently on the leaderboards in Western Europe.
Yeah, it's been his staple for the entire time that he's been in the pro scene, basically. Very, very few teams will get Monkey King banned in the first phase. And Team Secret also has been kind of summon heavy for Puppy, at least. He's had mostly Enchantress games, Chen games, and Enigma, so that could be a possibility. I mean, he's pulling this Chen win rate up in this tournament. He's got a 40% win rate.
He is playing the hero very well. And 9 Pandas choose to give away both the Batrider and the Snapfire. So the question for Secret is which one do they take? They can only take one here, and we have to assume that 9 Pandas will take the other. They picked the Batrider for Yamish, like his most successful hero by far this tournament.
And it's very good to see they ban out both Doom and Brood, the 9 Panda most pick hero. So I think 9 Panda is going into a area they don't are familiar.
It's always interesting when this happens because they're not, Doom is not like the the best hero of the patch, but they're taking away their most commonly picked. So hey, force you to do something different, and we'll see if it works. And if it doesn't work this game, then yeah, they'll maybe ban somebody instead of Doom next game.
Yeah.
9 Pandas haven't played Snapfire yet, but if they don't take it here, that is so wild, especially with them picking Enigma in this first phase.
Undying, you mean?
Undying, sorry. Yeah. Wow, that is, they gave it away. Damn.
He has all the control about whether he dies this game. Does he spend too much mana going too aggressive?
I mean, the answer to that is yes. The question is, does Team Secret have a lineup that can punish it when he does do that? And also the question is where they wanted to go with this pick, because Snapfire is still in the pool if they want to, but does that really match up against Storm nice enough for Armel?
I think they can pick Snapfire or Wind Ranger or TA.
Or TA, what do you think?
It looks good because before we can see in Liquid versus Gaming, Liquid also used TA to play against Storm, and it looks very good. Nisha dominated that game.
True.
10 seconds
and also Armel is one of the best TA players in the world. We haven't really seen him shine on that hero in a while because he's been playing a lot of different picks the last couple of years, but I remember like 2 years ago around the Animator time, he was absolutely insane on this hero. So if you have a very confident TA player and you're putting it versus a Storm Spirit, it's usually a very dominant lane for the TA. And you can also just get that shard around minute 15 and have an extra silence.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's very decent against Undying as well. It's a very tanky hero. Minus armor is a good solution against that, so that's pretty cool. And it gives them a little bit of lane flexibility too if they want to take it off Armel and give it to Crystallis instead. That would at least allow them to dodge some bad matchups that they might experience in other lanes.
I mean, Snap is still in the pool. I would be completely shocked if both of his teams ignored this hero until the very end.
Yeah, that'd be weird. This is a like stylish team that 9 Panda, they don't play this hero at all. And Secret, they tried it before, but maybe they think this is a hero doesn't fit their team.
It's definitely very surprising because it just feels like it checks all the boxes. It like owns mid, it ganks and rotates so well. And maybe it doesn't get solo kills super easy, so maybe that's something that Kiyotaka wants instead, for example, but
it's just so tempting when you see an Undying though to go for something like a Snapfire plus Mars.
Yeah.
And even just like flex it to the position 5, it can do so much for your team. But like Faithian just mentioned, these teams have very unique styles. These teams play in their own way, and Secret did attempt to play Snapfire a lot during the group stages, but they lost more with it than any other team except maybe Shopify.
yeah, there was actually one case of Gladiators playing it against Batrider yesterday that was cool. So when somebody gets lassoed and you cookie the lassoed guy, you don't jump forward, you just instantly trigger the stun. So it's kind of like a lasso solution. Tofu was using it very effectively yesterday for that. So it could be another way that that it would justify the pick here for 9 Pandas.
Cool. Oh, I think I saw that happen on Medusa, right?
Yeah, he did it so many times. It'd be like lasso, instant cookie, stuns the Batrider where he's standing.
That's cool, because I thought that maybe Batrider messed up his flame break, but if it was the cookie instead, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Is there also still a chance that this Templar Assassin will be rotated to Crystallis to play it as carry, and then they might still bust out the Snapfire? Or is that just...
I think unlikely. I think they will just put the TA in mid.
I think that you see this Storm Spirit and you can confidently play this TA. And then maybe you just go for more aggressive fighting type carries from Crystallis, the things that he's used to, whereas Armel is the primary farmer of this game. I mean, I could see a world where they flex it to carry if something like a Timber Saw comes out for 9 Pandas, and they want to solve that hero, and then if there's still a good Storm counter in the pool, maybe that could happen, but for now it looks like it's going mid.
Okay, so we got the Medusa, the Drow, and the Morphling banned by the side of Team Secret. All heroes that they removed from Ramsey's pool. Darkseer, Bloodseeker removed by 9 Pandas so far. Of course, Darkseer, solid hero for FBZ. Bloodseeker, one of the staples still for Crystallis. And we're about to find out which other ones they want to remove, and it's the Naga Siren. So, of all the common carries left in, I was gonna say it's basically only the Terrorblade, but they'll go for the Lycan instead.
I mean, it makes Terrorblade look better, but it would make their draft a little bit one-dimensional with TB and TA together. Those lineups tend not to do so good, especially when your opponents are already like setting up for this potential push stuff with Lycan.
I actually think TV plus TA is pretty okay, especially if TA is in a favorable mid matchup, because she won't really need as much recovery time as she would if it were a more difficult lane for her.
Okay, so you think it can work here?
I think they could go TV plus Mars if they really wanted to, because it looks like a great Mars game versus this Lycan.
You want Mars so bad. It is good.
I mean, it's such a good Mars game.
Yeah.
I think Mars is one of the best Lycan solutions in Dota.
What about Legion Commander?
I mean, it gives you kill potential against the 2 cores. It locks them down. It's a great disable, and it's had a good win rate for a lot of teams.
Whoa!
Hey,
what is this?
that is the first Shadow Shaman pick of this event, and that's cool.
My guess is because they're going to play Bat 4, so this is their 5, and they don't want to play Lion 5 because it needs too much net worth. Maybe Puppy feels justified this way.
I don't know, I feel like if you want a solution to the Storm Spirit with a Hex, Lion is always the better answer.
Even from a 5 position where you need Blink
I mean,
Dagger?
just flex the Bat Rider to 5, that's what you should do in a situation like this, but you are right that Secret have always run this Bat Rider on position 4, but is this Shaman a comfortable enough hero for you? I feel like Lycan summons are just going to run at him and destroy him.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like Secret, I was looking forward they can pick some teamfight support like Silencer, but maybe they're afraid of Lycan, but they pick another support without teamfight and still afraid of Lycan. So I think it's very weird to me.
It does have counter push, and you can protect yourself from the Lycan by ward trapping yourself.
That sounds very dumb.
Then the wolves can't get to you.
Ward trap yourself.
I
mean, I feel you.
It gives them extra push potential, which is what they did not really have before then, unless you count the TA.
Never ward trapped yourself on purpose?
I've done it on accident. I've done it on accident, that's for sure.
I mean, after first phase, I prefer Secret lineup, but now I think 9 Panda is better because they just build their own lineup very strong, and they don't care like what they play against. They can play against everything. And now, especially, there's no counter to Lycan.
I agree.
Is this Shadow Shaman gonna lane against Skywrath? Because that will be miserable for Shadow Shaman.
I think it's kind of. I mean, he's way faster than you, but you hit like a Treant Protector, so.
True.
It's not the absolute worst. Plus, you have huge base damage. You can probably deal with wolves really good, actually, as a support compared to like a lion. I mean, you're hitting for like 80 damage.
What do you mean? They're gonna smack you and you're gonna get maimed later, and your attack's gonna fly.
Later,
your attack's gonna fly at the speed of a snail. It's gonna be.
But level 1, you're gonna beat those wolves. You're gonna beat them up.
Well, then Skywrath will beat you.
Sure.
You know what I think would be cool? I know I've sung the Mars tune a lot. But hear me out. Hear me out. 9 Pandas, they don't really have stuns. They have good run at you heroes. Lycan isn't slowed, so put the Lycan on the safe lane. Let Ramses play it as a carry. Bust out the stun from your off lane, you know? Pick some Mars. Or you could be boring and pick Faceless Void. Whatever.
Well, so far, Team Secret's banning out heroes for Ramses. They ban out the Slark. Also, 9 Pandas is banning out Enchantress. Are we not expecting Shaman and Bat to be the supports? What's the deal here? Because I thought we were still looking for a hero for, well, depending on what they do with the TA, most likely we're looking for a Crystallis hero. What could be their thought process? Like, what do you... Do they think Bat is the core? Maybe FBC Bat, Legion mid, TA safe lane? I mean, I'm saying it doesn't sound great.
Maybe.
What if it's mid Shadow Shaman?
They could have more data than us.
That's a throwback. What if they're worried that Enchantress would slow down like Lycan's tower pressure a little bit too much? Because he takes a Helm Dom creep, you enchant it, something like that?
And they ban out the Meepo.
Wait, I mean, I guess they're covering their bases here, right? In case the Bat Rider or even the Shaman is flexed to the mid lane and he is being played as a carry, they take out Enchantress, who as a support hero would have been very disruptive.
Yeah. They're like, we banned out all the carries anyway, and they banned out loads of carries. We're not afraid of what Crystal is going to bring. They will still bring the Terrorblade, though, that we talked about earlier already. So I don't think it will come as a surprise for 9 Pandas either.
Yeah, it's no surprise. They didn't ban the TB. I think they are looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Especially because they can pivot now into a lineup that goes more aggressive if they so wish. Maybe this is why Team Secret banned out the Luna. Would have been a great carry for accelerating the game.
Yeah, I think 9 Panda still lacks that lockdown that I talked about. One of the answers could be the Lycan Flex to carry, and then you pick like an Axe or a Mars on the offlane, or you could just pick a Faceless Void and use your lockdown through the Chronosphere. That's an option they could take.
Could work. But it is another hero that's kind of weak to Legion duel.
I think maybe Draw Ranger.
Their dive is kind of weak, so yeah, maybe Draw works. It's good against TB.
Drow is banned, and therefore they will go for the Alchemist.
Yeah, they'll stick to their standard. I mean, that's Ramsey's second most picked hero of the term. He's been playing it constantly.
It's also got a stun, right? That is something that they really needed. They needed their carry to be able to take these engagements later on in the game, start the fights for them, and be that body that Storm and Sky need. So yeah, it's a really fine Alchemist pick. It's good versus TA, the Acid Spray. The minus armor should be very synergetic with the Lycan, and yeah, it works. I can't see it being pressured too much on the lane.
That's a tower hitter, high HP. If your ulti's going, you don't care as much about getting dueled, for example. Your like survivability to damage ratio is in a good place. So yeah, it makes sense.
I think before Terrorblade coming out, I already think Alchemist is good, but I think maybe they should ban Terrorblade if they want to pick it, because Terrorblade is a team fight. It's so solid that Alchemist and Lycan is very hard to rush in. But anyway, I still prefer 9 Pandas draft because I think the 4-man team is so strong. Yeah.
So you think the Alchemist is just kind of a backup plan, fail safe?
It's a good hero, just not good against the Terrorblade, but else is fine. Yeah.
Maybe he's just gonna build Aghanim Scepters everywhere. Easy. Now for 9 Pandas, I mean, they're coming in here as the favorite. Effie, what's one thing that Team Secret needs to do to be able to win game 1 here?
They need to watch out for Kiyotaka and his rotations in this game. I think they should try to do rune security and make sure that he doesn't play tempo, because if he does, the Lycan's gonna have a really great game because he's always going to have something to play with and a hero to play around. So if they can try to just secure Armal's lane, make sure that Kiyotaka isn't out-rotating, they have a good shot.
Okay, well, let's find out if Team Secret can do that. And let's see how this first Shadow Shaman of the tournament will handle himself in the game. We're heading over to Cap and SVG.
The deck is stacked against Team Secret. Every single one of the teams who got seeded into the lower bracket has been eliminated in the first round. It's only Team Secret remains, and they're matched up against a 9 Pandas team who is tough. They're one of the few teams who managed to 2-0 game in Gladiators. They managed to, well, they probably should have won a game earlier against Bet Boom in the upper bracket. This is a hard team to face, but there are many factors that go into a game, Avery. Players' emotional state could be very important. Maybe the strategic elements. I mean, maybe the draft. Maybe one hero could make all the difference in a game, Avery. Maybe the Shadow Shaman can get Team Secret some wins here.
Oh my God, of course only Puppy is masochistic enough to play this hero. Let me tell you something. I play Shadow Shaman. That's not, if you're playing what I'm playing, that's not a good sign.
If you're new to our cast, you should know that, just a heads up, Avery's going to talk about heroes that nobody picks. Because
okay, let's just get that out of the way. Shadow Shaman might be one of the most difficult heroes to win with in Dota right now. This hero has basically nothing going for him. He got everything nerfed during the Mega Stun nerf patch, and this hero is all about stun duration. His range is garbage. His stat line is pretty bad. He has good base damage, but he can't use it because his auto attack is linked to one of the weirdest projectiles in the game. I pray for you, Puppy.
Attack range.
I want you to pop off, but damn, are you guaranteed to have double-digit deaths this game? That is just the way of the Shaman. And that's why there are few players that play this hero. Because everybody wants to be a KDA player these days. Everybody wants to be, you know, 10-0, 10-2, big assist scores. But nobody wants to be the 1-11 that gets the dub. And that's why I respect the Shadow Shaman pick coming out from Puppy, because he's willing to do anything to get the victory, even debase his own kill score at this tournament.
That is going to be interesting, to say the least. We'll see how it works out for Puppy, as it's already, the lane is off to a really awkward start. We didn't really necessarily get a full view of it, but what 9Pandas did there is Antares body blocked the wave, the enemy wave, from the tier 2. So it ended up meaning that 9Panda's first wave ends up going into the tower, bounces off of that, and now the creep equilibrium is heavily in 9Panda's favor. You could see that the Lycan could get just solo experience underneath this tower, not even needing the Skywrath Mage around. So an awkward set of events that 9Pandas have definitely thought well and truly far out ahead to be able to set themselves up for an advantage.
Yeah, this is where if you're Crystallis, you really want a strong laning support that can win the battle on the side and open up those pull camps. And Shadow Shaman is going to struggle in that regard, as Buffy's having a hard time battling Skywrath Mage plus the Wolves. No fault to his own. I don't know if there are a lot of supports that could really accomplish this task in general.
Yeah.
However, it's an uphill battle. The one thing it will give them in the mid game is some Roche and tower taking capability, which is nice if you can eventually get there. And of course, the lockdown and the Lycan is good as long as it doesn't get interrupted. However, 9Pandas have a lot of interrupts here between the Storm, the Alk, the Skywrath. Tombstone's going to be down. Now, you can also kill the Tombstone with the Shaman Wards. This is a very old school counter.
Okay.
It's quite good.
That's, yeah, that's a thing you could do, I guess. Top lane is also very likely to go very well for 9Pandas because it's an Undying lane against a strength melee offlaner. Yamich's Bat Rider is going to have to pull basically double duty because the Legion Commander is unlikely to be able to do too much to stop this. And Antares is able to get away, the first meta used, and not able to get a kill for it. Ooh, another hit. Solo collects the first blood on FBZ. The Alchemist lane already working out. Just one more factor to 9Panda's favor. This is an Alchemist that they've run a lot lately. Ramses is super comfortable on it, and like the panel pointed out, they were a little lacking in disables. They wanted something that would help out the Skywrath Mage a little bit more, and we're already seeing put into effect here.
One of the interesting things about this matchup is I think Secret honestly have had better stats than their record shows, if that makes sense. They have two of the top 5 KDA players at this tournament, and their 2 sidelaners, FBZ and Crystallis. And honestly, the performances have been pretty damn solid. I think they actually should be in a better position this tournament than they are. I think the games have just been super hit or miss for them, and maybe that's a factor of this team just not having a lot of games together. This team's only existed for a month, so the expectations can't be too high when you're going up against the world best here and you haven't even scrimmed together.
Yeah, that is a big thing about Team Secret that may not be fully known about this squad, is that they really haven't gotten a whole lot of time together. Yes, they have some new players, but they like seriously haven't, because of visa issues and stuff, they haven't really been able to scrim too much. Oh, nice Q play from Miero. A combination of, like you open up the easy cam, finally it's open. Maybe at 4 minutes in, we can finally have some creeps to pull, and then the Wolves come through, pull the creep wave, kill your courier, block the camp.
So
Puppy's
this is
just having a terrible time here.
Yeah, but he understands how to play Shadow Shaman, which is you use your best spell. That is teleport the fountain and get the hell out of there. You're just food for the fodder here. So already I am impressed by the Shadow Shaman gameplay. Puppy knows what's up here.
He's not even walking. He's walking out to base missing 150 mana.
Well, he'll regen it back up.
Yeah. He's not going to regen all that mana back in time.
He didn't lose his career, though. So, honestly, heads up play. Will not get run into the Wolves here.
Oh, so it's Crystallis' fault. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, of course. It's always the carries. It's always the carry's fault. Now, on the flip side, 9Pandas have also been a very interesting team this tournament. They have played 28 out of their 31 games on Dire.
Wow. Really?
This is why Puppy, see now he doesn't have teleport up, he's missing his best spell. What are you supposed to do as the collapse comes through?
They're going to pump the meta here and try and fight 2 versus 3 underneath this tower. Blood grenades raining in, down onto Chrysalis. The fact that they're chasing away a Terrorblade when he's popped his meta, it's a terrible sign for Team Secret here. They are just not strong enough to be able to contest these early waves. Look at the Wolves, they're just harassing Chrysalis constantly. Yamich is only going to get away through benefit of his Firefly and the cliff walking he's able to do here.
Honestly, that wasn't too bad for Secret, considering how strong that early fight is with the Undying and the Skywrath Mage off a Tombstone and Blood Grenades. I mean, your carry survives, you lose Shadow Shaman, that's inevitable. If you can keep Crystallis out here right now, you're going to be super happy, but I think he's just dead. Oh, that Courier Death hurt him so much. You're missing boots and extra regen that would have maybe gotten you a kill in that fight and helped you survive. Wolves already paying off in spades here for Miro as he puts that micro to work and gives 9 Pandas a solid lead. And you got to remember the whole time all this random skirmishing is happening, you have an Alchemist free farming top. Ramsey's getting away with a murder here in the early game as he is going to pull very far ahead. He's just getting solo XP too, so he's going to have a lot of early acid spray levels. If there's any kind of stack action waiting for him in the mid game, he is just going to be gigantic here.
No stacks yet. But one benefit of Alchemist right now is the fact that you have these multiple camps right next to your safe light tower. So you don't even necessarily need huge amounts of stacks to get a lot of extra neutral farm. Just due to the map setup right now, Shadow Shaman's going to get run down again.
Yeah, get used to saying that phrase this game. Dude, it's so sad, man. Just let him play the hero. Like, come on. This is why you don't pick Shaman, because every time the enemy team sees a Shaman in game, they just gank you the whole time because they know you're such a beast. They got to shut you down early. 9 Pandas, they're bringing the trialing to Puppy, and Puppy is not having a fun time here in this early game. He will TP back in and claim some more XP, however.
I think one part that really sucks about these kind of heroes right now is the fact that any of these supports that are quote-unquote free kills when you see them, those free kills are worth a lot more. Like, they're the same detriment to the hero that they've always been. They can still bounce back. They can still have big impact to the mid to late game, but you're giving a lot more golden experience than you used to in previous metas of Dota.
Both these 9 Panda supports are vibing off of it as they are decently leveled here in the early game. I don't know where Puppy's going to get his levels. Man, these Wolves are just on him the whole game.
They're going to try and meta kill solo, but it's going to take a lot more than that, I think. He's going to be able to get off one more decay. Okay, he does actually die, and Amarel's going to come in and try and slow down Miro. Maybe they can actually get a second kill out of this one. A TP away, no stunts as the Shadow Shaman slowly tries to crawl his way to the fight. It's another part of it about this hero. Slow movement speed.
Yeah, he's pretty damn slow. Need boots pretty fast on this hero. Highest amount of net worth at 8 minutes. That is pretty damn impressive here, as it has basically been Ramsey's playing Alchemist every game. So he has definitely boosted up his GPM numbers. Still, it is not the GPM that is the top stat for this 9 Panda squad. It is the experience per minute, as they hold the 2 #1 slots in the whole event between Ramses and Kiyotaka. They are generating the most experience and the most levels per game on average of anybody. Looking at this mid lane statistic, it's pretty even here. No refills, not a lot of rotations in the mid. An actual true one-on-one as both heroes are basically level 8 and looking for some kills on the map. Not a huge amount of stacks to fall back on for either squad here. You're getting a couple Ancients up from FBZ for the Templar Assassin later. Still, it is going to be 9 Pandas pulling ahead in this game in terms of gold and experience, as Ramses is just untouched. And the towers. I mean,
kills and...
Well, okay, but once you unlock the true power of this secret lineup.
His second best spell on Shadow
That's
Shaman.
right. Well, no, his second best spell is Boots of Speed, but his third best spell is Mass Serpent Ward. And look at the lockdown! You're going nowhere, Kiyotaka, because you just got Shadow Shaman.
Shadow Shaman gets a kill. What a time to be alive. Actually, no, I disagree with what you said. His third best spell is Aether Lens.
No, actually, you're incorrect. It's Tumblr's Toy.
Okay. Then his fourth best spell is Aether Lens.
That's probably true. Let me tell you something. He did not get Tumblr's Toy. Oh, Puppy. Oh, my God. This is This is the Shadow Shaman build. It's Brown Boots, Tumbler Toy. You need to pray to Gaben that you get that neutral item because it make or breaks the hero. Puppy's gonna have to do it the hard way at the fluffy hat.
Puppy got level 6 before 10 minutes, by the way.
That's true, and he's
so
gonna
insta
kill the
Stormfear
Tombstone.
did so much, and he's gonna be able to drop the wards by Tombstone, and he gets saved by the press. The attacker turns around and managed to get the Hex off. Is this gonna be another kill on the Stormfear? They don't have further lockdown though. Puppy was all of it for them, and Stormfear will be able to zip away. Unfortunately, FBZ did not have that duel ready to go yet again. So
too long of a cooldown to match the Shadow Shaman's pace here.
Yep.
Nonetheless, Puppy gets the Tombstone kill plus a Wolf and buys a belt, so I don't know if he's too sad about that. The Shaman is doing his job in the early game as Secret get to push this tier 1. They get an Undying, they take out that team fight from 9 Pandas. You gotta remember, Alchemist does not want to join these fights until he has the Radiance online. So if you can push the pace here, you are going to be rewarded. Nonetheless, Soul comes back in and it's enough to dissuade this action as those Shaman wards were not on the tower. Still, we can see the team fight impact here.
Incredible. Killed it. Tombstone and a Wolf.
I mean, let me tell you something. There's not a lot of supports that can do that in the early game.
That is, you are not wrong about that. Granted, maybe those supports would have killed a hero, but...
Don't be a hater, Cap. Let him shine. You don't know how much I'm enjoying this right now.
I know exactly how much you're enjoying watching a Shadow Shaman game, because you haven't shut up about the hero for the last 6 months.
This hero's so
we finally get a game to cast of it.
I've been waiting all year. He went shreds, dude. Oh, this is such a Chad Shaman build. It's so damn Chad.
1,400 HP now.
Because he knows what's coming. He knows that he will pay the iron price every fight. It's just a matter of who you take down with you. That's the beauty of the hero. You just sit there, you shackle him up, you drag him down into the abyss with you.
And there is something about the tanky build on Shadow Shaman is the fact that they one of the very few buffs that Shadow Shaman has ever gotten in the last few years was he actually gets health off of shackles.
Exactly.
So if you are tanky and you get off the shackles, then you're made even tankier by that fact.
This is a build meant to survive in the fights.
And it's a hero that has pretty decent armor as well. So the effective HP that you're getting out of the shackle heal is quite nice.
Now, make no mistake, he will instantly die every engagement after casting his spells. But it will at least hopefully cause enough time that he can set the fight up for their course. And honestly, Secret not doing too bad in this early game. I mean, the Alchemist is the one factor that they have not been able to contest here, as Ramses already has Radiance up. He's insanely farmed. This is just a ridiculous amount of gold, even as the Shovel digging up extra bounty runes and salves. And Blink done at 1240.
Yes, I was going to say, this has to be the highest net worth at this time. He's about to hit 10,000 net worth at 13 minutes. That is insane, even for an Alchemist.
Ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. He's almost so farmed, I don't want him to go to the fights. Does that make sense?
Like you want him to just get 3 or 4 slotted as quick as possible?
I think he's going to have BKB here at the 15-minute mark.
And just end the game.
And yeah, you're just roaching at 15 minutes with...
Well, he is going to join in on a fight. Picks up a Blink Dagger, immediately puts it to use by killing FBZ.
Even gets the last hit plus the range creep off the Radiance burn for an extra 26 Grievel's Greed. Everything is working out for Ramses. Can't kill his own Cobalt, though. A little sad about that one. But he gets a Skeleton Summon. Oh, he is living the dream right now. Taunts for days. He's printing the money.
Miro pops
where are you going?
Chip, but of course he's going to be shackled for an eternity and then lassoed on top of that one. Tons of disables on this squad, really long duration disable. Shackles, lasso, duel as well.
Wisdom rune. Puppy needs this rune.
He does need it, but he's not going to get it on target. He's going to be there first. Picks it up, silences, and runs away. Solo going to be the target of some physical damage and a duel win for FBZ.
Secret continuing to find a lot of big kills on this map. Kiyotaka will get some return with the Witchblade. However, that's another Lycan ult that just dies to the shackles into the lasso. That is time for Crystallis and Armel to continue farming up here. I mean, Secret has decent Alch answers, right? It's not some crazy free Alch game. I think the TA and the Terrorblade can meet him with certain good armor timings, like before you get the AC. Ramsey's going to be susceptible to just getting burst down. Of course, you can reflect the Radiance here. You have some BKB disable in the Legion and the Bat Rider, and of course you have a press attack for him going in with the Concoction on the first target.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of feel like you just keep farming. I don't know if you have to press the fight so early with the amount of gold Ramses has. However, when he does join that fight, you need to make sure you win it, which means probably the BKB rush for Ramses here, and that'll be the signal to go.
Yeah, I think BKB and then I think your AC are actually two really big timings for this hero in this game specifically.
I think you do want to go AC versus the TA and the Terrorblade. However, you're adding another ore to get reflected here, so it's kind of weird.
True.
I guess there could be an argument for just the Mjolnir Abyssal build that we saw earlier, if you think you can just all in the Terrorblade. It'll be interesting itemization here for Ramses. We'll see what he decides to go for. There could be a Silver Edge build in here somewhere as well.
A lot of options, just depends on how offensive Ramses wants to get here. Secret are going to go for a Roshan steal, another advantage of the Shadow Shaman pickup here. A great hero for assisting in doing Rosh.
This hero does it all, man.
Wow, definitely not true.
There is almost no support that Secret could be doing Rosh this fast with at this point in the game.
Enchantress, Undying.
Almost no support could provide this level of artillery. That'll be a quick Aegis for Armel. Happy to pick that one up. As 9 Pandas, that was maybe their Rosh to contest. Especially with Helm of the Overlord done for Miro. This Golem is incredibly good right now. They're just going to run into it. Yamich, you're gone. Secret will give up a freebie at the end of that. Maybe not too sad they got the Rosh and got out, because that BKB just arrived for Ramses. So if you had that BKB and Helm of the Overlord a minute sooner, you're maybe contesting that Rosh and blowing this game open.
Long sip over. FBC does have a blade mail, though. He's going to turn back a lot of damage onto Antares, but he doesn't have enough HP to return all of it.
This is the part in the game that is very scary for Secret. Can you withstand these early power spikes between the Alchemist and the Lycan that are just going to take the map over? I don't think you can stand there and fight them back right now.
Yeah, they get killed so quickly, too. Some sort of jump from Stormshore and Alchemist and Mystic Flare, instantly it's 4 versus 5, in a 5v5 that you probably would be losing anyway.
You have to make sure you hold something on the map, though.
It's true. What are you going to be holding? Whatever you hold, 9 Pandas is going to get vision of it. Look at this really aggressive wards that they had. They have a ward on the other side of the river on mid. They have a ward set up on this top lane right next to the tier 2 to be able to see TP rotations and rotations through that Tormentor area. Ramses continues his highest net worth of this event, but we have also gone past the fastest game of this event, which was actually 9 Pandas and Team Secret in the play-in stage, excuse me. Game 1, I believe, Team Secret demolished 9 Pandas in a 16-minute game. But Game 2 came around, 9 Pandas pretty much did the same thing right back to Team Secret, and that was just a 1-1 series. So these two teams have a way to be able to break this tie now in a best of 3 and eliminate their opposing. 6,000 net worth lead for 9 Pandas, 10-5 to their favor. And Aegis on the side of Team Secret, but certainly not feeling confident that they're stronger than 9 Pandas at this point.
I don't think they're stronger, however, I think they're in a decent position, all things considered. Like, 9 Pandas didn't get some crazy fight out of this Helm of the Overlord, plus that BKB timing on the Alch. And at this point, you're still feeling good on the Alchemist for sure, because of how much gold you've accumulated, but you're not feeling good in the sense of you've been able to use it to gain much in terms of swaying this game super into your favor. Like you're saying, 6 or 7k gold lead, it's nice, but it's all in the Alch, right? It's not, you're not gaining anything for your team right now if you're Ramses. That's what I think you're looking for in the next few minutes here. Maybe the Aegis is what's dissuading them right now. However, that Aegis is buying a lot of time for Secret to get into their scale, and Blink is done for FBC, so you have some dual initiations that are now online alongside Yamich with the Bat Rider. Feels pretty good if you can start finding some core targets on the map. I mean, I think it feels good when you have these Terrorblade illusions pushing out the waves too.
You've got actually TA traps and Terrorblade illusions, so like 2 different mechanics that they're able to push in waves without actually showing a hero, which, you know, lends to that pickoff that Team Secret has. They may not have as fast damage as 9 Pandas, but they have way more disable in that regard. You get 1 Hex into 10 seconds of single target disable after that.
Power of the Rasta, baby. Ooh, big shackle on the wolf up top. He sends it into the nether realm.
Yeah, this is a bit. Miro's been tracking these guys constantly, but hey, puppy kill the wolf.
Just first
He's
item.
one of those 8.
This is the pure tank build. 8 wolves.
Oh, he kills 2 wolves.
That's a massive
What other support
boon.
could do that?
to the Shadow Shaman here. As he'll prompt a quick smoke. That Aegis is still up for a minute. Secret can find a fight. They're looking for any cores. Lincoln's done on Kiyotaka, however, is going to prevent a lot of the Blink Duel, Blink Lasso initiations.
Looks like an instant setup for the Tormentor, which I guess they've got a dying grab ally. They want to be able to have that one. A dual win, catching Antares here in the river. Well, this team was back off doing Tormentor, so
we'll get the shard.
All right.
And it's going to be Butterfly for Ramses. So this is going to try and counteract this Scotty timing that Crystallis is going to finish around the same point. I think you have to start winning a fight soon. Or you're just going to miss too much of this window that the Alchemist has generated for you. I don't know if you're on a strict clock. Your lineup scales pretty well as well, but I do think this Terrorblade TA are going to cause you problems. Especially on the Alchemist, if you let them just get the 5 and 6 slots here.
He went the Butterfly. I thought he was actually going to break apart the Radiance and go Butterfly Nullify.
I thought he was going to break it. I think he still wants it for the fight.
Yeah.
Also, just your farm speed. Like, it's still
you want it for the fight, but then you're going to be reflected on it, right?
That's what BKB is for.
Better get some good value out of that BKB.
Or you can just jump the Terrorblade. Maybe the Dream Start for 9 Pandas here. They can all in him.
Man, Reflection is actually crazy good in this game. They get the Lycan too. Forgot about that one. Feral Impulse.
That's why I'm surprised the TV didn't get banned. Like, it was a second phase Lycan, and Team Spirit didn't take that Terrorblade in the second phase. It went last. This is one of the best matchups for him. Basically getting 1.5 of the hero for free. Let the Dragon do the work here. As 9 Pandas will smoke, and they want to start the fight with this Butterfly. Kiyotaka jumping like a madman top. He's solo up here. You gotta be careful with these initiations. I mean, you have Lincolns. It's just you have instant stuns coming out from the Rasta. You get popped very fast.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't have the range to be able to pop that from the trees. So running forward doesn't actually work for them.
Yeah, what can you do? No Tumbler Toy. First item, Ghost Scepter. Tough game for Puppey. Still, he's only 0-3. I consider that, you know, that's A tier right now.
Would S tier be like having a kill?
No, I'd probably be like 0-1.
That sounds impossible. For a Shadow.
If you're 0-1 in 20 minutes of Shadow Shaman, you're a TI champion. I don't know what to tell you. That's impossible. The fact Puppey's only, I genuinely mean it. The fact he only has 3 deaths in this game is impressing me, because he's playing versus Lycan. He had a Skywrath Mage on the lane. These fights are double jumps between the Storm and the Alchemist. If you're 9 Pandas, you really want to find the backline first between the Bat Rider and the Shaman, take out the squishy supports, and then remove a lot of the damage that can maybe go into these duels. Keep your
good
Tombstone
awareness. Alive. He pushes in the mid lane, but backs off before he's too far forward. Hand up running into a second smoke. 9 Pandas hit a really big timing, and they haven't done much with it.
That's what I'm saying.
This last 8 minutes has been very quiet.
They're getting stalled out on the map. It's going to be an aggressive base ward by Solo during the day, though. I think they know this happened.
Yeah, they're spotting, and I'm pretty sure they're going to actually jump for the kill, but Kiyotaka's going to be able to intercept. The Mystic Flare is going to kill FBZ instead of getting the duel win. Now the Alchemist jumps in on top of Armel. He's trying to deal with the Tombstone, but he's getting a little bit tided out. Yamich is going to fall to the Storm Spirit here. Ramsey will clean up the wards for a whole heck of a lot of extra gold.
Unfortunate downside.
Unfortunate downside of Shadow Shaman. Gives away a lot of gold.
They cleared through the Tombstone. A buyback from FBZ, however. That just feels a little too anxious on the trigger. I don't know what your Legion's doing in a buyback situation like this with no duel. And the stuns were just not fast enough. Nobody helps tank the Skywrath. This duel ends up turning around on him as the Flesh Golem amps up all the burst coming through. The Shackle got canceled by Puppey. Didn't think he had the range himself there. And then Hex countered by Grab Ally, and all of a sudden you're in a rough situation where the Tombstone and the wards are not equal here. Rough fight for Secret, as they cannot use the strength of this Terrorblade too effectively, and the summons are back onto the Shaman. Ghost Scepter.
Immediately relieved of that stun by press the attack, long zip in. Kiyotaka pulling him back. Now tanky Puppey is just not tanky enough. Another death for the Shadow Shaman as 9 Pandas see that opening to take a tier 2.
You just want to go high ground. They have a Tombstone here. And they have all the summons in the world plus that AC on Miro. So it ended up being the Lycan that built it, not the Alchemist. It's kind of an interesting idea because you get this insane butterfly timing that just gets ramped up by the Assault Cuirass with all the minus armor coming through on top of the Acid Spray. And of course, Hal reducing it further. Very difficult to enter this zone control with the armor. For Secret's cores right now, you have to displace the
pull
fight.
back onto the Alchemist. They're going to try and burst him down, but a Lycan's block prevented the duel. But maybe it's for the best. This is a big, bad Alchemist that they are having a rough time being able to put any damage into. Great control onto the Storm Spirit, but not enough. The Shadow Shaman just gets wiped out too damn quickly by Miro.
This timing push is insane right now from 9Pandas. This is what happens when you give Alchemist a completely free game. He is just going to run down a lane with the ball and not let you get to those late game items on your TA and Terrorblade that you need the damage so bad right now. This Butterfly is doing so much work when you don't have these MKBs. That's going to be a second lane on top of a 3-man wipe. No buyback available for the Legion because it was used earlier. Very clutch Lincolns by Kiyotaka blocks that duel. I don't even know if that duel would have been winnable, to be honest.
I don't think so. Like, the idea there is you would have been able to keep the chain disable and keep him from getting off BKB, but they don't have, like, an impressive amount of magic damage they're throwing into it. It's still mostly physical, still mostly trying to get through an AC Butterfly combination that is pretty deadly for this lineup. Nice pick up on Miro, though. They are showing that when they combine up their damage on a hero that does not have Butterfly, it is rather overwhelming. Desolator plus a TB hitting you is going to kill most heroes very quickly.
That's what Secret wants more of right now. They want to find 9Pandas cores on the map so that these pushes don't come through, and Kiyotaka find another solo kill with this newly completed Hex. That is going to be an issue, and he TPs straight back top, still has half his mana. Meta up for 15. Ramses does not care. He will grab Puppy. Quick Ghost Scepter reaction. He wants to turn.
They got the duel on him. Can they put the damage out fast enough? They're struggling to be able to get the damage through the grab ally. The grab ally. He gets out of the Tombstone, pops his BKB, and now he's going to start walking away from this team fight. Kiyotaka used most of his mana, got silenced up as well. He dies. A little bit of over-aggression there. Plays against Kiyotaka.
This Ramses, it's running
out of Chemical Rage, is going to have to back away from this fight. They can't keep this going any longer.
That's a really good setup for Secret. That's what they want, to fight based around the Shaman wards where the Storm jumps in. You can turn on him with the Trap Silence. It's just long enough for the burst to come through at the end of that meta as well. A little bit of an antsy jump from 9Pandas. I mean, I understand Ramsey's going in because he's basically a god right now, and you always have this Tombstone to bail out a duel interaction, something that FBZ's gonna have to think about. You gave him a meta fight, however. Nonetheless, Chemical Rage, it's gonna be a higher uptime than meta right now as Secret are boldly trying to force this Roshan. Half HP on Crystallis. No Metamorphosis available, and 9Pandas are going to
Here comes Ramsey.
Jam it in.
Looking for a stun. He actually stuns himself. Half his health gone off the sun. Plus the disables onto the Undying. No grab ally save here. Oh no, 9Pandas. Not only are they going to be giving up Roshan, but they just gave away a nasty fight where they're going to be losing 3 thanks to the Shadow Shaman. It'll be a dual victory over Antares.
What was that?
Did he just lose sight of every hero? How did he?
I don't know. I mean, he was holding to the last second. I think Crystallis Manta dodged the initial cast, and then he lost vision or something. We're gonna watch it here. I mean, he could easily throw it out, right? He must have got fogged by the single tree or something. Either way, that is a huge misplay here as Ramses gives his life away for free and gives Crystallis a great Sunder target to start this fight out. And then all of a sudden, no Tombstone even gets dropped in this fight. There was no save. There was no long duration control. And the shackles going to work. The Rasta starting to chant up a storm as Secret find their footing on a Roshan that did not belong to them. And once more, 9Pandas, seems like every time they get to this 20k gold lead, something goes horribly wrong for them.
Yes.
They have yet to figure out that piece of the puzzle. That is a lot of gold to throw away to 2 cores who are going to scale pretty decently into your Alchemist if you give them MKBs. And one of them has already completed on Crystallis, plus an Aegis. He's a problem. He is a big problem right now. If you let Armel get to an MKB as well, this Radiance, this Butterfly, it all goes out the window. Your Alchemist is not going to be able to jump in and start these fights for you anymore. Maybe Lycanags is the answer? Turn him into a Wolf Ogre.
What do you think about the E-Blade pickup from Antares? He had it in that last fight. Don't think he really got to use it, though.
I think it's another answer to the duel here. Also, just triple physical core for Secret. I mean, E-Blade's never going to be bad in terms of bailing your cores out. In theory, it should also come down to the Tombstone save. It's a nice item here. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Maybe Lotus Orbs and Lincolns are also something you're thinking about, as Puppey is going to lead the charge, looking for a single target
Totem
initiation.
plus a Force Staff. He does have ways to be able to close this gap, as does the rest of the team. They get the duel off. The E-Blade is going to be able to bail him out of the immediate duel victory. They're going to now get the Tombstone save, and now it's done onto Armel. He gets popped so damn quickly. Solo's not even dead yet. He popped out of his back Sunder from Chrysalis. That's going to force Miro away, but they have so much damage thanks to Ramses, who is now fully in charge, and no supporting cast on Team Secret. They wipe through everybody else. Chrysalis is going to come back and die a second time. A Roshan fight that is won by Team Secret, but then an Aegis fight that is lost.
Dire's middle tower.
How did that fight go so wrong so fast? It's just Ramses jumping in. They can't man fight him. The summons and the wolf coming in on the side. And this initiation goes wrong as that E-Blade saved Solo on the duel, which means he gets a Tombstone off and a grab ally and just stalls up so much of this fight for the big chomps to come in from the Wolf and the Alchemist.
I mean,
you were
somehow
asking if
they
that E-Blade was
catch
good.
Armel with Refraction down and stun him long enough that he doesn't even get off Refraction or Cheese. And now they're going straight for the throne.
Yeah, this is leaning on Secret's neck right now as Rangers will use that Wolf form to run away.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably for the best. At this point, you don't want to get caught by a duel, and you've already gotten yourself such a big lead before and thrown it before, not just in this series, not just in this playoffs. It just seems to be a continual problem for Nine Pandas. Some of their late game decision making, when they're super far ahead,
it's a little sus, for sure. However, it's improving, I think. And the more games they win at this tournament, it hopefully will get better. The more I watch that fight, the more I realize this E-Blade on Antares is super good, right? Because in the situation where you find the Undying to eliminate the grab ally save, now you have a save for him that bails Solo out, which is exactly what happened there. That just makes it really hard to pick a target if you're FTC. I mean, who are you trying to duel now? I think you just have to pick somebody and hope you have enough physical burst that comes out before a save does.
or hope that one of your other disables stops the save that's coming in. I mean, that's what the Roshan fight was so good, right? They got a jump onto Ramses, and Puppey was right there sitting on top of the Undying.
To be fair, Ramses got the jump on himself at that fight.
Sure. Somebody jumps somebody.
I mean, that helps, you know, when the enemy carry runs in and stuns himself for 3 seconds.
Ramses did stun himself in confusion. That
I don't know how many
fight.
times that's going to happen. But you are right. If you can jump with the Legion and the Bat and, like, you know, duel somebody and then find the Undying with a lasso, that might be the ideal situation for Secret.
Okay, so we need them to get a duel and initiation. And then Yamich is going to stop the Undying. And then Puppey has to stop Antares from saving the Undying. Don't worry, just 3 initiations all at once to stop all the saves. It'll be fine.
Yeah, sounds reasonable. Daedalus finish for Crystallis here, as he will start pumping out some bigger damage numbers.
Do you like
feel it in that last fight, however?
Tormentor choice. Let's see who they get it to. FBZ, so some extra armor, which could be really helpful because he's already being targeted when he duels something. The problem is most of the time it's magic damage that's being pumped back into him.
Armel is meld striking this dragon. He might regret this. Pressing
Don't lose
tackle,
your
bail him
refraction.
out.
Oh, Ramses jumps in with a wolf form given to him by Miro, and the Sun followed the Bat Rider, stunned up several heroes, and just like that, the game is over.
It was genius indeed. It only takes one bad show, one scan. They instantly pounce. And a 34-minute victory for Nine Pandas here, as that pace with the Lycan and the Alchemist with absolute free farm is way too much for Secret to handle. I think there were glimmers of hope in this game in terms of some of the right-click skill eventually coming online, but these late fights didn't even look like it was anything to write home about. The minus armor is just way too overwhelming. You can always run the summons in to cause problems for your support duo here on the Bat Rider and the Shaman, which are pretty bad at controlling the Helm of the Overlord. And then all of a sudden you're stuck in Acid Spray, Howl. You know, these minus armor clicks coming in from double Wolves. It's just way too much physical burst damage. You can't get the armor online fast enough if you're Secret. And sadly, despite all of us giving Puppey our energy, Shadow Shaman will lose a game 0-8. He tried his best.
0, 8, and 10. The Shadow Shaman. I mean, Puppey is a master of the position 5s, but I'm not sure if even he is good enough to make the Shadow Shaman work in the current meta. It doesn't work here in this game 1, and 9 Pandas now have a lead in this elimination series.
Much, Captain SVG. Yeah, that was one of the freest Alchemist games I have seen in a long time. We have seen Ramses just farming up a storm, and it was very, very difficult for Team Secret to deal with that. And actually, the only time they did deal with it, it was because Alchemist done himself. But yeah, let's break this game down. I'm joined by Faith Beyond, by Purge, by Effie. Faith Beyond, this game, 9 Pandas, they just looked 7 steps ahead every single time.
Yeah, I mean, for 9 Panda, their lineup, I think they picked the most comfortable lineup for themselves. I mean, every role hero is like their most comfortable hero. And also for Secret, they are not like, they lost all 3 lanes and they lost team fight. It looks just no chance to come back.
Yeah, that was a really rough game. Not only was Alchemist completely unaddressed the entire game, it was just a great liking game. I mean, at the point that it came out in the draft, the solutions that came out afterwards in LC and Shaman and TB, those were not enough. And I don't feel like they dealt with it too much, because the reason why this Alchemist was untouched for so long was because there was so much map pressure coming out of the Lycan and coming out of the Storm Spirit. And of course, later on, after 9 Pandas fumbles the fight, because honestly it was a fumble, they chose to fight without their Storm Spirit. It was okay because Lycan just scales the Alchemist so well with the Wolf fight. And last point, let's not forget the beautiful itemization coming out of Ramses. The straight butterfly after his first couple of items in order to fight into the TV played out so nicely.
Yeah, when Alchemist got really good a couple, like 2 small patches ago, that was the build that I first saw him doing, was the Radiance and Butterfly, just because the evasion stacks so well. And this was literally the perfect game for it, because if you look at the left side, you've got Shadow Shaman wards, that's physical damage, you've got a TB right-clicking, you've got a Legion right-clicking, and a TA. That timing made him like practically invulnerable. So, and a lot of attack speed is cool, some armor from it, and he didn't buy an AC then, which allows Lycan to buy it, and you know, he doesn't get it reflected from the TB as well, so it was a perfect itemization. But for me, when I watch 9 Pandas, I feel like the story of their team, almost every game, is that their safe lane always goes at least decent. They pick solos, lane dominating hero right away. It's usually an Undying or an Enchantress or something like that. And then him and Ramses pretty consistently get at least 1 kill in this lane. Like the camera will pan up, they've like ran down some support who looked like he was kind of fine. They coordinate so well in that lane. And this game was the perfect example of that, because he just got so far ahead.
Yeah, and they didn't even kill support. They actually killed the Legion commander. So I believe it was even first blood. So it was a very strong start for them, and they kept being ahead every single step of the way. For our STC play analysis, we chose a moment in the game where we thought potentially it was a game-ending play in favor of 9 Pandas. It's when they wanted to go high ground, and when they decided to look for those kills, I mean, maybe Faith Beyond, maybe dive a little bit.
But they are just too strong right now, like Butterfly and Radiance. There's just no damage to kill this Alchemist. I mean, this fight looks so like dominant for 9 Panda.
He looked in danger, right, with the last like, oh yeah, TA there, 2 tier 4 towers, he melt strikes, hits him again, it's like no damage is dealt. Yeah, that fight is over.
And the thing is, TB did reach a point in this game where he was strong enough to fight this Alchemist when he had his Scotty, his Manta, his Daedalus, and MKB. The issue is all of the other cores on 9 Pandas were also very farmed. The Storm Spirit was very rich, and so was the Lycan, and the Lycan was enabling the Alchemist so well that TV alone could not be up to the task.
Yeah, he also did really good, at least in that top fight near the portals where 9 Pandas actually lost that fight. I watched how he played it on this clip through. He ran all his summons in, he attacked Legion once, he attacks Bat Rider once, and now they just don't get Blink Daggers for the start of the fight. So they lost that fight, but yeah, he played really good this game.
Strong showing from 9 Pandas in the opening game of the series. I do also want to talk about new hero. We don't see Shadow Shaman very often, and I don't just mean this event. For example, for Puppey, it's been 2 years since he played his last Shadow Shaman match before this one, and before that it was 2 years prior to that. And we could not think of the last time Purge we've seen Shadow Shaman, and now we know why.
I don't know if this game is the best example. I'm always a fan of underdog heroes personally, so it's hard for me to completely disparage the hero. But I feel like the last 2 years of patch cycles have been slightly slower than the previous. There hasn't been quite as much insane shakeup in hero-specific stuff. Obviously, the map changes were great, so I think that's part of the reason. But yeah, the hero's been in this like I'm slow but deal tons of damage period for a long time, and that's kind of hard to reconcile with other heroes that just are faster and in some ways just feel like they do better in lanes.
Nah, I'll disparage the hero, because picking Shaman when you see Lycan is so crazy. It's so crazy. If you wanted a Storm solution, you should have picked up, like if you were going to play your LC, you had the chance to go Sky plus LC, and that could have been your Storm solution. You could have gone Lion plus LC, you could have gone Lion plus Mars, and you could have flexed the Bat Rider to position 5. I feel like Secret's inability to flex this Bat to 5 really bit them in the rear end in this game, because there's no way Shaman gave them what they needed.
Yeah, I mean, from serious level to talk about this draft, Shadow Shaman definitely is a bad choice. They maybe should pick something like Phoenix to secure the team fight. But I honestly, I very appreciate and I respect Puppy's choice, because in this such big tournament, everybody is fighting for a lot of money, and he dared to pick a hero that no one pick, and he dared to try the new ideas. I think he's trying to like bring the beauty of the Dota to everyone. So I really respect Puppy.
Likewise, we're going to find out if he can force out a third game of this series in game number 2, as we will have to wait a tiny bit for that. So we're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it's more Dota 2 here at Riyadh Masters.
Despite his name, Solo has been surrounded by teammates for over a decade. His career started all the way back in 2012 in Moscow 5. Throughout the years, he's grown to be a household name within the Dota scene, but it wasn't always that way. His first few years of professional play weren't very successful, jumping from one Tier 2 Russian stack to another. Solo has outlasted many of his former teammates' professional careers, including BZZ, who's famous for his notorious Pugna set, as well as current member of the Eastern European talent team, Go Black. The first time he attended the International was in 2015 with Vega Squadron through the wildcard slot, but was ultimately knocked out by CDEC, who went on to place second at the event. This team featured both Nine Pasha and No One, who he went on to play with in one of the most well-known and legendary CIS rosters of all time, Virtus Pro. VP included players Ramses, No One, Nine Pasha, Lil, Solo, and later, Roger. Solo played with this team for 4 years and achieved numerous victories, including first at several majors, ESL 1 events, and summits. In spite of this, VP always seemed to fall at the International, only achieving 5th in their best attempt at the Aegis. Since then, he found little success in both Na'Vi and Hellraisers, but since 9 Pandas, it started to pick up. At age 32, he sees himself a bit like a dad of the team, captaining an 18, 19, 20, and 24-year-old. Can Solo raise his teammates towards their first trophy?
Here we are. The game just ended. Game 1. 9 Pandas crushed. I have a question for you.
Hello, I am the assistant coach for EG. They left me behind. Mom, if you see this video, please contact me on WhatsApp.
I didn't ask you a question. You just started going.
I really need help, Mom. Dad is fine too, but Mom preferably.
That's good. Anyway, this game, I don't care about that. This game just ended. I wanted to ask you.
Kind of a stomp a little bit, no?
Kind of a stomp. Who's the scarier boss? 9 Pandas, they've called Ramses the UFO boss because he kind of hovers around all of them. Puppy with the machetes. Who's the scarier boss, would you say, audience member?
So I think the easy answer obviously would be Puppy, right? But that's what idiots think, right? Because he has machetes because he loves the game and he has passion for it. And so ultimately he just wants the best for you, right? Whereas Ramses, the UFO boss, the difficulty that I always would find is that he might have a lot of last minute requests. He's the kind of boss that texts you at 4 a.m. going, where's my report? Which he's not talked to you about. And he's pinging you as well, like in real life, right? So I would say that Ramses is probably the scarier boss for a really nice mental health / work-life balance.
Right, and the pings are like the rays shooting out of the UFO.
Well, no, they're quite literally on Slack. In fact, he's doing it right now as I'm speaking to you.
Okay, speaking of slacking, we're going to send this one back to the panel.
Just the Slacks.
With Shiver.
Ah, shit.
Yep. There's no slacks here. Sorry, guys. What there is here is some Dota 2 that we're gonna watch. 9Panda's Team Secret, and yeah, maybe Ramses is the scarier boss. It's definitely the scarier boss for Team Secret right here, because Ramses in their first game on his Alchemist was the dominating force that led 9Pandas to victory. And we're gonna see if Team Secret has a better answer in game number 2. It could just be in a best of 3. You know, game 1, you can, if you really want to, you can try things out, experiment. Didn't work, so now they gotta decide on where to go next. They've had 2 days to come up with a plan to deal with 9Pandas here, Purge, and the first plan did not work. Down on to plan B.
Yeah, it didn't work so good. I mean, I think some of their heroes were fine. Maybe the Shaman definitely had a big issue in the laning stage. I mean, Puppey, he did a bunch of trading at first. He teleported back to his tier 1, then he stood around for about a minute. I assume that was what he felt was necessary in the moment, but if that was the case, then clearly it's very different than all the other 5s we've seen. So that Shaman kind of messed up the laning stage a little bit. It was successful in some other cases where they locked down the Lycan when he tried to run away, but yeah, drafting is the minimum that needs to change.
The minimum that needs to change, as we are moments away from getting the draft started. And of course, 9Pandas is also going to look at that game. They must be pretty happy with the way things went in that game 1. However, there's a high chance that we have a little bit of a change up in terms of who gets first pick, who gets second pick, and therefore they also need to look at what they are planning on doing. They of course went for the Undying, the first phase. They banned out the Monkey King Enigma. Do you think Phase Beyond they'll do the same thing this time around?
Yeah, I mean, for 9Panda, they will be confident about their about their strategy. And actually, for Secret, I think the opening is quite well. I think they just need to adjust what they pick after the first phase.
Well, here we go. Adjusting what they need to pick. Team Secret will want to adjust quite a bit, or maybe they felt like Shadow Shaman was the main reason why Terrorblade came online only a little bit later. We have the same opening bans, of course. We knew Broodmother was going to get removed. Team Secret banned out Doom in the previous game as well in the first phase. We're about to find out if that's what they want to do again. And 9Pandas has said it was Enigma that they banned out together with the Monkey King.
Maybe Secret should take out Undying.
They did?
Okay, because most teams that go up against 9Pandas will take out this Undying because it's the hero that enables these Alchemist picks for Ramses. In the last game, Alchemist went completely untouched because of the free lane that was provided to him by Solo, so I think this is a much better approach. Doom is easier to deal with than this Undying lane secure.
And it just stabilizes so many stages of the game too. It's like the lane goes good, and then when Grab Ally comes in, you're just saving people against so many powerful abilities. Like no matter what you're against, like that 2-second save against duel or stuns is really impactful.
But why pick first phase Batrider then, when you know that now 9Pandas could just get Doom Enchantress if they want, and
or Doom Oracle.
Or Doom Oracle. And it's just, I don't feel like does Batrider deserve the first pick here, Phase Beyond? Like, do you see the value that Team Secret sees in it?
Or maybe they just don't want like 9Panda played Batrider, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a reason maybe.
No, it's just Secret's hero. Like, this is Yamash's most successful hero this tournament, and every team that's gone up against Secret has banned it out. Instead of the Enigma, it's been mostly a Monkey King plus Batrider ban. But I like that 9Pandas recognize that this Batrider is easily exploitable, because last game showed us that they were unwilling to flex it to position 5, which makes it so that the lockdown issue can be very difficult for the enemy team. So they exploited that last game by picking Storm in the first phase, and they did it again in this phase.
Yeah, and they moved Skywrath Mage up in priority this time around. Skywrath is one of Antara's signature heroes, so they're going to be pretty happy having that one under their belt as well.
He played really good last game. His silences were very impactful at many stages of the game. All of his ultimates were like maximum damage, so definitely makes sense to pick it. It beats Shadow Shaman in lane, so it's obviously a good hero.
Yeah. No other hero has ever done that in the history of Dota 2.
No, he did it.
He did it. All right, so we got Templar Assassin coming out again. Armel did struggle a little bit in the lane against the Storm Spirit in terms of last hits, but he was able to catch up. Templar Assassin is a hero that even if your lane is not going as well as, for example, Nisha's Templar Assassin yesterday against the Storm Spirit, TA is always able to catch up in the jungle with stacks, with farm.
But that concerns me a little bit. I hope when I see this TA that it can be more flexible than just the mid lane answer, because when Nisha played it versus Quinn, it looked like the correct choice because of how much he just destroyed that lane. Whereas Kiyotaka did fine on the lane. He was leading in CS actually. Yeah, TA had more denies, and once he was level 5, you felt the pressure being turned up on the Storm Spirit, but it feels like Kiyotaka is too confident in this matchup for this TA to be the solution. And that's the concern that I have. What do you think about it, Faithgun? About this TA versus Storm for Secret.
I think it's pretty good. Last game, TA pretty fat. I think it's just they need someone to connect with TA, like pressure with TA or like making space for TA. I think last game it's just because Secret lost to sideline so hard. So TA had a very bad game.
So what kind of heroes do you think can enable this TA? Like supports that rotate to mid lane to take the tower, or supports that just win the side lanes?
I think either you can win a lane, so TA can just pressure this side of the map, or either you are very strong in team fight and you can wait for like 10 minutes when you have level 6, and when TA have some items and you go in with TA to push some tower or something. Yeah.
I see.
Well, we got the same bans coming out of Nine Pandas here with the Darkseer and the Bloodseeker, and previously they added the Naga Siren to that as well. Team Secret is a little bit of a change up though, because previously they banned out the Medusa, Drow and Morphling, and now they are focusing more on, well, we did see Miero's Lycan being very strong, and Miero's Beastmaster is also one of his strong ones. They also add the Slark to that, and it will be an Enchantress ban actually by Nine Pandas coming out there, and they pick up the Elder Titan.
Yeah, the key difference in Secret's bans are just that last game, Nine Pandas had the Undying, which would have enabled the Medusa and the Drow Ranger on lane. So this time around, Team Secret respect the pressure that a summons hero brought to this opener. Lycan versus this opener that they presented was too much. So they take out Miero's other summoner hero in the Beastmaster, and they take out Slark for security because it's just a great hero versus both TA and Batrider.
Okay, so previously in this position, Team Secret picked up their offlaner and their position 5, saving their last pick for the carry.
I mean, Medusa's kind of cool on Team Secret as well, because like both Sky does have a lot of raw damage, but a lot of it comes from his amplification of his third skill. Elder Titan has a lot of amplification as well. Medusa just doesn't care about those. I don't know if we'll see it here, but it's kind of a cool mechanics thing.
Do you like the clockwork?
That looks pretty solid. He can lane decently well against either Sky or ET, so he gives them matchup potentials there to help stabilize lanes, and initiation to either set up against Storm or counter-initiate, that kind of thing. Break up the team fights, basically.
I feel a little bit worried about this clockwork, because I think this hero will not like help you to winning lane very hard, and also no team fight. I think they have to pick something like Silencer or like at least Shadow Demon to make a save in team fight. It will make the team fight easier.
So Bat Core then?
Yeah, Bat.
Look at that win-loss, 6-19. But Puppy did have some wins on the hero. But yeah, this is one of his preferred heroes.
So FBC clock then. Have we seen core clocks before, or do you want to have a core back?
I think it's an FBZ Batrider, which I'm glad they did, because this is one of the better ways to flex since they don't play it to 5, but it's a way to exploit the ET on lane. Clockwork as a hero does shut down ET, because ET can't really cast his spells when he's being battery assaulted. Also, for around big team fight areas, Ron Roche, your job as the clock is to rocket flare, find the ET, and get on top of him so that his impact isn't there in team fights. But it wouldn't have been enough. If you put this Batrider on lane with him, though, you can actually kill this ET over and over, and it's not so scary of a laner anymore if he's just feeding to your Batrider.
I feel Nine Panda is, again, so comfortable in this draft because actually they open with Storm and Sky before twice, and their strategy is very simple. Like we pick a support with teamfight, and we pick a tanky offlane. After they pick Storm and Sky, they pick Doom and Silencer once, and another time is Lycan and ET. So in this game, it's the same strategy. Like they just have a tanky offlane and have a teamfight support. So it's too comfortable for them.
Because we see this Timbersaw now, you could actually flex this TA to the safe lane to play against the Timbersaw and maybe pick another hero for Armo. But it seems like Secret, or rather 9Pandas, have a read that they're going to play the TA mid anyway. But I really like TA as a hero versus Timbersaw these days. It feels like every time I've seen it in this tournament, it's been so effective on lane against it.
Yeah, it has. I'm mostly worried for Team Secret because if they're picking Chen to like group and push, the Timber reaction is kind of perfect. Just the tanky guy that can frontline, make it hard to get killed when you're defending your towers. So just feels like 9Pandas has had a upper hand in almost all phases of this game.
Well, let's see what the teams want to round this out with. We got the Alchemist Band together with the Naga Siren by Team Secret.
There's still Juggernaut, which is one of Ramses' most played.
I think Juggernaut's a great pick versus Batrider and Clock on lane. It's a way to just get farm and put yourself out of harm's way in most cases, and it's one of Ramses' most played heroes, so I think they're comfortably looking at that. It's also just very solid against TA.
I feel so hard to pick a hero for Secret here. I just feel you have to win lane very hard, and you also have to offer some team fight for your team.
Then would you like to have the Templars as a mid, or do you want to pick a mid still? Or does it not make it easier?
I think maybe...
Oh.
Okay, Ursa. Oh.
1 win, 4 losses. Not the greatest tournament for Ursa so far, but we have seen him shine at times.
I feel very hard this lane, because Sky and Timber will just keep like cast a skill on you, and it's very hard to lane for Ursa.
They have a Chen at least, so there's a little bit more regen than normal, and maybe he can get lucky and get a heal creep. That could help stabilize his early game. But yeah, he's gonna get beat up a lot before the Cornucopia purchase.
Yeah, I don't know. The Ursa looks pretty cool for the first 25 minutes of the game or 30 minutes, and then if it loses one fight, it falls off entirely quickly. And when the enemy carry is scaling and buys a nullifier eventually, the hero feels useless. So the way to play this draft for Secret is they're playing on that early rush timing and the Chen pressure, and they're hoping that they don't allow 9Pandas to reach the late game. But for that to happen, 9Pandas have to have weak lanes, but their lanes don't really seem that weak. Like, yeah, it looks like the ET's going to have a hard time versus bot with Clockwork, but Storm's going to do fine mid, and Timbersaw's going to have a good time against Ursa, even though Ursa's a traditional counter. Timbersaw can just spam out, like we mentioned already.
And that gives them some nice control with the TB pick. They didn't really have the best like casual disables against the Ursa before this, but the TB is going to be just straight up reliable carry, kind of hard to kill. It looks good.
It also counters Templar Assassin, right?
Well, let's find out what's going to happen in the game. But first, before anything else, I want to find out what Heat is thinking about this draft.
Hi, Heen. Good to be here. Good to hear from you here. So I got to ask, game 1, they kind of snowballed early game. What are the adjustments you made in the draft for this game so they don't snowball on you?
Oh, the first game, I think if our top lane didn't go so poorly, we thought it was an easy game, but obviously, you know, the top lane snowballed into bottom lane, and things didn't go well, so we banned Undying this time around. I mean, I banned Luna too, third phase, because like we thought the game was already kind of in the bag. So this game, taking a different approach, similar draft kind of, but yeah, we haven't changed much.
Okay, final question before I let you go. The Ursa, a lot of people are questioning this hero's viability. What makes this a good Ursa game?
Well, nowadays people are picking a lot of flex heroes, and in this case we saw that Timber was off lane for sure, and I'm sure like he might not trash the Timber, but I think in the game You just want the comfort of knowing whoever you lasso or like go on is going to die 100%.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to go to Avery and Capitalist.
Always great to be able to hear from the coaches in particular. Heen, big fan of that guy. Just a nice, humble coach. Always has a lot of great things to say analytically. Always a pleasure to be able to hear his insight into the games. Do you know that I used to cast sometimes with Heen way back in the day, Avery?
That explains why it took him a while to get his career going.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to finally retire from coaching and come back to casting. Replace your ass.
You think I'm going to dignify that with a response?
Welcome everybody to game 2 of 9 Pandas versus Team Secret. And what I really liked about hearing from that little interview with Heen was the fact that he openly admitted they really didn't change that much. And a big part of the reason that game 1 fell apart from their perspective was the fact that their lanes, particularly their off lane, which they thought they should have gone better, it didn't go well, and it snowballed into the other side lane, and then you've lost 2 side lanes when you thought you were going to be winning, at least one of them. And it creates a very different idea for the game. Did you see that game 1 the same way that he did, Avery?
Well, not 100%. I mean, you never see it 100% the same way that the players and the teams are going to see their understanding of the lineups, right? Because they've been screaming with heroes. They know what's working for them. They have an idea of how it's going to pan out, even from the first waves.
Yeah.
So I think it's, I'm humble enough to admit I'm not going to see the same things they are for their lineups. I think that game, there were more team fight issues than the laning. Like, I don't even know if the laning was that bad for Secret. I just feel like you're going into the fight with a dual-based lineup into the Tombstone, and that was just very rough, right? We've seen this dying versus the Legion so many times. It's tough on the laning phase and it's tough in the fights. It just doesn't get much better, especially with that E-Blade coming out on Antares later on. It just seemed like a hard fight to get initiations on. And of course, the Alchemist just had Omega free farm. So that's probably the portion that Secret weren't happy with. That Ramses got so much in that game 1 and was just absolutely untouched. And they're going to try and create some more pressure in this type of situation, because Clock Batrider can definitely take it to a double melee lane, especially one with an Elder Titan who can't fight the Clock, and a Terrorblade who's susceptible to getting all in with some Firefly timings. So if you're Secret, you really want this offlane to just be explosive here, get you into the mid game in a solid position where you have a lot more initiation power that's reliable. The shard traps can help you on the follow-up, and then ideally you're getting objectives for Crystallis on the Ursa that's getting accelerated by the Chen. If that all comes together, I can see this lineup working a lot better than maybe how they envisioned game 1.
Yeah, even better if they can win their safe lane as well, which is the Ursa versus Timbersaw matchup. Now, this is not a strict counter in the laning phase. Timbersaw can actually do pretty well, especially when he's got a 4 position that really pumps out damage, and they could just kind of always keep the Ursa low. We'll see whether or not the Chen is able to offset that, as they talked about a heal creep, or just, any sort of lane dominating creep would be a fantastic way to give Crystallis a little bit more of a free time here.
This is still a lane I expect 9 Pandas to win over time. Unless you get a sick creep spawn, which also shouldn't be that easy, as you can just spam regen to make sure you body block the camp here.
Yeah, Antares has been really, really persistent when it comes to this matchup against Puppey and blocking away the easy camp. He's just not letting Puppey have anything to play with here in the jungle, which he is usually so proficient at doing.
It's just going to be Penitence and some blood grenades to try and boost him through the support battle. It's one of those matches where I think you could almost consider a Blight Orb purchase, as weird as that sounds. However, Puppey is the Chen master, so I trust his decision-making in this regard.
Yeah, but Chen's going to be in trouble here. Beautiful flame break, though. Pushing back Ramses, as those meta hits were going to be crucial for gaining that first blood bounty for 9 Pandas. But good interception there. Well played by FBZ.
This lane is struggling for Secret right now. FBZ is definitely getting taken advantage of in the first portion of this laning phase by Ramses, who is 15-5 to his 6-0. Opening up a very large gap with the Demon here, befitting his name.
Got to put that 666 to use somewhere here. And Solo's even going to be able to get the Lotus. So, as you said, very good signs. The CS, I mean, not only is Ramses walking away with a huge lead, but FBZ is way far behind any of the other cores in this game. So, definitely a concerning start, maybe a continual problem for Team Secret. The fact that they think that their offlane is going to win. And if you continue to lose in those sort of matchups, your idea of what was going to happen immediately outside the laning phase becomes a little bit more weirder, a little bit more unpredictable. And as a result, they may not be able to gain ground where they thought they were going to be able to. Armel still continues to do pretty well against Kiyotaka when it comes to this pure 1v1. It isn't being clearly out like won by one person or the other, but Armel is persistently having an advantage in farm.
He's going to have Puppey make a soft rotation behind as well, trying to amp the pressure up. He has Frost Armor going to work, guarantees a man fight win here. It's going to force Antares to base. Secret really want to collapse on this Storm right now. Even Yamich was looking. They just don't have the best supports to run in unless it's just everybody pushing the wave in and diving together.
Well, if he doesn't get a bottle refill, he may be just pushed out of lane passively as is.
Yeah, this is nice regardless. You're at least creating some pressure, giving some XP to FBZ, who really needs the levels here as he went early Napalm. So you kind of want 2 points in Firefly to look for the all-in on the Terrorblade. And it'll be a refill back in the mid for Kiyotaka, who desperately needs it here. Pretty much a forced move by Antares, which opens up a little space top. You're not going to pressure Miro too much here, but it's space for Crystallis to at least catch up on the Ursa. Overall,
yeah, if you had like a stun or a
bad.
slow, maybe you could kill the Timbersaw with an Ursa, but...
This matchup's just so rough for Chen. Yeah. Like, this is one of the most miserable offlaners to play against this Chen, because you just don't have much positive interaction versus him. Like, later on, it's not too bad. You have a bunch of heals, you sustain the fight. The Penitence is good for bursting the Timbersaw. It's just in the lane phase, it's usually been a very one-sided affair. And Miro will be able to play this lane 1v2 pretty reliably, which will free up Antares to roam bottom and look for the kills with the meta.
And looks like they're going to have one here. Yamich is slowly ticking out to the blood grenade. Antares will finally claim the first blood.
Yeah, didn't even need the meta to join that. Nice little pickup for the Skywrath mage. Getting the first blood will reward his roaming. Kiyotaka fighting some wolves here to try and get to his level 6, as that mid lane has become impossible. Puppey even roaming back to mid. They want to pressure with this catapult, trying to abuse the fact that the Storm Spirit has left the lane. This is a pressure point for Secret. You can force Kiyotaka back here before he's 6. Maybe you even get a kill off that with the 3-man dive. Secret are really playing for it right now. Gotta remember, every time you do this, you're giving up pressure on the side lanes, and 9 Pandas are up in that tempo as they're pushing both cores deep here.
Kiyotaka was not able to get level 6 off of the jungle, so he's going to TP in. There may be a small little moment here where they can go for the kill. It's going to be close, but he gets a creep kill, and that is enough to get him to 6 and away from danger. Chrysalis, meanwhile, is in some trouble as the tri-lane's going to come his way as a response to Team Secret in the mid lane. He is solo, and he will die.
Oh, what you would have done to have a glyph on that dive play, right? Be able to glyph that wave aggressively, and it's a guaranteed Kiyotaka kill. Instead, he gets just enough XP out of the jungle to make a late level 6 timing. Definitely Armel getting the better of him. However, he's done a decent job to survive here without feeding that kill away and protecting his tower off that catapult push that Secret really wanted something out of, because now their supports are a little under-leveled. And of course, you left the bear alone, and anytime you do that, Crystallis is very susceptible up here.
Especially now that it's a level 6 Timbersaw, it gets even worse. Fighting over the Wisdom Runes, solo, are you going to give up a lot of HP in order to try and secure this? Even then, there is a little bit of mini stuns that might be enough. No, solo gets the Wisdom Rune, and they'll kill Yamich for it. So, a trade-off that definitely fits to 9 Panda's advantage. 2,000 net worth lead now.
And FBZ had to take the other one, so one of these supports on Secret, actually both of them pretty much, as they're both only 3.5, are going to be fairly sad here. I think Puppey can catch up in the jungle, but Yamich is going to have a very slow game on this Clockwork. Last in net worth and pretty much last in experience. A rough place for this hero to be in.
Yeah, this has been a very awkward development for Team Secret. And you said it, their numbers on their cores is quite good, but I'm seeing a pattern here where their supports sometimes struggling in the laning phase, fall behind, and there is still this factor we talked about a lot maybe a few months ago, where if you start falling behind in the laning phase as a support and you don't get your Wisdom Rune, it gets really rough out there. You're going to be minute 12, 13, still not having your ultimate.
Yeah, it's like you're playing Shadow Shaman or something.
Yeah.
That's never a good sign. They will get some Ancient stacks up from the clock, so maybe you can get some XP back that way. That's your best route when everything else gets denied. Puppey's just watching his towers go down. I mean, the Chen is also not amazing when you're the ones getting pushed. You'd rather be doing the pushing instead. Charging up that Ogre Smash.
Is he going to go for the deny here, or is his teammates going to try and rotate over and help him out? Armel is nearby. Just what is the Templar Assassin going to do? The smash goes down. And the tower attempted the deny, and sadly the Bruiser didn't do quite enough damage.
Did you know that Ogre Smash is one of the only abilities in Dota with the punctuation in the spell name?
It has an exclamation point.
That's right, it's not Ogre Smash, it's Ogre Smash! So say
I also
properly.
didn't know it did percentage-based damage.
Well, yeah, because no one can ever land this spell in an actual fight. So if you somehow manage to, you should be rewarded.
Well, then it should be way more than 8%.
I mean, 8% is a lot for like a random ogre. You can get like 4 of them too. What if you hit someone with all 4?
Then that's just the play of the century. You should do like 20%.
Well, if
you get 4 of them, it should be guaranteed kill if you land 4 of those in a row.
With that. It's a stacking debuff that eventually just instantly kills you. And if there's one player I would expect to be able to pull something like that off, is Puppey, the ultimate Chen player, over a decade of playing this hero. Do you know what the #1 player-hero combination is in Dota, Cap? All time.
Every single time this is a bait, but I'm going to say it's Puppey and Chen.
Incorrect. You got baited again. It is the FY Rubik, I believe. But I believe Puppey is #2. Now, those stats are a little misleading because it depends which tournaments you include or not. But the point of this entire rant that is probably incorrect is that Puppey has played a crap ton of Chen over every patch imaginable. And in an elimination game, he busts it out again. His signature hero.
I wonder if there's ever been a patch where he didn't play Chen at all.
I don't think so.
There has to be 1 or 2 out there. So sometimes Chen was really bad.
So his Chen is damn impressive. And he's going to have to jungle his way to some levels with the medallion to get that ball going for Secret. Tier 1 tower eventually fell to Miro. It's going to collapse the map a little bit as they can't get a push going of their own. Again, Ramsey's just staying on this safe lane. One of 9 Panda's favorite moves, just stay on all 3 lanes, limit where you can go, be reactive in the fights. Kiyotaka flirting with danger, but of course he has the regen here to pump up all that mana back. And all 3 cores for 9 Pandas having a pretty free game as FBZ has been pushed down to catch-up duty here.
Yeah, once again, they have a pretty large net worth lead off the laning phase, but this time they don't have an Alchemist to boost those numbers artificially.
Which feels, I guess, better for Secret.
Well, I was going to say it's even better for 9 Pandas.
Numbers-wise, yes, but the Alchemist is not going to... The Terrorblade will not accelerate as fast as the Alchemist.
That's true. It won't be an explosive, like, I am so much stronger than you, I'm ending the game now sort of feel.
I mean, this hero still accelerates pretty damn fast. You can still do objectives, so it's something Secret have to think about. And my biggest concern is just the Batrider. Like, are you going to eventually find momentum for him? This looks a little tough for Kiyotaka. Surprised he's the one doing the Ancients here out of all 3 cores.
Well, it's keeping his levels up. He went from struggling to get level 6 in lane to now being level 10 at 11 minutes in.
Man, Ancients are a hell of a drug here in Dota 2. It seems like the more you abuse them, the better chances you have of winning a game.
I will say that we casted the Liquid series, right, against Game of Gladiators. They put Templar Assassin Nisha 2 times in a row. Hold up, Miro. He's going to be chased here. He's going to get another Timber Chain. Didn't actually take him very far.
Yeah,
that's
that was
awkward.
a little short.
Yeah, he should be clean because as long as he gets max range Timber Chains, they don't have any disables to stop him.
This is a very slow game from Secret. 0 kills at the 12-minute mark. They're going to push out a Boots of Travel for the Batrider. I mean, this is an item that's going to help you catch up and farm on the map. Pretty much a necessity for FBC here. It's still just going to limit their aggressive potential playmaking ability, especially since they just got 6 on Yamich. So you do have Hookshot online.
Finally, but look at Kiyotaka farming right in front of you.
And it will be a Midas for Ramsey. So we were talking about, okay, you don't have to play against Alchemist. He's not going to accelerate as fast. Well, never mind. He is Alchemist now. And there are those top player hero combinations.
I love how 3 of them are Rubik.
Well, everybody likes playing Rubik.
Also a hero that's routinely good in the meta. Steal spells. What could go wrong?
I mean, that's why I think the Puppey one's so impressive. This guy played like 250 professional games of Chen. That's just...
Again, masochistic, like playing Shadow Shaman.
That's like a medical problem or something. Yeah. I think by the 100th game of Chen, there's either something wrong with you or there is now, you know, there's no way around it. That's just, like I said, masochistic at a certain point. That's why I respect it here. Puppy is willing to get down and dirty for the wins. He'll play anything, he'll do it all. Once more throwing himself into the gauntlet here. What is a difficult Chen game, because you have to play into the Timbersaw, fairly good at dealing with you. You have to play into the Elder Titan, a hero that provides a lot of area control and can counteract some of the auras.
Hookshot not going to be able to get the cogs pushed back, which allows Kiyotaka to jump away. Great response from Antari's, very ready for that initiation.
He's just standing here, man. He knows there's no threat on him in this game. Very limited lockdown potential. It is pretty much only that hookshot cog in the lasso. There is no other threat for the cores on the map right now, and that is why you're seeing a big 0 up there, as Team Secret have yet to find a kill. That is their last tier 1 as well, so you give up this tower mid. You're just susceptible to getting your lanes pushed in from the Terrorblade Illusions while he's farming with a Midas. You can't pressure him, you can't get the lanes in, you're losing map
you can't
control.
kill the Illusions for free or anything like that. They don't have an easy way to push the lanes back out.
I mean, you better hope your scale is good, right? Because you're not getting much else in this game.
Well, speaking of scale, Armel is going to forsake some of his own scale for a faster pace with the Blink Dagger.
This is an extra lockdown tool. I think that's why they really feel like they need it. Because I can tell you, Armel and FBZ, they're from Southeast Asia, man. They don't like the fact that they cannot kill right now. He's going to force the issue.
Almost able to get it, but
the
it heals. He might die to the Mystic Flare. The Chen heal goes off. The cogs push back. Is that going to be enough? The Invis, Armel, he's trying to stay alive. The reflection is not quite killing him, and he will stay up. Even the Spirit putting a bit of damage on him. Somehow Yamich wants away with like 20 HP. All of Team Secret will live, and they did kill the Storm Spirit for them.
They finally found that hook shot into the lasso on the right target, man. He almost got solo here. That would have been a lot of extra XP, and you're not tanking this ult on the turnaround. He barely dodged it. That is right on the edge of an Earth Splitter, and to the limit on this reflection. Frost armor from Puppy definitely paid off in this fight.
Oh yeah, big time.
Able to get a big turnaround with Crystallis connecting. Time Pandas find nothing there. The power of the Chen, he saved 2 heroes on 1 hit with that Frost armor, man.
Very nice.
Give the MVP to the little ogre here. That's the face of a champion.
Terrifying.
Solar Crest done. So these Chen auras are pumping up right now. This is, I think, why Puppy's Chen is so good. He understands how to play the early game with this hero. Now, obviously, not a lot happened with it, but I think his understanding of how to scale with the hero and what it does for your team in the mid and late games is really on point. So that is one of the factors here. Secret are going to probably have to push this game late and just go through the
Oh! That was quite the ringer. He just ran 9 pandas through. Dodged all of the moves from Kiyotaka. TP's out, created a ton of space instead of dying. And Secret will get the Roshan off of that.
Yeah, Penitence with a crap ton of auras here. So really accelerate what was a slow early game for Secret, putting Crystallis in a position where suddenly he has Aegis, he has Battle Fury, and he almost has Blink and 100 gold. This Ursa can get really active in the fights, and he has pretty good targets to jump on. He has, in theory, 3 good core matchups, right? I think the Terrorblade one's fine. At least historically, it's been pretty good for Ursa. You just jump on him, even if he sunders you, you still have the Fury swipes up. You just keep laying into him. Yeah. The Storm Spirit one is great once you have the Abyssal on Ursa. It's one of the few carries who can instantly lock him down and burst him. And of course, the Timbersaw one speaks for itself. So if Crystallis gets big here, I feel like this is like that Skeeter game we saw yesterday where the Ursa matchups are quite good. It's just what happens if you get to a point where suddenly you're getting kited out. Ursa does have its limits here, particularly Nullifier if it comes out later on the Terrorblade. And 4 stabs for the 9 Panda supports are a big piece as well if they can eventually get to him, which Solo has a drum queued up and Antares does have a 4 stab queued up. So you really want to use this Ursa's window where you can jump on these cores and secure the kills as soon as it's available. And that means gearing up to put everything into your Templar Assassin and Ursa here. Going to be utilities and auras.
Got him on the lasso. Pull back, hook shot. Oh, the hook shot didn't land, but either way, there was the silence to follow it up, so they would not have been able to kill Kiyotaka. Again, just not enough disables from enough sources. The single target silence is ruining their combo setup from Team Secret.
You have to keep in mind these trap silences, though. That shard is up, so
that's true. They're going to put a Fuse onto Antares here as he tries to run up the high ground here, and range goes off. Chrysalis is going to be stalled up a little bit by the sleep. Miro is going to charge forward. Armel's a bit low. Puppey trying to protect him with the Solar Crest. The magic damage, though, should be enough. Armel's going to die before the shot can come out from the Mel. The silence, once again, is going to play out for another kill. Beautiful
Crystal
stuff.
is going back in. He has Aegis here.
Oh, he is going to die. Ramses. Can he and Miro take down Chrysalis? He's going to try and get to the edge of the cliff here. Hop down. There's a haste rune waiting for him, but he can't get there out in time. Team Secret will end up losing both of their carries.
Ursa will hurl his body off the cliff in desperation, but it's not enough. As Timber saw Miro just cleaning up the backline, just runs the Chen down, forces out a Hand of God to try and save the Templar Assassin. Still not enough there. Armel just needs more survivability here. And Arcane Rune for Kiyotaka definitely pushes this fight over the edge for 9 Panda. Still, he ended up getting picked off by that silence duration on the trap.
Yeah. No, that shard is definitely paid off. The Blink Dagger was the item that did not pay off in this fight.
That is absolutely true, as Crystallis just has to put this team fight on his back. Basically sacrifices everything to try and find the big core kills, and even then cannot get out. So 9 Panda's happy to walk away from that fight, at least on Ramses, getting a lot of experience out of that. He is level 15 now, highest in the game, and continuing to put that Midas to work.
Big boy.
These are going to be some high damage cores from 9 Pandas. You can't really just go on one and expect to win the fight. You're going to have to get through at least 2. Another big pickoff on Kiyotaka, however.
Yeah, Kiyotaka isn't having the same kind of free game that he had in game 1.
Ramses looks a little sad about that one.
Yeah. You know, he's a big Kiyotaka fan. It makes him sad to see him die. Nice hook shot. Cox pushed back once again on Miro. Tried to go for the Timber Chain and TP out, but he was too far away from the trees.
I thought for a second maybe the Flame Break pushed him farther away before the Timber Chain, but I think he got it out first. He just missed. Another big core pickoff for Secret here.
Oh, they're going to go straight for the Tormentor. Tormentor and Wisdom Rune. This is a very efficient move. Getting 2 core kills like this and taking away these sort of resources. Oh, that's going to feel very good. Yamich is going to get a little jetpack off of that Tormentor.
And you shut down so much of the Storm Spirit's momentum, which means the timing that Kiyotaka has to get to some sort of survivability in this game just went down by a large degree, which means once you get to this bash on the Ursa and the BKBs on your cores, maybe some more burst damage on Armel, suddenly the Storm Spirit is not that big a threat in the fight, and your ability to just take him down instantly with a small committal goes up tremendously, which is exactly what Secret want. Just create a situation where the burst is as easy to execute as possible here. 200 matches, 70 minutes, think we'll beat it? Probably not. I think this game is going to end decisively around that 40 or 50 minute mark.
Yeah, either the Terrorblade is going to be too big to handle for Team Secret, or they're going to be able to break him down and the Ursa TA will triumph. Blink away. FBZ could not get the blink out in time. Kiyotaka hits him with the ball lightning damage before it happens, and now they give up Yamich as well. So immediately bouncing back after a bit of an awkward setup there in the top lane where they lost a lot. 9 Pandas immediately get a double kill, and they'll turn it into a tier 2 tower potentially.
Secret finished the Deso on Armel, and they're finishing the BKB on Crystallis, so they'll get a little net worth on their cores. As Ramses punches down this mid tower, didn't even have to use meta. Make sure you use that Midas though, son.
It is funny how much
Midas.
I feel like when Ramses is involved,
the Midas.
It's coming. When he's involved, I feel like moves very rarely go wrong for 9 Pandas. You know what I mean? When he decides like, hey, I've hit a timing, I'm gonna jump in here. You're really on the edge of your seat about that Midas, huh?
What were you saying?
Well, nothing. I was just talking about the game.
Well, Team Secret are gonna smoke here. They're looking for the fight. No BKB on FBZ yet. Just feels a little bad. He'll find a very good target to start on.
Oh, and they're going to get more off of this one. A jump in from long range. Yamich is going to go for Antares while they try and catch Miro, but they use all of their stunts up. So now they have to content themselves with the other support, but even then, that might not happen. Soul's going to buy back because Ramsey's joining in this fight with this Scotty. Yamich is going to be left behind. As long as Team Secret can get the rest of their heroes out, it should be fine. Blink Dagger away from Chrysalis, and he does have a BKB.
Kiyotaka getting all his mana back on these jumps.
Lane break, push back. Crystal's is eventually going to have to use that BKB defensively. Not what he wanted.
Definitely not out of this first usage. Secret will get pushed back. They do get that buyback on a solo.
Yeah, something small.
It is a victory. FBZ will get bottom lane
is insane, man. He just uses all of his mana to dive past a tier 2 like that.
I mean, he wants the MVP. He didn't get the MVP. The Frost Mage will walk it off here.
I thought you were saying he wants like the MVP at the end of the game. He wants his name on the screen.
He always wants that, right?
I'm not sure if using all of your mana on Storm Spirit is a way to get that MVP. We've seen that go wrong a few times for Kiyotaka in the past. But sometimes it goes really right.
He's definitely had his ups and downs. I think this tournament has been slightly more down for him than we're used to. Maybe he just set the bar way too high. At Berlin and Dream League, he was just popping off, so everybody expecting great things right now from Kiyotaka.
I mean, there's just always the downside of having an aggressive player, right? Sometimes he'll win you games single-handedly. Sometimes he'll slip up and lose you the advantage that you had. And I think it's interesting, the setup. Nine Pandas is one of those teams where Ramses is definitely the hardcore lockdown, the stable carry. He does make some mistakes, but very rarely, I think. I think most of his moves are all, like, good. Kiyotaka is like the overperformer who does flashy things, so sometimes loses life. But you got other teams like Gaming Gladiators as an example where we talk about Duraccio being the aggressive one from the carry position.
It's more common to have it on the mid.
Yeah, certainly.
FBC's gonna TP in here.
Wait, what's he doing here? He's got a BKB.
He's
they
got
want to be able
backup.
to take this fight. Kiyotaka has no mana. That's why they're going to jump after him, especially with the hook shot that it lands. As long as that lands, they're going to be good to go on this Storm Spirit kill. They get him, they get Antares. So, Skywrath Mage, good turnaround. FBZ making the right call there and boxing into the fight that the rest of his team was rotating for.
And BKB finished from the back, giving him the confidence to do that. Deso charges now flowing in for Armel. Another big Storm pickoff that's gonna slow down all the momentum Nine Pandas are trying to build in this game, especially with the timings Ramses is trying to hit. This Kiyotaka aggression you were talking about has not worked out in this game too, as he is 1-4 and not found a lot.
Oh, the Yule Scepter stopping him.
He's in trouble.
He blinks away. Fortunately, he got the refraction off before the Yules, so.
If that stop lands, you know Ramses is walking over and beating you down. This is fighting for that next Roshan, which is really important for Secret's game plan here. They need it on the Ursa. They need it with this Chen lineup.
Yeah, you have an Ursa and TA lineup. Like, both of those heroes are we must get Roshan. If they were ever to lose Roshan in this game, feels like the momentum is going to completely go out of their sails. A smoke up. Nine Pandas.
They have great vision on this fight.
Big opportunity. They're going to jump first once again on Kiyotaka, but where's the follow-up? Disabled to get it. Kiyotaka had a jump, but he didn't go very far away.
Got out.
Somehow he lives through that damage, but Yamich with the long-range hook shot, it's still not enough. But Armel, he jumps after him. Kiyotaka still had another zip away. Meanwhile, Ramsey's struggling to keep heroes on top of him right now, despite this Scotty. Kiyotaka is going to turn around, control up, they get the Sunder. That is Armel maybe falling, and Kiyotaka lives through it all.
Secret just botched that initiation. There's no way around it. There's absolutely no reason why Kiyotaka should be alive right now. They had full vision on them running in, and he messed up the first jump bad. Something just went wrong in terms of chaining the stuns or getting the burst damage out there.
And they had so many extra opportunities, too. None of it was enough, and now Team Secret, that Roshan, it's going the way of Nine Pandas unless this fight somehow is turned around. Puppy, it's just going to be another free kill, it looks like.
I'm going to try and go back on the backside.
Yeah, FBZ's trying to make use of this BKB, see if he can get whatever kills he can. Hookshot goes in. Oh, the damage! The Cogs push away, but the Yule Scepter may have just saved Ramsey's life. He gets off another Sunder. Chrysalis goes for a TP out, and it's not going to make it. The stomp is there in time. It goes from bad to worse for Team Secret as they lose their other carry.
get absolutely nothing out of that turnaround, and Ramses delivers Butterfly right on cue. It's going to amp up the objective taking here. Could go high ground, could take Roche. You'll definitely prefer Roche here if you can get it on the Storm Spirit. Maybe just give it to the Terrorblade, let him go high ground. Very discoordinated turnaround from Secret as FBC goes in on the backside, and then all of a sudden Crystallis feels pressured to go in with the clock. I mean, imagine you're all on the same target here. You might get Ramses, right?
Yeah,
this
maybe.
Was fairly close with all the Fury Swipes building up. This Yules from Miro has also paid off huge in this game. Really nice control item for the Ursa Warrior, and it has caused Crystallis problems in a couple of these fights. Unconventional item pick up this early for the Timbersaw, but works wonders here. They have caught Kiyotaka again, however.
The silence is just enough from the TA trap. Nice hook shot,
Gem
into
too.
Lasso. Gem is going to be on the ground. They're going to try and recover it here on 9 Pandas.
Oh,
They're pushing away these
3.
heroes. A beautiful stomp into a greater chakra. Miro's doing a lot of damage to Puppey, trying to chase him down, but now he gets bumped back to the flame break. He doesn't want to be here any longer. Armel's going to chase after him. The burst damage isn't enough. Miro gets a TP back in time. Roshan still available for the taking.
And they did recover that gem. 9 Pandas pushing Secret back, gets them their vision in return. As Crystallis has to walk out from base, does have that basher. His all-in burst potential is pretty high. And of course, that Kiyotaka death is going to open up the Roshan. You're going to have to do it through an Elder Titan Spirit, however. That is the problem. How much do you commit here? Ramses, I think he's going to take this fight if he sees an opening. Does not want to give up this objective. Might not have a choice.
Roshan's got to die fast. Miro goes through it. He gets the last hit on Roshan. Meanwhile, Antares comes in front behind.
Another stomp on 2.
Drops what damage he can, but the 2 carries are being controlled up. A beautiful follow-up with the Earth Splitter. Crystallis is not going to be able to keep his Aegis up, and Antares didn't even die for his positioning. Absolutely insane idea from 9 Pandas, but it works beautifully. Crystallis gets kited around on his second life, and the rest of the supports are going to be tracked down here. As Yamich, last zip from Kiyotaka with a Force Staff to help him get in range, will deliver a clockwork head on a plate. 9 Pandas win another fight around the Roshan pit. This time around, they can go for the high ground.
Yeah, they still have some meta duration here, 20 seconds, man. Solo with these stomps, it's just absolutely beautiful. Clutch stomp after clutch stomp to bail out Ramses to set these fights up there. He catches the TA and the Ursa after an ult, after a refraction gets burned out. That's just easy pickings for the Terrorblade. These team fights have synced up beautifully for 9 Pandas, despite Kiyotaka getting picked off continually in this game. It just doesn't matter. Ramsey's just way too big, way too strong with this butterfly timing. And the Ursa unable to chop through the Terrorblade at any point in this game. 3-0 and 7, this Terrorblade has not died once. And that is vital for 9 Pandas making up on the Storm Spirit deaths.
Look at them, they're trying to use the hookshot just to save the building, but it's not enough. The illusions are too powerful with this butterfly. They can't clear through them fast enough.
That was the recovery sequence for Secret, right? They were building a lot of momentum off this game, off the pickoffs. If you got that Roshan and got out, I think you were in a pretty happy position. You do claim it, so you take it away from the Terrorblade. It's just this fight goes horribly wrong. You had to commit the BKB on the Ursa pretty early here. And the stomp is, I mean, that stomp is just disgustingly good.
And they actually lassoed up Antares, who showed up on that high ground, and he didn't even die.
These supports have been problematic for Secret here. They don't have a lot of backline jump. It kind of has to all go into a single core burst as well between the Bat, TA, and Ursa. It's tough. You have to pick a single target and kind of hope it's enough, unless you find the Elder Titan at the start of the fight, which they managed to do once, which prompted that Solo buyback. But since then, Solo has played pretty defensively and just playing behind Ramses, backing up the Demon here. So far, it's worked out pretty well, as the runes will be evened out here by Puppey. Find a nice little double on the one rune spot that everybody never takes.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Approaching the 32-minute marker, 9 Pandas, a 9,000 net worth lead. They've taken a melee barracks. They might be taking a range barracks right now. Yeah, they do with just illusions.
These Terrorblade illusions have been causing Secret big problems on this map.
Go for the initiation FBC, hoping to be able to burst down Miro. A Cogs push, a little bit awkward, but a self-Yules is just going to land Miro back where he started, in the grave. Dominating kill streak, give it away. So that's a lot of gold for Team Secret, something they really needed.
Yeah, 1,500 here. Level 20 hero as well, so decent time to get some lanes out. Once again, that lane pushing in top. and mid with the Terrorblade Illusions. There's not a lot that wants to go back and clear these out right now. Ramsey's causing them problems in the fights, problems on the map, and a big problem in the game. I'm just curious. I mean, Armel is not going BKB. This is like the crazy part here, right? You just don't have the spell immunity on the Templar Assassin to go in on the burst. Get some ancient creeps now from Puppey. Maybe that'll help you find a golem or something. But it'll be Nullifier for the Templar Assassin. Wants to help deal with the Force Staves, the Ghost Scepters. There's a lot of utility coming out from these two supports. I don't blame them for this purchase. It just feels like if the T8 goes in and gets pulled or silenced, you just evaporate, right?
Yeah, it pretty much leads them to a point where they have to be the initiators on fights. If they get jumped on first, they are screwed.
And it has to be synchronized. You have to go in with either the hookshot or the lasso onto a core and jump your TA and Ursa in, successfully burst that target and take a numbers fight. If it can be the Terrorblade, then you're really happy. That's a big question. Can you burst Ramses in these situations? Do you have enough damage? Maybe MKB on Crystallis give extra confidence to go for that play, because right now it's looking a little sketch. Keep in mind, Crystallis still does have a cheese here. Did not use it in the earlier fight, but there are no buybacks really available, as Ramses will push into the high ground. He wants another lane of barracks here.
Team Secret teetering on the brink of elimination. All it needs is a little push, and 9 Pandas are going to give them one. They're going to take a second lane of barracks. No response from Team Secret just yet. To jump in, she goes for an immediate lasso. Turnaround. What a hit from FBC.
That was so damn fast. They're going to get the
now
hook
a
shot.
Nullifier hook shot goes out with the Force Staff, a little bit awkward, pulls the Clockwork way out of position, but he still manages to live. A reset here. Yes, they've taken the lane, but they can still chase after 9 Pandas. They want to make sure that 9 Pandas doesn't get to retreat for free, but simultaneously still scared of a meta TB.
And these illusions were killing Puppey on the backside. These things are really deadly right now. Nobody wants to clear through him because Crystallis doesn't want to hit him. He doesn't want to use his overpower on random illusions here.
And Armel wants to assassinate supports. We've seen that from his build with the Nullifier, so...
He's also scared to show, like, if you just start hitting TB illusions, there's a decent chance you just get jumped by Storm and pulled into a Skywrath ult or something.
Sure.
Once more, another illusion chasing Yamich down on the map right now. My God, I've never seen a team so terrorized by Terrorblade without him even being there. This is an entire wave. They can't do anything.
Yep.
Now sit and watch your map controls
It's a siege
disappear.
wagon wave, and it was going to kill all of it.
And there's another one in mid that's going to clean up some more siege wagons. Ramses has been absolutely on point with the micro this game, and it has paid off across all 3 cores. Very clutch lasso by FBZ off a slight miss jump by Kiyotaka. The Storm Spirit's game has still been very difficult. Kiyotaka not lining things up how we would normally expect from him. That is the one thing Secret continue to punish here.
Now what Secret really need, if they want to be able to get a comeback in this series, stave off elimination, and a 2-0, they got to get this next Roshan.
And it's got to be off the MKB finish for Crystallis. The burst damage for the Ursa, this is about as good as it's going to get for a long time. You got to drum him in, Solar Crest him in, get onto this Terrorblade at some point and take down Ramses here as Satanic is finished for the Terrorblade. He is fully 6-slotted at 36 minutes here with 600 last hits. This is somehow more disgusting than the last Alchemist game.
Team Secret, they can't fight through the illusions, so a smoke is so imperative for them to be able to get on top of 9 Pandas without the heads up. The sad thing is they've done a wraparound. 9 Pandas did the same. A dog chasing its tail, just going around in circles, but 9 Pandas have a win condition, which is just going straight for the Megas on mid. Now, Secret scrambling to get back in time. An awkward position to jump in. Crystal is trying to go for it. They got the lasso onto the TB, being bumped around. Ramses the target. The stop is slowing him down. Now the pull-in from Kiyotaka. Ramses is fine. He gets off the Satanic, turning around. He does have a lot of stacks on it, but a Force Staff gets him to the low ground. Crystallis can't finish him off, and they tip him as he heads on down. Bye-bye, Crystallis. Bye-bye, Armel. They don't have the buybacks to be able to keep this going.
Smiley faces in the middle of the fight for
Antares.
Pouring oil on the fire here as Crystallis did not get that cheese off at all. He had it in his backpack and no buy.
Stoking the flames. Ramses gets off a Sunder to pull himself back up to full HP. and they'll just take the Megas. Team Secret have no response to this.
It's going to have to be a last-ditch all-in burst effort onto the Terrorblade without meta here. I don't think Armel has the juice to pull it off.
Hey, Kiyotaka's not going to let them get away with that. He does actually get grabbed by the lasso, so they'll get the pick off on him as they've done time and time before. But 9 Pandas, they can just buy back. Maybe jump in from Miro, blows up the Chen. Another buyback, the last one here for Team Secret.
Crystallis still
chasing after
tips.
Solo, going for the Elder Titan kill. That's going to be nice if they can get it, but they're struggling to, man. The Nullifier runs out, and then the Ghost Scepters play in. He finally goes down, but immediate buyback once again while Team Secret are running out of lives. Yamich has nowhere to run to. He's going to try and fly away, but pulled back down by Kiyotaka. Ramsey's chasing after them. Armel trying to find an opening. What hero can he kill all by himself? He's got support coming in 5 seconds, though.
9 Panda's actually going to respect the respawn of the bear here. They don't have meta for 50. Puppy was actually doing some serious right-click work in this fight. He has a
with
quiver.
Megas coming in, Secret are going to keep chasing, but 9 Pandas will turn around.
Crystallis in the back. He's flanking him right now.
Oh, he tried to get the jump in lasso, but this time it's Kiyotaka who gets the jump in first. Crystallis pops his BKB in rage.
He's got to bash him.
Kill Ramsey's here. Nullifier Thunder goes off. Ramsey's keeps himself alive. And that is all over. Team Secret will be eliminated from the Riyadh Masters.
Despite a very rough game for Kiyotaka on these jumps, as FBC had his number, and Puppy starting to build up some right click and a drum Solar Crest Quiver Penitence Chen. He will be defeated here on his signature hero as 9 Pandas. On the back of 2 fantastic performances from Ramses, he just got absolutely out of control in this series. There was no pressure on him from the laning phase onward in both games. Just has basically 0 deaths outside of that one time he stunned himself. It appears that only Ramses can take himself down in this series.
Yeah.
And Secret have no answer for the Alchemist, no answer for the Terrorblade. He ends this game 6-0 and 14. Put the whole game on his back right here with 40k hero damage. And a very fast mega creeps. Damn, did he look good today. And 9 Pandas playing around him. That old school synergy. Solo backing up the Terrorblade as he goes in these fights with these stomps. They were exactly on point. 9 Panda's going to be happy with another push through this lower bracket, as like you said, none of the seeded teams were able to pull through against the higher seeded opponents here.
And for Team Secret, maybe just an issue of, first of all, lack of experience working together, right? They're still trying to get their synergy. They're a new squad, effectively, with these players coming in like FBZ. And also, maybe just running out of steam in some ways. A reminder, this is a team that did make it relatively far. They played through the play-in. They played through the group stage. They made it here to the playoffs. But ultimately, this is where they'll falter. And 9 Pandas will be the team to move on. We've got Tsunami and Ramses here on the stage.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with the Ramses of 9 Pandas, who don't seem too phased. That was a quick series from you, man. What happened?
I don't know. This tournament start for us not that really good. Any day we just get our form and just play better day by day. Like, that's it.
رامزيز معانا من فريق 9 بانداز كان يتكلم عن مسيرتهم بداية البطولة. يقول إنه صراحة حنا في بداية البطولة ما كان أدائنا كويس، لكن كل يوم عن يوم ثاني يتحسن أدائنا لين ما وصلنا مرحلة أن نقدر نخلص جيم بهالسرعة.
I think we just one team who played like most serious or maps on this tournament. Like we playing play-in, we playing tiebreakers, we playing like a lot of games. That's it.
You are the team that has played the most. That was now your 33rd game of Dota here at this tournament. Yeah. So then how's your team dealing with like the stamina of keeping up with all these games? Is it, you said it's powering you up, but is there any part of it where like, this is kind of intense, this is kind of tiring?
I mean, everyone just love Dota. We just playing Dota, enjoying Riyadh. This is one of the best tournaments of this year. We just enjoy.
زي ما تشوفون أعزائنا المشاهدين، رامزي كان يتكلم عن موضوع إنه إلى اللحظة هذه هم أكثر فريق لعب مباريات دوتا 2 عندنا في البطولة. لعبوا البلاينز، التاي بريكرز، الجروب ستيج، وأيضا الآن في اللور براكت، وحتى في الأول براكت كانوا متواجدين 33 جيم كمجموع. فهالشيء هذا هل هم سبب تعب للفريق ولا لا؟ وهذا كان سؤالنا لهم، لكن يقولوا إنه صراحة لا، بالعكس إحنا كلنا نحب نلعب دوتا، كلنا مبسوطين، وهذه من أفضل البطولات اللي إحنا تواجدنا فيها، فما عندنا مشكلة بالشيء هذا.
On the topic of enjoyment, how are you enjoying this leadership position that you seem to have taken? You're drafting now for this team. It's kind of rare for carry players to take this much initiative. How do you like it?
About the draft, I think I'm not drafting solo. Not solo.
By yourself.
But solo is helping me. No Fear helping me. Our team helps. I just click a button, and I don't know what to say.
How about in the game, though? Do you find yourself being more of an in-game leader than maybe like how Hellraisers was back in January, or is it kind of the same dynamic all year long?
I mean, it's all about who have a lead in the game. Like, if Kiyotaka have a good heroes to make space for me, he just calling a lot, or just supports. When I'm strong in the game, me take this on voice line in Discord, and
سألنا أيضا رامزي السؤال الأخير في المقابلة هذه، كنا نتكلم على موضوع أنه هو الآن تقريبا اللي ماسك الليدرشيب بوزيشن من ناحية الدرافت، من ناحية أشياء كثيرة، ما هو فقط سولو اللي هو ماسك الموضوع، خصوصا في الدرافت احنا لاحظنا الشيء هذا، أن رامزي هو اللي قاعد يسوي درافت الفريق، يقول أنه لا صراحة مو بس أنا اللي أسويه، سولو أيضا قاعد يساعدني بالشيء هذا، حتى نوفير أيضا يساعدني في الشيء هذا، لكن جوا الجيم سألناهم أيضا مين اللي بيكون هو الليدر حق الكول اوت اللي ممكن أنها تصير، واللي هو الكابتن حق الفريق، كان يقول أنه ما هو صراحة أنا فقط، هو يعتمد على مين اللي معاه أكثر ليد داخل الجيم، هو الشخص هذا هو اللي دائما يكون اللي يسوي الكول اوت.
One last question before I let you go. Your BB team series that you had earlier, that was also an incredibly intense series, ended up not going your way. How did your team kind of recalibrate after that loss to coming into today?
We had a lot of losses on this tournament, like not a series, but like maps. We play 1-1, a lot of series. It's fine, you know. You need just be ready for the next series. We know we're not eliminated from the tournament. We good friends with Bad Boom. I want to say good luck to them. And we just want to show best Dota.
زي ما تشوفون ايضا سالنا رمزي سؤال اضافي نتكلم عن موضوع خسارتهم في الابر براكت يوم واجهوا بي بي تيم واضطروا انهم ينزلون تحت الى اللور براكت، وش شعورهم كيف قدروا انهم يرجعون بعد الخساره هذه؟ لكن كان الجواب يقول بصراحه ان خسرنا اجيام كثيره في البطوله وفزنا اجيام كثيره ايضا، حتى في الجروب ستيج في اجيام كثيره راحت 1-1 كبست اوف 2، فالشيء هذا يعني ما عندنا مشكله، وبالعكس يعني فريق بي بي تيم انا اتمنى لهم الحظ الاوفر في مبارياتهم القادمه، لان الطريق اللي عندهم ان شاء الله بيكون اصعب من اكثر الفرق الثانيه.
Ramses, I love the energy, I love the mentality, and most of all, I'm loving the Dota. Congratulations on this win, and best of luck in this lower bracket run. You're feeling the power.
Yes, for sure. أعزائنا المشاهدين، جاء الوقت نروح الآن لرسالة تحليل نتكلم عن التوا السريعة جدا اللي طلعت من 9 بانداز ونشوف ايش اللي ممكن يصير في السيريز القادمة.
Back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, Fancy, and of course, Ramses as the victor there after this series. Yes, 9 Pandas Road will continue here at Riyadh Masters as they knock out Team Secret. The second game, it was playing out fairly similar to the first game we saw, mostly in terms of both of the side lanes not having a great time on the side of Secret, and that's where I want to start together with Purge, Effie, and Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond this, I want to start with the Terrorblade Elder Titan lane coming out from 9 Pandas. Once again, they are able to seemingly go uncontested on that safe lane.
Yeah, I think it's quite amazing me that they can win against Battle Rider, and also I think every 9 Pandas player play very stable in this game, and I think for Secret they are just some bad strategy, and they're trying hard, but didn't work out. Yeah.
It did not work out at all, Effie?
No, unfortunately not. Secret did have some cool ideas, I guess. They busted out a hero we hadn't seen before in that game 1 on the Shaman. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough of a solution to the Lycan plus Storm. And in game 2, they kind of run back their opener, but they bring out the Puppy Chun, which has a very high success rate. But I think 9 Pandas were just too well equipped for this matchup, right? They absolutely crushed that Chen lane. They delayed Chen's timings very severely with the Timbersaw in the sky, just owning the top lane. And because of that, we didn't really see the impact or snowball around the mid lane, around the timing that we usually do. So Kiyotaka on the Storm Spirit was able to catch up, and TB was free farming again.
Yeah, Purge TB free farming again. 9 Pandas looking so dominant here. What was the main reason for you when you went watching?
I basically Nine Pandas got to do the draft they wanted to. I felt like their hero matchups were totally fine. The Timbersaw got a little behind like normal in the laning stage. Like he usually does good the first couple minutes and then he starts falling off when the support's rotating because he's just not independent like the Timbersaw can be. So in those moments where he gets a bit zoned out, that's where Timber gets ahead. Then all of a sudden Timber's high net worth and now Timber can play solo, whereas Ursa really can't. So it's one of those strategy things that like, yeah, it was as Heen said, you saw some Ursa jumping and killing people thing, but it makes your game a little bit more limited for sure.
Yeah, especially towards the later stages of the game, we saw this Terrorblade really pop off. We had quite a couple of fights in that second game we saw. For our STC play analysis, we chose a clip that had quite a couple of cool plays, as you called them, Effie.
Yeah, this is actually kind of awesome because Yamich here on the Clockwork has a beautiful prediction on the Storm TP. He zipped TPs to the corner. Here comes the hook shot, boom, right? So it looks really bad for Kiyotaka. He has barely any mana to work with, but he is juking it out, right? He uses his last bit of mana to get to that tree line over there. Armel knows he has no TP, he has no mana, but he jukes in here, gets the Vortex, and they're able to get the kill on this TA instead of what looked so bad for Kiyotaka. This was a very cool play.
It was a cool play, and unfortunately for Team Secret, it was a cool play from their enemies. Not an incredibly strong showing here in game number 2 and perhaps even the series. And a lot of that purge is due to the early game.
Yeah, the early game's a really big deal. And in fact, I thought Team Secret played their timing quite well. It made their picks make sense. But on the other side, I mean, Dota's a back and forth, really. It's about also reacting to what your opponents are doing. So I have some clips to show you guys. First off, they did a great job limiting Puppy's experience. Puppy really focused on heavy stats to zone Antares, and he did that pretty well because he's got like a 10-15 damage advantage over him, but both of his camps are blocked, and in moments like this, your team gets a little bit ahead, and this overall leaves Puppy a little underleveled. But primarily, the mid lane was the important one. Armel did a great job harassing Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka on the Storm had to do things to get more regen. There's bottle refills, he had to secure runes if possible, and this basically just meant that he couldn't play as aggressively and get as much gold in the lane. And this matters because of the 5-minute timing. When you have a Chen, you show up mid and you take the tower with help from your allies. So that's what they're basically aiming to do. So even if Chen is a little bit underleveled, this should still be a nice advantage. You could really see how passive Kiyotaka is playing. He goes to get the water in. Yamich has got it covered. That means Armel's able to get the top one. And the reason there isn't a Sky there is because Puppy spent his time previously, 20 seconds before the last clip, zoning on Antares here, fighting him and saying, no, this water rune is for ours. In fact, both water runes are going to be for ours. So this means after a refill for Kiyotaka, he looks at this lane, he's like, I can't go get last hits here because I'm going to die and it's going to hurt me. Sky just stacked this large camp, so Kiyotaka is going to spend his next 20 seconds clearing this stack camp and killing an Alpha Wolf, which leads to that mid-tower play. If you take a look at his levels, he's almost at level 6. Let me zoom in on it just so you guys can really see. I just want this one down here. Almost level 6. He's really close. And in a moment, I hold Alt to look at his EXP total. And this part's pretty wild. As soon as he gets in, the clock comes in to gank. He doesn't have ball laning. His experience there was 526. That means he had just enough experience when this melee creep dies to hit 6. If this creep got denied right now, he doesn't hit level 6. So this is the push timing. The creep dies, he gets level 6, he balls away. If he dies right there, they've got an entire creep wave and a catapult and a Chen. This tower dies, game's completely different pattern-wise. Like, it is insane. Like, the small little things that happened for Secret's timing at this catapult push to not work. It really changed the game in a big way. That was cool.
I love little things like that can really show the butterfly effect in Dota 2. So they were moments away from losing their tower, maybe losing their mid. An entire game would have been different, and we might be looking at a third game to a series as well. But hey, that's just not what happened, and it's the little things that add up to big differences. And when we're speaking about big differences, at the end of the game, both 1 and 2, there was one big difference between especially the carry players. We have to choose our Gdia MVP, and we of course chose Ramses because his net worth, both games, I mean, he didn't die on his Terrorblade, he only died once, I believe, on the Alchemist in the first game. He has been farming up an absolute storm. He was the richest man in both games, and impact-wise, Faith Beyond, he nailed it.
Yeah, and of course this is because Secret didn't put some counter on carry player, but still Ramses is did very good job in these 2 games. He just dominated these 2 games.
Yeah, he delivered absolutely everything you would want out of a carry, top of the net worth, joining the correct fights, not giving away random deaths. He was there. And even though Kiyotaka might have had a rough game, playing Storm versus TA in both games, and getting focused a lot in this match too by the Batrider, Ramses was there to deliver, right? He was leading that net worth over both the TA and the Ursa, and as the game went on, he just scaled better and better. But I would also like to give credit to Solo, because he wouldn't have had such a free game if it weren't for his position 5 in both games. We talked about how difficult it was for ET to play into Clock plus Batrider, but Solo only died 3 times in that game too.
It was a very, very strong showing of the whole team. And Panda's team effort. We heard Ramsey say it. He doesn't draft alone. A team is a collaborative effort, and we can see that the high amount of games that 9Pandas has been playing at this event, as we heard 33 games now with the play-ins and the tiebreakers and the group stage, and of course dropping from the lower bracket. Ramses and his squad, with all this experience, they are spiraling forward. Not just in terms of their team performance, but also within the tournament, as of course winning here will move them 1 round further in Riyadh Masters. And their next opponent is already known, is going to be Aster, and we'll see that at some other time, not today though. With this series done, we also have to give some extra closing thoughts on Team Secret, because I think, Purge, that Team Secret reaching top 12, that in and of itself, based on this year's performance, is still something to be proud of.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, they should be proud for getting here. They've still had a tough year, but they beat a lot of solid teams in the play-ins, and they passed some other teams in the group stage to get here. Yeah, it's definitely commendable for them, and we'll see if they can bounce back.
We will see if they can bounce back. For some closing thoughts as well, we head over to Tsunami, who's standing by with Puppy.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with Puppy of Team Secret. Puppy, unfortunate result for this series, but from an outsider's perspective, this is kind of the growth that we were hoping to see out of Team Secret over the course of the year. It's been a tumultuous year for you, and I'm curious how you feel your team has evolved over these past few series that you've had here at Riyadh Masters.
We have definitely evolved. We can take games off of the best teams, but we can also lose a lot of games too. So, I mean, it comes down to, the match itself. And I think right now we weren't on top of our things. We weren't playing the best. And it's just, it is what it is,
It is what it is. But obviously the journey looking forward, this is your first time on land since last TI. So I'm curious what you have missed the most. Is it the crowd, the stage, and the environment? Or is it more the Dota and how the rapid meta evolves and how intense the games are?
I'm not really sure, because I think Dota right now is progressing pretty well. I don't seem to have any issues with it. I think they nerfed most of the things. I still think that perhaps Naga Siren needs to get a little chop over there, because the win rate is a bit too big. But overall, no, I'm enjoying it.
But is Divine Favor the worst spell in the game?
Oh, it's definitely the worst. I don't scale it.
Okay. I noticed that. Well, at least I'm keeping up some tips from you, Puppy. It's always a pleasure to see you here. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me, and any words that you have for the Secret fans who are looking forward to your run as you qualify for TI.
Thank you for watching us. Thank you for rooting for us, and keep the spirits up. We might do it this year.
Best of luck, and back to the studio.
Yeah, thank you very much, Puppy and Tsunami. And we will indeed see more from Team Secret, but not for a little while. Not in Riyadh Masters, not this year. And it is 9Pandas that move forward. They are going to go up against Team Aster in the lower bracket. We have our top 8 guaranteed. I also will remind you that there was an extra $200,000 on top of the prize pool of $300K. That was already there for the top 12. So everybody already in high spirits, but of course the road is long towards that grand finals, and all these teams here in the lower bracket are hungry for it. But we'll have to wait a little bit, because no more lower bracket for today. We can rest easy. Our elimination days, they're on pause. Sometimes you need a little breathing room. An upper bracket series, Effie, that's the best way to relax, no?
I would say so. It's also exciting because we haven't seen these teams play in a day. I wonder what kind of impact a rest day and an extra day of preparation will look for a lot of these teams. TALON versus Liquid should be very exciting because TALON are the last remaining Southeast Asian team, and they looked pretty scary during their series versus Quest. But Liquid, on the other hand, Nisha is in TI form. He was terrifyingly good in their series versus Gaming Gladiators, so who knows what that one's going to look like.
Yeah, I feel like Team Liquid leveled up in their last series, and if they keep that same power level, it's going to be an interesting match, but I don't know. Team Liquid looked really, really good. And the other upper bracket match is Team Spirit BB Team 1, also a fantastic showing. So yeah, it's really good games today.
And you want to make a bold prediction, Faith Beyond, about BB Team Spirit? I know we're going to get your thoughts on Liquid versus TALON during the series. So do you have any predictions for the one after that?
I think Spirit will have the chance, because I think everyone thinks BB Team is a very good team, but when they play against Nanpanda, I actually think they have some weakness. I think Spirit maybe get the chance.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to that. Of course, that's our series at the final series of the day. Now, as some of you might be aware, we have a schedule where we won't play our upcoming game until the set time, and that's the same thing here. So we had a pretty rapid 2-0 in our first series of the day here in the lower bracket, and that means that our series in the upper bracket will have to be, well, it's not yet. We have to wait a little bit. And for that, don't worry, we got you covered, because earlier this week, Sir Action Slacks was able to sit down with some members of Team Liquid, so enjoy that as we wait for our upper bracket series. TALON versus Team Liquid coming your way after this.
Everybody, and welcome to another beautiful day of the Riyadh Masters. Today, you are joining us yet again for our little fun get-together talk time, and I have the most special guest you will ever see in your entire lives. It is Zai, Blitz, and Boxy from Team Liquid. Congratulations, my friends. Now, you guys are watching this at a later time, but you just got done with your big series. Congratulations against Gaming Gladiators. Well done, well done, well done. Yes, yes. Blitz, big moment, right?
Yeah, it's very cool.
I hate you. That's fantastic. Thank you for that great answer.
What do you want from me, dude?
Nothing, nothing. How are you guys, how you doing? You, have you been looking forward to this? Does this mean anything to you, or are you just another team down the drain?
I mean, usually when we go to tournaments and we have to play this team, we're like, you know. But this time around, it's like, you know, we played them so many times, so we lost to them so many times, that at some point it's just like, enough's enough.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and I think today we showed up.
Oh.
So it's good. It feels good, yeah.
That's fantastic. Has it been like kind of a boogeyman for you, Boxy? Are you happy it's over?
Like 2 grand finals ago, enough was enough.
Well, I'm happy you guys got your revenge, if you will. Happy that that's past your life, but I don't want to keep this whole thing about that. All we do is talk about Dota all the time. So what else is going on? What's you? Are you able to do anything besides play games these days, Zai? Do you enjoy any other activities besides Dota lately?
No, it's like the opposite. It's like, I think since we started boot camp in early June, because we played Dream League. Yeah. So I think we went to boot camp early June, and now it's like almost 2 months later, and we've just been on the road. We did Dream League, we did Bali, and now we're here. So it's just been a little bit of a grind. So I think it's kind of the opposite. It's been only Dota. But
only Dota.
Very much looking forward to some time off after this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is it until TI, which you guys are guaranteed for. So that's going to be quite a journey. Do you like having a little bit of time in between, Boxy, or would you rather just jump right in?
My ideal season would be 2 months of Dota, 6-month break.
Wow.
And then 2 months of Dota.
Wow.
And that would just be like the perfect life.
Yeah, that sounds really great.
I could even do two, you know? Yeah. You're just like on. Maybe 6-month break is just how I'm feeling right now.
Okay.
But I feel like we're playing for like 10 months of the year, kind of non-stop. I see my friends like once a year. See my family once every other year.
It's rough.
No.
I'm surprised you still have friends.
But it's fun like to be at tournaments and winning tournaments, or at least getting pretty far in tournaments. But I think being at home and like playing DPC and chugging along all the time and not having like a break where I can just play other games.
Sure.
And eat food at home that I cook or somebody cooks for me.
You cook?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. What can you cook?
Don't ask these kind of questions.
That's not. You brought it up. I'm not trying to investigate here.
Pancakes.
Pancakes?
See?
Okay.
Pancakes.
That's hype. Do you put them in a square and call them box cakes, or?
Do you make when you make because you make vegan pancakes?
We
Yeah.
make a lot of food.
Oh.
But it's.
But you don't like. What do you use instead of milk? What works? Because there's milk in all milk.
Oat milk, soy milk,
which is fine.
rice milk, potato milk,
Okay.
nut milk.
You don't have to like because like what you make pancakes with like what egg flour, milk,
Bro, I don't know. Baking powder,
baking powder.
bananas.
I'm now starting to doubt that you can make pancakes.
These are not ingredients.
I mean, just make whatever you have at home, dude. Everything works.
All right, no worries.
I haven't cooked in like 2 months, okay? I haven't been home. Like, I
Okay,
don't know.
okay.
I don't know.
You don't have to get upset.
Ask me in a week.
Okay, relax. Jesus.
I'll buy a pizza at the grocery store.
Oh. I don't know if that's cooking. But
It's not.
that's okay. Blitz, you're a jack dude who, you know.
You're not gonna ask me what I'm doing on my break?
I mean,
Pancakes.
what are you doing on your break?
I'm going on vacation.
Great. Where are you going?
This man takes vacations. I'll tell you that.
I'm
He's
going.
been on,
I'm
like,
going
5
with 2
vacations.
people that are here right now. Not here, but in the event.
Okay.
I'm
What's
going
the
with
plan?
Crit, rest in peace, and Quinn, rest in peace.
Oh, okay. Take it easy.
I'm just
Where are you
messing.
gonna go?
We're going to London. They're gonna meet me there.
London.
Yeah.
Have you been there before?
Yeah. I live in Wales, so it's like I want people to come to me because I'm too lazy to go to them because I
Oh.
hate flying, but I don't mind the train ride. Zai's visited me twice there, so it's a nice, easy time.
I thought you guys go to London.
Yeah, that's what.
So you make a hotel room and you call it that he's visiting you in the hotel? Or?
No, but like, yeah, but you know, one time our tour came to Wales, but like,
He's just kind of claiming that London is his home.
Yeah, I feel like you live in Wales, bro.
want to come to Wales? I've invited like a lot of people to Wales. You guys are always welcome to come to Wales.
That'd be kind of hype actually.
Yeah, have
Maybe
a
I'll
good
go.
night. Yeah,
What's
maybe
it
next
like?
year. What's it like?
Yeah, I've never been to Wales or London or any of that stuff.
It's very few times I've seen a security guard outside of a McDonald's, but you know, it's a place.
You're talking about Wales or London?
Wales. Maybe both, honestly.
Probably both.
Yeah, probably both, depending on where you are.
Would you recommend it as a place to be?
Wales?
Yeah, to live.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's nice. Can you cook?
Yeah, of course.
What do you cook?
Anything. You know, I cooked Shiver and Owen one dish, and then Shiver's sister Ree saw it and was like, how do you make this? So I made her a video, and she hasn't looked up any other Korean dishes. So she just spams this one Korean dish to look like she's like culturally worldly.
What, which one was it?
It's takdoritang. It's like spicy chicken stew. It's really easy. You can make it in like maybe 30 minutes. Like actual prep time, like 10 minutes.
Okay, walk me through it. You take the gochujang and you just put it in there.
Yeah, this guy's a beast.
And you put some tomato.
Not tomato. Potato,
Potato.
carrot, chicken, and then it's like soy sauce. What else is there? There's a lot of ingredients. I don't know.
Down, you're cooking it either here. Hmm?
I am an adult, so I have to like like make my own food
Okay,
and stuff.
if we like don't bootcamp for 3 months, I'll cook all the time.
Okay, make me pancakes.
Sure.
Was this the riveting content you expected?
This is what I wanted to do. I hate talking about Dota all the time with you guys, especially like you guys are constantly winning. You constantly have to do like winners interviews
Constantly
all the
winning.
time.
We haven't won anything.
Yeah.
You're winning up until the end, and then yeah, but it's second place a lot of times. I mean, that's a lot of winners interviews. As I always tell the players, you know, if you don't want to do interviews, just be losers. Then you never have to talk to anyone.
Cyber tourists, yeah.
Cyber tourists.
It's kind of cool. But Zai, what do you do besides? Do you cook, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
Broccoli rice.
No, I just make like I live alone, so I just make like batches of food for myself.
Mm.
I just make like big pots of
That's true.
stew and stuff.
Big pot.
Yeah.
That's the word around the household. You make a big pot, you take everything, you throw it in there, and then you eat the same thing for lunch and dinner for 2 weeks.
I saw you made like oats one time.
I made oats.
Wait, no, what was it? Like a granola bars and shit. You sent me a photo of it.
Was it granola bars?
I don't remember. You made like some kind of, it just looked oat-like. With like some berries
like
and
a muesli
random
bar?
stuff. in it.
Muesli bar?
When was this?
This was maybe like 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, you just sent me a photo of like a tray and it looked like cookies.
I don't remember this. No, I don't really like bake. No.
Yeah, it was
But
baked for sure.
It was baked.
It was baked for
Maybe
sure.
I was baked.
Okay, fantastic. Zai, a long time ago, I talked to you about movies, and that was a pretty fun conversation. You know, you're a man of much culture. You know, people meme about you, and they're like, oh, you know, a man of art and culture and the new age Mozart. But you really are a guy who enjoys a lot of different kind of arts and stuff. So, best movie you've seen lately? What do you got?
God, I haven't watched much besides the airplane movies. I'm trying to remember.
Black Adam, an Immortal Kombat fan?
No, like I watched Black Adam so many times because we've been flying a lot lately, and people are just watching like when you're on a plane, people tend to watch like Marvel movies.
Yeah.
And I think I've seen like probably in different like sections, I've seen the entirety of Black Adam like involuntarily.
Looking at someone else's screen, right? That's like 2 aisles ahead of you.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what the
and
hell
it's
is
because
that?
there's one dude there, there's like one dude there, and you kind of just like go in between. But apart from that,
That's a
I
DC
watched-
movie, by the way. Not to be a nerd, but
I mean, it seems kind of cool.
yeah, okay.
I watched there's 2 Korean movies from last year that I hadn't watched. That I watched in a flight. It was Broker and Decision to Leave.
Okay.
They
You
were
know
both
those films, really?
They were both pretty good.
I know Decision to Leave, but I don't know Broker.
Broker is made by a Japanese guy, I think. Hirokazu Kurida or something.
You know, he
But I
sounds
could be wrong, but
really-
it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It's with the main guy from Parasite. Is the
Okay.
dad.
Yeah.
Is in it, and the Japanese dude, and
Mm.
yeah, it's just like it's about Korean kids, so it's pretty good. But the one I'm looking forward to the most, because on Twitch, like whenever we watch Twitch here, I get ads because I don't have like my computer with ad block on.
Sure.
So I get Twitch ads, and the one movie that looks extremely hype is Meg 2, with
Meg?
Jason Statham.
Yeah.
Have
I'm
you seen this
talking
trailer?
the shark movie.
The shark movie, yeah.
The Meg 2?
Meg 2. It's
You're
like some-
hyped for this?
I don't know. I haven't seen the first one. I didn't even know it existed. But I just like there's a scene in the trailer where like the shark, there's like a what's it, brygga? What's it called?
Yeah, like a water bridge that
No.
goes out, but you swim
Yeah,
from it. You attach your boat to it.
Yes.
What's that called?
Yes. A tugboat, if you will. You know.
No, like the thing.
Like the bridge, it's just planks.
Yeah,
dock?
the dock.
The dock.
if you will. Yeah.
Okay. So there's a scene where there's like the dock is like here, towards the edge of the water, and then
Yeah,
there's
I
like
see.
the shark is like coming this way,
And he's just running,
He's just
like-
like running
Yeah.
as the dock is like disintegrating. It's like he's like running from the explosion, but it's just a big shark,
Yeah.
and he's just like bolting.
That really did it for you, huh?
I was told. Yeah.
The Meg 2. Fantastic.
I'm looking forward to Meg 2. Yeah.
Well, that's great. That's really good to hear. You know, I took a flight once like that where, you know, I was watching something that I didn't want to. My monitor was stuck. It was stuck on Trolls 2. So I sat down and started playing Trolls 2. And then I was sitting there and it was stuck, so I was just whatever. And this guy came and he sat next to me and it was like an international flight to Japan. And it just kept looping Trolls 2. So I was like just zoning out, like looking ahead. But the guy walked past me and then he went to sleep and he woke up like 8 hours later and I was still watching Trolls 2, according to him. How terrified would you be if you were on a plane and you're like, this dude's been watching Trolls 2 for the last 8 hours on loop?
I don't know. It'd be a massive red flag, that's for sure.
But you just think that he's probably like liberated of IQ a little bit.
Liberated of IQ.
And I feel like it wouldn't be that wrong.
Yeah,
You
sure. What's the most terrifying plane experience that you guys have had? Because we all travel a lot, in esports and constantly jumping around. You guys have any moments from your travels that have stuck with you?
I had one, it was after TI 8, I think. I was on some like, I was flying from Dallas, where I lived at the time, to I think like Chicago or something, and then I was gonna go back home to Sweden. So I was on some like budget, like domestic American airline, like I'd never heard of before, just like going from Dallas to Chicago. And as we were approaching the airport, the plane just starts circling, and just like circling. Like we're already there, but we just like start circling because we can't land. And then after like 1 hour circling, they tell us on the speaker that like we can't land because the brake light is on. Which means that, you know, when they like land, the wheels are like, if the brake is on, you
Oh,
just
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't know what happens.
Explode.
Explode instantly, yeah.
Physics. And so we're just like circling, and they're like, okay, they're trying to fix it, but we can't fix it. And then eventually they start running out of fuel. So they're like, okay, well, we think it's just a technical error. So we're just gonna have to land, but in case the brakes are on, you know, it might be a little rough.
What? So what happened?
Everyone was just like shitting their pants, and then we landed, and it was just like a technical fault.
Oh.
So it was like the brakes were not on, and everything was chill.
Okay.
But, like the fire truck started like
Oh, they were ready.
driving. Yeah, like
Yeah.
everyone was super ready. And
To
then kind of, yeah. I mean, there was like
Jesus.
a pretty weird, like it was so tense, you know, the atmosphere in like the plane.
Oh, sure.
And then everyone landed, and it was like super relieved.
Did people clap?
Kind of. I mean, people were just like happy they didn't die, myself included.
Bletch, you ever have any scary times in the air? No?
Aren't you afraid of flying? I am, but nothing like out of the pale. I just have a general fear of flying.
I used to be terrified of flying when I
Yeah?
started, and I used to drink ZQuil before I got on flights, so I'd sleep. You know, I'd stay up all night and then I'd sleep, and I stopped doing that because one time we were in the air, and I drank like, you know, ZQuil, And I don't remember anything. I just woke up and there was a lot of people screaming and I went back to sleep. It was like one of those where you're like, ah, and then you're back. And the lady next to me when we landed, she was like, oh my God, we all thought you fainted. Were you awake? Like, did you know what happened? And I was like, what do you mean? She said, we hit massive turbulence. Everyone thought we were gonna die. Like, the things came out, like we were over the ocean and you just were asleep. And it was, last time I ever took a sleep aid. That is terrifying.
But you
know?
would rather know that you're gonna die in that moment?
I mean,
wouldn't it be way better if you were just asleep and then you faded into nothingness?
I thought it was a dream. I woke up and the lady next to me was like,
But wasn't your experience of the flight like 100 times better than hers?
I
If
guess
anything,
so.
you just gave me like more motivation to do like what?
Slacks
was it
would rather
lean?
face his fate, you know?
Yeah.
Meet
I mean,
his
of
maker,
course.
you know?
Of course you'd want to be conscious for that, you know?
No.
You only got one plane crash per your life with him.
Well, that's not
But
true.
that's like the start. Because if you start like, you know, if the plane is crashing or whatever,
Yeah.
all the pressure gets like ruined, right?
Sure.
That's why you have to put on the mask.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like if you don't put on the mask, you're just gone.
Yeah.
Like you just lose like consciousness, and then you don't have to. Because I feel like this is
Is that preferred?
I don't know. I just feel like if I'm going down, I mean, it's like a gamble, right?
It's so dark. Oh no.
Because that's just like cheating out, you know.
Yeah,
You know-
that's right. There's no
You know how
cheating
it
button.
says to put it on yourself before you help the two people next to you or
Yeah.
whatever? If you have a wife and a kid.
Sure.
Are you gonna listen to that thing and put it on yourself first and then help your wife and kid if they're struggling?
Yeah. I mean, me. Yeah.
But you know the reason why, though, right?
Otherwise, he passes out.
Because I remember I watched some dude on YouTube did this experiment, where it's like, because you just like become like your brain just like stops working within like 30 seconds.
Sure, sure.
You're just like you're there and you can like kind of move around, but you just like there was like a video about this guy doing this test with like you're supposed to put shapes into like the correct hole.
Mm.
And like, you know, he's doing it at the start and then they remove the oxygen.
Yeah.
And he keeps doing it. And after like 30 seconds, he just can't do it.
I mean, the kid's not gonna put it on me, so I got it. You know?
Teddy's advanced.
No, not that advanced. Little Dumbo.
But I think I would GG out. Unless I think like I'll end up on like Lost or something.
What are you talking about? You could
crash
could
in
survive
Magical
and go live on the island, and you know.
Lost season 1 was pretty goated. You ever watch it?
I watched like 3 seasons.
It's incredible TV once you stop it at season 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of shows like that though. I mean, endings are hard, as you guys know. Sorry. Sorry about that. But no, endings are hard for TV shows. All right, best show that screwed it up, in your opinion? The ending. Lost is definitely up there.
I mean, Game of Thrones was like the worst.
Oh, that was
But
bad.
that was too obvious.
It's too obvious.
I watched a show, me and my wife, we watched a show called Dexter. And
Dexter.
It was really good.
But didn't
Season 3 was one
they
of the
made
best
like
seasons.
a new Dexter that was supposed to take off from the old one or
I
something.
ain't
He's like in Alaska or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That show ended at season 3. Best season ever in any TV show, I will argue. It was hype as hell. And then it was just, they ruined it. Absolutely ruined it. But yeah. Blitz, any?
I don't know, most of the shows I watch have pretty satisfying endings.
Such as?
I like The Good Place, how it ended.
Oh.
Not like
seen that.
a season of it got really slow and it was hard to finish. And then I enjoyed watching the end of it. That was nice.
But you just watch reality shows.
Me and Chloe
Reality
watched
shows.
some
Korean
reality
buff
shows.
dudes.
The robot one, what's it called? The cowboy robot.
Oh,
show.
Westworld.
Yeah, that one also just.
Oh, Lord, that was horrible.
That was terrible, yeah.
Horrible after the
I
first
didn't even watch the...
I don't think I did that.
Yeah, I just gave up. I was
The
like, this
one,
show's
I
awful.
watched the one season where the Breaking Bad guy is in, Jesse Pinkman.
Yeah.
Was there a season after that?
I think
There
so.
was.
I think so.
Oh, boy.
They kept going. They
Not
were like,
touching
that
that.
wasn't enough for us. Feels bad. Mandalorian, too. I watched one episode of the new season.
I heard that show
negative.
was it good or bad? I can't remember. No, it was Andor that's supposed to be really good, right?
Yes, but the first Mandalorian was like pretty okay. You know, Baby Yoda, like it was great, and then things got a little boring. It got awful, got worthless. Anyway,
Like your content. See, we can do it too.
we can. That's good.
Thank you.
That's good. The meta has been established. Thank you very much. All right, so you guys said all you do is Dota now, huh? You're not playing any other games. What do you do in between
That's not
games?
true.
All right, what do you play?
I play Dota Auto Chess.
But that's also Dota.
Still?
The thing is, any arcade games within Dota, Overthrow or Auto Chess, it still counts as playing Dota.
I agree.
So it's like,
Our team
it's
is
fine.
Overthrow grinders. We're big Overthrow
I
fans.
hear this a lot. A lot of pro teams like are done playing Dota, so they play some dumb overthrow game for like.
Okay, but listen up here.
Yeah.
You're gonna practice a Dota game for 50 minutes,
Sure.
where like 10 minutes of those are spent fighting,
Mhm.
and the other 40% you're just clicking creeps like an idiot. Or you're gonna concentrate into just team fighting non-stop for like 6 hours in Overthrow.
That's what Nisha does. Nisha probably plays more Overthrow than Dota.
Yeah, but it's also here because when we're playing pubs here, it's on it's on ping.
Sure.
Because we're playing to Europe West, so it's like 90 ping. It's a bit awkward. So people just grind overthrow instead of me.
Do you think it's possible one day in the future to have an overthrow tournament between pros? Because I talk to pro teams all the time. They all say that
There are on the leaderboards the first 2 days of the month. It's like all upgrades are epic, and then you have these big 6-man parties who are grinding the leaderboards for. They get some type of reward, like rerolls or something.
Jabs is now grinding that. He's one of
So
the
there's like the 6-man queues that win in like 2 minutes because they're just smashing the fuck out of everyone. So if you put those like against pro teams, that would be good.
But it's also kind of like before our matches, people tend to warm up.
Yeah. We play against Tundra, and there's like the battle of the teams. Even if it's free for all, everyone's ganking like the other teams.
Yeah, like in Bali, for example, I was in a lobby with like 4 Tundra players, and we were about to play Tundra.
It was our tour too.
No, I was in a different one. I was playing with
because
like
he came in and
4
ruined it.
They had some meme about you.
They just focused me. Like,
Yeah,
I
but
couldn't play. I loaded into the game, and there was 4 dudes just like focusing me, and I could not play.
I felt like they messaged you. We're about to dendy your ass or something.
There was some cheat. Yeah, it was some treatment. I forget what it was.
Yeah.
Maybe it was. I
We're
don't know.
giving you the dendy treatment or something. Like, and then they just ganked Zai like
Malk,
20
maybe?
times.
The 022 Veno or whatever?
No, that's Malk, yeah.
Yeah, could have been. Is there anything else that like helps you guys be better at pro playing besides overthrow? That like other things besides Dota?
So I play some like custom war game on.
You don't even know what it's called. You're not invested in your teammates.
Survival Chaos.
It's also in Dota now.
I see.
They've added it.
I haven't tried it yet. I need to try it. It's just like an old Warcraft 3 custom map.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. Last time we were here, last year, we had like a Wars tournament because we played with Anna instead of
Don't blame him.
It's
not his fault?
Not his fault. But we ended up just playing Warcraft 3 custom games for like a week straight. Because we got
Rise of Vietnam?
No, Rise of China.
Rise of China?
Yeah, you can play as Vietnam.
What the hell is that?
You play like Rise of China. It's just like, I don't know, it's like you build your empire, kind of. It's kind of hype.
But then like
you form alliances.
It was like we were playing against TSM.
No, in Warcraft,
We were playing with like Tomato and Brow, and people would just keep betraying each other.
Yeah. Because you can in that game you can like make alliances, like pacts with each other. But you can also cancel them at any time. So you just like bond you bond with someone.
Yeah.
And then you like run your entire army into their base and you just break it, so you kill them.
That's terrible. Where's the camaraderie? I guess you guys are, on other teams, You're supposed to backstab each other. It's supposed to be the point, build the animosity because you took over in Rise of China against me.
If I could, I would play much more auto chess than you guys currently let me.
Yeah.
At TI, I felt like I was playing like 8 hours a day. It was hype.
The issue is you need to get like a standalone client, or you need to be able to run 2 windows at once.
You only have 1 monitor. That's the problem.
My rank has been griefed by Zai so hard at this event. Like, he'll wait until I start a game, and then he'll say, let's run some drafts. I'm like, okay.
What is the appeal for you still? Do people still play that?
Dude, tons of people play. People
Really?
play way more than they play. Like, I think there's like 12,000 people on at any given time.
Damn.
It's a lot of people, yeah.
In the Dota client?
Like Anna and Matu don't really play Dota anymore, but they grind auto chess. Like, there's a decent chance Matu's online right now playing auto chess. It's like a very good chance.
That's interesting. I mean, aren't other versions kind of like superior now?
No.
Than what's in
At
the...
TI though, like me and Matu would play at least 2 hours a night of auto chess.
What? Why?
That was our way of winding down. So everybody would be in the room and we didn't want to talk drafts because it was chaotic.
Yeah.
So then we just played auto chess until people left, and then we would start our process.
Then you keep playing auto chess.
No, then we had to draft. But
isn't like TFT supposed to be because it's the same game?
yeah,
right?
apparently TFT is just way better, but I'm stupid and stubborn, so
Respectful. Now, this is an interesting team dynamic because typically on this couch, the 2 players will talk about them wasting time playing some other games, and then the coach will say, yeah, I always have to stop.
No,
them."
I love for him to at least be in the Dota client. That's like a big step in the right direction. For a while, he was just like speed running Hades.
Dude, remember
he
when I was
playing like I don't know what you were
I
playing.
drafted from the car.
He's playing Diablo.
to my
like he's
to my vacation against the OG series. I was like, my Wi-Fi's just like going in and out.
Excuse me, what?
Like,
yeah, we're playing the DPC. We're calling William. He's like, I'm on the boat. I don't know where I am. Pick this hero.
it cooked. We won that series.
And that's where I'm thinking. I've been sitting here like grinding pubs. I'm playing a bunch of games.
That was hilarious.
I'm preparing. I'm invested, and he's just like.
I've drafted some.
He's literally
some
on a
weird
boat.
places.
I don't know.
Well, you know what? If you're able to do, that's what we always used to say about Merlini, If you can do your job while absolutely doing literally anything else at the same time, he used to play, what did he used to play on Panel? He was playing Candy Crush on Panel.
No,
back
it was
in the day.
Hearthstone.
Hearthstone on Panels. He'd look up, say his line, and then look back down, not watch a game for like 4
Ben was
hours.
a legend.
The dude was the he was the GOAT. We'd ask him specific questions to try to trip him up, and he would just guess.
See, that's the thing. Imagine he was playing Dota Auto Chess.
Right.
He would be in the Dota.
No, but
mindset,
we did that too.
you know?
Remember at Dream League, we just played Birja Memov 24/7. We were supposed. I can say that now because I give up his talent, and I'm never.
Okay, well, some of us are still talented.
So like we'd play like me and Slacks would play 1v1 Birja Memov. We play like John Cena. One of the broadcasts, you can just hear like. And his name is John Cena. And it was like, because we had max volume on, and then like the cast is like, what's going on? And then like we'd hop on the stream and we'd have to like say what happened in the game, and I'd say to Slacks, name any Empire player.
Shut the hell up, dude.
Don't even
Shut
talk about the
hell
game. I'd say like, give me any Empire player without looking on the pad. Like any Empire player, a single Empire player.
You're
just
such
their
a
name.
traitor.
That was so funny. Every
I thought
time
we were
do
friends. Yeah, I thought we were homies, and then you just set me up every single
That.
panel
Oh,
for
so
failure.
good. You remember the alien dude? He just
Oh
cast
yeah,
black
the
hole.
one that sings
Yeah,
and kills
it was
everyone.
Like, it was like distorted music.
I know. Horrible.
Actually, I think I remember. So he killed everyone, right?
Yeah, can never forget.
There's a lot of characters that made no sense.
I mean, it's basically just Overthrow, but with
It's
like
like
crazy
overthrow,
Russian.
but like yeah,
I don't
nothing
know.
makes sense.
That game is not okay. All right, you do not go play that game. Do not look it up. It is not for the faint of heart. It is a naughty
Remember
game.
like Sergey, whatever, the dude with like
Okay,
no the ball dude.
alright. There's a lot of stuff going on in that game we don't have to talk about. That was a long time ago.
That was incredible.
Okay, we've all grown up since then. You know, we're adults now, my friends. So you didn't play anything? What?
Name any player on Astra that's not Sumail.
What is your problem?
Any player on Astra that's not Sumail.
Okay, Buboka?
Oh,
Dude, he's not on the team anymore. How do you pick the only guy that's not on the team?
You were so confident.
You were so confident.
They're even playing like literally right now.
XXS?
They're in the tournament right now.
He's got one.
Yeah,
They
XXS.
got it.
The biggest friendship ever, and him and Buboka now broke up. Monet?
Oh, well, now you're cooking.
Yeah. I've done research before.
They were in the tournament right. They're playing right this second.
I can't watch their game this second. I gotta talk to you guys. I know everybody on your team. That's what I have to know for today, okay?
So
What am
I'll give you $1,000 if you can name all the teams that are still left in the tournament
hate
in
you
under
so
20
much.
seconds.
The day you left Talon was the happiest day of my life. I thought I was finally free of this nightmare. Yes, anyway. Boxy.
What are you gonna ask me?
Hit
me.
I don't know.
I'm ready. Name any game you've played in the last 36 hours.
No, I don't care. How do you
do you
have
wanna
such
know?
fantastic beard hygiene? It looks so good.
What? Hygiene.
Beard looks great. How do you keep up with it so well?
I shower every fourth day. I don't know.
Every fourth day, what the?
You're supposed to do that. I read an article.
No,
So
but
you're-
what I realized is I put like the oil in it,
Oh,
and that's all.
okay. Do you read that article? You're supposed to shower twice a week? Max?
Sorry.
That's what the scientists say.
Now I understand a lot more about your smell.
Well, shut the hell up. It's true. The dermatologist, you shower too much. Ben Franklin never showered. He's on a $100 bill.
It's true.
He wrote about it once. He wrote in his journal, he said, "Oh, dearest, the water toucheth my naked body, and I hated not good." is
So
what
maybe
wrote.
he took baths, or
No, he didn't let water touch his body. It's bad for the humors, as he put it. Great, so how much time do we have left? This has gone really well. All right, let's talk about the future of Dota. Let's talk about your pubs. Is there anything you hate in
I thought you
pubs
said
right
you
now?
didn't want to talk about Dota stuff.
Well,
It's out of all
we
the other
can
things.
talk about Dota. We don't have to, but you
I'm
know.
just calling you out because you said it was a boring topic.
Why do you always call me out? I'm not having a boring time with you. I'm just socially awkward, and I'm trying to move things along in a nice, progressive way. What annoys you in pubs right now? What do you dislike?
Almost everyone I play with. but the issue now is that I have to choose players for myself. So it's like I feel like
Oh yeah, you're drafting. in
yeah. So
Immortal.
I'm like partly like if we end up losing, you know, I'm like kind of responsible.
Yeah.
And like usually when I play pubs, I'm also responsible, but in a different way.
Mhm.
I just throw, you know. But now I'm like responsible for drafting like some guy was like marking that he plays +4, and I just pick him because I'm lazy and I just go like this, you know. And then all of a sudden we can't win because we have 3 support players, and then I'm kind of responsible.
Okay. Well, so you're like, you know, the father figure, and you take responsibility for the children.
I feel like I just want to be able to swap myself with some dude, and he'll just pick instead
Why does it make you pick?
because I'm high rank.
Oh, so the high ranks have to pick? I'll never make it to
I can
Immortal,
also
so-
just, I'm in the process of de-ranking.
Oh, is that on purpose, so you don't have to...
Yeah, it's on purpose.
Okay.
It's what happens when they make him pick.
I see.
It's like a natural.
Do you still play Dota at all, Blitz?
I played a pub like 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah, it's the one where you started yelling.
That was the funniest thing, because like I haven't seen William play Dota in 3 months, maybe more, maybe half a year. you
Sure.
know, yeah. No hit, you know.
It's all good,
It's
it's all good.
It's all good. It's all good. And then there's one game he's playing. I was like, oh, I'm proud of my coach. You know, he's grinding, and he starts just fucking yelling like obscenities at this guy. He's like typing on Steam. He's searching up his Facebook profile. I don't know what he's doing, but
damn.
he's going absolutely ham. And this is like the only game. And then he's like telling us, like, oh, you have to be mentally strong. We do this like 10 hours a day. You know, we're grinding, keeping it together. He's sucking it up, and you couldn't handle like one game in like 3 months.
I was playing offlane something. I think I was playing like offlane Necrophos, and my Mars came to gank for me, and he had ulti and spear, and he just didn't cast it, and then he started pinging me. We would have killed like 2 people. And then I said, why are you pinging me? Then he just kept calling me a dog. And then,
why?
One time I got dove by 4 heroes, and he misses his Mars arena, then he misses the spear because he doesn't cast the W, and then he starts pinging me some more. And I said, what's wrong with you? Like, as a person.
And
like,
that's where like a normal person would just mute and move on.
Right.
But not William.
No.
I just
Not
said,
William.
like, what's wrong with you? Like,
Said a lot of things.
I did.
I think it's in my stream VOD. See if I can dig
it's
it up.
healthy.
I think it's healthy to get it out of the system, you know? Hold
So
that.
then I was like, I'll never play pubs again. I just auto chest queue.
It's the North American way.
Yeah.
To very eloquently just like word dump a bunch of shit on the other guy.
You know, one
and
time
he can't keep up.
You know, Matu once played on my account when we were in NA.
Excuse me?
Because he had trouble finding a game during the summit. And this
T-
is when I was
TOS.
high MMR. This was like TI 6 times. And then like, you know, he was playing Lion, and some guy just like, because some guy took his carry, and then he just like kept pinging Matu, because he didn't know it's Matu, and he just keeps calling him trash, saying like he has no idea how to play this game. He's got no future in this game. And I could see the steam building in Matu's head. And he's pretty reasonable, you know, he never gets that mad at pubs. But the guy is just going off on him. I'm just dying laughing, because he's just like, you know, he's letting me listen. He's just like, you dog, you will never play this game competitively. We're like practicing for TI or something like that. And then he just holds down the mic button. He's like, my name is Matuma Man. I am about to play at TI under Team Liquid. You are trash. And then he just abandons.
Damn. Well, that's what happens, guys. You know?
Careful who you flame.
You have to be careful. You never know who's smurfing on Blitz's Archon account. It could be anyone. But anyway, gentlemen, it has been such a joy and a pleasure to speak to you about not just Dota, but you know, life, death, cooking, and smurfing. So thank you so much for your time. We do have time for one more thing from each of you. Again, congratulations. We all really hope to see you go far in this tournament and get the arc that we've been waiting for, the big win that we have been waiting for 3 tournaments in a row. So please, any words out there to your fans? We'll start, Mr. Boxing.
Name one cohesive thing we've discussed these past 30 minutes.
Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching and supporting us. And thank you
Hey.
to all our fans and sponsors. Wouldn't be here without you. And let's win this tournament with them.
Get some Benjamins.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that my team, despite like we lost to the same team over and over, and I think a lot of teams when they get to that like precipice over and over again, they'll like mentally quit at some point, say like we don't have it in us. Especially after like we lost game 1 today, I was really proud that like we were able to do it. I think you guys both did fantastic today, and you know, if we win this event, you know, I'll be living in the big old city. It's gonna be great.
London?
No, it's just like, you know, but Slacks is mean, so.
Thank you so much. Zai!
Wrap it up.
He understands why he's dying right now.
Thank you guys so much for watching. What a joy it's been. What a pleasure. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful day watching the Riyadh Masters. We'll see you tomorrow for another bit of talkies. Goodbye. Have fun today. Goodbye, everyone.
The last match we played on TI 11, it was the first TI that I ever attended to, and we surprisingly made it to the playoffs against RNG.
Here we go. Need to knock him out one more time. Get started. Goes for the toss back. The TB official blade is out. He's going to go down. He's got buyback. He'll commit immediately. It's going to be a 4v3 situation. RNG are being troubled.
And the game was going back and forth. I think in the end went like 115 minutes or so, and there were moments like they TP'd it to our Ancient with Underlord and tried to backdoor it and everything. Like that game had fully everything, and we win that match.
That's just insane. I don't think the longest game in the main stage ever.
Of almost 2 hours against a really, really good team. I was like, holy moly.
106 Listen, I don't know what else to say here, John.
Entity, what an amazing game they played.
I think a lot of people don't like the white noise that headset gives them at the playoffs, but it gives me a peace of mind and lets me focus a little bit more when I hear it and play with it. It stopped all the distraction from the audience, and I pretty much pretended that they were not there, and I was able to just look at my screen, play my game, and just communicate calmly to my teammates.
7 years ago at the Sun Mid tournament, tournament staff was asking our manager what type of food your guys eat. And basically he was like, oh, they eat everything except FNG. And FNG is like chicken McNuggets, french fries, and sushi. I was young, I was inexperienced, and I didn't understand how food affects me. I grew up and now I understand that food helps you to keep the good sleeping schedule. And now I don't get affected by it, or at least I have it in control.
I like cold temperature. I like when people are relaxed, they're calm, no emotions, everyone just sticking to the plan. It's just like holding.
Like every pro player, I just love playing on stage. I think it's just the best feeling ever when you have a crowd that is cheering. So that's like the best feeling ever.
Probably TI-10 when I played against OG.
See Saberlight going onto the back lines, wanting to just blow up the supports, and by God they do. They take out No-Tail so quickly. They'll be able to follow up with Sem.
The game was hard. They last picked Tinker for Thompson. I remember me pushing the limit of my hero and ended up outscaling the Magnus because of the matchup.
As he just gets ripped apart by Tomato. Bryle trying to find more clearance. He's got Cookie forward. Another silence. There's all these ghostly ladies. They get the kill on Thompson. They're chasing after Moon Meander. Can they get the kill? They will not be able to, as Seb, he dies back.
It was a very satisfying game because it wasn't the easiest, but it didn't feel hard. And we had some real clutch plays.
No, I don't have any rituals. Not only bad habits, but I don't want to talk about them.
The only pre-game ritual that I really have is I like to drink coffee, and then I like to kind of have a bit of peace of mind to focus inward and collect my thoughts.
Some two metal balls that you move around, they have these sound. Yeah, they're really nice. They help me with cause sometimes I have something here, it bothers me a little, and it just relaxes me, the sound and playing with it. It's my rituals.
I usually just have breakfast in the morning, go to the gym, and then have a couple of games before we start playing the tournament.
If I were to recall a moment where everything fell in perfectly, it was definitely our international run at TI-11, especially in the grand finals. For some reason, I was extremely at ease, and I felt we were extremely prepared for every scenario that our opponents threw at us.
As Tundra, they'll chase him down. Rezzo, gone without buyback. It's only Puppy and Chrysalis. And the arrow's there. Tundra catch him out. They're ready to run down this. There's a lack of buybacks on Secret.
Everything just felt so smooth. I just wish I could replicate the feeling that I had back then to this tournament.
26 teams in 10 years, and he finally claims it. Ladies and gentlemen, the TI-11 champion Esports.
I think Abeng, he got ritual. Doing something. Doing like that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Morphling is my signature hero. I think the hero requires a lot of reflex. Like you need to press attribute shift, and you can morph into other heroes, and you can like choose the way you play the team fight. Like there's so many ways to play Morphling, so that's why I like it. I think it was like one of the hardest hero in the game, and people like to mention it, and then I feel like I like to do hard stuff. When I was Fnatic, I played against Secret. It was in Leipzig Major.
Would have been, but unfortunately didn't quite have the initiation. On skewer into the impetus shot as well. Into the ground.
But we lost, but I think I played so good. Like, I morph into Magnus and then skewer Nisha into a fountain and cut his tree.
He cut the tree! He knocked him down on the ground, but at the same time, the buildings are in trouble. Top the back of the fountain again. Nisha, he's like, get me out of here. I don't want to be in the fountain anymore. This is not a fun game. But damn it, all the rest of the team is finishing off those racks. They're going to turn in the tiny, chainsaw him up and down. One dead.
My signature hero is Chen. That's right. That's for everybody there that didn't know.
Makes me really hyped for this game, because we get to see Puppy Chen.
I started playing Chen because I was bad at micro. Like, comparison to Warcraft 3 players, I'm not good, you know? But in Dota, it felt like if you play some hero like that, and people don't want to micro, by them like saying like, this hero sucks, but then they just get screwed by it, and then they have to like whine about it and stuff like that. Because people that played Dota weren't good at micro, at least in the beginning, you know? Well, I'm still not good at micro. Like, comparison to Grubby, I'm not close, you know, let's be honest. They used to call Chen like a dog or something like that. It's a dead pet hero. I have dead pets. All my pets die. And at TI1 I blocked everybody, so that was fun. I mean, I mostly did it out of sheer luck because I just clicked the buttons to follow myself because I knew that they're coming, so I could at least, like, it's, you know, you learn tricks when you know you're not playing, like you can't play perfectly, and yeah, it just worked out.
My signature hero used to be Meepo, but now I guess for the memes it's Storm Spirit. The hero is just really fun to play from the minute 1 until the end of the game. Why did I first time? I think watching Sumail from back when, like 2015, that's how I really got into playing Storm Spirit, I think. That's how I got my inspiration, I guess.
What player do I admire before I became Dota player myself? Okay, I mean, that answer is easy. I think I've done it every time. It's just Dendi from Navi. Like, he always used to be like my idol. Like, I've always looked up to him. He's been a mid player, of course. I had like one of the most outstanding personalities ever. So I think super good player, super nice personality, participates in everything and all the fun stuff and everything. There was like this Oppa Gangnam Style TI2, if you remember, or TI3 against Puppy, you know, like easily. Daniel, what is it? Daniel is shooting, I think? Yeah, that easily. Playing against Dendi for the first time was really special. It was actually on one of my first LANs. It was WESG, so this national tournament where you had to play 4 people from your nationality. And we played as Team Germany in the first round against Team Ukraine. That was like super, super fun. And I remember I wanted to just play Invoker against him. He played Juggernaut mid, like freaking random, and they just pushed high ground minute 12 and that's just ended it. But it was really, really fun. And then those guys came over for a handshake and I was like, holy shit, what just happened, you know? Like, we got smashed. They just went high ground, but it was super, super fun.
When I start playing Dota, I think the EG Sumail, when they win the TI5. I like watching him when he plays Storm. His Storm is so OP that time in the international.
When I was starting my career, I was watching like every Miracle game, my favorite player, so it's only Miracle. I started like in 2014, I guess. Then I saw how Sumail won tournament, international, and I got excited. And I wanted to play it too, professionally. Yeah, I guess it's Miracle, Shadow Fiend, Invoker, Storm. And Miracle was playing a lot of carries. It was really good. He playing 2 roles, like super good. Yeah, we're playing against Miracle in last major, but long time ago. It was my first major, Epicenter, something like this, and we played against them. But it was our first game in playoffs, and everyone was a bit scared, and so it was a bit hard to play against Suster first game.
Dota 2 can be stressful, and no one knows stress better than PSG LGD. How does PSG LGD stay calm in moments of extreme stress? Through 13 years in Dota, 5 top 5 places in the International, and winning last year's Riyadh Masters, LGD has used the same cleansing and routine. Now, finally, their secrets can be yours.
放轻松点!
For the low price of only $8, you can purchase the very same kit Zhao 8 created to calm, heal, and relax his players during stressful Dota 2 events. The PSG LGD GG Easy Relaxy Kit.
放轻松点!
Saunas, hot baths, and steam are essential to the healing of the body and soul. But how can you relax if you are worried about your decaying MMR? Our patented mobile high-speed gaming platform will always allow you to pub and rest in any conditions. Does your pathetic, weak, malnourished, broken, hideous, deformed, absolutely despicable gamer body need more than just heat? For normal gamers, standard acupuncture may work to stimulate the body, but Chinese Dota players must have extremely thick skin due to their passionate fans. That's why our package includes our patented planet-size acupuncture kit to penetrate even the most hardened Dota 2 pros. And finally, our revitalizing face scrub has extreme exfoliation designed especially for high-stress grand finals at the International.
You 先跟我回来吃西巴年！啊，小一怒，小一怒！
The PSG LGD GG No Re Relaxation Package for only $8. Buy now and get 3 free bottles of Wise Brain Juice. And you're own personal responsibility guide
不好意思，我的错，你还好吗？不好意思。
to fix any issues you may encounter for 30 days. Buy today. Buy today. Buy it.
放轻松点啊！
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
down, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
It feels amazing to beat Gaming Gladiators. I feel like we've been trying all year long and we've taken the L every time. So it's an amazing feeling. I'm quite ecstatic. The only time I can remember feeling this good after a series was probably at TI. So yeah, it rivals that.
I think Team Liquid is a strong team. They have been playing together for like 4 years. I think the 3 players. So yeah, I think we just need to play better than them. We've been losing to them a lot in the lands. The reason we lose is just we lose to ourselves. We didn't lose to them. Every time we play them, we didn't play as well as we should. So I think we just need to play better.
Talon are a really strong team, and I think when you get to this point in the tournament and you're in the upper bracket, you're doing a lot of things right. So I think even though we got the better of them in the groups, beating Quest is no small feat. So gotta really do our research and make sure that we are coming in just as hot against them as we did against Gladiators, and I think we have a good chance to beat them.
Ball coming out from Yamich leads to a kill onto box because Mickey has joined the party. Chronos here is there as Armel takes the tumble and Yamich is next.
I think I'll be lying if I said this wasn't a very big confidence boost. I mean, we're quite confident against every single team here, and to be perfectly honest, I've been quite confident against Gladiators too, just we haven't been able to pull through in the end. So no, definitely having the W to go into the next series is a big deal.
Makoto again onto 9-4. Jab, got a black hole. He found 2 targets with the global stance to help out. They can't save 9-4. 9-4 should drop it. No, he's healing up. Second one. Black hole from Jabs to ensure they get these kills. The drop is Savage will pop the song, holding the last 2 down. GPK, he'll be the big target. Ensnare out, mid-song, hold it down, and the kisses from Q. Throw the cubes out. It'll be a full team wipe.
I think the lane needs to be stabilized and the mid-game decision needs to be better against Team Liquid. I think we were thinking too much when we play against them. Hopefully this time we didn't think as much.
To beat Talon the next game, I have some friends that work on like the media side of Talon, so the nicest thing is probably to be able to keep your head held high next time you see them.
I'll beat you, Mike, and I'll do this the way you did to us.
I guess shout out to Jabs, who was with us in Lima last time we played against Talon. Hopefully we can do him proud by beating them again.
Welcome one and all back to playoff day number 3. We are now in the upper bracket. The first semi-finals taking place between Talon Esports and Team Liquid. Team Liquid making their way towards the arena for an incredibly important matchup. If they find a way to take down Talon Esports, they will earn the same amount of money they earned by getting 3rd place at the International. So it's truly an incredible matchup for them. But for Talon Esports, there's $900,000 extra on the line, tripling their earnings that they've made throughout the entirety of 2023. So they do not want to lose this matchup. There is certainly not just the money on the line, but the pride of Southeast Asia, as they're the final team from the region still participating here at the Riyadh Masters. Top 3 beckons for whoever comes out on top between Talon and Team Liquid. But of course, as we've heard in this particular video, Team Liquid have generally tended to get the better of Talon Esports. So this time around, Talon looking for the run back. To find out exactly how this series is going to take place, I'll be your host Snare for the upcoming game, joined on panel by some illustrious names. I've got not Fear, I've got BSJ, I've got Fly, and I've got Faith Beyond. Gentlemen, Faith Beyond, tell me about this series. Incredibly high-skilled teams, both of them representing pretty much the best of what their region has to offer right now. What are your thoughts coming into this matchup?
Yeah, I'm very looking forward for this matchup. Team Liquid, before in gaming series, they perform incredibly well, and also Talon is a very strong team in this tournament. And also I think Mikoto and Nisha is they all like maybe best mid player in this tournament. So I really looking forward what they gonna do in mid lane. Yeah.
I think the mid lane is going to be quite important here, Fly, because not as Faith Beyond has mentioned, they're incredibly high skilled. Makoto at this tournament, right, has been the mid laner in my eyes. He's statistically the most efficient guy, 0.88. That means that most of the creeps he's either lost hitting or denying pretty much every single game. And you had a small stint playing on Talon Esports, playing with him. So talk to me about him. What's he like in the game when you play with Makoto?
Yeah, so I definitely think you guys hit it right. I think both Mikoto and Nisha have looked incredible throughout this whole tournament, and they've been a pretty big part of their success in strategy and in gameplay. I have played with Makoto, the only guy I think I played from Talon with. He's a very chill guy, really chill like in how he behaves outside the game, but in the game he's always been one of the most standout mid laners in terms of individual skill, so he usually does really well at the laning stage. I think he's always been standout in that, and I think he's only gotten better throughout this year. And one thing I'm looking forward to in this matchup is that I think Talon is actually shelling out of what they have been this whole year, which is generally a slower team. But I think they have actually gone to be faster, and they're changing their playstyle a little bit, especially having played against them during this tournament.
I mean, Talon Esports find themselves right now in the top 4, potentially, if they get the win right now over the side of Team Liquid, in large measure because of being able to take down Quest Esports. It was a surprising matchup. Most of us sort of expected Quest to be able to get that W given how good that team has been looking. But overall, you can't take anything for granted at this tournament, BSJ. You have to bring your A game every single time. And Team Liquid, they just mentioned it there that after seeing Talon beat Quest Esports, I'm sure their confidence will be slightly affected here. And in terms of their playstyle matchups, we've mentioned it before on panel that Team Liquid tend to dominate their lanes, play extremely fast Dota. In the meantime, though, Quest Esports, like Fly just said, normally have been playing a little bit slower here. Do you think that's what's going to be happening coming into this matchup? Give us your insight about these two contrasting playstyles.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that we're going to be seeing a tempo game. If this game gets to 40 minutes, that's not in the favor of Liquid. But if it gets to the point where we see a 5K net worth lead, map control in favor of Liquid, Fly mentioned that, yes, I believe Talon has been moving much faster with their drafts, but they still catch themselves a little baited sometimes. We saw like a Medusa TA Doom lineup. We've seen like a Faceless Void Doom lineup. They still do have these like Enigma, long cooldown, greedy drafts, but they're getting much better at pulling them off. It's just a matter of if Liquid's going to let them breathe at all.
Yeah, and I believe you have some stats to back this up, or some tape to be able to show.
I have
to
some tape
this.
for exactly what we should be looking for in our series today. As what Liquid did against Talon in the group stage is we're going to see game 1, Insania, 5 minutes in. It's going to be a rotation through the Twin Gate with a creep. And this is something that Liquid loves, is the pressure in the early game. He's going to rotate behind 23. And Void, pretty hard hero to gank. So even though he's going to escape, Ollie's going to end up being the victim of this gank. And what's going to happen here is you think, okay, yeah, Ollie goes down, the play's over. But we're going to flash forward to 30 seconds later. They're still here. They're still pressuring. 23 is intent on staying on his lane. And if we look at the minimap, we see that Q has come all the way over from mid, one at a time, not necessarily the ideal. So then if we look at the minimap again, we'll see Makoto coming over, the little teal square there. So what ends up happening is, yes, you think, oh, they finally fended off this pressure from Liquid in the bottom lane. But we fast forward to 2 minutes. Mickey, he gets his level 7, levels his ulti, and he's going to go through the Twin Gate, and he's going to put even more pressure on 23, and they're going to land a nice Centaur vacuum combo and kill 23. So you wonder, is this just something they did in game 1? No. Game 2, a little bit of deja vu here, as we see Insania about the same time in the game. He's going to go through the Twin Gate, and we're going to see him wrap behind 23 Savage. And what's going to end up happening here is Medusa, usually pretty survivable, in the safe lane as a carry, but pretty high pressure lane with the Lycan plus the clock. They're going to bring down 23 Savage. And just in case you weren't sure if the whole thing was meant to happen again, here's Mickey in game 2, going through the Twin Gate at approximately the same time, gets his ultimate, doesn't even have to use it in this particular case, but 23 going to bite the dust again. So it really comes down to the pressure that Liquid applies in the safe lane. That's who they seem to pick on during the group stage, and it's something we should keep an eye out, and I'm sure they've come prepared of how are we going to better respond to this pressure, how we're going to keep 23 safe while also not committing too many resources.
Yep, I think one of the reasons why Team Liquid has often looked so good in being able to make those kind of big moves is coaching. They have a lot of conversation, a lot of external eyes that allow them to see the game from a third-party perspective. One of those set of eyes has been the long-standing coach of the side of Team Liquid, Blitz, who is standing by on the sidelines with Jenkins. So let's hear what he has to say about the matchup.
Hello. I'm here with Blitz, coach of Team Liquid. Talon versus Liquid is about to start. You guys have been owning. Can you do more push-ups than Sunby?
I don't know. He's actually pretty strong. I saw him running in the gym yesterday. It was pretty intimidating. Did you ask him how many he could do?
No, I didn't. But could you bench more than Sunby?
Oh, unquestionably. I don't think there's like many that, in Dota at least, that would do that. So maybe like Lyrical.
Maybe Lyrical. He needs to work on his legs, though. He doesn't do, he skips leg day. What do you think about that, skipping leg day?
That's pretty cringe. It's a weird thing. But I know Sunby can squat more than me, so that's good.
Are you going to squat Talon in this series?
I don't know. They're really good. I think they beat us at Dream League. They destroyed us. Then we beat them here, so scores like 1-1. You know, we'll see what happens. I think like there are no such things as favorites here, as evidenced by like the fact that Gladiators is in the lower bracket, and they almost lost yesterday, and like BetBoom also, who is another favorite. You know, they barely made it through. They could have been 2-0'd by 9 Pandas. Like there's a lot of, you know, everyone here in the top 8. It feels really scary right now. It's honestly terrifying.
So would you say that your days so far have been more than 7 out of 10s on the Blitz gym scale?
Yeah, they're super stressful. Like the problem is, I feel like a gnawing anxiety at all times because we never win like at all, but we get really far. So it's kind of like you're running up a hill, and then you never really reach the mountain, and then they reset you down at the bottom, and then you just run again. You know, it's like I feel like Sisyphus. I'm just pushing that rock, and there's no end to it.
And ladies and gentlemen, we will see if Talon is that boulder that rolls Liquid back down that hill again, or if Liquid finally makes it to the top. Thanks for the interview, Blitz. Good luck, my friend. And back to you at the panel.
That is, of course, Team Liquid, Blitz, the long-standing coach of the squad. And he made a very good point there. They are right now 4-6 overall. However, most of the wins for Liquid came at the Lima Major. Since then, Talon Esports actually has the advantage in this matchup. For me, Faith Beyond, the most interesting thing about this Team Liquid squad is that they are currently the team that has picked. They're third for the most wide hero pool, and I believe Boxy has the most heroes picked overall. You've been on a legendary squad that picked a bajillion heroes. How difficult it is. Tell us about how hard it is to actually be that versatile in the game.
The hard part is like every different hero and every different like combined like lineup, you have to find a different way to how to win a game. So it's very hard for a player that in a very short time to experience all the different kind of heroes and the lineup, and you can always find the right way to win the game. And Liquid, they look doing very great here because after they tried so many things, they basically win every game recently. So I think they already find the way to win the game.
Yep, they have found many different ways to win the game. And one of the intriguing parts is going to be what strategies they've concocted in order to be able to get the W here over Talon Esports. Right now, as Blitz mentioned, in Dream League, in the ESL Pro Tour, Talon Esports is favored. Let us witness, though, if Team Liquid can run that back and ensure that they get the W here, the biggest matchup of their lives. Almost $1 million on the line in a single best of 3. So let's bring the teams out to compete for the top 3 matchup.
Welcome back as we continue Riyadh Masters and look forward to the upper bracket semi-final today as our second series.
أول مباراة نصف نهائي أعزائنا المشاهدين في رياض ماستر راح تبدأ الآن. الفائز في هذه المباراة راح يضمن التوب 3 معنا في البطولة بشكل مباشر. كل شيء الآن صار هاي ستيك، ما حد بيقدر يكون عنده فرصة ثانية.
Fancy, what's the most you've ever had on the line on like gaming?
Well, I did participate in a tournament before,
really?
And I was able to get to the finals.
Okay.
Get this. So the prize pool for that tournament was 5,000 riyal. Okay, and we were able to get second place. Unfortunately, we lost the finals. So my cut was $250, I would say. Yeah, that's a lot of money, man.
That is a lot of money. These guys are playing a match that will get them a minimum of $1.7 million.
Oh my God, أعزائنا المشاهدين اللي ما يدري الفائز في هذه المباراة راح يحصل على $900,000 فقط من جيم واحد لأنه بيكون ضامن التوب 3 وأوريدي هم أصلاً جايبين أكثر من $500,000 فقط في وصولهم إلى هذه المرحلة اللي قاعد يصيرهم طبيعي.
Now both these teams have already proved themselves as exceptional. And today also seems to be well, not necessarily today, but the tournament as a whole seems to be teams conquering their demons. And Talon has oftentimes had pretty rough matchups against Team Liquid.
Not sure if they can do it this time لأنه زي ما احنا عارفين أعزائنا المشاهدين في كل مرة تيم ليكويد واجه فريق تالون دائما تالون يكون عنده الأفضلية لكن لا ننسى أن تيم ليكويد أيضا في السنة هذه دائما يكونون السكند بليس in all the majors اللي صارت في هذه السنة سواء كان في بالي ميجر سواء كان في ليما أو حتى في برلين فما ندري إذا بيسوونها مرة ثانية ولا لا.
Pride, money, and glory on the line. Let's get it started. Talon! They have had an unpredictable journey in this tournament so far. Things were looking a little bit down for them at the end of DPC Tour number 3. They took time off during the Bali Major. And you know all that, but them coming into the upper bracket, taking their first series, and now facing off against Team Liquid.
ما حد يقدر يعرف وش نتيجة المباراة هذه لأن فريق تالون في الفترة الأخيرة في كل مرة يتواجهون فيها أجامهم مرة unpredictable. ما تقدر إنك تعرف النتيجة ودائما في البطولة هذه في الجروب ستيج نشوف إنه عندهم الأفضلية يخسرون ما عندهم الأفضلية يفوزون فما حد يقدر يعرف لكن خصمهم معروف وشفناهم في المسرح أكثر من مرة خلونا نرحب فيهم. رحبوا معنا بتيم ليكويد. سمعنا المدرب حق الفريق قبل قليل في مقابلة قاعد يقول إنه كل مرة واجهنا فيها التيم التالون دائما ما يكون عندنا الأفضلية الكبيرة حتى في دريم ليج في آخر بطولة للأسف الشديد فازوا علينا وصراحة فازوا علينا فوزة قوية لكن جايين يعوضون عن النتيجة هذه لا ننسى إنه هذا الفريق الحاصل على المركز الثاني دائما وهم زي ما احنا عارفين اللي قدروا يفوزون على جيمنج جلاديترز الفريق الوحيد اللي فاز عليه في الأبر براكت من سنة كاملة فإذا سووها ضد هذا الفريق ممكن يسوونها ضد تالون.
They finally conquered their demons of Game and Gladiators earlier in this tournament. But maybe that was the juice. Maybe that was what was keeping them going. Now, is there a danger of them getting complacent? Or is this going to keep the magic rolling? Sky's the limit now.
Nobody knows what's going to happen in this game لأن أعزائنا المشاهدين الآن راح يدخلون على طول في الجيم. تالون ممكن زي ما قال تسونامي they conquer their demons ولا لا لأن ليكويد بيكون عندهم الفرصة إنهم يكونون في التوب 3 على طول من فوزهم في هذا الجيم.
Now we'll see if it's Talon's opportunity to return the favor and return it in the game of Dota. Gentlemen, to your stations, to your booths. Let's get this second series underway.
أول نصف نهائي في رياض ماسترز راح يبدأ الآن على طول مع المعلقين.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy. Indeed, we are about to get this match started to determine our first team to enter the top 3 of the Riyadh Masters. Fly, one of the intriguing things I find about these two teams is the contrast. One team has the 3rd widest hero pool in the form of Team Liquid, Talon the 3rd shallowest hero pool. But more intriguingly for me, Radiant side has been the preferred thing for Team Liquid with first pick. That's when they win the most. Talon, Dire side with second pick is when they win the most. Are we going to be sticking to this coming into this matchup?
I think both teams are pretty confident in their playstyles right now because it's been working for them, especially Liquid. They've been on this crazy momentum ever since that group stage. You know, they were like 3 and 5, and then they woke up and they're like, okay, time to beat everybody, I guess. So I wouldn't be surprised if it'll just be a battle of ideas. Like, we think this is better. We think Radiant first pick is better. And on the flip side, we have Dire second pick, and that's just what we believe in. And that's usually fun when two teams have different ideas of what's good. You're going to have a battle of concepts.
One of the also interesting things about this matchup, BSJ, is that Team Liquid, the only team that was not directly qualified for the group stages that find themselves in the upper bracket right now. Everyone else got directly the group stage seeds. Half the teams, though, have already been eliminated from the tournament. Sad Fly, feels bad, fam. But talk to me about this. Why does Team Liquid always look so much better when they have that long ramp up, when they're allowed to play all those additional games?
I really think it's the coach. I've had the privilege of getting to work out with Blitz at the gym, and this guy, he just brings out the best in you. He's just motivational. He, like, when you're like having a bad day and you don't want to go that extra rep, he's the guy that's, you know, just cheering you on and telling you exactly what you need to hear in that moment. And it applies the same with this team. I'm like 100% sure. Whenever they're down and you wonder like why this team bounces back so much, it's because of him and them being able to rally around him. They trust him, he trusts them. It's just, there's just such a bond there that I feel like very few teams have, and I can attribute it to their perseverance throughout the course of a tournament.
Yeah, they know how to keep it PMA.
Hey, that's what we like to hear.
It was fun because actually before the major, we were at the Liquid facility, like we were boot camping at Shopify, and I did get to work out with him as well. We went one day together.
What was your impression?
It was fun because I think we both pushed each other because usually he's used to training with people who are less experienced.
He told me this.
Yeah, so it was fun. We both pushed each other and it ended up being a lot of fun. I think we spent like 2 hours at the gym, which is like way too much, but it was a good time.
So I got his side of this. He was like, dude, that guy's freaking strong. Because Blitz is always like, yeah, that's okay, Brian. You know, I'll cheer you on as long as you're doing less weight than me.
Well, we're going to be seeing these two teams push each other to the limit here between Talon Esports and Team Liquid as we open up our draft here. The interesting thing for me here, Faith Beyond, is that Talon did not ban the IO. This is the 6th game they're going to be playing with IO. Team Liquid undefeated with this. They have IO Storm, they have IO Lesh, they have IO Razor. Why do you think Talon Esports let the Wisp through?
I don't know what they exactly talking about. I think they maybe have some solution. Maybe they want to play. Yeah, that's the solution. They take off the Storm Spirit, and this is one of the Mikoto's best hero in this tournament.
Yep, it absolutely is. His Storm Spirit is undefeated, 3 games, 0 losses. On the flip side though, Fly, this Silencer hero has not been looking so hot. It looks good for Talon. They are 3-2 with the hero so far, but the hero overall is at a 31% win rate across 32 games.
Yeah, I think Silencer is a bit lackluster now because a lot of the heroes that are in the meta are pretty good against Silencer. These are like heroes of summons that generally just take your towers because Silencer is all about like this team fight, mass spells. You pick it against IO because you know you can cancel a reload, but then do you really care if you're Liquid and you're just running around together? You don't even need to play on reload some games. And the interesting thing for me is that I think this is the first time Talon actually plays against IO in this entire tournament. And choosing to do it right now versus a team that's very good at the hero is very bold.
Bold indeed. BSJ undefeated on the IO Lesh, undefeated with both of these heroes, in fact, Team Liquid, but they're the ones, even better than Gaiman, obviously, at this tournament. They've sort of made this particular strategy honestly look unbeatable.
Yeah, absolutely. I find it interesting in the sense that what Talon, I think, thought was maybe we don't want the pressure to be on our side lanes. We want the emphasis to be on the mid lane. So in the other games, you saw Mikoto on like a Snapfire TA type hero that's kind of stable, hard to pressure in the early game. Just let it get its farm. But in this case, like I think both teams, all eyes on mid, right? You're going to have the Snowball-y Storm Spirit. You're going to have the Lesh with the 2 supports from Liquid rotating there. So I think the Talon's basically saying we'd rather play against this than what you presented to us in the group stage. Will it work? I'm curious.
They do take out the Monkey King that they lost against Team Liquid with. So Mickey not going to be allowed to play that particular hero again. But Liquid, you know, you never really know what they're going to pick. They have a bajillion heroes, so can't necessarily predict in advance. What do you think about this, Faithbeyond? They're removing just pure carries in the second phase of banning from Team Liquid. Are they that afraid of the scaling potential that we've talked about from Talon?
They ban out TB and Medusa. This is two hero like counter Lashrak a lot, and it's a very like reasonable ban. And for TALON, I think TALON prepared really well. Like they ban out Lycan in first phase, and now Monkey King. These two heroes is like a core of strategy of Team Liquid, and now they pick Silencer plus Storm. This Silencer will play much comfortable without Lycan. And so I think this first phase TALON did pretty good.
I think both teams are pretty happy with what they got. It's always interesting when you're doing draft preparation, you can choose different routes. You can go, we ban what they're comfortable at and we just play, against something else, or we're gonna give them this hero that we know they're gonna take and then plan against it. So this time they chose to play against the IO, and then, it sort of like becomes this battle where Liquid's like, okay, we're happy anyways because we got our IO, we don't really care what you have in store. And their bans are pretty good as well, I think, because they're banning Heroes by Scotty, right? That's very popular against Lesh and IO. And then they're just banning a Naga, maybe preparing for their second phase, what they're gonna have to pick, because they're gonna have to pick something blind. And that's always the tricky part about first pick.
That's almost certainly Brood then, right? Because you have Lesh, so banning out Naga is not at all to protect the Lesh. It has to be to protect the 6th, 7th pick of the draft for Team Liquid. So I'd imagine Talon is looking at that, 23 Savage is like, I wasn't going to pick Naga into Lesh, but maybe he would want to pick Naga into whatever he sees in the second round. So then they have to consider, is the Brood worth the ban? Did they have something else in mind that's just higher priority? Because they do tend to have a summons hero on Zai. Not always, but some sort of aura builder that pressures the lane that allows for those rotations we saw through the Twin Gate. Darkseer was a perfect example of a hero that enables that as well, but they've already taken that out.
I like that. I think the idea about the Brood Mother is a good one, and they're probably thinking about it now because, like you said, this Naga ban doesn't scream anything for Lesh. It's for something that Liquid is preparing.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Faith, what you would think they're gonna pick here in the second phase.
I'm also looking for Brood right now. I think you both are on the correct point.
What if they just take it? We've seen some kind of I'd say Giga Chad moves where people just take a pure on 15 that the other team wasn't expecting. We saw it yesterday where we thought that, I don't remember who it was trying to set it up, but 9 Pandas took the Darkseer on 15.
Asta took the Darkseer.
Or yeah, Aster took the Darkseer on 15. Okay, yeah, I was totally wrong about that, but yeah. They took Darkseer on 15 and we all and Mira said that they just threw the entire draft out of whack because the other team had been setting up for that hero on 6-7.
I would be surprised if they just took Brood, because I don't even know if they played it this tournament.
They played it twice.
They have? Okay.
Yeah, they played it twice. It's 1-1 for them right now. Well, there's some vision against the Brood Mother in case it does come out, so they are kind of setting up for it. And in the event that it doesn't get picked up by Team Liquid, with this LC ban, they could just yoink it themselves on 18.
Now that's interesting. I wonder if that is preemptive or it's something completely unrelated and they have a different line of thought. We'll see if Liquid still wants to take it for Brood, or maybe there's a different hero of summons that's left in the pool.
What are their offlaners, Faithbeyond, struggle against Naga?
Struggle against Naga? Lycan, but no Lycan here. And also Brood. Brood, I think they maybe will pick Brood because Naga versus Brood is auto win.
He has played Visage, which I don't think he cares that much about Spirit Breaker or Silencer. Maybe that's something they're going to look into, which is not a Brood Mother, but it's also a hero that gets countered by Naga somewhat.
For Team Liquid, how do we feel about Timbersaw that is still in the pool right now?
Well, I'm not sure if there's something that screams Timber to me, because both Silencer and Storm are decent heroes against Timbersaw. It could be just to sort of deny Talon to pick the Timber, because Talon does play Timber as well. But I can see the Visage coming out. It's a good lane with Clock. Otherwise, I can still see Brood Mother. This is kind of like the hardest pick for Liquid, because they know they're going to counter pick whatever they're going to pick here. So they're taking longer to think about this one.
They go for the Visage, yeah. So if you're going to go melee 4, you'll more likely go for a range 3. That's probably what they were thinking with, like, in regards to the Spear Breaker. I think that's the only hero that Clockwork was really targeting here in regards to setting up reloads and also just making it hard for Spear Breaker to get follow-up. At this point, what Clockwork does is he just fractures fights, right? Like the Spear Breaker and Storm are going to be able to go deep, and unless 23 Savage also picks like a mobile hero that can jump like Slark, something of the like, then they're not going to be able to get past these Clockwork cogs that's meant to disrupt the fight. So I do like what Liquid's doing here, but I also think Talon like has options.
I actually don't like this Visage pick here because I feel it's quite hard to kill Spirit Breaker at a team fight, and also a little bit afraid of Silencer. But I can see why they pick this here, because they want some like team fight and push. Like they want to play as a ball, and yeah, and also I can see like Talon, the best option is Void Spirit, Faceless Void, because you want to play as a ball, you want team fight. Okay, I have more team fight right now, so I think for me, I don't like this Visage pick right here.
I think this is going to be, in some ways, both teams are going back to their identity, where Liquid wants to play fast, they want to play tempo, like we said, and Talon is usually going to play more for the late game with a hero like Faceless Void. So we kind of see it how it pans out in the draft as well, not just that we're talking that this guy plays, this team plays slow and this team play fast. So now I think Talon is in a sort of the situation where they can get ran over, which is the one thing about Visage. However, if Liquid mis-executes, which is usually how their drafts go anyways, they might just lose the game. You know, it's going to go to 40 minutes and 23 Savage is going to carry.
I just want to mention like momentum on lanes. Earlier we saw 9 Pandas elect to go for the last pick TV. Like in those type of spots, you can choose to pick a hero that scales better, or you can choose to pick a hero that's meant to win its lane. And my issue with the Void here, when you have a Storm mid, is I'm already eyeing a lot of pressure coming out from Liquid around the Lesh, a lot of attention there. So if there's pressure on mid, then Visage will, once he gets 6, will also pressure Void. Like Void just doesn't do anything to defend his safe lane tower. That it's now going to fall all in the hands of Jabs pretty much, whatever his hero is, to be more of like a wall to stop this Liquid push, because also Spear Breaker and Silencer offer virtually nothing for tower push defense either. So big concern for me.
One of my concerns here is the fact that Talon Esports, with the draft they have right now, I don't see that much additional damage into the bubble. So once the Chronosphere does come out, we're reliant on 23 Savage scaling super hard into the late game at this point. So we definitely need some additional damage inside the Chronosphere. And for Team Liquid, I just want a hero, a safe laner with a stun. Any kind of stun or just like fighting carry, I'd be very happy with.
I think they should be concerned about Phoenix. I'm actually surprised Liquid didn't ban it, because Phoenix Void's a sick combo and Jabs has already picked it. You also have a 4-position melee hero, Spear Breaker, so you want him range 3. I think that should be on their radar at the very least.
Yeah, I really like this Phoenix idea. I think Phoenix is perfect because for Visage game, you can like you have to win the team fight. You have to play as a ball, and if Talon pick Phoenix here, and it's like we can kill you in team fight anyway. We have so many like team fight skills.
I'm a huge Phoenix lover in general, so you just have to say the hero and I'll say yes.
Phoenix.
Yeah, so Phoenix sounds great. For Liquid, I'm thinking about something. I'm trying to think what he'll pick here that combos with Io, and it doesn't necessarily even have to combo with Io, but he knows he's going to get counterpicked, so he needs something that can be strong or be left alone.
One of the things they've done in this tournament is they've run Io Lesh with the Razor in the same draft. I believe they've done this twice so far. Okay, they go for the Luna.
The Luna Visage, of course. Right. How did we not see that coming?
Luna Visage, a little bit of a classic. Another new hero for Mickey. Yay, more stuff coming in from Team Liquid. What do we make of this carry player? BSJ, what do you feel about this matchup?
They're probably the best Luna team in the world at the current moment, Liquid. They always pair it with either like a DK mid or a summons offlaner like Visage. Visage is definitely the best one because the aura benefits the birds, and it's also a global aura at nighttime, so that level 6 timing for Visage is even more potent. This Luna is all about enabling his team to like win its lane. Like Luna's a pretty reliable laner to pick on 9, and then just leave her alone while she jungles top half of the map for 5 to 10 minutes, and that aura is buffing them up while they're doing their thing elsewhere.
I think Talon might look for an aura hero, something that just buys team items to help them kind of survive the game. Even the Tidehunter, I know like Luna is sometimes picked into Tidehunter, but I can see a hero like Tide who just buys pipe and stands in front of his team is going to be good. But
Oh,
okay,
wow.
we got a different bird, not the fire bird.
Ice bird, also pretty cool.
Now, what do you like about this ice bird here for Fabian?
Because Viz is very afraid of Winter Wyvern's ultimate, and obviously they don't have catch. Like the only thing they can win for Liquid is they win the lane and they doing Roche and they push tower. They play fast, and Wind Wyvern can slow their speed.
Okay. Fly, what do you think about this Winter Wyvern being deployed in the off lane for Jabs? Yet another new hero for him. I think he's now third in terms of hero diversity at this tournament.
It's very exotic, and with these kinds of picks, I feel like it's going to go one way or another. It's going to look terrible or it's going to look amazing. I definitely generally prefer to play the tempo side, so I'm going to go with Liquid on this one. But I can see it work in a very extreme situation where they're going to win 1 or 2 team fights and slow the game down, and then it's just going to be too much for Liquid to handle.
Very quickly, BSJ?
Yeah, I'd just say that this is exactly what we expected. I think the Winter Wyvern makes the early game even harder, but the late game even stronger. So if they get there, but I think Liquid's got this.
Well, my panel has a lot of faith in the Team Liquid draft of things. Let's find out if Team Liquid feel the same, as before we get into the game, we have a final word from Jenkins and Blitz on the stage.
Hey, Big B. Good to see you again. Is Talon a bunch of Giga Chads for letting you guys have the IO Lesh? Did you expect that in the draft?
No, not really. But I mean, they were really good. I mean, this draft feels really scary, so who knows what'll happen.
How do you feel about the Wyvern last pick coming out? Was that also a surprise?
Yeah, I don't think they've played it here. Although I don't think they've probably played many IOs, so maybe it's like a surprise thing for them. But it was really smart. I mean, these guys are really, really talented, and Sunbee's a really smart guy, so it was probably cooked up, and they probably knew that we were going to get IO, and they probably had this in the back of their minds.
So we will see if the counter to the IO Lesh works in this game with Kezu and Suns fan.
Thank you so much, Jenkins. Really appreciate that intro, as always.
Great throw.
As we're getting in to Talon versus Team Liquid, game 1 of this best of 3. Some juicy picks. I have to say, this tournament has been extremely satisfying to not only cast, but watch, because we've just been seeing so many more picks. I think this last letter patch has really kind of rounded this patch to a degree that we're seeing so much more versatility.
I mean, we just had all the kind of quote-unquote broken heroes get nerfed down, so you're going to have some other heroes rise up, as Talon going for a last pick Winter Wyvern, which I think the panel touched on it pretty nicely. It's going to make their late game way better, but Liquid's tempo is really damn strong. You've got the IO Luna, IO Lash, you have auras from your Visage, and I feel like generally from what I know, Winter Wyvern isn't the best laner, especially when it comes to going up against healers. Like IO sustains you very well, which is kind of what you want against Winter Wyvern, so we'll have to see how Talon and Jams can kind of cook their way through these lanes.
Yeah, that's the hero I want to focus on a bit, because it's the one that we haven't... Well, have we seen it at all this tournament for anybody?
Not as an
We definitely haven't cast it, at least. But Cold Embrace, not particularly good here, especially against the magic damage of Lesh and Luna. Curse, though, that's an old school counter to IO. Right? Like back in the day, you'd have Disruptor Glimpse would be a good counter because of the relocate. You'd have Lich, Witch Doctor, things that like to, bounce left and right, and then the Curse that forces you to attack the IO.
I mean,
does it still have the same type of impact, would you say? Or I feel like the tether is now longer than it used to be. I could be making that up, but we'll just pretend that I'm correct.
We're just going to pretend. Just going to pretend you're correct. Yeah. The only thing when you play Winter Wyvern into these heroes, like Liquid's draft is they're very quick around the map. Like Winter Wyvern isn't like the most mobile hero, so that's something that Liquid can try to abuse. Of course, you always have the global against the relocate if that's how Liquid are going to play, but what if they just run at you together? As both teams going to get some of their early mid observers out in the smoke, just chilling.
So looking at both sides, which team would you rather be?
Liquid.
That was quick.
Yeah.
More straightforward strategy?
I think Tal said it also on a panel. I would say generally when you have tempo lineups play against lineups that need to get to the late game, if you execute as the tempo team, you're generally going to win. Because right now for Talon, they definitely need to get to this late game. I mean, their late game is disgusting. Like Winter Wyvern throughout the game, it's not just going to be the curse. Once he gets to like 2-3 items with an Aghanim Scepter, Leshrac and Luna are very susceptible to being outranged, which is why generally range heroes that get to just stand the ground eventually like Medusa are very good against them.
Yeah, it does feel like Liquid have quite the push lineup. They can definitely dive towers. And the side for Talon, can they just hold on long enough for these cores to just outscale the likes of Liquid? And the Bounty Rune battle is upon us. Boxy not going to be able to get this Bounty Rune.
No, 3-for-1 trade. By the looks of it, for Liquid, as Liquid are very good at these early bounty runes. I've seen it in like most of their games. Boxy is always very aggressive on specific spots where even just here, he shows his team 2 heroes so they can aggress in the top area. And also to touch on the drafts, like just one more last time, Talon are no strangers to taking games into the late game and kind of just beating out their enemies there.
Yeah. We'll be seeing Nisha on the Lesh versus Makoto Storm Spirit. I want to talk about Nisha just briefly. Secret last year, obviously he was by many considered to be the best player in the entire world.
Absolutely.
And he comes to Liquid, starts off really hot. I mean, they do quite well, but he has been losing lanes more often this year than we're used to seeing. But at this tournament, he's back to whatever form you want to call it.
TI form.
And he is feeling like he's unbeatable in lane.
Yeah, he's kind of dumpstering people, I think, once again here at the Riyadh Masters. I agree. Like, a little bit of the last couple of weeks, maybe. Taking some time off, taking a bit more chill. But Liquid, again, they're really dominant in these games that I see them play. And I really like their setup with a lot of these lanes, the early tempo, the rotations that also Brian touched on in the pre-show with where Insania, might make his way down bottom later on. We'll see if that will come out again in this game.
Yeah, what was that, like the 5-minute mark or something like that?
The solo
is taken out.
It's the solo play. 5-minute twin gate, blood grenade, and get in there.
Yeah, but like he mentioned, Talon have obviously been looking through the replays since they did get 2-0'd in that series, and that was a few days ago. So they'll be aware of that as being a possibility.
That's also something else that Talon did very well in their bans. Like, they took out these heroes like the Faceless Void. Well, they didn't take out the Void, but they took out the Monkey King, then they took the Void themselves, which these are heroes that also allow your support to like move away real quick. And mid lane, this is just definitely a Lesh favorite lane, not by a big margin, but I think this is like some 60-40. Very skill-heavy lane as well.
I mean, now that I mentioned it, Insania, if he goes through the gate as an IO, maybe not the most helpful in ganking. It's not like a CM.
Yeah, it's like you overpower if your lane is already going to be good at it, as up top Mickey.
Mickey, is that going to be first blood? Indeed it is. Jabs on his Winter Wyvern off lane. Will get a nice money injection into his pocket. And we'll see how that ends up playing out long term, especially in this lane.
Let him cook. This is not the lane where I would expect them to be able to get the first blood, but perhaps myself and other people underestimating just this Winter Wyvern SB combo. I don't know if Q got a couple lucky bashes or what, but just getting the harass and chipping in the kill.
Yeah, knowing that Jabs has only a little bit of mana, a little bit of harassment coming out from Liquid, but they have a whole wave under the tower here that Mickey really needs to grab for himself before he falls too far behind. You can see in the CS, obviously not off to the greatest of starts, but mid lane, Nisha, Makoto. Nisha is favored a bit in terms of the CS right now. Would you say hero-to-hero matchup that this is Lesh favored?
Yeah, like a little bit, right? 60-40, and perhaps also later you can have Boxy kind of come over and try and help out the lane. Sure, on the other side you have Q, who's playing the Spur Breaker, who can also try and help, but generally it's a lot easier for the 4 to rotate when your mid is winning, and before Storm is 6, you don't have too many plays here as the SB.
And then for the off-lane, Zai on the Visage. A hero that we've been seeing more and more in this tournament, and obviously coupled up with the likes.
Oh, Mickey taking a lot of
action here. Yeah, Mickey. I mean, the Arctic Burn is no joke. Gets off Illusion's Beam on the Q to slow him down. Looks like that's going to be enough. Insania continue to inject some HP and mana to him. Ollie takes the Soul Assumption. Boxy continuing with the batteries up under the tower. He's going to get the kill, but if Zai goes down, this will be Talon favorite for sure. Gets the bash, and 23 Savage. Actually, Ollie technically gets the kill from the grave.
That's 23 Savage. He's going to be happy about that. You want to get all the gold injection and XP as fast as possible on especially Faceless Void. The faster you get some of these items, maybe a chrono. Because the longer you delay Zai getting his birds here, it's going to be harder for him to then take over the lane later. As I feel like Visage nowadays is just a way better laner with all the universal stuff. It's Insania up top goes down again.
Yep, Io is down for the count, so Mickey in a 1v2. So far, Talon in this lane definitely keeping the pressure on. You can see even the Spirit Breaker having a decent amount of CS considering he's the 4 in this lane. It's supposed to just be harassing, but
I mean, this Talon top lane is already creating a big difference to how I envisioned the early game to go. I thought Io Luna are kind of not supposed to win this lane, but here, good charge into the bash.
Good bashes.
Easy kill. Very high skill. Well played, Ollie.
When you get that 17%, things go your way. Mickey, it's going to be spotted here by Q in just a moment. That's going to lead to the charge. See if he can get some lucky bashes. It is not to be.
Still pretty annoying for him. He's got no region on the Luna. Easy bash again, as Insania will have to come over. Does have Tango and a Salve as well to make sure Mickey can stay topped off.
I mean, if it gets bad enough, at what point can Luna go to the jungle? Or is this a hero you even want in the jungle at any point?
I mean, you can jungle fairly early. He's also holding a skill point right now where he could like go Glaives level 4 and level 5, but right now that's not when you want to jungle. Like, you want to farm the lane, then fall back to the jungle and kind of like ping pong back and forward. So they want to make sure that they kind of get to damage control this lane, as Talon are the ones that are going to do the move on them. But good.
That's right.
I think that's a scan from Dire, so Liquid do know what is going on. It did clip him.
Yep, Ollie trying to give Liquid a taste of their own medicine, but they're too quick. They understand. 23 Savage right now, in terms of his net worth, just a little bit ahead of the Luna. So effectively a wash for all things considered. Is the 6-minute illusion rune spawn. And Q's gonna snag that as the electric vortex in the mid lane onto Nisha with the charge coming from Q is gonna be canceled, but does force a little bit of rotation from the side of Liquid. Of course, this is pretty typical for the 6-minute power run to see so many supports straggling to this mid lane.
I mean, honestly pretty impressed with Talon's laning stage here. The fact that Mikoto does get level 6 before Liquid can make any move on him, I would consider that a small win. And Jam's just having this, you know, being top of the net worth as Winter Wyvern minute 6. This is not, honestly, this is not normal. So they've done some very good stuff here in the top lane.
Yeah, already pressuring the tower now with this siege. Q hiding in the trees. And it is technically a 2v1, but I don't think they have the vision that will... Actually, they do have a... No, that's the ward coming out from Liquid, so no vision up there from the side of Talon.
No, Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal. Boxy trying to snag this one, and he'll get it. Might be able to get a kill on Ollie as well. Getting slowed by the Wyvern, though, as Jab's trying to tank up that battery assault, and with the charge coming in, that will ensure that at least they get the kill onto Boxy.
I mean, Boxy will definitely take that trade. You steal the rune, you force Jabs to TP over, use his own TP there. And in the meantime, also, Zai got to take his own Wisdom Rune, so speeding up his level 6 is also great for him. And she'll be very close to getting one more creep after this.
I mean, that's as big of a power spike as you can get. The 7-minute mark is both Wisdom Runes.
Yeah.
That is a big deal.
Well, it's definitely a big win. Like, sure, maybe Talon are slightly ahead in the gold department right now, but this double boost of XP really gonna do a lot for Liquid in like these next couple minutes. And can't underestimate, we've got the Luna Aura with the familiars.
Yeah. An old school combo that, I mean, at what point do you think that, at what minute, let's say, would you say they're gonna be comfortable pushing? I know it's still quite early, as Makoto's gonna get an invis rune. Now they're going to smoke up.
Yeah, like minute 8 to 10 is still like, people are a bit more free. Like Zai would like to slowly, like slow pressure bottom.
Oh, Mickey.
As
Mickey's going to get spotted. There's the charge and the zip.
He's
going to be an easy pick off. Trying to get the kill for Makoto, and he'll find it.
Talon just doing a very nice job. And I think unless Liquid bring their own heroes down bottom, I don't know if Zai will feel too good about just, you know, hitting this tower. So it's good that Liquid are bringing over Nisha and Insania, because 23 Savage, he would love to just stick around with his chrono, but he's gonna go top. He knows that they're fogging very likely down here. So instead, it's gonna take the top tier 1. Easy and nice rotation here for 23.
And the Makoto still has the invis rune. See how they try to connect this. Always a scary proposition when you have a Spirit Breaker on your team, although obviously only level 4 right now. As we're gonna see a charge start things up, but Makoto seems to be resigned to jungling a bit. But you can see the levels. Insania level 6, Boxy level 6, but Spirit Breaker for the side of Talon level 4, and a Silencer level 4. That's basically the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah. And this is definitely something that Liquid would like to at least abuse a little bit. Like if you can get 1 or 2 small plays out here before Ollie does get this global, like you just get some cheeky hook shot somewhere, or you get some relocate before a global comes out, I think they're gonna be very happy with that, because like you're saying, you know, you want to make use of this double Wisdom Rune timing that you did get earlier.
And Nisha still hooked up with Insania in this bot area. I would expect them to try to go for this tier 1 tower, considering the amount of push that they have. Familiars are doing a little bit of damage. Ollie, the only member, actually he is shadowed a bit by Jabs, who does have his Winter's Curse.
Rushing his Solar Crest actually on the Winter Wyvern. Interesting as we have a hook
shot
on
to
mid.
start things out, but a nice charge from Q, buying enough space for Makoto to be able to zip on away. So nothing will come from that for the Liquid side, but a lot of that is because they wanted to get this rune, which is secured by Nisha.
That's a very big rune as well. The shield rune. I think for Liquid in these next 2 to 3 minutes, they would love to take this safe lane tower from Talon and then also rotate it into a mid-tier one, as these birds are just kind of going ham a little bit on Ollie behind enemy lines.
Yeah, but now they're going to scout out the fact that Jabs is here. Stoneform getting the stun initially onto Jabs.
Well, he's got the Arctic burn, so you can probably just skirt on out of there. As Talon, they know that they don't really want to fight into this. All of Liquid's heroes are here, so they're just going mid. We have Q and Makoto there, ready to slap down on the mid tower.
I mean, based on how this game is going, do you think either side is content with the state of affairs? I mean, Liquid only have 1 kill, but the network lead's not really that much in favor of Talon.
I would say Talon are pretty content. I wouldn't say Liquid feel too bad about the state of the game either, but I would say within the next couple minutes, Liquid would definitely like to do something.
Using the Horsey to set up a nice hook shot onto Q. Split Earth connects from Nisha as well. And that's going to be the Space Cow in the grave.
Okay, Zai. Now they will make their way over to mid lane. Only not 6 yet. Still 5.5, but Winter Wyvern just a very good hero at kind of stalling out this game, so perhaps not as... Oh, Zai.
Zai
gets off the resummon.
Makoto doesn't really have much mana, but there's a Winter's Curse from the high ground.
Him too.
As Boxy doing a little bit of damage to his teammates. The relocate comes out. But Boxy puts himself in a horrible position, but there are still familiars to get some CC onto Makoto, so nobody from Liquid actually dies. But still, this tower being pressured by the Storm Spirit, but feels like Talon are just wasting Liquid's time to some degree.
Yeah, I kind of like how Jabs is playing this Winter Wyvern. I envision it as more of a potentially greedy hero, right? You help with the scaling, but with how he's playing it now, he's got the Solar Crest later for his Faceless Void, buff up 23 Savage, and just to slow down these pushes and the early tempo from Liquid, because we've touched on it before, but Liquid, they want to look to speed up this game.
Another rune for Nisha.
He's just the king of the mid lane right now.
Every rune at this point. And now that shield rune is... The fact that that lasts 75 seconds, I'm not sure why, but it does.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Still technically was active there.
It's not that easy for them to stop 23 from farming up here. You need to connect like a hookshot cog into follow-up spells, but if there's a global up, I think 23 feels very safe about continuing to farm, and I mean, Talon's late game and overall just Void scaling is very, very damn dangerous in this game.
Yeah, he's getting close to having both Mask of Madness and that Maelstrom to catapult his farm. So as long as he doesn't die in the next couple minutes, we'll be able to have the items needed to catapult him to the highest of net worths. But right now, the highest net worth is reserved for Mr. Mickey on the Luna. And I would assume this is going to be a Yasha. We'll see if he goes Manta. We've been seeing some people skip that for... Well, we've only seen 5 games of Luna, so could be a Scotty, a Butterfly, who knows.
Yeah, probably Yasha.
It does feel like a really good Manta game.
Yeah, I think it's either a Manta or a BKB game. It's going to depend a little bit on what he thinks. Does he feel like they need a bit more help on map push? Maybe then you go the Manta if you feel like you need the BKB more to like push the game forward. I think he's going to do that as both teams kind of dodging each other from these smoke gangs, as Liquid also have some stacks in their triangle later that maybe, you know, Mickey could fall back to. Overall, Mickey's net worth definitely skyrocketing up right now.
Yeah, both him and Nisha are very happy with the game right now. So it looks like it will be that eventual Manta style for him. And Nisha has his Yules, which will help set up his Split Earths, and obviously could dispel against the likes of the Global Silence and whatnot. And we'll be going for the Bloodstone afterwards.
I mean, one good thing with the smoke earlier, even though Talon's smoke didn't land anything in particular, but they did get off this very aggressive ward, which is scouting out the Dire Triangle with all the stacks. So potentially this is where you can talk about, okay, the moment we see anyone show up that we want to be ready for smoke and we want to go there as Jabs. He wants to join Q in this game. I thought they both had Shadow Blades queued up, but it's only Jabs, so he wants to be an invisible dragon later on. Very hype.
That's always hype.
Oh, charged through.
Yeah, Boxy not able to get the cogs off. Hook shot onto the creeps, but he still finds the connection he needs. But Makoto's there to help out. ends up getting this kill onto the Clockwork eventually as the Global Silence first usage of the game. But now Talon on the run as Nisha trying to make a connection as well as Mickey slowing them down with the Lucent
23
Beam.
is TPing.
Maelstrom is online now for 23 Savage. Makoto completely out of mana though. The full Eclipse now basically reserved for Jabs, but he gets off the curse just in time. And that means Mickey is beating the ever-living crap out of Obi. He gets saved though. Nice job from Insania, but the Chronosphere coming out onto Mickey because Insania can't link up to the Luna any further. Flipping a 2-for-1 to start as Q's gonna drop next. Nisha getting extremely low and is brought down by 23 Savage. Finishing that Maelstrom just in time, a double kill for him. Boxy back into the fight again. Gets 23 Savage inside the cog. The time walk towards the fountain. By the fountain, I mean the Lotus Pool. Basically the same thing, of course. I mean, 23 Savage. The fact that a Void can participate this early, get 2 kills, and live is insane.
I mean, this is the best type of setup if you are playing Faceless Void. You come in late, you get off a... I mean, even though it's just a one-man chrono, because that was a clutch relocate from Insania, still pretty good fight for Talon as they take out 2 of the highest... Yeah, the 2 highest net worth cores from Team Liquid, and it all goes into 23 Savage's bank.
Just like that, he's top net worth. Hook shot, though. Finding Jabs. He has the Arctic Burn to try to get to the high ground, but Nisha sets up his Split Earth. Has the Pulse Nova from afar, but can't get to the other side. He'll be able to walk away with that Winter Wyvern. Meanwhile, Q assassinated by Zai, it seems, on the other side of the map.
It's not easy playing some of these supports against the Visage, who's level 11. Solar Crest, the Birds buffed up as well by the Luna Aura. Basically, the Birds have double damage here in this early game with the maxed out Luna Aura. So that's pretty dirty. As Zai also about to hit level 12. So something that Liquid should be looking at and talking about soon as well is the first Rosh of the game. You want to speed up the game, you've got all these auras, you take Rosh really quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Nisha, gotta be a bit careful.
Remember to have this ward.
Bit careful, young man. He's getting charged. And you can see Insania was looking like he might have wanted to link up to Nisha. He's getting charged still, and he will die. He gets most of the Ancients, but just like that, 2 dead for Liquid. Jabs, Cold embracing himself. The Global comes out. Zai also out of mana and surrounded by members of Talon. Jabs just going to go down to the Familiars, but it'll be a trade for Zai. So 3 dead for Liquid, and they find the offlane and support. Boxy able to TP out in the midst of danger.
As wards win you games, just Q picking up the freest kill of his life there on Nisha's basically 1 HP Leshrac. And
that
again,
was so greedy.
Yeah, 23 Savage, I would say, again, just a winner in this fight. Gets to click down the mid-tier 1, gets some more levels. Jabs also swapping up his item build into a Blink Dagger. I do like that. I think his adaptation of his item build with the Solar Crest, so he bought the Blink and he sold it, so he's not quite sure. I would like the Blink. Well, let's see. No, he does rebuy it.
Yeah, very important. It's better the second time around.
That's true. It's stronger now.
I mean, that tells the tale of how he wants to build it. Because back in the day when we were seeing more of Winter Wyvern, it was more right-clicky with like Orchid into Bloodthorn with Aghanim Scepter and whatnot. This is an initiator. This is a utility.
No, the way he's playing and the way he's itemizing is honestly game-winning. I think if you try to become this 3rd core of the game, you don't really help your team to get through the phase where, like, if Void gets to late game, you're already in a good spot. So help him get there by slowing down the game from Team Liquid here. I love it. SQ, even he's getting close to a BKB off of this.
We have been seeing some farm Spirit Breakers in this tournament. Shout out to Snake King.
Top net worth.
That was, I mean, he had 10,000 gold at the end of that game. Pretty absurd hero in the right hands.
I mean, in this game too, like, unless you get Yuled or like really chained down, this is a good SP game where you can try to just go in and out. You have the backup of Global, 23 Savage, getting close to this BKB. I think if you're Liquid, you definitely want to, I mean, I keep stressing it, but I think you want to take a tier 1 and then force Roche as well before some of these BKBs do come out here.
Yeah, I think, 19 minutes in, they're going to get their 3rd tower of the game, so all the tier 1's dead. Perhaps one have been pushing a little bit faster, but still not too shabby. And they are grouped up in that Roche area.
Talon are TPing over though. Looks like they kind of want to contest, yeah.
It is a scary lineup to fight into Roche. I mean, with the Curse being the main spell that can absolutely turn the fight in Talon's favor. Zai breaking the smoke. Q's going to be the first there. Hook shot into the cogs. Global Silence. The Cold Embrace saving him for the time being. As 23 Savage and company just have to look on as the Space Cow does drop. Is that enough for Liquid to feel secure in taking Roche?
I think that's honestly pretty good for them. Like, not committing to the Roach and just playing on this nice ward during the Lotus pool and killing SB. I think they should be pretty happy with that. As 23, he's going to be like, okay, give it up. Let me get my BKB. Let's play towards some of our next timings. As Liquid, this is exactly what they have to do in this game to try and keep it even, or even try to get ahead in this game.
And Nisha getting the Aegis. As always, Lesh, one of the best Aegis carriers in the game. Shield Rune is in the top for Mikoto to take. We'll see how much leverage Liquid can create with this Aegis online, especially with the push potential of their lineup. You'd have to expect them to, at the very least, be able to get these tier 2 towers unless Talon wants to fully engage, which they could. They do have some scary spells to work with.
I mean, for Talon, it's more like you want to stay on the map, push out the lanes, and I think they will only defend if they like smoke around and try and get a catch. But Mikoto in this next fight, like Kaya Sanj, Witchblade, Shield Rune with a backup of Global, I think he can be really annoying in this backline. Like maybe get on this IO, get on the Clockwork, and just make it very easy for 23 and Jabs to play the fight.
Should mention that. Oh, I thought. Okay, Mickey actually changed his item build. He was going for, or he opted for Linken's first, but has changed his mind to the BKB.
Yeah, I'm glad he did that. I don't think this is a particularly great Linken's game. Sure, there's like Charge and Curse, are like the main
Curse,
aspects.
I feel like it's not going to be on him at any point, right? It's on the target next to him.
Most likely, yes. So him just going BKB here and allowing himself to, you know, just push forward, because Liquid, even though the game is quite even, with all these auras coming out and the Aegis, I think their fighting power is definitely stronger than Talon's. Like, Talon still need more time.
You say that. They're going to smoke up. Global Silence is back in 3 seconds.
They want to go for a wraparound. I mean, Liquid's map positioning is a little greedy. They are quite split, but if they can just dodge this move and farm, then they'll definitely be on the winning side of this play.
Yeah, they have vision on Zai in the top lane, but they're still quite far away. So right now in the Liquid triangle, you can see pings out here. I mean, if they only find Boxy, that's not exactly the prized pickup that they would want. Perhaps they can just get some wards down in the meantime, though, as the smoke will dissipate.
I mean, Boxy got off a pretty nice ward here next to where their mid-tier 1 used to be. Kind of expecting Talon to play around in the like top half a little bit, so if they do move there, they'll see them. But what's the timing on this Aegis? Got 2.5 minutes left. I don't know if they want to like use it to just get a double BKB timing, because Mika just got his, so I think with Luna BKB plus Aegis, I think Liquid should probably feel good enough to take over a little bit more of the map here.
Yeah, I would think so. And Zai drums, pipe, Solar Crest. He is very farmed, and already 1,500 into an eventual Hex. He is having a very good game from the offlane. We can see the discrepancy between him and Jabs. Jabs has had huge impact on the game, but not as much farm at this point. It looks like he will be transitioning more towards what we mentioned with that Aghanim Scepter. Makoto finding Boxy. Todd's there to keep Q in place. He's going to hook shot in a defensive measure, though.
Just good play from Talon, poking out a little bit here in the mid lane, forcing some TPs, forcing the defensive hook shot as well. But yeah, Zai is having a very good game. Also the 15 talent, even more minus armor coming out. Solar Crest, you've got the orb as Jabs.
Yeah, blinks backwards. Does not want to take part in this fight. Zai with the familiars finds him in the trees. And with that, Solar Crest can just rip right through him. The Cold Embrace is going to save him for a little bit. But Jabs,
couldn't
know where you can go, my friend. Nice pick off there from Zai.
Very nicely done. Does find him up here. And yeah, I mean, I do like that Jabs going for the Ags later. So you've got these early items, help your team get through the early mid game, and now you can go for your scaling as Liquid. Getting lanes into a very good position here. Manta's pushed out top, they got the kill. Mid is pushing, now they can all go bottom together and try to go for this tier 2. As the Wisdom Rune is being left.
Yeah, Nisha. Oh, forcing out the BKB from Q. The fact that he has that, we talked about it earlier, but just does not look right. That he can turn golden at this early of a time.
Well, he's also got the Philly Stone, so honestly, his scaling basically secured as well. As Liquid do force out the BKB on the Spellbreaker. Probably want to aim for this bottom tier 2 while just being efficient here, farming out the jungle.
He left that Wisdom Rune.
Are they leaving it for 23 Savage? Like, are we just...
So 23 Savage got the 14-minute one. And I mean, do they just really want this 20 talent?
I
mean,
think so. I mean,
we've talked
why
about
not?
it a lot. That 20 talent on Void is a pretty big power spike.
Yeah, it just synergizes so well as well. It's generally like your third, fourth item that is coming out. So when you get both then at the same time, you just go from not really killing heroes into killing whoever you go on and decide to like just chrono.
For supports though, will pay the price.
Yep.
No, I guess the silencer does get a little bit.
And Q is pretty happy, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Q's been getting a lot of farms, so kind of makes sense this game. Only a 2K lead for Liquid. This is a super close game number 1, which we were hoping / expecting.
Well, it is nighttime. Nisha about to finish his BKB as Insania's got very good levels in this game, right? He's just continuously synced up here with Nisha, just getting all the creeps, all the XP, as just a lot of key items still coming out for them. So I wonder when Liquid will... I don't know if they're content, because they are increasing their net worth lead, but I still think this Faceless Void is very scary throughout this game. Charge on mid, and the zip.
Yeah, Nisha gets off the Yules onto the Storm, pops the Bloodstone in anticipation of this upcoming fight. Mikoto focusing completely on the IO. Global silence is there, but do they have the damage? No. Pipe from Zai basically saves Insania. And again, that'll break things up. It feels like this game is all about these little tiny engagements. It's not like these big fights. Even with the Aegis not getting any towers with it, by the way. We just assumed with this push lineup that they would just go for it, but Liquid kind of chilling.
Yeah, Liquid got a lot of gold out of the Aegis, but now that they did see that Talon are basically all 5 mid, and this is a good timing where you can punish as Liquid. If one guy lingers around alone, you can kill him.
Yeah.
It's very likely that they also want to swarm out to the side lane. So let's see if Liquid...
And they know that Global is down. That's a big one. Zai continuing to push the top lane, which will lead to a Tormentor, of course.
Of course.
Talk about all the time.
Shadowblade. Jam's very open on his itemization. First the Ags, goes back to the Shadowblade, so wants to help himself with some of this positioning.
And the tier 2 tower is going to start to take damage now for Talon. And they're not really... Do they want to defend this? Doesn't look like it.
They're
going to be a
late
freebie
if they
for
still want to
Liquid.
do this. So it's just a free tier 2 as Mikoto is TPing in.
Charge is coming.
On
Bulldoze
Zai.
activated. Zai, the Yules is there from Nisha. Take off the Bulldoze, forcing out the BKB from Q. Now Mikoto trying to go on top of Visage, but that is a really tanky target. 23 Savage is looking for a potential Chronosphere, but gets stunned mid-air. And now will be forced back by the Ancients, kind of in a weird spot.
Jabs is dying.
Jabs just going down, but the Chronosphere comes out on 2. The Curse on top of Luna, not the greatest layering from Talon. It's a 1-for-1, but that's a core for support, and now they're gonna find the big bad Faceless Void. Down goes 23 Savage, and now
there it is,
we're gonna
baby.
see the Tormentor. Who gets the shard? It's gonna be the Jetpack.
It's Jetpack Man. Oh damn, it's Liquid.
Just like that, 8K lead.
Yeah, this is about to be damn more. It's just gonna go hit your tier 3 tower as Talon, not the fight that they waited so long to then take this fight, and not the best manner as Liquid. Just gonna go straight up into the high ground. It's nighttime, you've got the Luna Aura, you've got the birds, drums, you have edicts. This is dead Rex.
My goodness, yeah, 40 seconds without Void. I don't think you can fight it. Even if he was up, no Chrono, no Curse. You do have Global though, but I think you're right. I think they have to give this up. And one good thing out of this for Talon is that they still have their tier 2s in the other lane, so Liquid will have to back away regardless. But that is an early Rax to give up, and it came out of nowhere, it feels like.
That is a lot of momentum for Liquid. You also now have the full sheep stick completed on Zai. You're getting a lot of like level and item timings. Level 18 on the Visage. You're going to have 18 on your Lash as well. And this is a super early Roshan respawn.
It's also a great opportunity to get the second Tormentor of the game. Who will get the shard? Will it be Io, which they actually would be good with
Io
Flash
is
this
good.
game.
Or is it Zai?
Usually it's kind of meh. But it will be Zai instead.
I mean, he'll take that too. Like, unless they commit on him with a global or the chrono, like he can just drop himself in the ground, make it easy for his team to play. So, with your talent, this game just took a huge turn within just 1 minute.
Yeah, if it was, I mean, it was already hard enough to kill Zai.
We're getting an Aghanims on Mickey here.
Okay, sure. Why not?
All right, Boxy, you're getting the hell in there and you're killing them.
I mean, in some respects, it's a way to itemize against the Curse from Jabs, because you're not right-clicking as hard. Not sure if that's even on their radar, but either way, Liquid into the pit they go. It will be uncontested. Aegis and Cheese. Now, is this a point where you give Mickey the Aegis so he can be the right clicker for the high ground. I mean, Lesh is still good at pushing, though.
I mean, maybe Mika just wants to play on range with the Axe. I think either way, they're going to be super happy. Getting Aegis, Cheese against a Void lineup, like, they kind of lack damage. You know, they might have enough to kill one, but I don't know if they can fight through an Aegis.
Yeah,
as
Talon
Liquid.
are too late. I don't know if they want to still go in here. Oh, 23 Savage is going to get the Chrono.
Okay.
This is on the Luna.
They'll
This
need
is
to global
no
the reload.
Aegis this time. Relocate, but the global silence is there. So they do get the successful kill onto the Luna. Now the charge onto Insania. Nisha left all alone for the time being. And his partner in crime will drop. Nisha still with that Aegis in tow. And the TP is actually canceled via the curse. So Zai stuck in place as
Nisha.
well. Very good fight for Talon, but 23 Savage taking a little bit too much damage. Boxy with the hook shot onto the BKB Q, stuck inside the cogs. They'll be able to clean him up, but 23 Savage going in and out with that shard. It looks like Zai will eventually be brought down to his knees. If Visage does have knees, we'll never know as Boxy
the bash
trees with Anisha trying to get up. The TP gets canceled. That is the Aegis, and he is going to be completely surrounded by Talon. Getting off the Bloodstone with that Pulse Nova as well, so they have to be a bit careful, but 23 Savage is there to try and finish him off in style. And from range they go. Q with another charge, and a huge fight for Talon despite giving up the Aegis and Cheese.
Damn, it's 23. He's just dancing on them in this fight. This is the best Faceless Void fight you could even ask for. 20 time walks. You just get in. I think Liquid were not ready. They just find Mika with the Chrono, they global, they relocate, and there's no save on him. And then from there, there's just perfect like prioritization on who they're going on, and the fight is Talon. Just strike back.
I don't know if Liquid were anticipating them fighting into the Aegis.
I don't think so. As here, just perfect play. They're just around and they're ready. Global comes out against the Relo, and I think from this point onwards, they just make it look easy. Just start kiting them. They just get so separated here on Liquid. They need this Luna to be alive.
Yeah, a lot of credit to Q. I mean, a big part of the Spirit Breaker is to isolate heroes, and they did this several times in the fight. But yeah, that brings Talon kind of back in this game. It's a 7K lead for Liquid, so still in the driver's seat to a degree. Obviously, that lane of Rax will help. But this Talon lineup is very scary as we're getting into the later stages of the game now.
These are some bigger timings. Like suddenly 23 Savage, off of the back from this fight, he is top level now in this game. Level 21 on the Faceless Void, queuing up his next item already. So you gotta be careful here if you're Liquid. Easy creep wave for Q, as he's soon getting to the stage where he'll just one-shot everything.
That's right.
Already could if he uses the Shadow Blade, but gonna get some more gold.
He's going for the full Silver Edge. Actually, no, changes his mind. I was gonna say, is there anything that needs to be broken? I mean, I think the Agnum Scepter is just more consistent.
The Scepter just seems more chill. Gonna be fine with that. Lower your cooldown. You're happy with that.
I mean, it breaks Gravekeeper's Cloak, right?
Yes. As, I mean, it looks like Jams just went for the Silver Edge, so if they can just go, if they Chrono the Visage, and you get the Silver Edge hit off, which, that's not a hard combo to get off at all. And you can always just secure the kill in the Chrono with the Global.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I guess Insania does have Greaves now, but still, it's like, he can wait to just see the relocate and then Global. So, even though you have this Dispel, not easy to play around.
Insania still has the Cheese, one of the more powerful heroes with the Cheese, of course. As Talon still have to worry about this top lane, so always a concern. 23 Savage, level 21 now. And going for a Linken's, it looks like, as the Radiant bounty advantage in a game that they're behind. A very rare commodity.
Yeah, usually we just see Dire have like 5 times the bounties as little Talent, maybe Q lurking around on the Cowman.
We sure those stats are correct?
Yes. I mean, it seems like not as many bounty rooms, but I think it's correct.
Just double checking there.
Yep.
Thank you.
14 to 11. Keep
that
those
is
in mind.
greater. My NA math tells me so.
NA math, of course, very, very good.
That's right.
Best around the world.
Good math skills. That's what we're known for.
Certainly.
Mikoto, he's halfway to his Agnum Scepter. And I mean, that is pretty scary though, because when you talk about like an AoE Electric Vortex into like a Curse or into a Chrono, something to that effect, there's a lot of weight, even into a Spirit Breaker charge.
Even just a charge, like these 2 spells alone can create a lot of chaos in the fight. It's 23 Savage. He's got the Lincolns completed. He just needs to make sure he does not get bursted. So the Lincolns to nullify Zai's Hex, I think, is a great choice here. The Talon gives you a lot of damage anyway. He's got the Mask of Madness as well, so it's really important for Liquid that they need vision in the fight, and I think they need to be the ones going in first. It is nighttime soon, so that will help them a lot with the Lunar Aura.
Yep, smoke broken. Q will find Boxy to start. Turns on the jetpack. Mikoto with the BKB. Trying to finish off this clockwork, but that's a pretty hard kill to get. But Nisha all alone in the river. Insania is ready to go. Gets off his Greaves. They global, but it's really to no effect. But 23 Savage coming in with the Chronosphere. Insania has his relocate going, and that'll save Nisha. But Zai will get blown up inside the Chrono. Now these big spells are down.
Good curse.
Big curse onto 2, but it's only Nisha right-clicking Io. Ends up not having that much of an effect, and now Ollie on the run as Liquid trying to get something out of this fight other than the Wyvern. Ollie goes down to 1 Lucent Beam. Very nice.
That looked a little miscommunicated by Talon. Like, I think 23 time walked in and Global came out because perhaps they thought you can just Chrono and commit, but then when the Chrono came out later, they could just relocate out Nisha. But they still ended up getting Zai here on the back of it. As Liquid gonna be happy with that, and now you've got a big cooldown, so they're just going straight onto your high ground on the tier 3 here.
Yep, and we saw how fast they can take buildings. There's a fortification out. Talon will have everybody up in 10 seconds.
If they can take this tier 3, that's a huge deal. We've seen Luna Glaives before.
Indeed. Yeah, but no Chrono, no Wyvern ult. How can they hold without it? 23 Savage with the time walk back in and out.
That's a big zip.
Electric Vortex,
cheese.
But the cheese from Insania saving his fellow Nisha. Mika getting bashed in the meantime. 23 Savage is doing as much as he can to try and delay, but this is going to be 2 sets of racks for Liquid. And Talon still jumping in. Mickey pops the BKB, has Insania linked up to him right now. 23 Savage barely gets out in time with a big time walk. And Liquid not looking to stop anytime soon.
That's a solo curse.
Solo curse not going to last that long, so another wasted ult it feels like. Now the Agnum Scepter online for the Storm, but do they have the Wombo combo potential? 23 Savage in and out again, but these buildings are just melting in the face of Liquid. There's the initiation from Makoto into absolutely nothing because they have nothing, but Mickey still drops.
Oh, the racks.
Melee racks 1 hit away. Nisha going in for the last-ditch effort here. We'll be able to get that melee racks. The range, the only thing alive now for Talon between them and Mega Creeps. As Q gets bursted into the ground, it's a buyback down to the Spirit Breaker. But this is going to be Megas for Liquid. Despite losing their position 1, they get basically everything they signed up for. Q, this will be a dieback if he's not careful. Jabs getting bursted down by this Pulse Nova. There's the Chronosphere onto 2. It's going to be enough to take out Zai. Let's see if Insania will be next. Nice fuels from Nisha.
Good cancel.
comes in with the Electric Vortex onto 2. Big charge coming in as well. They finally take down the IO. But even if they were to team wipe here, it's still Mega Creeps. Nisha TPing out, but the Nether Strike is there to cancel it. He's going to have to try to get back the old-fashioned way.
Good cogs.
Nice cogs from Boxy, keeping 23 Savage busy. But they have vision, so Q gets another charge onto Nisha on the back line as Boxy's going to go down to the right clicks. So the last remaining, adding insult to injury, Mega Creeps, they get the Wisdom Rune. Nisha will likely die as Q really wants to finish him off, and he'll do so. So a full team wipe, but Talon have no buildings.
Yeah, this is
and even if they were trying to push her, there's 4 buybacks for Liquid.
This is SEA's strongest power spike, Shannon. They grow the strongest when they're against Megas, as Liquid just strike hard. Like this lineup from Talon, when you use your spells, you better be killing 2 to 3 heroes and get all the waves pushing until they respawn. Where Liquid, they just get to punish off of this previous fight.
And you got to give Liquid credit. Making it really difficult to get these big Chronos into any kind of combinations. Even the curses just haven't felt impact on the like the last 2 uses, just almost no impact on the game.
I think Jabs may feel like he wished he had an Aghanims, but gonna have to make use with what he's got for now. I mean, these buildings just drop so quickly. What a sick pull as well from Makoto to start it all out, where they do get Mickey, but at the end of all of it, they just get Megas.
I love this sound. Yeah, Talon. I mean, they're able to kill heroes if their spells are up, but the problem is they just got so many long cooldowns with the Global Sinus, the Chronosphere, even the Curse to some degree. Feels like they are completely reliant on them to be able to fight. If they're caught with their pants down, aka not having those ults, then Liquid just take those buildings quite easily.
Here we see the Wisdom Rune once again.
Yep.
I mean, at least for Talon, you've got some heroes that are okay at dealing with Megas. Obviously, it's not great playing against Megas, but you know, you've got some spells. You've got a Mjolnir on 23 Savage, but Liquid, I think they can just wait for the next Roche, gear up some buybacks, and if they use all their spells to defend, you know, you could just go for some cheeky buyback into GG play.
Timeless Relic for Nisha, as if he needed any more help. And Roche number 3 will go the way of Liquid, so Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, Shard.
Oh, I want to see a double Boom Boom Eclipse in this game.
Yes. That is...
double Eclipse on Boxing, he just jetpacks in there.
Yeah, sure,
Baiting.
why not? Now, wait, what happens if he dies? Does the Eclipse go away? I think it does. So that's the one risk you have.
I think if you cast it on the hero and the hero dies, yeah, it may go away.
I'm pretty sure
he ain't dying. That's where Insania then tethers in and cheeses his ass.
Yeah, IO just has to make sure the clock works.
Tormentor!
Tormentor!
You barely squeezed that in.
Just had to get it in. That is a split earth.
That's actually an annoying shard. Like for 23 Savage, the way you want to fight with Void is like you want to keep going in and out and like kind of kite around. You may just get caught by some stupid splitter if that Nisha casted like 7 seconds ago.
Yeah. And there's a double damage rune top as well if Liquid ends up seeing it. But this is looking pretty grim. But again, only game 1 for Talon. It's the fact that it's only an 11K lead for Liquid is actually kind of mind-boggling.
I mean, they have a 15% chance to win still against Megas. I don't really fault Dota Plus, Gaben, or whichever higher authority.
It's Gaben. They email him, and then he emails them back on his yacht.
Oh,
get the percentages every couple minutes.
That's actually pretty sick. So we'll look into an update in the next 4.5 minutes.
Yep. See
what Gaben thinks about the next stage of the game. So we have Wraith Bands being queued up by Ollie. Wants to turn into a carry, of course, on the Silencer.
Yep, it's time.
The classic 42-minute double Wraith Band.
Take what you can get. Zai basically fully loaded on items. I mean, most of Liquid in the same state.
I mean, Talon need to be ready. If you get caught off guard here without buyback on one of these lanes, the game might just end.
Yeah, that's one thing. Liquid don't really exactly, other than the hook shot, don't have a ton of jump. As the Diabolic Edict starting to go out here from Nisha. Charge to try to delay from the likes of Zai.
Oh, no need to jump,
Savage,
just go into buildings.
Walks in, time walks out. Zip on in, zip on out. That's all they can do, but the buildings are still melting to the Familiars and the Moonglaives. Both tier 4s extremely low. Q forced to pop his BKB.
Eclipse.
There's the Eclipse coming out. There's the Chronosphere onto 4 heroes into absolutely nothing. That has been the problem for Talon all game long, but a nice charge. Keeping Nisha at bay. He's getting pretty low, but the Bloodstone keeping him nice and healthy. Another Eclipse comes out. Not enough to get an initial kill, though. But again, the Ancient exposed. There's the fortification, but Liquid will likely be able to take this out now as GGs are called. So Liquid take game number 1. I mean, you can see the ideas from Talon.
Yeah.
It's just they didn't get late enough into the game to be able to execute it
in the
properly.
last Foreman Chrono, they were cursed, actually. That's why he dealt no damage.
All right, that'll do it.
And then in some of the earlier fights, like I think Talon did so well in this early mid-game to hold on, but then Liquid, they just get one fight and their entire draft and the tempo, it will just go through the roof. Like, you just lose your entire map and all gold as well.
Yeah, this was somewhat clinical. I mean, the fact that Liquid were able to get basically, was it all 3 Roches going their way? I mean, that's a pretty big
It's
boost,
a big deal, especially against Faceless Void, as 23 Savage ends the game 7-2-6, Mikoto 6-0, but they just didn't really have the chance to fight back as Liquid now beating out Talon 3 games in a row. I think their tempo and their mid-game is just too strong for them to handle.
Yeah, so far Liquid off to a very good start today. And I mean, a lot of times when you play a team and you get 2-0'd, you learn a lot. You come back with new ideas. This one did not work out, but again, you can see the plan from Talon. Just a couple tweaks here and there, and I think the game gets a lot different. I mean, what did you think of the Wyvern as a concept here? I mean, obviously some of the curses towards the end, the game was probably already over at that point anyway, but difficult to execute.
No, I could see it play out. I think it was a little bit on execution and maybe him not going Ags, but overall, I think Liquid just looking damn clean.
Absolutely. So Liquid taking a 1-0 lead. Let's see what the panel has to say about this start.
Team Liquid finding themselves in a 1-0 position, yet again getting a W over and above Talon Esports. One thing that I found very intriguing about this game, BSJ, is that Team TALON Esports actually tried to change things up. They played at the faster tempo. 23 Savage moving around the map more often on this Faceless Void. They tried to make things not as late as they normally get. However, Team Liquid's dropped just a bit too fast when they get an advantage.
Yeah, I'd say 20 minutes in, TALON was really happy to be where they were. We saw what happened in their group stage series, that the games got out of hand before they even got the point of team fighting. And TALON, I think they executed insanely well in almost all of these team fights, but the lineups you're looking at, I remember Kyle, he would always say, how many team fights does a team have to win in order to win the game? And on the side of Liquid, you get one crucial kill, suddenly a Rax. On the side of TALON, you have to kill everybody and then kill them again in order to take any objectives. And it's just a tough game.
It's a very tough game, Faith Beyond, and we did see exactly what BSJ was mentioning, that Team Liquid, all they have to do is find one core kill every single time, 2-3 towers are gone, a lane of Rax. How hard is it to win this game for TALON Esports? Could they have fought a little bit better to take this a bit later?
Yeah, like PSG said, for Liquid, they only need win one team fight. And before, I thought TALON, they have more team fight skill. I thought team fight will be easier for them, but they have to win too much. So it's kind of like you can't fuck up one team fight. Then it's kind of hard for them. Yeah.
At the end of the day here, Fly, TALON Esports, this must be a heartbreaking kind of loss because you did nominally everything right. Only a couple of mistakes end up getting made. Is this going to affect their confidence in their drafting going into Game 2?
So I think if you look at it logically, they decided to play against IO, a hero they haven't played against at all. And they can look at it, they can go outside right now, chill for a few minutes and be like, hey, we tried to play against IO, it didn't work out. It's okay, we just go next, right? That's one path you can take. Or it can be like, oh, we had so many good team fights, we had so many good moments this game, we should have won this game, and go down the destructive path. So I hope they take the other route and just change it up for the next game, you know?
Yeah, just ban IO. Honestly, looking at it, as Fly is mentioning, they haven't played against IO. IO undefeated when Team Liquid are running it. The Leshrac also undefeated. They knew this was coming. There's 0% chance they weren't anticipating this happening, BSJ. Now that it's happened, probably time to just get it out of the pool.
Yeah, I'd say not only was I impressed that they, I thought it was courageous that they gave them IO, but I was also impressed that they clearly had a plan, and Ollie had some sick time globals to cancel the relocates, that one especially on Mid-Gate top where they chronoed him right after they took Aegis on Liquid, and that led to the one major team fight that TALON took. But when you execute well, when you feel like you got exactly what you wanted out of the first 20 minutes, and then you still lose to it, like you said, you probably just ban it.
Well, Team Liquid able to get themselves a W here, which of course means that they will be the ones having the STC play of this game. This was an intriguing moment because up until this moment in time, TALON had taken a couple of team fights. Sure, they'd lost the lane of Rax, but Team Liquid did a very smart thing, buying this Aghanim Scepter on the Luna, realizing here, Faith Beyond, that all they need to do is just extend the fight past the Chronosphere, and you're probably just going to end up winning.
Yeah, they just need to make sure cores don't die in Chrono and Global Science, and then just keep fighting. After recover, keep fighting. And when they don't have ultimate, then it's done.
Speaking of ultimates, what did you make, Faith Beyond, about this off-lane Winter Wyvern? Did it impress you in this game with the Icebird?
I think it's a good pick, and he played really well on lane. He win the top lane, but maybe just team fight is sometimes it's a bad position for him. Yeah.
Well, one of the things I like that he did here in this game was buying the Silver Edge. You could clearly see, Fly, that they were thinking through, okay, given the drop that we have, we can't play this that direct game. They tried to outsmart pretty much the side of Team Liquid. But ultimately, when we go back, could they not have simplified their draft a little bit? Because it felt a little bit too cute at the end.
Yeah, like I said, it was an exotic pick, and I I was surprised they actually won the lane. They did really well in lane. But then the items the hero buys, he sort of became this kind of weird support somewhere in the middle. He bought Solar Crest into Blink, which are typically support items in this meta. He wasn't hitting that many creeps, he didn't deal that much damage, and there's so much pressure for him to actually hit a good curse to win these games. So it didn't work out. I thought he should go for a different route, whether it was like a Tidehunter or just buys a simple pipe so they can play around together. But it felt like they just lacked damage at the end of it,
Damage ends up being a key to winning team fights very often in the game of Dota 2. It wasn't there for the side of TALON Esports. However, for Team Liquid, they now find themselves one up in this best-of-3 matchup that determines a top 3 placement and $1.7 million. Before we get ourselves into Game 2, we have our man on the ground, Jenkins, to give us an update from the arena about what's happening.
Gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh Masters. Where are you guys from?
Pinoy's. Philippines.
I don't know why I asked. I don't know why I put it in front of both of you for that, because you said you're both from there. Which team are you cheering for today?
Liquid, all the way Liquid until the end.
Are you also Liquid?
Yeah, Liquid.
Okay. How was that game, boys? You enjoyed that one?
First is the. I'm not sure if they gonna win, but Nisha is very good.
He's very good. He's very good.
Last year is here. I still idolize all the way.
Were you worried when they had mega creeps against them, but Talon was rushing down mid?
No.
We're not worried because we hate 23 Savage.
Okay, that is classic SEA Dota right there, dude. Okay, can I see the signs? I picked you guys because you had some beautiful signs. What do these signs say?
Come to work. We didn't come to work for Nisha. Yeah, 2-0. 2-0, please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, really hoping that their bosses aren't watching this interview, because there will be some firings after this. And speaking of firings, the panel's very fire. Back to the fire panel. Great segue.
23 might not have done it, but the panel were letting ourselves cook as much as humanly possible. Game 1 did not go the way of 23 Savage and the gang. Game 2, though, we can expect something better coming out of them, especially if they give Jabs a more traditional hero. To be fair, BSJ, one of the things that Jabs has always specialized in and why I think the Winter Wyvern is so exotic, this is not a hero that necessarily scales with farm. And Jabs will get farm. He will take priority on the map. Do you want to see them maybe give him a hero that can actually scale in tandem with 23 Savage and Makoto?
Yeah, I think the issue was when you have Storm Void, you don't have a hero that confidently shows on waves and just creates pressure. Like, basically, if you have a hero that shows on waves, hard to gank, something like a Tide, a Timber Saw, then you can easily rotate to them. You also have objectives to go for of your own. And the Wyvern, while it worked well in fights, and we saw that he had utility items, it doesn't allow him to be that sort of hero. And it just means the lanes are constantly pushed into you. It feels like the map's slowly but surely collapsing on you. And that's a part of Dota that makes it very difficult conceptually to win if that's going against you all game.
One of the things that we did see in Game 1 is that we spoke earlier on Fly about Radiant versus Dire, and normally it's been Team Liquid playing on the Radiant side and the side of Talon Esports on the Dire. They both stuck to their first, second pick dynamic, but they did swap sides here. If you're Talon Esports, are you trying to maybe angle to go back to the Dire?
I'm not sure if it was so much about side or pick. I actually didn't see who got to choose what. I wonder if Liquid just chose first pick because they know they're going to get something that they like, whether it's the Snapfire, the IO, the Lycan, something like that. It feels pretty easy to make trades in first pick right now. Also looking at Liquid's draft. So I would be not too surprised if both teams just prefer first pick right now.
One thing we've also seen as this tournament has gone on, Faith Beyond, has been priority over teams picking lineups that can very quickly take down the Roshan. Early on in the tournament, it wasn't that big of a deal, but the more and more we go into this run, the more importance, especially that first Aegis, seems to take. So do you want to see Team Talon Esports? They don't normally do it, right? But I want to see them maybe go for heroes that can take the Roshan earlier. Some more Lycans, or at least somebody that buys a Solar Crest earlier than maybe a Winter Wyvern. What do you think?
Talon, the hero they choose can do Rosh quick is like Beastmaster or TA, but in last game it's hard to pick. And I think actually Talon's strategy is not bad at last game. It's just maybe IO offer too much heal, or maybe they play some bad team fight. I think they don't have to like question themselves about strategy. They can just play better and ban IO.
Actually, a point that you mentioned, Faith Beyond, that I want your thoughts on here, BSJ. When we're in the green room, he was speaking about 23 Savage buying Skadi earlier than he got the Lincoln Sphere. And he also spoke about, in the draft, they banned out all the Skadi carriers, right? And one of the reasons I think they did this is that Insania at this tournament is second in terms of the most healing being done on average per game. So should they be prioritizing heroes that can deal with that healing? Maybe we see that Ancient Apparition that's been on the come-up being deployed by Talon Esports.
Yeah, absolutely, because as a carry, I can relate to having to delay that Skadi, because I mentioned all the damage issues they also had with Zai having so many aura items, and your supports are relatively lackluster in damage, Silencer and Spirit Breaker, Wyvern's sitting mainly in the back as a curse utility, so you're having to balance, like, am I going to kill these people in Chrono? Like, it doesn't even matter if I'm reducing this heal if I don't hit hard enough, so that's why, like, if you can take that responsibility away from the carry, it's no longer on his shoulders to do that, like you said, with something like AA, it could be a more direct solution to something like that with the IO.
Fly as a 5 position, you mentioned that you felt that the Silencer hero is a little bit lackluster. They are now 3-3 with it on the side of Talon Esports. The hero is still losing more and more games. Is it time at this point in the tournament for teams to start forgetting about the Silencer?
I think you never really need to forget about the hero completely, because there's going to be a condition where Sanseer is going to be good again. But whether you're just going to first to it as a response to IO, I don't really believe in that as a response. Especially when you're drafting against a tier 1 team like Liquid, who is actually going to punish whatever you're doing. You're picking the Sanseer, they're picking Visage. We thought about Broodmother as well as a response. Sanseer has a very hard time playing against those heroes, right? So even though they did some cool moves where he canceled the reload, it was too much. There was a point in this game where Talon was comfortably ahead.
I do want to see them try do some stuff that wins more often for the side of Talon Esports. We do not want this to be a clean 2-0. We want this to be as competitive as humanly possible. The interesting thing, as mentioned in the pre-show, Team Liquid, the only play-in team that finds themselves here in the upper bracket. Everybody else got a direct invite into the group stage. But also, Team Liquid is the final Western European team in the upper bracket. It's the first time that it's happened in 2023. Most of the time it's been them completely rinsing the region, but now it's just Team Liquid left alone to carry the torch. Let's find out if they can keep things going and get the top 3 as we get into Game 2 of Talon Esports versus Team Liquid. Game 2, Talon Esports and Team Liquid. Talon Esports will be playing on the Dire side with the first pick, and Team Liquid will be occupying second pick with the Radiant. So we're going to be swapping sides, but we're also swapping pick order. One thing I like to see here is that the team chemistry seems to still be good for Talon. They probably understand what's been going on. And right now, I think this countdown is all about deciding how quickly we're going to be banning out the Wisp.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a Wisp ban this game. And a good thing you mentioned, actually, which is interesting to look at, as you look at their faces when you watch this, and they did actually look pretty okay. You can kind of get a feel of how a team is feeling when you look at them, especially on LAN. I remember playing on stage on big tournaments, for example, TI. You would just look at somebody and you kind of know what their mind state is at. And Talon looks pretty good, so I'm happy for them. And the start of the Darkseer, we'll see if the IOs gets banned this time.
Batrider gets removed by the side of Team Liquid. That's a hero that Talon have deployed across a variety of different roles. What else do we want to see banned here, Faith Beyond? If you're on the side of Talon, if you don't ban IO, right, is there any possibility of them picking the Wisp instead?
I don't think they played IO before in this tournament, so I think they maybe not try, like, in this series suddenly pick IO. I don't think so.
I think we've seen enough of teams like trying to deny pick Enigma or heroes of the like with IO where they don't play it, and it's very evident when we watch them in the game between like what their normal caliber of play is compared to on a hero they're slightly less comfortable on. So I think IO is a bit less potent on second pick because they have the immediate response pick. Like last game when they picked the Lesh, they get to protect it with 3 heroes in the ban section. But if Talon gets like a 4th overall pick Medusa or Terrorblade, like specifically Medusa as a hero they've picked the most this tournament for 23 Savage, then maybe you feel a bit more comfortable running it back against the IO with a completely different approach to how you wanted to win the game.
So this is interesting because they're actually taking time thinking about this, and I don't think any of the bans were surprising. It's just Bat Snapfire, heroes that they love, so they're probably debating whether they want to pick this IO or, you know, like BSJ said, maybe they leave the IO and then they respond with the Terrorblade or Medusa. So they're still debating it, which is a little worrisome because I don't think they had a clear idea coming into this, but we'll see what they take
Why
here.
Clockwork, you think? Like, why would you ban? Is it like to protect a Timber? Or like
maybe they want response IO with AA.
Oh.
I'm not sure, because even if they plan to leave IO, it's not like you're going to take IO Clock. You're going to take IO Leshrac, right? Something like that.
Yeah, just...
So I'm not sure. Maybe it's like a throwaway ban for the second phase.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're still relying on Storm Spirit for Makoto. It was his first defeat suffered at this tournament on the hero. Still his most successful overall, tied with his Snapfire. And the hero just in general has looked strong. And I don't think the Storm was the issue in Game 1. For the most part, Makoto did very, very well.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so you guys beat Liquid with Storm. I see that on the drafts here. Talk about like maybe how you feel like that worked. Like, because they're a pretty good Storm Spirit team, right?
Yeah, I mean, Makoto still, he played really well, and you know, like Snare said, I don't think it was about the Storm. It was about the supporting cast and the overall strategy. So I do like the idea of, okay, I'm not sure if I actually like this idea of giving them IO again, but this is a better situation to do that because you are going to get this Terrorblade or Duza if they want to go down that route, or you can actually go for the AA, which is, you know, kind of a more, it's a different approach, but it is a good response to IO Leshrac. So I would be surprised if Liquid just doesn't take Lesh here again. I think it's kind of free for them.
I mean, at the same time, though, Team Liquid are an incredibly versatile team, so they have other things in the bag. They don't necessarily have to pick it, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. So IO Lesh, yet again for Team Liquid, still continues to be undefeated. The strategy now has racked up in total 6 wins for the side of Team Liquid. It's looking very, very strong. For Talon, Faith Beyond, you were mentioning Ancient Apparition, there's Medusa, there's Terrorblades. So, in your opinion, do you get the AA or do you get the Scotty buyer right now?
AA. Give me AA.
Let's go.
Oh, no.
That's the other one. Yeah. Terrorblade is, I'd say, a more reliable hero in lane. Medusa, oddly enough, I think the nerfs have racked up to the point where she's not unreliable in like the first 4 or 5 minutes, but we saw like from the previous series the clips of Insania just ganking him from behind when he's the Medusa, and Terrorblade's a lot less vulnerable to that sort of thing. He's much more independent at like level 4 or 5, and so allowing them to play around the mid lane a bit better with the Storm Spirit Lesh, similar dynamic to game 1, so I can see why they went for that Scotty buyer instead of the other.
I mean, it's still kind of crazy to me that they are still playing against IO, against a really good IO team. But like I said, I prefer this on first pick because they get this response. You saw last game, Liquid had really good bans. When they banned this TB, they banned the Medusa, and then they prepared for their, you know, Visage. Maybe they thought about Broodmother, who knows, with the Naga ban. So I think Liquid came really prepared, and now Talon has a better response because they're first pick. And now we'll see what they ban. They still go with this monkey ban just because of comfort, which is actually interesting because in theory this is not even a good monkey game because you have Storm and TB, who's a pretty decent carry matchup.
But I guess they're just afraid of how quickly Team Liquid tend to play whenever they have Mickey on this Monkey King, deny them that a massive amount of tempo. I think that's probably the name of the game, right? When playing against Team Liquid Faith Beyond, try your best to slow them down as much as humanly possible.
And also I think you have to win team fights against Team Liquid. I think in last game, Liquid trying a different strategy that is very rush. But before Liquid actually, they very like focused on team fight. Like they like to pick Monkey King or Faceless Void for carry. So that's also a reason I think they still ban Monkey King.
I like the Legion ban. This is exactly what Liquid used against Gaimin when Gaimin had an 8th pick Terrorblade. So the Legion Sky was what they used as like a combo to burst this guy down. They also need a little bit of setup on the side of Liquid for the relocate, so it would have served multiple purposes. The question is, like, if you have the counter pick to Terrorblade in lane, you're likely thinking there's going to be something like an Undying, an Enchantress, some lane secure that's also going to roam on mid. What exactly can you pick here? Like, do you pick the 4 first? Do you pick the 3 first for Liquid? Because you're going to have 2 response picks to it.
I think Liquid might just pick something casual, like a Rubik, who's just a stable laner, and he's going to do fine no matter what.
Okay.
The other approach, like you said, you can take your position 3 right away. But no, they go with a Lion, which is a solid choice, honestly.
Oh. Okay. Lion, we've seen this being deployed very often against Spirit Heroes. You have the Insta-Hex, you have burst damage as well to help once you get the few stuns onto this Terrorblade. It's a hero that they also have not lost with 2 wins for Boxy at this tournament. You know, I feel like Lion always very good. Faith Beyond, you come from the region that has pioneered this Lion. How do you feel about it in this game?
It's definitely a counter pick for Storm, and also you can deal with Terrorblade's illusions. It's a very good pick.
Oh, they bust out the ET.
That's like the Undying substitute, I'd say, in the laning phase, right? But it's also better in team fights later, perhaps?
He's definitely you trade laning for team fight. But this looks like a pretty good Timbersaw pick, potentially, for Liquid.
Is there any space for Talon to take the Timbersaw themselves before that comes out?
I think typically you wouldn't pick Timbersaw into Lesh. So actually they go with the Coddle for the Storm, so some sort of a combo together. Enable the Storm. They have a lot of strong spells together when they get to hit them, right? Like the Storm jumps in with the ET Spirit, Coddle nukes. I think they have a pretty strong team fight again, which is kind of like a Talon standard. And then Liquid is probably going to try to punish them in the laning phase here. They go with the Timber.
Yeah. They kind of alley-ooped him into that one, right? Just because the ET aura reduction only works on base armor, and then you have a hero that's not going to get really bullied out by itself, frees up the Lion, so really nice pick by Liquid. I mean, I'm liking both drafts so far, but I would feel more comfortable with what Liquid's doing because they've just proven that this is like a winning formula for them, and nobody. It's kind of like what Gaimin was for every other tournament this year, where they had a formula and nobody had really beaten it yet. And I think the onus is on Talon to actually prove that they can take down like the polished strat that Liquid has been running.
The Talon in this final phase now have to think about ways to deal with Mickey. His hero still remains to be picked from the side of Team Liquid. And they still need to try and figure out a hero for Jab, so that'll be the bans focused by the side of Team Liquid. As the off-lane getting the 9th pick here, Faith Beyond, if you were in the team of Talon Esports, what would you be calling for to bring this draft together?
I don't think about it yet. I'm thinking about what they should ban. They should ban Slark and Draw, maybe, I think.
That makes sense.
I think they will ban for whatever Jabs is asking for, because they will have to just pick his hero and give Mickey the counter pick anyways. I'm trying to think what he might like against Timber, but none of them looked that good in the game. For example, he played this Doombringer, which is, you know, a decent answer for Timbersaw, but it's not particularly good against IO Lesh because they have so many heals. Right? It's a bit of a... There's a lot of hero disablers on Liquid in terms of what you want to pick off lane. So this is actually a pretty complicated spot to be in.
How about his Phoenix?
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, I wouldn't hate Phoenix, but they also don't really have a necessarily, other than Stormags later, like a reliable way to keep them in the radius of the egg. What I will say is I know we've been trashing on Ursa all tournament, but I think Liquid has everything but Roshan and single target physical damage, and that's like all Ursa does for you. So I think with Ursa, he's traditionally struggled in the laning phase as a hero, and Coddle as a 4 is mainly all about like babysitting the lane for a bit, but then just stacking and playing for efficiency on his own side. So if they're going to pick something like the Doom, you know, usually the better options are Monkey King and Slark as safe lane carries to punish. When the melee offlaner's left alone, I think Ursa's, you know, the only one you got left.
No, BSJ, I already told you.
With IO, you have sustained. I think they might actually pick it.
What is it about Ursa that you don't like so much, Faith Beyond?
They just lost lane every time, and they can buy Nullifier, just points to you.
Who buys Nullifier?
TP.
Ah, damn it. I've been thwarted.
I'll pass on the Ursa unless it looks way too juicy, and then they're probably going to lose. So that'll be, you know, the same thought process here. Calling this last pick is incredibly difficult, though. I actually do not know what he's going to pick, and that generally goes for Jabs anyways. Like, predicting this guy's picks are it's pretty hard. You know, he might just randomly pick a Meepo, and I have no idea why, right? So if anyone can call this, then hats off to you.
Mars? That'd be nice, right? Mars?
It's very stable.
It's good against the supports. Like, you can kind of force people to fight within your Metamorphosis. You also have the Fear you can purchase with the Ags on Terrorblade.
I mean, Mars ET is a bit of a classic combo as well, so could certainly see that.
Yeah, Faith Beyond's been emphasizing teamfight this whole time.
Yeah. Let's see.
Hey!
There you go. If I had a hat.
And Ursa. No. I think this one was much more likely than my other prediction.
So lots of team fight now available for Talon. This is a way to keep heroes in position for the Terrorblade to hit them. Storm now is a bit of an easier game as well. And this is a way to actually jump the backlines, and if they ever find the IO, they can actually kill this little wisp. So now what? Mickey is going to have the 10th overall pick in this game. What carries this towards the very end here, Fly? If you're the captain of Team Liquid, if you're with Blitz right now, what are you calling for Mickey?
I'm thinking about Sven, which I know is not a good carry matchup against Terrorblade specifically, but it's very good against ET, because ET is sort of a carry disabler, right? Like, you don't really want to pick Agi heroes against him. You can play it, but you're not going to want to. And they already have heroes that deal with Terrorblade. They have the Timbersaw, they have Lion, they have Leshrac. So I think something like a Sven would make a lot of sense for the lineup. It would make it easier for all their heroes to play.
They're really thinking about this. 45 seconds left of reserve time. At this tournament, he's played Sven, he played Luna last game. He has a DK in his inventory, he has a Muerta, he has a TA, he has a Razor still left in the pool as well, and of course a bevy of other heroes that he does play in the game.
I can also see the Razor, also very strong on lane, but
Wow.
Okay, nice calls, nice calls.
Alrighty. It's almost like we have
Not doing too
professionals
hot here, though. It is a Liquid staple. Like, it enables the rest of his team, and it also is a hero that, like, you can help in lane and then leave him to farm, similar to Luna last game. So it fits, like, the same formula they used in game 1.
I mean, there's also a lot of additional armor versus the Terrorblade, which is always very nice. Faith Beyond, looking at these drafts, which team would you rather be a part of for game 2?
I think Liquid, they want to play like multi-core to win this game. But I still favor Talon's team fight. And also they have Storm Spirit. Is Mikoto very good hero. Last game he didn't die once, so I think Talon can win this.
Okay, Fly, in this situation, Team Liquid don't necessarily have the same explosive push potential that they had in game 1. Will that help Talon Esports in terms of being able to take the fights and delay things until later on in the game?
I mean, I think it's interesting to see because my brain is naturally going to be more inclined towards Liquid when I look at the heroes, right? Because that's just my mentality. I'm like, yeah, I want to play this tempo, want to play faster, push the advantage. And Faith Beyond is like coming from a different perspective. He's like, I like their team fight. I like how, you know, their spells are going to pan out together. So for me, I think Liquid, again, looks better.
All right, BSJ, forget who signs your checks for a moment and just think objectively about these drafts. Be a tiebreaker for us.
Oh, I've never biased, Jay. I would say that the Sven basically says they're not concerned about the Terrorblade, and that means that the Lion has a lot of weight on his shoulders on Boxy, but then you're dealing with a Storm and a Mars that will have easy times fighting you in the fights. And so I'm actually going to lean towards Talon for this draft slightly.
Slightly. Oh, okay. I like what I'm seeing right now from the side of Talon Esports. They have the tools that they need. We have 23 Savage on a proper hard carry. They have team fight around him, which is going to be very intriguing to watch. And crucially, like Faith Beyond mentioned, Mikoto, yet again playing his Storm Spirit. He was not the issue. Put the team on his back in game 1. And they almost found themselves in a victorious position, only really falling apart because of some overwhelming speed and tempo coming in from Team Liquid. This time around, though, Team Liquid do not have as much cheese involved in their draft. So it's going to be intriguing to see exactly how they find themselves going in. To find out exactly what's going on, let's send it to Jenkins on the floor to get some opinions from the coach.
Hello, Big S. Good to see you. We've got some questions about the draft. You let Io Lesh through both games. This game, you didn't take the Silencer, you took the Terrorblade instead. Can you speak a little bit about that?
I think we just want to smash this Leshrac that's in the front with a big demon.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. And the ET in the draft, is that also a counter to the Io Lesh?
You know, I have no idea. I think at various times of the patch it is. Clearly just kind of gambling and see if it works. I think it's going to work out. It's a strong lane, it's a meta hero. Every time these big tournaments come around, ET comes into play, so let's see.
Okay. Thank you, Sunbi. And now, we're going to have casting from Kezu and Cinderen's co-commentator.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that intro. I am Cinderen's co-commentator. Joining me is Kezu, Talon versus Liquid, game number 2. Liquid taking game 1 in, I don't know, would you say that was convincing fashion or...
Somewhat.
It was within their window of what they wanted to do, and they executed pretty well.
Yeah.
And Talon they needed like 10 more minutes, it feels like. Nisha, yeah.
My friend.
23 Savage and Ollie
Don't do it.
Side of the tree.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Q's in the area. Oh, he feels he felt the tingling. I get that sometimes. You have to go to the doctor at times, but
you don't.
For them, they're young enough that they can just brush it off and just walk away. So as a result, we're going to see the bounties get traded.
Yeah.
So this time it is a 2 for 2.
It's going to be okay as Jams here. We do have the last pick Mars coming out for his team. So this time around it's a more solid and stable hero. But I think Liquid have a fairly similar draft as to the last game. So on Talon, this like 10-minute mark, it's very important they get to go together with their Storm, Kato, and ET, like Solar Bind into some combos to try and slow down the game, because Liquid, once again, their tempo and like their earlier mid-game team fighting is way superior compared to Talon's until they get items.
We are going to see the IO again. Linked up to Mickey on the Sven. A hero that we have not gotten to cast yet. A hero that has felt somewhat underwhelming after the old patch when Aghanim Scepter, the Superman Sven, was nerfed. I feel like ever since then, which feels like a millennia ago, which in Dota years probably is correct. why is this hero good in this case? Is it because of the armor aspect coming out?
That's definitely
from the natural
one.
order.
Yeah, and the Fly touched on it too, like the armor against the ET, I think against the TB as well, to like help out your Lesh. It's gonna counterbalance that matchup between the Lesh TB a little bit. And I think overall Sven is just a high tempo and high execution hero. You have Io, it's gonna go well as Q, taking a big beating here.
Yeah, he will live.
I think like Sven is just honestly a high execution hero. Like you need to go in with God Strength, you need to play all your timings. Hopefully you get a good initiation, 1 kill into more. So I think Sven just has a lot of execution issues. Good
Yeah,
land.
he has a lot of issues on top of that as well. But if anybody can make it work, it is Liquid.
Yeah.
This lane against the likes of a Mars, which is another hero that has kind of dropped off a bit. Feels like it's one of those, I mean, have to give credit to the panel. They did call the last 2 picks completely, as both heroes trying to deny this rune. But yeah, talk to me about Mars and how he fits in the meta. Because to me, as an idiot, of course.
Yes, idiot, of
Idiot
course.
savant, as some would say, aka I would describe myself as. Mars feels like this offlaner that you pick when every other offlaner's banned. You know what I mean?
Kind of, but it just relies if your other cores just need them to be locked down and like tanky heroes that you want to keep in place, then Mars is really good. Like Mars TB have really good synergy because TB, he deals like just so much damage that he just needs them to be put in place. I think Mars does that. He can also buy a BKB in this game. So overall, I think it's just a very stable offlaner.
Okay. They have some good combo potential between the Mars and the ET, of course. And that was the biggest issue for Talon in the last game. Of course, they are playing Dire this time, but they gave up a lot of Roshans. And Elder Titan, maybe the best hero in the entire game to contest such a thing. As we're going to see the Impale onto 23 Savage, getting blocked by Zai as well. Blood Grenade comes out, Timber Chain to follow.
Fairy Fire.
He's going to have to use that Fairy Fire, but the Whirling Death is enough with the right click from Zai. And that is first blood for the universal Timber Saw.
Uh-oh, not the start that you're looking for here on Talon. You need 23 Savage to get off to a good game and kind of mimic what, you know, what he got off to in the last game. Because I'll say it every time I think I cast this Liquid team. They're early game plus tempo. Like they're just all these Liquid drafts and their gameplay, it just explodes in the mid game.
Yep, and looking at the CS for him, 13-3 versus the Sven on the side of Liquid. Mr. Mickey, 21-1.
Oh,
so
look at Boxy. This guy is so annoying. I swear, like, uh-oh, Makoto.
Oh. Impale is going to come eventually. Does he have the damage to finish him off? Another right click, but the Fairy Fire's there. Echo Stomp from Ollie, and they're going to actually turn this around onto Boxy. Gets off the 1 charge, but he will drop in the end. Good turnaround here from the side of Talon.
Well, Nisha still gets both the water runes, so sure, you get this kill on Makoto, but now you have to, 30 seconds later, still go back to the base. And I think, like, during this time where Jarek's coached Liquid, I think Boxy really transformed into, like, another player. He was already good before, but I feel like he's just this wild running dog. It just reminds me of Jarek's. He's just so good around the map and super annoying to play against.
Jab's taking quite a beating here. Q's there to back him up. And I'm a big fan of the position for Caudles. It feels like they always get the farm.
Yeah.
The only downside is it's not exactly a hero that can gank that easily. Does have the move speed, but
yeah,
Caudle
is
lane and, you know.
He's more of the, like, you carry on to other people later. I like that he's going Earn, so like some Earn into Vessel in the mid game, and you're just going to have to backpack on top of the Makoto Storm. Later you get your ult, you Solar Bind, you try to just get this one hero killed, but I think that's why Liquid love Lesh so much against Storm. Storm is this hero that needs to go in, you go on one guy, and you hope to kill him, but Lesh just inherently incredibly tanky.
Yeah, it feels like these mana and HP batteries have been just super popular. Obviously the main culprit, the Pugna Butler.
Yep.
The slave, as some would call him, has been nerfed to the ground, so that leaves the likes of Io and Caudle left to kind of take his place. R.I.P. Pugna.
R.I.P. to the Butler. As with Liquid's draft and how the lanes are going right now, right? Boxy is just completely freed up to do whatever he wants to do. As you just have Zai offlane, he has a Vanguard, but Talon, on the other hand, once again, you have Ollie, who's ready to make his way down bottom, because he doesn't do shit top. So, just try to do something down here. Let's Mickey on the Sven.
He shows up. We can see that Liquid are going to be fine for the time being. And Zai is a hero you can definitely leave alone at this stage. Has 3 points in the Timber Chain, so despite the reactive armor being nerfed, still opting for the 1 level right now.
I see a lot of incoming pressure here on Talon. Your mid lane is getting pushed by 3 heroes and a potential siege creep here. Zai as well on top with the Vanguard, siege creep, and soon to be level 6. You're going to have more pressure coming out there as well, so answering all these moves is just not possible for you at this point.
Nice job from Nisha. Pulling the tower aggro for a bit so that his siege will survive, but a fortification there from Talon to try to counteract it a bit.
I want to go on Mickey here.
Mickey. Triple teamed. Echo Stomp is there. Jabs is going to get a nice spear.
Oh.
It's on a little bit too far. Actually hits the crystals. Then he teleports to the tree. This game is still in beta as Ollie getting pursued now as Insania shows up with the link up onto
Zai
Mickey.
is deeping here.
Indeed. Oh, they
23 Savage.
He's going to get hexed. 23 Savage trying to run away despite being in the meta form. He's all alone and dies for a second time this game. Completely isolated as Zai trying to focus down Jabs
Chakram.
now. The Chakram is there. He's level 6 versus Jabs is level 4. Just such a big difference in the laning stage. Again, coming from Liquid. And they're going to give the kill to Mickey. That's a double kill for a Sven. Man, oh man, even Insania gets out. Talon get nothing for this.
This is just the highest level of Dota gameplay. Like, you pressure them, they're forced to go somewhere else to try and do stuff here. Snisha gonna try and steal some stacks from Mikoto. Will be successful, but look at Zai. He already makes his way back up top with 23 Savages, and they still have the siege creep here.
Oh boy. And 23 Savage having a rough start to the game. And even Jabs on the Mars. You can see his net worth has struggled quite a bit.
I mean, they just make it look so easy. Like, Mickey stays here on his own. He's in a position where they're baited to go on him without him dying. So his team just reinforces because they have complete freedom. And now after the play, they just go back to their lanes and continue to do the same thing.
Yeah, big turnaround from Liquid. And you can see the frustration on 23 Savage's face. Because 2 deaths on a Terrorblade at the 8-minute mark, not exact. I mean, the fact that he's having to go for the Midas, that is not the greatest of signs.
It just speaks for it. This is gonna, you know, we could take a similar turn as in game 1, where Liquid just get to speed up the game with currently some just really nice map rotations. And yeah, you got a feel for 23. Even his skill build, 1-1-3. It's not how you want to be jungling right now. You need more levels in these images.
Yeah, that's true.
We've got the recovery Midas on the deck in a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be more than a couple minutes.
We have the glove soon.
Yeah, that's a rough one. And Zai, look at how much damage he does. 23 Savage, does he go? He does actually pick up Sunder.
If
a lot of
Boxy
times you hold on to this. Yeah, I can see they can turn this around. Boxy looking for the opening. The Impale is there. 23 Savage needs to get the Sunder off, and he does. Onto Boxy with the reflection to follow.
Okay.
That kill goes the way of Talon in the end. But you can see more are on the way. Reinforcements from Liquid. As Zai can just perpetually tank up this tower, it seems. Ollie shadowing the 23 Savage TB a bit. But Nisha and Insania showing up in the tree line, getting off the Pulse Nova. Nisha is getting a bit low, so have to be careful. The Chakram coming out, doing a good amount of damage, but now Zai completely out of mana. The Echo Stomp completely whiffs in the meantime. And if Liquid can just get out, this is actually pretty good for them because they forced a bunch of members of Talon to rotate.
I mean, they're just going to walk it off because Jabs isn't even level 6 yet. His counterpart in Mickey is level 8 on the bottom lane.
Yeah, that is a pretty large discrepancy to say the least.
Okay, where are we at with the Kato levels? I think they need this level 6 on the Kato. Connect him with the Storm, try to get like 1 or 2 kills, get closer to this vessel to like really get themselves back in this game. Arena is up now, so Talon are still very strong if they do get to combine their spells.
10-minute power rune. Talon hoping to Gaben that it is top, and it is.
That's a good Gaben rune right there. The Arcane for the Storm. Couldn't ask for a better one.
Very happy with Talon. He likes seeing Terrorblades die early, so he will reward them with an Arcane
Of course,
rune.
the Midas as well.
Making on the high ground.
There's
Doesn't
a
have
reload.
God's strength, but yeah, the relocate's coming. Stormhammer connects.
Good arena.
There's the arena from Jabs. Trying to get over, but a split Earth is there. And they can't get any further.
Nice try, nerds.
They don't have the access code to those doors as Jabs. He's still running away, but Nisha and Insania will opt to go back to where they came from here.
This is definitely one of the small problems when you do play Mars against IO lineups, unless your team has a lot of damage. Like when you arena them later, I don't think Talon are going to be equipped to get those kills. That's Mikoto. They want to go for the smoke onto Zai.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this would be a pretty good kill. Second in net worth in the game. Zai. Well, forcing Mikoto to use quite a bit of mana, but they should be able to get this, I would think.
Yeah.
I hope
there
for
it is.
Talon that they can, because this would have been a complete disaster. So they do get that. But in the meantime, Liquid able to damage this mid tower a bit. There's no siege though. And Nisha not having any levels in Diabolic Edict, so not exactly the biggest threat to towers yet.
It's just a very big move for Talon. They kind of need to do that to push back, get these kills with the Solar Bind is at least the combo that they're playing for. But Mickey just having a completely uncontested game. That's a Mask of Madness Echo Saber minute 12.
Yeah.
And this is not just a Sven, this is IO Sven later in the game.
And what kind of build does he go after the fact?
You might
I mean,
just
BKB,
split that
at some
into,
point.
yeah, I feel like you might just split that into a BKB Blink.
Okay.
Because it's going to be mainly on him and Boxy to initiate the fights. Sure, you do have Zai and Nisha who can front, but they can't really start a fight, so try to help Boxy out, get a Blink later yourself, as there's a lot of Ancient stacking going on as well for Liquid. Mickey, over at mid.
Yeah, showing himself, just securing this illusion rune.
Just look at his posture. Like, I love that. He just puts himself in front of the rune, completely nullifies it, allows Nisha to have it. Gonna finish up his Yules. And yeah, he's just gonna go Blink straight after the Echo. I like it. Speed up the game. Talon are behind. They don't deserve anything.
23 Savage. He's got his Dragon Lance now, so... And he finally has the level 4 in the Conjure image. So his jungling will be catapulted. Okay, he didn't go minus, after all.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of down for him not to go minus. Just get this HP, make it harder for them to kill you, get this Dragon Lance going up. I mean, 23 Savage, probably one of the best carries with just recovering, getting all the gold on the map to eventually play for a timing. So, honestly, with the start he's had, he's doing a good recovery right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We'll see what the next power spike for Liquid is if they want to get very aggressive. Like you said, maybe it is that Blink Dagger onto the Sven. As,
oh, I hear God Strength.
I do too. Ollie in the pit.
Free kill.
Found by Mickey. As Makoto, through the gate he goes, puts down a remnant.
They're going through the gate too, though.
And Mickey looking for more connections here. Makoto has plenty of mana to work with, so Mickey will just get some farm out of it in the end.
I would say nowadays, Tier 1 teams care more about holding every single tower that they can. I see this a lot from Liquid, I see it a lot from BBT. Whenever they can hold their safe lane tower, they just force heroes there. People are just getting so good at using the right amount of heroes in the right places, while during all of this, they just freely take the mid tower.
And just like that, it's a 5K lead for Liquid at 14 minutes, effectively. One of the better teams to be able to expand their leads after winning a laning stage. But, I mean, Talon are really good at comebacks. Yeah. I will say that. So this is not like it's unfamiliar territory for them.
Oh, they see Nisha and they have Blink Arena. He is kind of alone.
Shot. Pace is picked up.
Aggressive
Yules. There's the Arena into the spear.
Relocate.
Relocate is coming. Big stop is there just in time. Nisha getting some help from Mickey. The pops the construct. Makoto getting super low. He dies first. It's a trade of the mids. And it looks like Ollie will likely be next. Another casual right click is there from Mickey. Jab's trying to save his teammate, gets a spear, but they don't have the damage to take out this big bad Sven unless 23 Savage shows up. But he's going to take some damage from Mickey. Mickey is not scared at all. Impale from the high ground from Boxy. Big finger of death on the 23 Savage, but he's going to live through the day as Mickey's the one that's bursted. And now Boxy and the rest of Liquid on the run. 23 Savage looking for an opening onto Boxy. He'll find it pretty easily. And he shows up and gets catapulted in his net worth now. You can see he is third all of a sudden. So Talon with a great response to this aggression from Liquid on the rune.
Hey, what a nice play there by Talon as it's not over yet.
Zai is stuck on the cliff though. Has no trees. Okay, Nisha is there. Split Earth connects. And they finally will take down the big bag Terrorblade.
Okay, so they do get 23 at the back of all of it. I would say Talon is still fairly happy with what happened there. Just striking back with all these good plays. And this is what good teams are going to do. Even if they're behind, you cannot be caught slipping.
Wishblade almost online for Makoto. Mickey about 150 away from Blink.
Level 12 plus Blink. So they're going to be, they have a lot of heroes that can just get in there. You have this Timber with more than 2k HP. Mickey on his next God Strength with this Blink completed too. Ooh, this is a hard train for Talon to answer.
I'm a little surprised to use God Strength there. It means they don't want to be fighting, even though they know the meta is down once the respawn comes from 23 Savage. But very back and forth fight. And at first I thought Talon were going to get away scot-free after they've lost Makoto. But 23 Savage did end up getting chased down, which
I mean, they did probably overstep a little bit. That's really nice chakram by Zai. Gets it through him and also beyond. But here, this spear missing, very crucial. Then 23 does just drop. And honestly, some beautiful stomps in this entire engagement from Ollie. Most importantly, on that relocate, as they're baiting Boxy right now.
Yeah, they scanned it out, so they have an idea this is going to happen.
Nice read.
With a big Storm Hammer, but the Earth Splitter into the Mars Arena.
Oh,
Echo Stomp after the fact. They're going to find Makoto, who just gets stuck on the wrong side. So despite the aggression from Talon, Liquid able to defend successfully. It's a 1-for-1 mid for support.
What a nice read by Liquid. Like, they know that Boxy can't play here alone, but you just use this one body to bait, and suddenly becomes another area where you do get a play out of it. Really nice read.
I feel like the Echo Stomp came after all the spells. It was a little awkward.
Yeah, I think the splitter was thrown at the start to follow on the zip, and then the stomp. Maybe he kept it because he knows the reload might be coming. So that's actually some really heads-up play from him.
23 Savage in the meta form. Gonna get some help via Makoto onto Zai, who's basically out of mana, but Mickey on the other side of the tree line
Jabs
gets the Blink Storm Hammer. Do they have... No,
Good
they
spear.
don't have the CC, but yeah, the spear is there. The CC is on the side of Talon instead. So Boxy takes a tumble, and now Mickey all alone. Zai can only look on, but Nisha's on the way. They're gonna lose their Sven, though, right off the bat. And Liquid now force the hightail away. Oh, those Zai!
He got him!
Deletes Makoto! This man has some balls. He dies shortly after, but you gotta respect it. 3-for-1 in favor of Talon in the end.
This ward, by the way, in the lane, absolutely illegal. This Talon, they saw everything for this entire fight. Jabs comes in behind, gets on a really clean spear on Boxy, and Liquid just not fully ready. Didn't have to relocate to bring Nisha in there, and 23 Savage, he just is all the way back in the game now. You know, Jabs just comes behind, swings in a nice little spear, and now the fight just keeps going. Like, Insania and Nisha are trying to connect, but this top network Sven doesn't get to do shit in this fight.
Yeah.
But here comes Big Ball Man. He's coming soon. Oh, hold.
Zai.
Hold. Patience. Into... Ka-chow!
Oh! Delicious treat for Makoto.
Honestly, he nearly got 23 Savage as well there. It's like mad off 100 damage. The Jabs, suddenly he's close to a BKB.
Yeah, his farm has definitely been on the up and up. I mean, the one hero from Talon that's been dying in seemingly most of these engagements is Makoto, and you can see that reflected in his net worth. Bottom of the cores at this current point in time. And Nisha, I mean, his farm is also not crazy good. It's okay, but he will be finishing Bloodstone in the near future.
And I mean, TB is a very, very scary hero against Lesh. Probably like worst 3 matchups for Lesh overall. Of course, he has Io and Sven that, you know, they will buff him up a little bit and help. But for Liquid, you're going to have to wait for Mickey's BKB, which he will have somewhat soon. And I think, once again, there's going to be a Roche on the menu that you want to give your team here.
Yeah, it's all about these BKB timings, it seems like, for both sides.
He's not splitting the Echo, though. So honestly, Liquid might have to wait for like 1.5 to 2 minutes here for Mickey to be truly online.
You're right. I would say that's a bit unusual, but
maybe
he farms so
like,
fast that it probably doesn't even matter that much.
Probably spent his gold during the last death, maybe, to then buy the blade, not lose out on too much gold.
Yeah.
But 23 Savage, Skadi timing TB.
Oh yeah,
it's a good one. Let him cook.
After that horrific start for him, he has really come back in this game. The fact that he is just behind the Sven, I think Talon are thrilled.
I mean, some of these carry players, they just know exactly how to get back in the game. I think 23 Savage, Yotoro, Mickey, like whoever you want to mention, even with a bad start, if you give them some space and 1 or 2 good fights, like this guy doesn't care anymore about what happened in the lane. He's top net worth anyway.
Yeah. Zai looking for the plate mail, so we'll be going for the Lotus after disassembling the Arcane Boots.
And the Vanguard, if he actually wishes. Can use the ring for that too. As Liquid 3-man smoke. Gonna just make some space and allow Mickey to continue to farm until this play is over.
The BKB from Jabs. I mean, at this stage for a hero like Mars, what kind of itemization are you going to want to go for? Because we see some players like, you know, Amar from back in the day go for more right-clicky.
Probably.
Do you go for like Refresher?
I think just Refresher. Because if if you can like use your first arena to bait their BKBs, and then towards the BKB times running out, you drop another one. Because all he has to do is allow his TB to hit and his supports to cast spells. So I don't think you need to deal damage. I could be wrong, but that's just my read.
Well, we are 21 minutes in. Nobody has realized that Tormentors are in the game yet.
Yep, they're coming soon.
We'll get there.
You literally need a team wipe next to the Tormentor like last game.
I feel like these shards really add up. Nisha has that shield rune.
Yeah, I want to see the ET shard where he then just stomps into all of Liquid and dies.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, if they had a more physical damage lineup, like a minus armor thing, that's when that shard actually becomes pretty crazy good. But yeah, this game kind of...
So Talon want to be the ones to force the Roche here. Liquid need to contest this play. I think there's no way you just freely give Dire this Roche. But for now, they're just going to be up. They should sniff it out soon, because there's no one showing on the map from Liquid's perspective here.
Yeah. Well, they get the tier 2, but Roche already at half HP, so likely not going to be contested now.
Interesting.
So Talon doing what they needed from last game, which is get an Aegis on their side.
Okay.
Interesting.
Very
that
nice
they gave
for
it
Talon.
to 23 Savage when there's a storm on your team. That is really interesting.
Oh, so they feel like he could have maybe just get bursted, and so I'm going to play the fight easier as... Well, even though they did take the Roche, they're going to lose map control, since they did have to use meta. So Liquid going to try to make the best out of it. Perhaps 2 tier 2 towers. Of course, they do have Kato, so they're going to lower the cooldown of meta at the end of it all.
Yeah, we'll see how this Aegis choice works out for them, because Terrorblade can be kind of a double-edged sword. If you're using that meta, you die. Like, coming back, it's not going to change anything. Whereas Storm, well, we've seen it a million times before. I mean, maybe it's the fact that Makoto just is so under-farm, but at the same time, the Aegis could provide you the space to get more farm with having that second life at your disposal.
I mean, perhaps they just feel like they need to maybe help 23 stay alive throughout his first meta or something. Not fully sure, but either way, they will be very happy with the Aegis, as we do have a pause, which is about to end. And Jams is queuing up the Deso, so they do have the read that they need more damage. Maybe just through all these heals and the Warcry, just get that Deso in there.
Yeah.
So, honestly, I don't mind it.
Yep, not too bad of a choice. SNY online for 23.
I also like what 23 is queuing up next here. I think in these important games and LAN games especially, you just gotta chat it up. Like, you go for the damage next. You're hitting this 3k HP mark with the SNY. I don't think it's too easy for Liquid to burst you. So at this point, make sure that if they ignore you, they pay the price.
Ooh, and Zai is going for boom boom time. Aghanim Scepter halfway there.
Love to see it. It's a very good boom game. You play against TV. You have Mars, who's going to go for some Desolator. So just ramping up all the stacks. He's going to be happy with that.
Now, did he go the talent in preparation for this? He did not. The 15 talent. I feel like, is it not that good? 6 extra?
It's not bad, but honestly, Spell Lab on Timber is broken as Boxy.
Yep,
That's good.
Savage. Well,
Easy
Boxy
spear.
gets speared and deleted. And Makoto and the rest of Talon.
They also see a DD rune down bottom.
Yeah, they see that DD rune, and they can take most of this tower in the meantime. That's going to be a free tier 2.
A new glyph, so maybe you can force through that. Of course, Caudal TB, you just get so many illusions. Your map play is incredible. So he's just whacking away at the tower.
And Liquid are going to have to do something. First fortification is there. I mean, this is not typically the time that you actually commit to going for these buildings, but 23 Savage is going to get a couple more hits as now his meta running out.
Definitely like this play from Talon, as now you just stick your TB with the Caudal together, keep getting the Chakra, and you're going to be good.
2k lead here for Liquid. We'll see how much more Talon can get out of the map with the Aegis. BKB getting very close for Nisha. And what kind of a timing is that going to be when coupled with Mickey? So he has his Harpoon right now. As Arena comes out onto Nisha.
He's all
alone. Makoto with a very long zip. A little too long, some would say. Zinsania now linking up with Sven, coming back into this fight. Nisha's actually going to live as a result of this, although 23 Savage is continuing to chase. Looks like Ollie's the first to die, Q shortly after, so Liquid somehow able to get back into this fight. and get a favorable result. They will lose Lion, but still, that was almost a complete disaster for Liquid, but able to get there very quickly thanks to Insania.
Nisha just very tanky, does get the reload off, but overall, you know, Talon having a 2-for-1 trade, God Strength is used and BKB while your meta is down, so while all of this is gonna be done, meta will be back up here for them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
23 Savage, no big surprise, the BKB is gonna be next. Trying to get a little bit more value out of this minute left of the Aegis, see if they can get some more buildings. The tier 1 at the very least will go their way.
Nisha did get to dodge the Earth Splitter there with the Yules as well, and just this War Cry on Insania, just allowing him to stay alive too, and here in the back that he just whacks away at these two.
And that was the first finger charge for Boxy.
Not a Kaka Lion.
Yeah, definitely not.
That guy just fingers off CD. This here may have been Boxy's real first or second opportunity to get that.
Looks like Boots of Traveler. What's up next for Nisha? Zai
does have the Axe completed, so it will be flying out to him. If you're Liquid, when this Aegis runs out, I do think if they all in the TB, if they want to, I think he dies.
Oh,
good
nice
BKB.
BKB. Gets the spear off as well. And now the zip-in from Makoto is going to force out the BKB of Mickey. Getting slowed to a crawl, but Nisha is here with Insania from the right side. But you see Makoto getting controlled and brought down to start the fight again. Trying to outpace this Aegis as Nisha is just barely going to die the last right click, but the boom time is coming. Thunder for 23 Savage, but the instant hex from Boxy is there. Very nicely done. Buyback now into Insania to try to get back into this fight. It's a long-ass mana drain. It's a 3 for 2 technically. And Q gonna TP out in the Glimmer.
Ooh. The Aegis just expiring and a clutch hex from Boxy there towards the end of it. Making sure 23 does not get off his Thunder with a nice buyback from Insania, but you see when 23 gets to hit, these people are dying out here, but Mickey and Zai are scaling really well in this game right now. So we see a lot of stuff coming out. This Jams is even bulwarking around to try and help 23.
They've been really on top of Makoto. He has died at the beginning of, it feels like every single fight, so just everything in his game is suffering as a result.
He needs a BKB. Like, there's so much random stuff, whether it's just a Yule into Split Earth or a Hex or something. Look at Boxy here right before the Sunder comes out.
Yeah.
Into a 2-man Impale. Beautiful.
I'm not sure if he had time, but correct me if I'm wrong here. With the BKB changes, you can Sunder through BKB. It just won't affect the enemy, right?
Correct.
But there was also a Lotus on top, so I don't know how that, how that would affect it.
And basically nothing happens. That's all right.
Wouldn't you both just stay at the same HP in that case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, going for a quick smoke. I mean, God Strength is back up. Of course, you have the cooldown talent and level 20 as well. Warcry, even more armor being pumped out into this team as Jabs.
Ooh. He's going to be fine.
He's got the Nullifier on Mars. I do like that to just cut through this Warcry armor, but if you're Mickey here, I think a shard for you would be incredibly strong. At least once you do see the Nullifier, because then, of course, it will be undispellable. And I think Nisha needs this to stay alive. You need these couple bonus seconds in the fight.
Impale's going to find Ollie, but he has that haste to get away. And yeah, Zai is looking very scary, I have to say. That Aghanim Scepter, along with the Lotus S and K, making him a very difficult target to go on. And that's the beauty of this build. Super tanky.
Yeah.
You can't ignore him either, though, because
that's
of
the problem,
Boom.
yeah. Like these heroes that you ignore them for like 10-15 minutes, but eventually they just get incredibly strong. He's got the axe completed. When this hero hits 25 as well with the second shotgun, which of course we're still a little bit away from it, but cannot underestimate the scaling. It's Talon. 5-man smoke. Aggressive ward. It is daytime.
Yeah, Makoto with the zip. Nisha still coupled up with Insania. They're going to set this up, but the Split Earth not going to hit this time. Makoto is going to have to back away, it seems. So failed smoke from Talon.
Makoto does have the BKB now, so it will help him in the fight, but I think Liquid are going to be so tanky in these fights that they can stand their ground and fight back, and that's not what you want to have happen with this Talon draft.
Now a smoke from Liquid, as we have a Silver Edge onto Mickey.
Okay. Wants to help his initiation. I do like that as Boxy. Just chatting it up for now.
Yeah, I think they're going to spawn him. He gets the initiation
Oh,
on the
great
double
stun.
Hail to follow. ET is dead right off the bat. 23 Savage getting pursued by Mickey, who's still BKB'd, trying to finish off the Terrorblade from afar, but he's going to force out the BKB instead and walk away. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Liquid so far, but the Sunder onto Mickey is enough to take out the Sven. Zai trying to slow him down. The boom is about to hit 23 Savage, but brings him down to half HP. Meanwhile, Nisha getting controlled. Looks like Q and Makoto are able to get out. Was looking in favor of Liquid, but then Mickey gets sundered and it turns around the fight for Talon.
What a great play from 23 and clutch timing on his BKB flying out. Being able to just BKB, turn your ground and just follow Mickey into the Sunder Spirit versus Solar Bind, and they just kind of get to turn it around. And luckily for them, you've got the Coddle TB. Lower this meta cooldown right now. Gonna have to keep playing for it. What a beautiful initiation here.
Disgusting impale. But the Arena preventing the rest of his team to get close to Mickey to try and finish off 23 Savage.
Mickey probably regretting this chase here. Maybe after 1-2 clicks, you just go back to your team, but 23 just gets his ass in there. Sunder into the turnaround.
Yep, well played from 23 Savage. Could have tilted at the beginning of the game.
But didn't.
But did not. I mean, that's something I think that Boom Boom team can learn from. They definitely have the propensity to tilt off the face of the earth, but they've looked a lot better this tournament.
That's true. Giving them some drive-by while they're not even playing.
I mean, that's what makes them fun to watch, though.
That is true.
I really enjoy watching and casting them.
Roche is up, and this has got to be on the mind and all the comms around the game right now for both teams. I would assume that we're close to having meta back up on the menu as well here for 23. So buybacks, vision, smoking up. It's going to be very crucial here about who gets the initiation.
Yeah, Roche is going to be scouted. Nisha, they will need Sven. Mr. Mickey has arrived.
Look at Boxy's positioning. This is dirty. If Talon smoke up, he got himself off a good ward and observer.
Ooh, Nisha's courier killed.
That's a Shiva.
That's the Shivas.
It's a big one.
Okay, never mind. He doesn't have the other component. Mystic
Not a
Staff
Shivas.
Still available.
Stupid casters.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, observers. That's why they're here, to make us look stupid. And we have a Roche off for Roche number 2. And the data list is pretty close for 23 Savage. You can just find a little bit more farm on the outskirts of the map. This could, actually, it is coming, I believe.
I mean, they would love to wait for that.
The recipe.
Yeah, it is coming. I mean, TP is a very good hero at these like kind of AFK standoff moments, right? You still have the illusions. You can push in some waves, get more gold, get towards your next timing, and
it provides you vision for the pit as well.
Yeah.
And it's a minute 30 till nighttime. So Roche will relocate. Let's see how long this Roche off is.
Radiant's top tower.
I mean, ET very good at this as Talon. They're slowly gaining momentum and positioning here on the map, right? Take over the Lotus Pool. Now they force Liquid away as they loot. Like, all 3 waves are pushing in for Talon.
Yeah, but you do have the IO to relocate. So being able to push out these lanes for Liquid will certainly help, as now a smoke comes from Talon. Looks like they want to take a fight.
Boxy making a lot of drawings on the map here. I think he wants his team to come to him so they can smoke up, as now in order for them to retake the area they need to smoke themselves, but it looks like Talon are going to have themselves a very good position here.
Yeah, they're actually coming in right behind them, although they turn around and just go into the pit. So they're going to start off Roche. This is Aegis and Cheese, and Liquid very far now. This is a full wraparound, and I think they lose Roche as a result.
It's a nice wrap, but it could be too slow.
Now by the Lotus Pool is Q on the side with the trees. He's going to be the one to pop the smoke as Jack comes up with the BKB and the Arena. And it looks like the Aegis will be claimed by Talon and 23 Savage. He pops his BKB a little bit prematurely as Boxy is going to be the first to fall. And
Makoto's out of mana.
With that Bloodstone, Makoto bursted down by Mickey. Does have the buyback. Let's see if the rest of Talon want to fight or disengage. That's going to be the buyback from Makoto, though. Insania, he's going to get dropped, so no IO in this fight with any way to buy back as well. Mickey.
Goes to the stomp.
Right click from afar, Boxy in the trees. Jad is completely surrounded and brought down, but Makoto trying to finish off the Sven. He does so, and Zai looks to be next on the list for Talon. He's going to Timber Chain TP, and no way to cancel it.
Ooh. That's 23 Savage. I don't know how much. Let's have a look at the fight recap. 10k damage from TP here. Not even close. Only 6k. Probably the boom boom and the Warcry just coming in clutch, but Talon get the Roche, kind of win the fight. Of course, they did have to expend 2 buybacks here, but Buyback from Q also definitely helping 23 here for some of the next fights. Liquid, they want to fight. They have 2 buybacks available.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no God Strength quite yet, though, as Zai going really deep in. 23 Savage to get the Sunder up, but Boom Boom time is coming for Mr. 23 Savage. Nisha's there with the Bloodstone as Q, and Makoto can only look on. Nice force staff to dodge the Boom Boom, but you can't outrun Zai. That is the Aegis down.
They have a cheese. Maybe they need to pass it over.
And Makoto, he's basically out of mana. He just has to walk back. They're going to get the Glimmer off, but there's the Yules. Q, all they can do is look on again as 23 Savage completely surrounded. No Sunder in sight. He's going to pop his BKB. Try to TP out. Can he do it? No! The physical damage is just enough from the side of Liquid. Makoto able to get out of dodge, and now Q and Ollie on the run. One gets away, and Ollie, nobody's going to go in the pit, surely. He'll be able to get out as well.
As what can Liquid get out of this? They did use 2 buybacks, some very high-tier defense here to also punish 23.
They can get the Tormentor.
That will definitely be #1 on their list as Zai getting pumped in a lot of XP from these fights. It was just a few minutes ago, he was level 20.
He's huge.
Creep wave is coming.
Still with the God Strength as it just runs out. There's the fortification from Talon. And we can see that there is no buyback from 23 Savage.
I mean, they've got pretty good deep push if they get close.
If they can somehow kill Makoto again, I mean, that's a dieback, effectively.
It's Nisha.
That's a tower down as Liquid showing no signs of stopping.
That's just a Rax. I mean, Timbers are hitting for 300 nowadays.
The wave needs to get reconnected, though. Backdoor protection kicks in at the same time as fortification. I think you're right. I think they have to give up the melee.
Looks like it.
Terrorblade up in 10 seconds. Can Liquid get out cleanly, though? Zai, well, that's not clean. He didn't hit a tree on the way out. He's stuck inside this arena. Boom Boom is nullified, though. So not as tanky as he could be. As Insania connects, he had to relocate, still there. Earth Splitter comes out. Insania's going to relocate basically in place. Gets off the link onto Nisha, but he dies.
That's a dieback.
And now Nisha has to get the hell out, and Liquid, in turn, will have to do so as well. Nisha will barely TP out. They didn't have any stuns there, as the Echo Stomp does find Zai. So they get a very valuable kill in this defense, but they do lose that melee Rax.
Damn, very like ping-pong events here. You go bottom, they punish you. You go to the high ground now, but sure, you did get the Rax, but you lose Aiden off of a buyback here on the Insania, and also 80 seconds on the Timber. Talon can definitely strike back on this map control now.
And Liquid taking advantage of the no buybacks, and
yes, here we see the NA chain.
Yeah.
All the trees have been cut.
If he had hit that. Maybe they still could have caught up, though. Oh, Tormentor being taken out.
That's Mickey. Why buy the shard if you can get it for free?
Oh, yeah.
Well played.
Who has shard right now that he'd be able to get that? Is Talon. Starting to go high ground. They're going to get that fortification out of Liquid. Insania up in 13 seconds. Can Talon get the trade onto this melee Rax?
No meta. At least for 30.
Yeah, they have good clear, though, from the Liquid side. Especially with that shard on the Lion. I believe he had to purchase that, but very good against the Terrorblade illusions. Second fortification comes out. Mickey,
he's looking
on the sideline. They still have the buyback onto the Timber side. There is the Mars Arena. They're actually going to miss the spear, though. And they use the nullifier, but Nisha kind of just shrugs it off, and they're going to be able to maintain this buyback onto Zai, and they actually defend. Harpoon from Mickey. Looks like Talon, it's a full disengage. They don't get what they came for. And biggest thing for Liquid is they're able to maintain the buyback for Zai.
Yeah, Liquid get to hold. Nice defense by them. Just good positioning. Nisha very clutch on the Yules there. Just instantly putting himself up in the air against the spear. Looks like they're getting 2 hexes here. Both Zai and Nisha getting closer to theirs as Jab's getting closer to his own refresher. So some very big timings coming out in this game.
Is there any... thinking from Zai's perspective, he's going to get nullified every fight with that reactive armor, but you are getting
You still get all the stacks, which honestly is like the main point in this game. Like
so I was figuring maybe he would go Lincolns or BKB or something like that.
Nah, like I think I like the more aggressive approach. Like when he uses reactive armor, he basically turns unkillable. So I think don't go any more defensive items, get this aggressive stuff. As there's a DD on the deck.
Oh boy.
I think both teams see it. DD's fan bros, it is time to back off for like 30 seconds. Take a breather, talk about the next fight.
Out as well. I think they clipped somebody. And another 2 minutes away from knowing when Roche will spawn. And the third Roche, of course, more important than the second. And the second more important than the first.
And then the fifth.
Right, this is what we're used to. Dire bounty advantage. All is right in the world, apparently.
Of course. As double hex is completed on Liquid.
That's pretty dirty.
Zai with the double chakram. Honestly, if he gets on the backline on a Kato or something, of course he doesn't have a blink, so it's not the easiest, but there's a lot of burst damage. I think even 23, if they find him, there's not that many saves. They can full commit. The damage output on Liquid is really high, but that is a great neutral item for him.
I was talking about the refresher, but sure.
Or the smoke. Refresher is big too.
Yeah,
I
Mars
mean, this
refresher, pretty juicy.
Oh, mid on mid smoke.
Both are going to pop
Jab.
here shortly. There's the zip in, the Mars Arena #1 from Jab. So they're going to try to focus on the other side. His Boxy's really deep. He gets taken out first.
Signed it back.
Yep, that's the double chakram with the boom boom time coming for Ollie. Gets destroyed, but there's a nullifier to take it off shortly after. It's a buyback onto the Elder Titan. They don't have the same for Boxy though, Liquid side. And Nisha, a little bit of a late BKB, getting the Split Earth off onto Terrorblade, but Nisha getting controlled and brought down. That's a huge kill for Talon. And now Liquid on the run, but they're going to get kept in place thanks to Jabs and company, but Insania able to get able to get Mickey out of dodge. Zai will not be so lucky in all likelihood. Very tanky, but will be taken out in the end. So good fight from Talon.
Nope, and Insania.
They get effectively 4
for
there was no
1.
buybacks for the Liquid side.
Just one quick buyback from Ollie. Look, the initiation from Liquid. I think one blink out from the Mars Arena. The other guy goes in as Zai dealt the most damage in this fight, but once again 23. He just gets to stand his ground. Daedalus, all the chakrams with 20 illusions in this fight, just going to town.
And 23 Savage has a butterfly now. As you can see, actually a courier from Nisha is going to go pick up their gems. So they actually do keep their gems somehow. Talon too busy going for these buildings, of course. Understandably so. This is going to be a set of racks, and I mean the problem is there's still tier 2s in the top and bottom. So it's either you poke at the tier 4s.
I'm going to go top next.
There is a wave up there.
Oh, Jabs. JK. For some reason I thought he's on Radiant team and going to kill the wave or something.
Very good.
Yes. As this butterfly, also big timing for 23. Like you get this butterfly like 40 minutes just right before there's any MKBs on Radiant.
They want this Wisdom run on 23 Savage.
Ooh, more than half a level.
Not too bad.
Still 20 seconds on Zai here, but looks like they're not sure if they want to commit here, as Roche did just respawn as well.
Yeah, that fight looked really bad for Liquid. It was not close.
Mass TPs, they want this Roche.
And Roche is going to be here for another minute. And this is going to be the Aghanim
Oh, this is a game-winning play for Liquid if they get this.
And it looks like they will. I mean, Talon are not even remotely close. This is the outpost advantage for the Radiant.
Yeah, that's free.
Jabs
Jabs just
who
picked
gets
it, but
the
it's too late.
Ags? I actually don't know here. Do you want Superman Ags? Do you want Nisha to have... Is it still Nihilism?
It is still Nihilism.
Okay, he will be claiming it. Let's see what kind of an effect this will have on the game.
I mean, free Ags. I assume we will take that. Increase damage, more slow. Turn yourself.
Is Superman Ags really that bad? I think the big nerf to it was they got rid of it was like a hit or a 2-hit or something like that. Auto attack. The old one.
When you went in?
Yeah, it would hit like twice instead of once or something like that.
Yes, it's not what it used to be. But just getting these ages on themselves. I think Talon just, caught slipping a little bit. You talk about, okay, next fight, wait for meta, then we go. But Liquid, Mickey in the right place, scouts it out, all TP. Make it look easy. This, ages, gonna allow them very much to fight back here.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, it feels like they were in the driver's seat to some degree, but again, just giving up the road. This second game now, not respecting that aspect of the game as much as the side of Liquid, who have been pretty much on top of it this series so far.
25 talent about to come out here from Mr. 23.
Sunder cooldown, I'm sure. Yep.
He's got the Demon Zeal as well, which honestly really puts up your damage as well.
Wait, did he buy that? They still haven't taken the Tormentor.
I think
so
he did
I guess so. Well, yeah, he would have to. They're actually just... It's literally worth purchasing a shard over going to kill the cube.
It's time. Don't want to... Oh, Hex.
And the Hex to start things out. Actually,
Jabs.
double Hex this time.
Oh, what a
get
Storm
another
Storm,
Hex onto the Storm Spear, but there's a Mars Arena onto Zai. He's very tanky indeed. Makoto getting relatively low will zip away. 23 Savage will run away with the BKB, getting up the Sunder onto Zai. There's the second arena from Jabs. It's going to connect mostly onto the IO, but the Sven is taking massive damage. He will drop to the deck. 2 minutes without your Sven at all.
Zai as well.
Buybacks coming out from Liquid en masse. Makoto's the only casualty for Talon. He will buy back now as Jabs getting chased into the tree line. Getting forced, but will not survive the onslaught. And Boxy, he's getting controlled. As 23 Savage, he's going to take a finger of death. The Sunder, the Lotus Orb is going to prevent him from using it. Nicely played from Liquid. They take out the TB.
Oh, they're going for the game-winning play here.
That's a buyback now onto the side of 23 Savage. Double Chakram, no connection on the tree again for Zai. That actually might save the life of Q, as now Ollie with his BKB trying to run away. Makoto getting a nice stun onto 2 heroes with the spear to follow, doing massive damage, but their TB is not here yet. They don't have the physical damage.
He was waiting in base for the travels.
Makoto go back in, getting the Chakra on him, to get force staffed out of the Chakrams. The Electric Vortex with the Nullifier now onto Nisha, trying to find somebody, gets the Hex again, but Q and company very low, but they'll be able to take out
the spear misses.
The Nisha in the end. Makoto gets the kill. Now that's an instant buyback, and Jabs getting sundered by his teammate will actually save him for the time being, as Zai and company still surrounding him. Jabs gets force staffed out. Nice double spear again. They have so many ways to kite the side of Liquid. Makoto goes him in with barely any mana as the Earth Splitter connects. Nisha is dead, and another arena, the third of this fight, and this is going to be a full team wipe for Talon, and they will win game number 2 because they can just go for throne. No buybacks even remotely close.
Holy, what a fight, actually. Just keep going back and forth. Everyone's on 10% HP. I love the buybacks from Talon.
Not over yet. There is a buyback now onto the Sven, but he's going to be back in 15 seconds anyway.
Can he 2-1-5 this? With Lion, he's got a buyback even.
Yeah, we'll see. They get the tier 4 towers, and Talon playing very, very passively.
Okay, there's the Hex from Q.
Get the Hex though. Trying to go back in. And Mickey, waiting for that 23 Savage meta, which is now up, and he's hitting that Ancient. Mickey has to do something. There's the Hex initiation from Boxy. Mickey trying to finish somebody off. Makoto able to zip away just out of distance.
Deep in Zeal.
Perhaps if you were Superman, you'd be able to catch up to him, but no! They gave the axe to the Lash instead, and they're gonna die outright, so GGs are called, and Talon take game number 2. Means we're going the full distance in this series.
Ooh, Talon just strike back with some... I really liked a lot of their confidence in this game, where they like fight back, you have the buybacks coming out, you go back in the fight, you have like 48 arenas coming out, and their spell usage in these later stages of the team fights really came in clutch for them.
Yeah, Sven loses again. I feel like every time I cast this hero, it loses.
He looked good until like the more mid stages of the game, right? Liquid had a very like good position in this game, both ahead in the gold and XP win probability too, but Talon, this team, you just cannot count them out. Their mid game to late game team fighting is just disgusting.
Yeah, 23 Savage. One of the rougher starts we've seen in the beginning of stages of this game. 2 early deaths within 8 minutes, but comes back and you can just see his farm just completely 6-slotted. And despite giving up that last Roach, I thought that might have been a turning point for Liquid, but Talon just outplaying them in these fights. And they had the buybacks, and they had ways to get backs in the fight. I mean, Makoto died a lot this game, but it did set up for some epic play. And we can, with that note, we can go to the panel. We can break down game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Game 2, a slobber knocker and an incredible game displayed by both Team Liquid and Talon Esports. Despite the very high level of execution all across the board, Talon able to eke this one out. They get to the end of the game. BSJ, Team Liquid make the biggest mistake ever. They let 23 Savage cook.
He did indeed, as you can see it in his name right there. I can talk all I want about the carry-to-carry matchup, Sven versus TB, but at the end of the day, there was so much execution that came into this game for both sides. That one original rotation by 23 that failed bottom kind of looked pretty Pepega if you ask me, but then they made up for it with like 3 or 4 really high risk. Like if those moves fail, you are completely out of the game. So props to them for having like some big balls in those.
The biggest balls ever. I think one of the things, Fly, that I loved about how Talon Esports played this game, they played without fear. At any beginning point in time, they played around their timings. They're like, we just got this new item. We know we're strong enough to fight right now. Despite whatever item they have on Team Liquid, however many buybacks they have, however good their positioning is, we are going to always push the envelope when we believe we're strong.
Yeah, they're playing to win, for sure, like you guys said. And you can see it from all the moves they do. They're connecting as 5. 23 Savage is showing up to all these early engagements, living off, you know, like super low HP, getting the Sunder off. It could go terribly wrong and they just auto-lose the game, but that means they're just playing to win by even taking these risky engagements. So props to them. I thought that Liquid had an amazing early game and they could have just ran away with it, but, you know, Talon just came out to play.
And what do you think, Faith Beyond? This is the first loss that Team Liquid have suffered with their vaunted IO Leshrac strategy. This must feel very good to be able to defeat the best strat they have. Now you don't even have to ban IO.
Yeah, it's definitely amazing that because before this game, IO, Leshrac, and Lion both Liquid play them like 100% win rate. I think this game, Talon is too good at team fight, but also I think Liquid gave them some chance to win because we can see Sven like going to fight too early. Maybe he can keep farming like until he have BKB and to maybe it's a easier fight. But I think for Talon they also need to watch out the IO draft because this game is they have first pick. So if Liquid have first pick, I think IO is still very powerful.
Yeah, that is something that you mentioned, Fire, that this IO draft does seem a lot stronger on the first pick. And overall, we saw them being able to counter it out. It was either the option of the AA or the Scotty buyer. They opted for the Scotty buyer with good reason that it's 23 Savage. If you're in Liquid's shoes right now, because you were saying that you're thinking along similar lines in terms of the draft, do they still deploy the IO going into Game 3?
So that just depends how they view this game went for them, because it could be that the coach is coming in and like, hey, our strategy was fine, we just, you know, messed up an execution a few times, let's just run it back if they give us the same opportunity. Because just looking at it from the outside, to me it looks like they still should have won, considering what happened the first like 10-15 minutes into the game. It's just that they dropped the ball too many times, and then like Faith was saying, Talon's team fight just kicked in, and the carry matchup, you know, Sven is kind of a sus hero at some point versus Terrorblade, so yeah, that's what I would say if I were Liquid.
Well, Team Talon Esports finding themselves with a W here, so of course they're going to be getting the STC play of this game. So let's take a look at one of the reasons why they were able to come away with the victory. And this fight, you know, fairly early on in the game, given how long it ended up being BSJ. But look at this Observer Ward, and look where Jabs is coming in from the back edge. You would imagine that Team Liquid, they feel very good about their positioning. They're assuming it's a 4v5, but turns out not to be the case at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of awesome late game plays from Talon, but this is the type of play that gets them there, right? This is where the game is starting to get out of hand. They need to make these type of comeback moves. 5-manning so early on into the game, down by a significant chunk. But like you said, the vision, managing to splinter Liquid where Mikke is caught on the side without Lesh being able to pump out the damage in the meantime. Zai goes back in to kill off Makoto, barely gets that kill, but the Sunder free HP regen rune for 23 Savage there. This game, as I'm watching these teams throughout the entire tournament, it feels like no matter what they draft, they're going to play the same type of style. What I mean by that is telling Mikke not to show up to mid-game teamfights is like non-existent. Telling Dyrachyo not to run mid when he's gaming Gladiators at 6 minutes, that's going to happen every game. Telling Talon, you know, don't play for the late game, don't go for these like crazy wombo combo teamfights. These teams are just going to do it every single time, so going into Game 3, that might be a consideration for Liquid in the draft.
Faith, speaking about things that these teams are comfortable doing, right? We saw that Talon Esports, very early on in the year, they were one of the few teams running Elder Titan. When we started this tournament, you kept talking about how good you think this hero is. Seeing it more and more now and seeing how good Talon is with it, should they prioritize getting ET again in Game 3?
I think that it depends on what hero they pick on first phase. If they very lack of team fight, they can consider to pick ET. But it also depends on like enemy pick. Maybe also like Phoenix or Silencer is also like good team fight support.
Okay. One of the things that I think is interesting about this matchup here, Fly, is early on in the tournament, you know, VSJ is mentioning it, Liquid play for tempo, Talon Esports generally play for the later portion of the game. I was actually looking through their average game stats, right? And that held very true for the first 3 days of the groups in particular. But as we've been going into the playoffs, Team Liquid's average game time has been slowly but surely creeping up there. They're third only behind Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. In the meantime, Talon Esports, they've come down into the middle of their pack. They're actually trying to accelerate their pace, sort of changing their identity throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I definitely felt it when I was playing them in the group stage. They played really fast. Mikoto snowballed, he was everywhere. Him and Q especially, I think, have been standout players for Talon. They usually control the game, they have like this insane tempo, and that's how they've been able to close out games really early as well. And I felt it playing against them, and I think when I played Liquid, it was just the night before they turned into this like monster, right? They were like 3-5, just like we were, and they woke up and like annihilated everybody. So I didn't get to see the Liquid that we see now, who, as you guys always say, they just get better and better as the tournament progresses.
Well, Team Liquid, of course, have been improving over the course of the tournament, but Talon Esports also showing us that they are a sleeping dragon. And here at this tournament, they are now 1-1 up against Team Liquid, one step closer to attaining top 3 and $1.7 million. Literally $1 million matchup coming up from just a single game. So don't go anywhere. The decider between Talon Esports and Team Liquid coming up after a short break.
The problem with the English language is that there aren't enough words to describe how unfunny and annoying Jenkins is. Pretty funny, but kind of a little offensive.
I think there are better analysts than Effie. Yeah, I agree. I'm a big Cinderin fan personally.
We are so lucky that Face Beyond has such great English, so we can hear the insight of such an incredible player. Well, thank you, but I'm still learning, but thank you.
It's so impressive that Effie can do what she does on panel, while also taking care of her sister Jenkins too. Yeah.
The only redeeming quality about Jenkins is that sometimes he knows when to stop talking when he's on a panel with people smarter than him. Thankfully, that's all the time. Are everybody else's this bad? Come on.
The problem with Face Beyond as a talent is that we don't get to see him play. I appreciate it, but I'm enjoying my life right now. Sorry about that.
Remember the time that Jenkins was on a team that performed well? No, me neither. He's always been absolute dog shit. Okay? Okay.
Effie, starting as talent, has single-handedly saved the Dota scene. My goodness. You're way too nice. Thank you.
There are better players than Face Beyond. He's only won 1 TI. Sorry about that.
My daughter and I started watching Dota together, and you being on the panel helped inspire her to start playing herself. That makes me so happy to read. I wish her the best of luck in her games, and hopefully she'll be 7K or more soon. These aren't really mean at all. Are everyone's these nice?
Every panel that Jenkins appears on makes me sick. Oh, this one actually has a link to a Twitlonger. The thought of him causes me to literally vomit. I'm on my 5th keyboard this month. I will be suing this man if you can call him that. This has 40 more pages. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this.
Welcome back, one and all, for Game 3 between Team Liquid and Talon Esports, a matchup which guarantees a top 3 placement at the Riyadh Masters and also $1.7 million. Fly, given you've come top 3 at a TI before, right? Talk to me about the stress and emotions about thinking about how much money you could earn from a single game of Dota.
Yeah, if you're thinking about that, that's probably not a good idea in the moment, to be honest. You don't want to think about external things when you're playing. You want to keep your head as much as you can just about the game, what's happening right now, live in the moment. It's definitely easier said than done, for sure. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these teams because everybody knows, you know, in terms of a prize pool, this is insane, right? And I'm sure in the back of your mind, in your subconscious, it's somewhere there, but you shouldn't bring it into realization. So I hope they're not talking about that. right? They're just talking about how we're going to win this next game.
Speaking of stress, Faith Beyond, one of the things that Talon find themselves doing is not just playing for their team, they're playing for their entire region. Last year at the Riyadh Masters, when you were in this position, y'all were the only Chinese team left. Do you think it plays into their minds? Are they thinking about the whole region, or should they just focus on the game?
It depends on different player and different team. But anyway, I think no matter what happens for a player, it's always focus on the game is the best situation. Yeah.
Focusing on the game is, of course, what got these teams to the position they're in the first place. Talon Esports representing all of Southeast Asia. Liquid, the lone Western European representative in the upper bracket. But both of these squads playing to massively increase their winnings in 2023 and get themselves one step closer to the all-important trophy here at the Riyadh Masters. The third and deciding game is about to kick off, so let us get into it. Talon Esports, Team Liquid, Game 3. Let's break it down. We are about to get into it. Game 3. This would be hilarious if the draft was already finished, but fortunately, we're just starting things off young and afresh. I do imagine several of those heroes are going to be appearing yet again. Right now, the question is obviously going to be whether or not Talon Esports feel they have to ban out the IO. DSJ, both Faith Beyond and Fly have mentioned that it's much more important to deal with the IO if you have the second pick, right? But if you have first pick, Talon Esports might feel like they actually have the tools to deal with it, given what happened in Game 2.
Yeah, I remember talking to Quinn at the Bali Major about them picking IO Lesh against Liquid on second pick. And it was something where they were considering whether or not it was worth it, right? Because they know that that counter pick coming out on 8 is extremely potent, potentially, with the Medusa at that time, and now this time TV. So it definitely lowers the value of this combo, and Liquid having first pick, I do believe you mentioned earlier, Fly, that this does give them a significant advantage in the draft, and I'd imagine, even though you just beat it, I would still like to see Talon ban out the IO.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think they should ban IO. I think last game, or the first game rather, they banned Lycan. And maybe it's because they're picking Silencer, you know, that's like kind of the plan. But I don't see why they need to randomly pick a Silencer, especially when now Storm is banned. So what I would like to see here from Talon is just ban IO, leave Darkseer in the pool, leave Lycan in the pool. Just don't pick something that's going to be terrible against those two heroes.
Yeah, I think also from Liquid, this Storm ban is very smart. I think they shouldn't give Mikoto another Storm game for sure.
Definitely he has been doing amazing things. Game 2 not nearly as flawless as Game 1, but still helping this team to win the game. But Talon Esports, massive confidence. They removed the clockwork instead, sticking to the bans that they had in Game 2. They are leaving it up to Liquid right now. So Liquid do not pick up the eye.
Whoa,
okay.
Spicy.
That's very, yeah, it's very interesting because what does this mean? You know, did Liquid lose confidence in IO? Are they worried about potentially like this Terrorblade coming out in the first two? Maybe they just said we just need to change it up and do something unexpected.
Yeah, maybe they just think Rubik is a better strategy because you can pick either Monkey King or Darkseer at ace.
It also block picks a lot of the offlaners in general. You're not worried about Enigma as much, Doom, Tidehunter. Pretty much everything that Talon has in their top most picked heroes. So will they still elect to go for their Tiny Enigma combo?
Well, this is still a classic. Q Tiny has been ripping things up for quite a long time. In fact, given the fact that he's been playing Tiny, Rubik, Bat, and Clockwork, it will not surprise you to learn, Fly, that he has the 5th most stun duration on average at the entire tournament.
It's a good stat to have as a pause 4. But yeah, I'm curious if they go Enigma here. That has been their opener. But again, those are two heroes that are not that good against Rubik. But okay, they go with the Darkseer. A very strong hero right now. It's been doing incredibly well, and they also take it away from Liquid, which, like Faith Beyond was saying, they have picked Rubik into 8-pick Darkseer before.
Surprisingly, it's the first Darkseer that we're going to be whipped out by the CEO. And it's interesting here, Faith Beyond, because every team except Talon basically has been playing this Darkseer in the offlane. But this is going to be their first time utilizing this hero. What do you think they're afraid of on the 8th pick that the Darkseer counters?
Maybe Oracle Enchantress or just something carry like Faceless Void.
Yeah, I wonder, what do you think, BSJ? Because you're a carry player.
I
You
would
see
take
this Dark
Bloodseeker or Void here. I think because
Yeah.
you're against Talon, I'd almost prioritize the Void because they like that hero so much themselves. Yeah.
Void. There you go.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think taking this away from 23 Savage has its like double down bonus there. You also have 3 bans in the carry role to protect it. It also matches up very well against Medusa and Terrorblade, 2 of his other most picked heroes. So maybe that was their entire idea coming into this, that maybe they were planning on picking Darkseer on 8. Maybe they had a plan for having Darkseer get picked by Talon, and this being that plan. That's usually about as far as you can plan ahead in the draft, is up until this pick with the bans protecting it.
So Team Liquid will cover things. No Naga Siren. Presumably we're going to be taking out all the illusion heroes, thinking the same raft of bans that we saw in Game 1. And for Talon, they're trying to protect us Darkseer. They take out the Enchantress. Presumably the Oracle that Faith Beyond mentioned could also get removed from play.
You might want to take out TA if you're Team Liquid. It's very good against Void in the game.
Yeah, and also Mikoto is an amazing TA player.
Yeah, I think that is a good call. It's just, they will, basically Talon now is just going to respond to whatever Liquid's going to show in the second phase, right? Because that's, usually on second pick, you're just going to counter pick. We'll see what support Ollie wants to play, because I think that'll just be the normal draft flow that they're going to go for. They're just going to pick Ollie, his support. Maybe it'll be the Elder Titan again. Even though they already have double melee, I could see them going back for some comfort like that, because they have been really successful with this hero.
Yep. Even all the way back at the Lima Major, they were the ones, I think the only team at that tournament who would reliably run double melee supports. Back then it was like ET Clock, Tiny Clock, Tiny ET, Tiny Earthshaker, but don't think they'll be changing it up all that much. I do very much like this ban, BSJ. No Visage. I think they identify that the main issue against Team Liquid, prevent them from ending the game much sooner than you're ready to fight.
I think 23 Savage wants Morph on 8. Liquid was the one that pioneered Visage against Morph. So they do ban the TA. I think that's totally worth banning, but I hope for Liquid's sake that Morphling's on their radar. Even though the Ags on him did get nerfed, the attack speed that you take away from agility heroes particularly messes with Void a lot, and once you get the Ags, you also become a better Void when you use the Time Walk Bash. So I would not want to play against 23 Savage Morphling uncountered in lane against Void in one game for $1 million if I was Liquid, but I imagine they have something up their sleeve, maybe like a Lycan as a preemptive dissuasion.
Yeah, so I think they basically had to choose their poison, because they banned 2 carries and then presumably Mikoto's hero. You can only afford so many bans, and obviously 23 Savage has a lot of heroes he's really good at. I'm a little bit surprised about Duza, but maybe that's telling of what Liquid is thinking about picking, right? That is a possibility. But I could definitely see what BSJ is saying, where they can just pick this ET into Morphling. It'll be like kind of a pretty good lane. Okay, there you go.
There you go.
Elder Titan. 4th game for the side of Talon Esports. They are 3-1 with this hero up until this point. And historically, it's just been one of their better heroes overall. And now we also have some ways to annoy the Faceless Void inside of his own chrono, which is always really fun to see.
Yeah, I think they definitely just... I'd be surprised if Liquid strayed away from Lycan here, because all the heroes that are very good against Lycan are generally pretty bad against Void. So even though those heroes, like, you don't have synergy within the chrono, but you also, like, you cover each other's bases, basically.
Yeah, this will be the hardest pick. So what do you think, Faith?
It is very hard.
Go Oracle. Okay. I mean, you mentioned this earlier on. You said either Faceless Void or Oracle. They have both of them. So that's definitely going to make life a little bit complicated for the Darkseer. As a Darkseer specialist yourself, is there a way to play into this lane?
Yeah, I think Oracle, it is a counter pick for Darkseer, and it's also like very counter to Elder Titan too.
Yeah, that's also a good point. They can put the Oracle versus ET if they really want it. He has 2 good lanes to go to. Also, they go for the Brood.
They go for the other summons hero.
Okay. The most banned hero in the entire tournament. We're now up to 123 bans on this hero and several picks. Hasn't necessarily been that successful though, BSJ. After all the games that it's been played, hasn't been winning that much, but still, it's Broodmother, it's in the hands of Zai. normally has been able to do quite a lot of work with the hero.
Yeah, he's 1-1 on it right now, so it's not like they've been contributing to the losses, but this hero definitely got nerfed. Like, it feels much less potent than it did at the Bali Major, and as long as you're able to protect it with the bans, like the Naga, I think it, like a lot of people were still picking it early on in the draft and getting lane countered pretty hard. I'm leaning towards Monkey King for a 23 Savage. It's decent against Void because you can build into the Ag Scepter later, so even if you're Chronosphered, you're still hitting the Void when he's Massive Madness, and it's pretty good in lane versus Brood. It synergizes well in the team fight with everything they got going for him. You can still go for the Morphling if you'd like, but it's not as good 1-1 against the Brood.
There's another hero that faces or that 23 Savages play that's decent into the Broodmother Fly. How would you feel about him yoinking out the Pudge?
Ooh.
Oh, that is the exotic category for me.
I'm gonna start using this word.
I like the Morphling and the Monkey more. Monkey if you really want to, push it and you want to try to really win the lane. Morphling if you just want something stable. And there you go, he goes with the Morphling. No Pudge today, unfortunately. It would have been fun though, I'll say that.
Morphling, Waterboy, for all the reasons that BSJ mentioned earlier. What's the lane like, Faith Beyond, for Morphling playing into the Rubik and the Broodmother?
I think because they have ET, so probably a little bit fine, but I think Brood will win this lane eventually.
I mean, it looks pretty good for Talon here, from my perspective. I think they got what they wanted, They already have pretty crazy team fight. They have really good scaling. Their laning is okay. Once again, probably laning is slightly worse than Liquid's, but that's been kind of the theme of this series anyways. So they're both sticking to their MOs, what they're good at. So yeah, I like what Talon is doing, what they're cooking.
Yeah, my only concern for Talon would be that they get outpaced because they have the Oracle against the Darkseer lane. Broodmother should theoretically take the bottom tower against Morphling. But right now, I'm not exactly sure, like after the early game, how Liquid progresses. Like how do they go high ground? How do they shut down the map? So I think that falls a lot on what Nisha goes for here. Will they go for like the staple Dragonite sort of hero with a point-click stun and tower taking? Will Talon even be concerned about this at all since they have the counter pick? I doubt the Dragonite just because we see the Puck ban. That's a natural counter to the Puck. What are you thinking they might come out here with? Either of you? Faith Beyond, Fly? Because I don't know.
I can think of two heroes. I can think of Windranger and I can think of Pangolier. It's a very good Pango game in general. The defusal timing against Morphling. It's sort of some damage in Chrono, like not really a simple combo. But I think Pango will also make the team fighting a lot easier for Liquid. Windranger is a bit of like this X-Factor hero, where she might completely take over a game, she might be completely worthless, you don't really know, right?
That would explain the Puck ban, the Pangolier. Same with the Primal Beast, they're almost certainly setting up the Pango, because the ulti takes you out of roll, the Primal Beast ulti, so that's a good call. Fly.
Yeah, I also agree about these two heroes.
Another hero that he's played at this tournament, which is a lane dominator and also supplies damage into bubble, has been this Queen of Pain. Is there any space for that in this game, Faith Beyond?
I don't think so. It's not look so well to fit their lineup.
It's almost certainly just Pango and Ember, right? Because Makoto Ember's pretty sick. Counters Pango in lane. The only real counter to you is the Oracle. Like, I don't love playing Void and Ember. Very unreliable chrono target.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty logical from both sides. Pango and then, the responsive Ember. But we'll see. Maybe they want to go for the exotic route. Something completely new. Or the X-Factor with Windranger. Okay, they go Pango, stable. And here comes the Ember Spirit.
I think they should just snap pick it. There's no way Makoto wants anything else. Like, this is your best of one for almost $1 million. Such a signature hero for him.
It has to be Ember. Can't there be anything else?
I mean, we've had a lot of surprises already in this particular best of 3, so wouldn't put it past him to do something different, but given the stakes of the tournaments, given how much money is coming up, given how much it matters for them to beat Team Liquid, probably does make sense. Just rely on the Makoto Ember. And he generally does seem to play the best when he's either playing TA or a Spirit, so it would make sense. And there it is, Ember Spirit will emerge right now. Going to be his second one in this particular tournament, but we've seen him work miracles and magic before on the Ember. All right, BSJ, I'm going to start with you. Looking at these drafts, Talon versus Liquid, $1 million matchup. Which team would you rather be backing?
I think it's going to 100% come down to how well the mid lane goes for Nisha. If he manages to snowball the mid game with the defusal timing Fly mentioned, I like Liquid's chances, but I'm honestly leaning towards Talon again.
Faith Beyond, you've been right about Talon Esports in Game 2. Is this inspiring confidence in you when you look at their draft in Game 3?
I think Liquid will win this game because they have a stronger team fight. And I think Tylon, the Tiny and Darkseer pick combo is quite weird, I think.
I'd like to change my vote.
Fly, what do you make of this? This is $1 million matchup right now. Team Liquid?
I think it's pretty close. I think it's probably the closest draft for me in terms of who I go for, and I think I go for Liquid here. I think it does actually what BSJ said is very accurate. If mid lane goes really well for Talon, Talon might just take the game. But if it goes even or just like 45-55, I think that Liquid will win.
I think that Liquid will win. All right, so we have some favorability towards the side of Team Liquid based on my panel's predictions. However, Talon Esports have proven time and time again that they are coming into this particular tournament ready to upset anybody. And as Blitz mentioned, there are no favorites left. Everybody left is the best team in the world in their own opinion, and have certainly shown that in the field of Dota play. So we're excited to witness exactly how Game 3 is going to be panning out between these two squads. Remember the stakes. It's a $1 million matchup. Both teams already having earned $800,000. This win grants you an additional $900. If Team Liquid win, that's going to match what they got at TI last year. If Talon Esports win, that will more than quintuple how many earnings they've gotten in this particular year of Dota 2 action. I really can't wait to get into this one, and I can't wait to see if it's going to be Talon Esports cooking it up with 23 Savage and making Southeast Asia fly, or if it's going to be Team Liquid, the Dark Horses, bringing yet forth another wave of European dominance into 2023. The Riyadh Masters waiting for our first upper bracket finalist. It's kind of interesting that this is how it's going to be panning out, because right now, these two teams looking like some of the best in the world. We're going to find out who is worth $1 million extra, and to find out, we need some $1 million casters, and to that end, I send it over to Sunsfan and Kezu.
I want $1 million.
I want $1 million.
I want the $1 million. I'm not splitting it with Yo.
What? You're not going to be alive by the end
is
of
here
this
with
guy.
me, Suns fan, and we have an epic showdown. Game number 3 between Talon and Liquid. And when it comes down to these, I mean, this isn't an elimination game. This is for lower bracket, I suppose, whoever loses. So a second life is available. But either way, in matches this important as 23 Savage, he's going to be spotted. Fortune's End is going to hit him. And he has his shift available. Boxy going to try to block. This will be a really big kill for Liquid if they can find him.
Oh.
Very, very tanky target.
Oh.
Great job from Boxy, and the blood grenade is there. First blood for Boxy.
What a dirty boy Boxy is. Getting this type of first blood is not easy. It's Liquid setting themselves up for a good start, and I think panel, they touched on it pretty nicely. This has got to be, I think, Mikoto. He has to come in clutch. He's got to be one of the best Embers in the world, alongside Quinn and Nisha, so I think we have to look out for the Mikoto show here.
As the Bounty Rune battle begins again, and
3-for-1.
Liquid get 3 again, just like
him.
game 1,
Vacuum.
but it might cost Insania his life. Gets a nice
Free
fortune
throw.
then on the 3,
Courier.
but dies shortly after. And yeah, that is a pretty important courier kill. That's a blood grenade and a bunch of regen. But looking at these picks, what I was going to say before the first blood interrupted my very intellectual thought.
And important one.
Very good. Just wait for it, because it's very important.
Yeah, I'm
But
very...
like, even though this isn't elimination, this isn't... I'm just going to stop talking. No. Even though this is not an elimination game, it feels like it based on the picks, because these are comfort picks through and through. There's nothing crazy. The only one that's like slightly off meta, even though we've seen it a bit, is Insania on the Oracle, but he loves this here. This is like his hero. I mean, like everything is a comfort.
Insania Oracle is just one for the books. This guy's played this like 1,000 times. So both teams just continuing to go with their idea. Talon a little bit slower. Liquid, I would say, a little bit faster. As I mean, if you win this match, you are top 3 already in this tournament. And this is... I mean, if you can choose a couple tournaments to play as well, this is one of them.
This is the one, I think, this year.
Probably.
Very, very high prize pool, of course. But yeah, looking at the picks, like aside from them being comfort, what do you think of like the general matchups? We can talk about the lanes to start, and then we can talk about how it would go later on theoretically. But in this lane, 23 Savage on the Morphling. a hero that has dropped off a bit compared to before when he was picked literally every single game.
He should have a pretty good lane, I think, against Brood. But the problem is once Brood hits level 6, she kind of slowly kicks you out. But overall, I wouldn't say it's the freest morph game of all, because Pango is annoying, and Void as well. Of course, Void needs a lot of time to be annoying against you with some time dilation and Chronos, but you know, I think that's why Talon need to have a good early game on Mikoto and Jabs here on the Ember and Darkseer.
Yeah. And the eventual, I would assume he goes for the standard Aghanim Scepter, and BSJ talked about how good that is against Void.
Yeah.
I mean, even against Brood, it's not that bad. You get Insatiable Hunger and all the juicy stats to go along with it. Although that was the biggest component that was nerfed, was how many stats you get.
It's probably going to be some Manta Ags. I've also seen some like Manta Skadis, and then they go Aghanims, but I do think the Axe is very good against Void. You get the Time Walks, Time Dilation as well, not something to underestimate against these dire heroes. And just the continuous going in and out is great.
Yeah, Time Dilation turned against them, against Void, Pango, and Oracle specifically. Pretty insane. So mid lane Nisha, Pango, which I believe it was Fly that called that was going to be picked up.
Yeah.
Against Mikoto on the Ember Spirit. And it's funny that Liquid kind of changing things up versus what they were doing early in the tournament, which was first picking Nisha's hero. That's because that was Snapfire, which is now permaban, it seems.
I mean, that hero
Rightfully so.
Crazy. Yes, this is just a great Pango game. You have a good lane, you help your team with more team fighting, Diffusal against the Morph, the counter team fight against ET Darkseer, as well as this mid matchup. Also, I think this is one of the most skillful lanes between Ember and Pango. If either of them like play slightly better, we're going to slowly chip out the other one. As Nisha with also a level in the Lucky Shot, combining with the Blight Zone, lots of damage on the Swashbuckle.
And both heroes have their bottles. We'll see if there's any TP rotation to fill up Makoto's, but then again, the 4-minute water runes are not too far away. And in terms of rotation, I mean, Oracle, not the greatest. Rubik, pretty decent though.
Yeah, I would say Rubik's kind of okay. Like the thing, if you're Pango against these supports, I don't think you care too much about them. Usually you will see Tiny from quite far away, at least in Dane time or until he has Blink. ET as well. There's no way you're ever going to get stomped. As Mickey taking quite a bit of beating.
Oh!
Combo
I thought he was
wombo.
going to get the Time Walk off, but terrific layering of spells there from the side of Talon.
Man, that was actually disgusting. The vacuum with the tree throw right at the end towards when you wanted to Time Walk. What a sick kill in this lane.
See a slide from Makoto, but Echo Stomp is there from the other side from Ollie as Nisha getting run down. Boxy in the area, but the shield crash. Nisha wants to commit. Plug grenade on top. Makoto gets the slight though to be able to take out his mid lane
he drops the ward.
And yeah, the ward goes down, giving just enough vision for Boxy.
Oh, run it off, brother.
Bolt kill. Ollie won't even bother chasing. Gets the ward instead.
Oh, free throw.
Hey,
The
Q.
alley-oop.
He is off to a pretty good start with these tree throws.
Oh, very big though for Talon here in the mid lane, as Mikoto now has an XP lead on Nisha. These higher level of Slide of Fist will really start helping a lot as they're going for another play onto Insania. Avalanche.
Avalanche is there as well. Now
they got the vac in one.
Okay, vacuum back. Ion Shell is not going to be there
bash.
because Mickey is getting
it's a
some
free
nice
throw.
blocks off. Talk to me about Tiny and why this hero hasn't seen much play. Because I'm not going to explain my thoughts because they're not important. So go ahead.
I would say generally speaking, you just see more of the range 4s right now, right? I think Tiny needs to be slightly more enabled with like all the lanings and also some nerfs that came out to the hero. So with Darkseer, I think this is definitely one of the combos where you can make the hero work, and I mean, they're just showing that right here.
Very early aggression from Talon, off to a 4-2 lead so far as the 6-minute rune is approaching. See if the rotations come in from the respective supports.
I mean, when I think of Q, I think of like Clock, Tiny, Tusk. Like this guy is really good on these melee 4 initiators. He just gets around as he's gating towards the bottom lane right now, so they maybe want to slow down Zai's timing a little more here on the Broodmother, as his level 6 timing is just the most crucial of any of these 3 lanes.
Yeah, Talon grouped up like you said. Instead of going for this 6-minute power rune, Insania is going to grab the invis, so it's effectively a denial from both sides. But can they get something out of this? Indeed
Absolutely.
they will. 3-on-1, not fair for Zai.
Hate when enemies do something that's not fair. That's Zai. That's just a really nice rotation. As you know, Jabs, he's just kind of chilling top shore. In the meantime, Liquid do get to like deny the rune from Mikoto, but He's just having a blast of a game by himself.
Level 6 timing, 5 minutes. I like that stat quite a bit. Nisha, he's not level 6 yet. That's why there's a dash there, if you're wondering.
He is close, so he's gonna pretty much get it off of this wave, but yeah, not the easiest for him to play through the Rolling Thunder, right? Like Ember just slowly chips you out, then he doesn't really eat the uld as, oh, they're setting up a trap for Mr. Boxy.
Yep, he's coming for the old Wisdom
tanky.
Rune. Echo Stomp is there, Q. Well, he's gonna get multiple TPs in help. 3 seconds away from the Wisdom Rune. Who can click faster? Ollie trying to go for it, he will get it. The Rolling Thunder comes out from Nisha, but they will be denied the Wisdom Rune. Both of which going the way of Talon, and despite Ollie done, even with this death, I think it's honestly worth it still. Both Wisdom Runes, very juicy.
If you lose one, I feel like it's fine. When you give a double, I think Liquid are probably okay with this.
The Wisdom Runes are more important.
Okay, whatever,
If you get team wiped, it's more important because you can't get the Wisdom Runes back.
I mean, I guess it depends a bit on how much XP they got. I don't know if any of them had killing sprees. Not quite. That's Jabs. Hits level 6 before Mickey, and sure, like this wall isn't going to kill anyone, but a lot of pressure here.
You
onto
get a
Mickey.
nice illusion out of it to help you in your efforts.
Nice. A lot of pressure.
Very pressured by his illusion, as you can see. That is actually quite a bit
Careful,
damage.
friend.
Double Ion Shell can do that. As Insane, he's going to be spotted here by Q and Ollie. And, well, he gets the Fate's Edict off. They still have the Avatos. Makoto's going to be able to get Arcane Runes. That's
a
gonna
big
be
one.
An easy cleanup for Talon as Nisha shows up a bit too late. Didn't have his Rolling Thunder yet either way, though.
I really love these rotations from 23 as well. I think he's one of the best carries at doing this, where he knows exactly his timing of especially the offlaner. Like Zai just hit 6, he's gonna kick you out eventually, so you just go top, you help your offlaner take the tower, and if Jabs ever wants to screw up from this lane, it's just straight up yours.
And the panel talked about how Nisha had to get off to, well, needed to be an even-ish lane. He's down by 400 net worth, and this would be even worse for him. Gets caught out. Avalanche is there, but the Fate's Edict blocking a ton of this damage. A nice job from Insania on his, I mean, I would assume this is his favorite hero. This feels like his go-to in a lot
Yeah, I
of these
think Oracle, Rubik are like his favorite heroes. As right now, like if you're playing Pango, you kind of want to be able to fight back, but with how Talon play right now, this is just what we always see gaming gladiators do. You have this super strong Ember on Mikoto.
Yeah, Nisha's used most of his spells, still has his ult.
Avatos
Can he get it off in
both.
time? Echo Stomp is going to be there as Insania. Looks like he'll get right-click down, but Nisha does get off his ult in time.
Mickey's here.
Showing up for this fight as well. He's going to try to focus on the Tiny instead as the Chrono is placed. A nice swash is there. Q is dead. The Remnants onto the low ground is Makoto getting chased by the Big Bad Brood. Another Remnant out. Fade Bolt connects. The Spiders continuing to chase as Zai
He has another
looking
slide.
to finish it off, but the Flame Guard is there. So some way, somehow, Makoto lives. Even 23 Savage showing up to the party to get some farm.
I mean, Mikoto Ember, baby. This guy is just gonna dodge all your spells. He also did it with an Arcane Rune. Gonna get his bottle refilled.
Yeah, that's true.
And now
that definitely saved his life.
Yeah, 10-minute active rune as well now. So not only that, but he's gonna pick up another one. As here, look at this Avatos 2-man Stomp combo as well.
It's delicious.
Beautiful.
Weren't able to take out Nisha, but still good aggression overall from Talon.
Over Laurel. I mean, you force
we'll be
5.
casting Spirit later.
That's true. I mean, they brought 5 heroes mid plus the Chrono, like in the meantime. You know, Jabs is just farming bottom while all of this is going on. Back in the main game, gonna be at 10 minutes. Oh, look at this dodge. Into the Remnant. Ooh, this is some sexy gameplay.
1K lead very early on for Talon.
They're smoking on Zai.
Yep, Zai
Not an
on
easy
the
kill.
cliff. He's going to be spotted by the Astral Spirit. Avalanche hits into the Echo Stomp, but they actually wake him up a little bit too early. But there's the wall into the vac, and that should be enough. So Zai punished again.
Really good early moves here from Talon. Like just the way they're going around 23, back up in the top lane. How are the siege creeps looking? We still have a siege in mid, so Mikoto is just the god of this mid lane. I don't really see how Liquid respond to this. So with this Orb of Corrosion and siege creep, I think this mid tower falls, and at the same time you cannot punish 23 Savage up top.
And Nisha's still working on his defusal. So basically a full recipe away. He's going to be spotted. Avatos is there. Nisha getting off the Rolling Thunder, but you can see Makoto focusing on the support, so that means Nisha has no backup. Nice slight, but does not dodge that last proc.
Does get bonked.
Either way, that is a big cooldown on the side of Liquid that's not going to be available.
I must say, that's, like, sure, maybe these supports don't really kill you if you're Pango, but Pango, hold on, Boxy.
Toss back onto the creeps, not to his team. Boxy's going to live. And Nisha going with a big shield crash, giving a lot of damage mitigation.
Ooh,
but the
good
vacuum back in. And Boxy,
oh, 23 Savage here.
but Nisha assassinated from 23 Savage, who shows up out of nowhere. And Talon all over the place right now. Doesn't matter what hero it is. Feels like it's a 5-man wrecking crew roaming all across the map.
The way they're connecting to each other is really top tier right now. Like 23 Savage comes around with the instant smoke, so they probably want to kick out Mika up, like out of here in the top lane, but I think Mika's going to be able to sniff that out. This is a very usual timing where I think you would want to get out. They did just take your mid-tier 1, but they're coming quick.
Yeah. He uses his time walk. There's the horsey from Q. And Mickey, they are pinging. He's going to get vision at the last moment, though. Another time walk coming back.
Oh, the chain?
Searing chains hits. Time dilation, but there's the avalanche. And they're just going to back away, it seems. There's more rotation coming in. And Sena able to dispel the flame guard.
And the shield rune, I think, that was there. So thank God that's out of the game. Zai going for BKB.
Oh, first main item. Interesting.
I'm still not super sold on the right-click Brood. I do think it's generally what you want to do, but in some games I still feel like the Auras is good. But it's gonna work on that. But Talon off to a really, really good start.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, this is a little different than the lineup we were casting the other day, but Brood just being like another right-clicker. It feels like it's more of the same in terms of their lineups, but they do have a Pango that can kind of give some of that utility aspect. But I agree, the Brood has felt a bit underwhelming. That's probably because of the nerfs, but it's not like the win-loss is horrible by any stretch.
Still a great hero. Morph just it's hard for you to man up against Morph later, and Darkseer, Auras, and so on makes it hard too, as Talon are kind of around here, but so are Liquid.
Spiders going down quickly to this Ion Shell from Jabs. Gonna get rooted up. Nisha there with his newly picked up Diffusal, but the chain's gonna stop his ult in his track as Mickey gets off the Chronosphere. They're able to delete the Darkseer.
Good save.
False Promise saving Nisha for the time being. Is he taking too much damage? There's a big swash onto the Morphling, but they do find Nisha in the end through the False Promise and all that juiciness. Mickey just barely getting out with that Time Walk. Gets a respectable amount of HP on top, but he's going to get dropped either way because the rest of Talon were waiting for him. And now Zai in a sticky situation, trying to get one kill on the way out, but he's not going to find it. So double kill for 23 Savage. They only lose their Darkseer, and they get all the cores on Liquid. The supports are the only ones to survive.
Honestly, it's the Mikoto Ember right now. 2 times he chains Nisha right before the roll comes out. That would have changed the entire fight. The diffusal timing from Nisha being able to get off all his spells, but even with a good save, it's just not good enough. Like, Jabs is so tanky in this game right now, and they just go for an instant smoke again.
Yeah, they are. They're not stopping, are they?
Like,
That's
even
a great
here,
false promise, but it's just too much damage in the end.
Like people are dropping low, and he wants to use his ult again, but nope, another chains, and they just keep the fight going because Liquid, they need both the Chrono and the roll to come out to really push them forward.
Yeah. And smoke from Talon on the live screen, going for the kill.
We've seen this
onto the
before.
Brood again. And Zai, man, oh man, struggling early on here. That is his 4th death. I was going to say 3, but it's +1 even.
Yeah.
I mean, his farm is still better than Mickey, though. Mickey is the one struggling even more at this rate.
Yeah,
but then again, he has no way to really farm effectively until he gets the Maelstrom.
Yeah, he's been in quite a lot of fights to like help his team out, but 23 Savage, top of the network board. And they're getting some really big items. It's 23, just gonna gate away from Mika's face here.
Easy.
Didn't quite get off the bash, but Blink on your Tiny, Maelstrom on your Ember. And there's soon to be a pipe as well on Jabs, and when that comes out, I don't really know how you fight. And when you play against a Morphling who can just push forward as chains into the splitter.
Yeah, Boxy will get hit, but should be able to get out. Although Mikoto.
That's a DD Ember, my bros.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage. He's going to TP away his Jabs, like you said, getting a redonkulous amount of farm here. Has the Vanguard pipe soon enough? Actually,
there it is.
Disassemble, he does have it. I mean, is this a game you want Crimson?
You can think about it later. I would say his next item could be Crimson, could be Greaves. He could also look at a Blink even. Like, he's got a lot of options with how good their game is going, right? Like, you could Blink Vacuum into a Stomp, into an Avalanche. I mean, right now, the map play for Liquid is not easy. I think you might be looking at this Nisha Blink to try and fight back later. Like, the BKB plus Blink timing here for Liquid is very crucial for them.
Well, speaking of Blink, I don't know if you mentioned the fact that Q has one.
I did.
You did. I was definitely listening, just
Yes.
testing to make sure you were listening to yourself when you said that seemingly many minutes ago.
Like 2 minutes, 1.5.
That's
okay, though.
That's 1.5, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Or maybe you just have short-term memory loss.
There's goldfish genes inside me somewhere.
He is playing Broodmother on Zai here.
True. That is definitely true. I think I realized that 17 minutes and 15 seconds ago.
You forgot.
But, I mean, either way, the position for Tiny getting a Blink this fast is insanely good for Talon. And the fact that they're so aggressive means that, and they're getting a lot out of this aggression, means they can continue to be aggressive.
I mean, Talon have done a great job at setting up 23 Savage and shutting down Zai. He would have wished for a way different game so far. 4K gold lead, taking over the enemy triangle for now. You can just see how aggressive they are.
Boxy forced to hide in the trees. Astral Spirit could theoretically scout him out.
I mean, Liquid are okay with this because Mikke, he's just getting to push in the whole top lane and he's very happy about some space. As Talon, do you want to commit here? Looks like they're going to mass TP up top to try and look for Mikke's Void here.
And Mikke was caught out once before. Dodges the Avalanche, but Q, continuing on with that surge, has the toss at his disposal, but it's a vertical toss. Not too effective in this scenario.
Honestly, this is big space for Liquid. You force all these TPs top. Yeah, they're probably going to go Roche here, but this is a very tailored play. So if you're Liquid, you know that this is coming. You need to push out all the other waves and, yeah, try to sneak in some levels in gold here and prepare for one of the next fights. As we did stomp some spiders.
It was just a 4K lead. Let's see, by the time they take this Roche, how much Liquid have been able to take.
Probably closer to like 2K, as, I mean, Talon are using 5 heroes, so they will bleed a little bit in the gold and experience, but of course, in return, we'll be getting this Aegis on 23 Savage.
Yeah, he is super farmed as well. Top net worth in the game. Never a good sign. If you're against that Morphling. So he has his Manta, Falcon Blade, and is going for the Ag's neck, so opting second item. As the tier 1 tower will be taken out by Nisha, who's also going for an Aghanim Scepter. So this is going to be a pretty early one. In fact, this is going to be early enough that he actually will not be 15 for quite a while, and that's when the Ags actually becomes crazy good.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep looking at getting more experience, but I think Liquid are, honestly, Liquid won big time out of the last 2 minutes. Even if they do lose this tier 2 tower, they're going to keep waiting for some more item timings. Nisha will be online with Axe, Blink, plus level 15. I think this BKB, the timings on the Pango, that's when they'll look to fight. Until then, they're very happy if they just get to dodge Talon on the map like this.
Despite this big kill lead, gold lead not so much in favor of Talon, but they will get the tier 2 and thus outpost control. At the same time, you can see Zai pressuring the tier 2 in the bot lane. Will force a TP out. So much damage done. Jab's pretty good person to
this is
kill
where
these spiders.
Liquid could look to punish, right? You know your Darkseid TP bottom.
Yeah, Mikke,
Q.
he finds Q. Q's gonna get the toss up. Swash not gonna hit, but you have to think they'll be able to eventually get
That's
this.
a big kill.
Yeah, it does expend the Rolling Thunder though. Doesn't look like they'll find anything on top of that.
Ooh, Talon getting a little bit outplayed on the map. I think you only want your Ember to kind of deal with this bottom lane so he can always come back. But I think his TP was maybe on cooldown. There's also a way where you just let 23 Savage hit the tower. You know Liquid are not going to defend. You can smoke up already and try to punish them. But honestly, Liquid doing a very good job at bouncing back in this game right now.
21-minute Wisdom Rune spawning soon. I was wondering if they're going to try to have Nisha go take that to be able to get closer to that 15.
Well, if either team get both bounty runes, both Wisdom Runes, I guess the game's just over.
That's true. That's the important factor, of course.
Team wipe.
Tormentor will be ignored for the next 10 minutes at minimum.
As there is a Blink is completed on Jabs if he wants to buy it. Looks like they're gonna 3-man smoke and go back up top. As Talon don't really have any good vision here aggressively up top. This
Scan does come out, so they have an idea that Mr. Mickey is in the area. They're going to see that that camp is dead, so only one other place you could be other than the base itself.
Oh, this is going to be...
And he's spotted out by the Astral Spirit.
Oh.
They have the connection with the Searing Chains, but
Stomp.
the Chronosphere comes out. The Stomp shortly after, though. Can he get out Mickey with the Time Walk into the base? And just like that, big waste of time for Talon. And a big spell on cooldown.
They need Tiny in these moves if they want to make that play. I mean, either way, they do force Mickey away and the Chrono, so it's not like it's a big loss for them, but Liquid still, you know, just getting closer to making this game even, or actually being close to getting a net worth lead in this game.
It was a 4K lead when they were going for Roche.
It's under 1K
and
now.
Now it's essentially even.
81% for Radiant. I do think Talon in a very good spot, but I don't know if I would give them 80. Maybe like 65. Oh, good. Counter Avalanche.
Yeah, stolen by Boxy. There's the Rolling Thunder from Nisha.
Still level 14.
Pipe applied to Q right now, so a lot of his damage is completely mitigated, but they'll eventually find the Tiny.
That's a good time dilation there as well.
Shield rune on Nisha as well. Not sure if Talon want to continue this. I mean, there is a minute and a half left on the Aegis as they try to burst down through this shield rune.
Well, if you're Talon, you still have 1 minute on the Aegis. Aghanim's is now completed, but I mean, if you're a Liquid fan, you gotta feel good for them, and I think they should be feeling good too. Mickey got from Maelstrom to BKB without any real pressure.
Oh, the Avalanche.
Just
and
poking.
Catching Makoto, that's at half HP.
The Swashbuckle Axe Shield Crash with the Diffusal Blade, very annoying here.
Echo Stomp does find Nisha, but...
Nice job by Insania, wakes him up with the damage.
Comes out. Nisha trying to force some things out.
Back.
Nice Swashbuckle, but a big vacuum coming in, but not a lot of follow-up from the side of Talon.
Oh, Zai in the back, what?
Zai popping his BKB. Vacuum was stolen. We'll see if Liquid are able to use that effectively.
What an illegal kill. I don't even know what happened. I don't know if Makoto knows what happened either.
That's his... Oh, I thought that was his first death. That's death number 2, it seems.
Very big for them, as right now it seems Talon are just running into trouble where they're not using Q aggressively in the plays that they're going for. They're missing this tiny avatars. I mean, I guess Boxy is making it very annoying as well, right? With the counterplays early, he had Avalanche, you have Lift. Now he has a stolen Vacuum as well. No joke against, you know, some Pangolier or get them into the Chrono.
Just like that, Aegis consumed. Expired. Something.
Consumed.
23 Savage. Working on a Scotty now. As Zai, I mean, that kill did help him quite a bit. He was struggling a lot. Has the Echo Saber BKB and going for a Butterfly.
He's gonna scale well. I wasn't sure early on about, you know, his potential, you know, how he would scale in this game, but it's definitely showing that he can scale real damn well. You know, with the BKB first, it just allows him to play the map, be aggressive, not really die, as I think Talon have slightly been losing control of this game.
More than that, it's 3K lead for Liquid.
Yeah.
Ever since Roche
No, I
has a
wonder,
7K net worth swing.
They definitely need to look to invest and get Q into the game right now. Because with how the map has been looking over, ever since they started going for Roche, or where they all mass TP top and Mickey got out, they've been losing the map control and the net worth lead ever since.
Got that tier 2 bot as well. Zai is a hero you always have to worry about pushing in these lanes. Not like the old days, of course, because he's actually more of a right clicker instead of the complete rat that he used to be.
That's Liquid. Mickey should be feeling pretty good, getting closer to a Mjolnir. Only level 16 for now, but I guess it is only 25 minutes in the game.
I mean, I think this is a game where both sides just feel very comfortable going late as well.
I guess so, but honestly, I think Liquid's late game is very strong. I really like Void's chances in the late game against Morphling, especially when he's paired up with a Pangolier. I mean, I'm not even going to touch on Zai, who's top net worth, but I think the Pango Void are going to have the most impact here.
It feels like a lot of the weight.
Oh, they're looking.
Onto 23 Savage's shoulders here. This lead has slipped away from Talon, and a minute from knowing when Roche will spawn. And Makoto kind of has run out of steam a bit, because he was the one kind of dictating the pace for Talon in the early stages, as he's going to get an Arcane Rune now.
That's
and opting
certainly
for the Aghanim Scepter next.
Yeah, certainly going to help. I think with the Ags later, when Mikoto does get there, he can always look to be in this backline, get on this Boxy Rubik, on the Insania Oracle, which are just supports that they hate having people on top of them. Zai getting closer to this butterfly completion here. Does have it.
I will say, I haven't seen the Brood be this farmed all that often. So we'll see how much of an impact he's actually going to have, because talked about how it's felt a bit underwhelming in some of these games we've cast.
He is eventually going to be able to stick on top of heroes. Like, maybe not the Morphling, but if there's like some, you go, what, this Butterfly into a potential Nullifier, you stick on like this Darkseer or an ET in the backline, I think Zai is going to be really annoying.
He already is.
It's very true. He's just owning the map continuously, right? Always, these spiders are always down bottom, and Mikoto, he's just glued into these goddamn bottom lane. As Roshan, very quick respawn. It's actually instantly up.
Okay, and it's going to get spotted by the side of Talon, who... I mean, the last Roche didn't work out too well for them, despite it being uncontested.
Let's see how Liquid go about this, because Zai is already pressuring bottom. I wonder if they maybe want to smoke with the rest.
Well, they have to do something about this. And it's got to be more than just a fortification, because Zai is just sticking around knowing that Roche could potentially be up.
Mikoto has no TP, and he should be the one doing this.
This is a... Okay, they're just going to give it up completely. And now your Rax is exposed, and the Roshan is very slow. Are they actually going to give up the Rax?
Liquid are still coming, by the way.
Second fortification is there, and Zai's like, I guess I'm just going to stay. The Aegis is claimed by the side of Talon. TP's coming in the form of 23 Savage, turns into the Broodmother's Ollie, getting off his ult, but Zai BKB, he just gets the melee Rax. Even if he dies, well worth it. He's attempting to TP out.
No way, no way, no
He's
way!
out! Oh my god, he gets away with everything. Liquid giving up Roche a second time, and again, Talon gets punished.
Holy shit, what an illegal play for him to get out. So he pops his ult, he pops his Q again, and his BKB, dodges the Earth Splitter, because obviously he can't TP out there. He just moves around the trees. I don't know whether misses and they toss up the morph. Oh,
Yeah,
this
the butterfly,
is illegal.
The butterfly definitely helping out here. He was certainly...
No, he's not hitting him. And then he gets tossed.
Oh, he tossed. I didn't even catch that. Oh my goodness.
Illegal.
Oh no.
Zai should be in jail right now. But he got away. They didn't catch him. Holy pasado.
Well, for Talon's sake, I hope that they can get something out of this Aegis and Cheese. Because last time, not so much.
I'm sure they can. They need to be able to get out the waves, right? You have Darkseer Ember. Let them deal with the waves and then go together with a smoke and like punch back. Because even though not that much has gone well for you in like the last, I don't know, like 5 to 10 minutes, Talon are still incredibly strong.
Oh, they just banged out the Tormentor. They realized 9 minutes after the spawn.
Reign of Destiny.
They're taking it. Will it be Reign? It is Reign of Destiny. Good call.
Yep.
The heals online for Liquid.
I'm just an Oracle. There's a 23 Savage to let him cook. About to have the Skadi coming out. He fell a little bit behind in levels. Maybe not too much. It's about to have the level 3 ult, but you know his counterpart in Brood Faceless Void, they're all a little bit higher.
Yeah. Well, Liquid somehow in the driver's seat, despite giving up both Roshans. I feel like this is a very unique game. I don't remember the last time I've seen a team get both Roches and kind of lose each time they get it. And it wasn't even fights at the Roche pit at all.
They're just playing the map very well, and I think maybe Talon are a little tense in terms of their movement. Like, there's a lot of 5-manning going on. I think they would rather be playing in groups, but now they do have the Aegis. They did get the lane pushed in, so they want to try to strike back here, but Liquid, they're setting up for a big defense. Mass TPs into 5-man smoke.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of smokes. There's a tier 2 tower getting pounded on Mikoto. His smoke gets popped. Searing Chains now. Gonna spot the likes of Mikke and Nisha as the fortification does come out. Interesting. Why would they use the fortification there? They're not going to have it for the tier 3. Because they lost the top tier 2 already. So
maybe they were hoping to like bait him to keep him on the spot there a bit longer or something. Not quite sure. As Anisha does have Blink.
Yeah.
Good bash.
Off a nice bash and lucky shot by the Manta into the completed tower. Astral Spirit's going to scout out Nisha. as Talon, I'm sure, are trying to equalize this lane. I mean, they have the Aegis cheese advantage.
I mean, Zai is he just going to go mid and do the same thing as before? Like, Talon are going to have to be careful about this.
He's going to show his spiders for the time being, but they don't have full vision here. And you can see that Talon is completely grouped up in this bot lane. And Liquid, 2 members, is kind of spread out. But we're going to see some TPs out now from Talon to... it looks like they've learned their lesson. But again, begs the question, will they get anything out of this Aegis? Because so far, it's 1 tier 2.
They're looking on Jabs in the top lane for now. They're eyeing him. There's a Chrono, the Defiant Shell.
Okay. You don't see that every day. Q comes in, trying to save his team, but the BKB from Zai will save him as Mickey, by using that Chrono, will try to time walk away. 23 Savage.
He can try to bash him.
Yep, the bash does connect through the BKB of Mickey, but he time walks away again, but that's a counter time walk from 23 Savage into the waveform, and they finally get a punish onto the side of Liquid. Lucky time lock from 23 Savage.
What a
but
big
Zai
play for them.
again doing Zai things.
Just a Defiant Shell, stunning Mickey there during his Chrono as he just gets punched back.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I didn't even know he had the Aghanim Scepter yet on Darkseer, but yeah, that is a very cool interaction.
There's many things you apparently don't realize.
Thank you.
I mean, Aegis 15 seconds. Their deep push is still very annoying, but maybe Talon can strike hard here, because Zai, he ain't coming back.
That's true. He's continuing to pound on
Look at his
this.
damage. He hits for nearly 600
Backdoor
with the shard.
protection is there. Echo Stomp was successful in connecting, and Liquid, now that the Aegis gone on 23 Savage, they still have the buyback onto the Void, and again, Zai getting away with so much damage on this tier 3, and Jabs is going to show up, gets the vacuum into the punch.
But he's alone.
And Zai, I think he just walks away, just casually. So, Talon not really able to get much.
They need to address this Brood. Like, I don't know, Zai's Brood has been, for me, I've known his Brood since like TI5. Like some Team Secret Zai Brood coming out against VP, and he's just putting on an insane performance here in this game.
I mean, at this rate, you might as well butt Deso if they're gonna let you hit buildings this much.
Oh, we're gonna see, no, it already happened, unlucky, but we will see the bash.
Yes, we will.
As 23 transforms into Mickey and bashes him on the second spot. Bam.
Easy. And another one, of course, for good measure.
Yeah. And then when he time walks on him, gets the Ags effect and bashes him again. But didn't even lose the racks. Because Liquid were once again holding nicely just with Zai's map play.
Yeah, Zai, certainly the MVP of this game so far for Liquid. Going for the nullifier that you suggested earlier. That's the one
We're
time
looking
I
for
was
something.
listening during this
Mass
cast.
TPs.
Yeah, they're going to get the punch off with the vacuum wall. Zai popping the BKB, trying to get some health back thanks to the insatiable hunger, going towards the south of the map now.
He cannot live.
But eventually, I would think he gets brought down, and indeed, the bug, well, it's not a bug. I was going to say bug has been squashed. It is an arachnid. The arachnid will be exterminated.
Very important play here for Talon to eventually catch Zai. I mean, it was about damn time. He got away with this for like 15 minutes in the game.
Yeah, he got his money's worth.
Yeah. So they do have a gem now to try and hold up the map. I mean, Makoto also cannot forget this Ember. Does have the Aghanim Scepter now, queuing up either a BKB or Shard, but Mickey hitting a very crucial timing here with his own level 20 talent on the Chronosphere attack speed.
Only has a level 1 time dilation. Is that a normal thing that you just go stats instead, or is it because you're playing against the Morphling?
I think both. Like, it's kind of normal. You don't want to get bursted by some Ava toss into Earth Splitter and like some punch. So I think you make yourself more tanky, and you just make it worse for Morph, exactly like you said when he turns into you.
Talon just feeling like they're on the defensive, despite being the ones that were aggressing early on in this game.
They're still, they've got some good tools now. Like, I think with some of these items that came out, the Blink Ags on Jabs, you're gonna have another person that can catch in your team. The Aghanim's on Makoto as well, so.
Yeah.
Sure, maybe your mid game wasn't super crisp, but they're starting to stack up into this late game.
Satanic from 23 Savage. Is Satanic's dispellable, right? With Nullifier? Or not?
I think no more.
No? It doesn't say anything, does it? Doesn't actually say anything on the tooltip.
I'm just too stupid.
Okay, good. Well, maybe we'll find out. Very powerful item.
It's still good enough for him to like dispel everything that's around, some lucky shot, time dilation, Silken Bowler as well.
Yeah.
I think like all this mischance is just super annoying for you to play into.
And Zai just about enough gold to finish this nullifier for himself. As his spiders going to town on the range racks that will not regen at all.
Unhealable damage.
Yep, it looks like it will eventually go down. Not the biggest of losses, especially considering that it does not affect catapults, which is weird.
Liquid are coming. I think they're in time for this Roche this time around.
Yeah. Third Roche attempt now from Talon. This time Liquid in the general area. Boxy getting some. Oh, Echo Stomp.
They need jabs in this fight. He's going to have to travel up here.
I have Echo Stomp for this as Mickey glimmer back out. They get vision of the amount of HP that Roche has. And again, Talent, it's not like they're
look at Liquid. They're being so annoying. Zai is pushing mid and they're just playing the time.
They actually popped the fortification. They use the normal punch as well. The BKB from Zai. Will he focus on the hero or the racks is the question. Back to the racks it goes.
Mickey.
Meanwhile, the other side of the map, Mickey gets a Chronosphere onto 2 while 23 Savage is trying to focus on the supports, but Nisha gets off his ultimate. Doing a lot of control here, but the racks are going to go down as Zai getting basically the second set. Meanwhile, this fight continues. Nisha getting perma-stun after perma-stun onto 23 Savage. Finally, the waveform away. Mikoto getting swashbuckled. The Searing Chains is there onto him. Great steal from the Rubik.
I mean, who
Just
cares
like
about
that,
any
that's
of this?
3 dead, and Zai completes the 2 sets of racks.
Zai killed the racks and jabs.
Yeah, he is owning.
Dude, this
absolute ownage from Zai.
This guy's playing some custom game, and he's beating it on easy mode.
And now finally Liquid will be the ones to get the Aegis Cheese and Refresher. They tip their hats to Talon saying, thank you for taking Roche twice. Now we get 3 items. And it's, I mean, Refresher Shard on this team is insane as well. For the likes of either the Pango or the Void.
Probably the Void. I mean, wow. The Liquid are just outplaying Talon on this map. I think they don't have the right read or the right answer to Zai's Brood right now. They just play the time, he goes mid, he pressures, and jabs. He just feels helpless.
Tier 1 tower down. And only so many buildings left for Talon. One of which, of course, is the Tormentor. Still up and running. As we're going to see a replay, which this was on the mini screen before, but it's a little sped up, it looks like.
I like that.
Yeah, he gets the racks, and I mean, how does he get the kill?
No,
though,
he just
after
waits
the
for
back?
his new shard and then like his next Insatiable Hunger plus the Nullifier, I think. He just mans up.
Yeah, Jabs just runs out of steam here. Man.
There it is.
Insane. That is...
disgusting. Say it. It's disgusting.
It's illegal.
That too. It's both.
It's filthy. Well, just like that, Liquid in firm control of this game. And of course, this is the upper bracket, so loser will go to the lowers with an extra life. And the Tormentor will be Liquid, so Q gets... Or sorry, wait, what?
Yeah, Q got it.
Okay.
He gets the infinite tree grab, which is of course very strong.
Terrible, just terrible.
He would rather have 300 gold. Like 200 gold.
I think so.
Okay, Butterfly is coming out, 423. But it's like Talon they're not even getting to take real team fights. What they need to set up first is the map and like try and get this pesky Zai Brood out of their own area so that you can take the 5-on-5-5 you want. I think Liquid, they're just kind of jerking them around the map.
And now even a Blink Dagger onto Zai.
No one but this Morph is safe from Zai's Brood. Blink, Nullifier, he sticks on top of you. He's also gonna get this 25 talent on Brood with the BAT is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, he's already the strongest right clicker of this game. It's gonna get like twice as bad.
Only 40 minutes in, and it feels like it's mega late game with the amount of farm that he has on that Brood. As Mickey has a Scotty, gonna be finishing the Satanic here. And it looks like Butterfly will be next on the list, if he even gets to that point. He's the one with the Refresher Shard in his backpack right now.
Talon need to come up clutch in this game. Like, this is the time of the game where you're gonna have to pull out some confident stuff and risk it. Like, they need some vacuum into Avalanche Earth Splitter stuff. Because 23 Savage, I don't think he has it in himself to kill all these heroes. There's Butterflies, Time Walk, Stuns, Chronos. He needs help.
Well, he gets the bash off. He is Void right now, but Boxy A-okay. Looks like they want to defend this tier 2 tower. They don't want Liquid to be in the base. There's the avalanche toss.
Vacuum
the
punch.
Disruption is Jabs trying to control Mickey, but time walks most of the damage out. Meanwhile, Nisha getting off his ult.
Mikoto, ping pong.
Trying to find Makoto, but he cannot. So many remnants away as Insania is the target. He's going to have the false promise himself as 23 Savage stuck amidst a lot of members
Aegis.
of Liquid. Aegis down. Nisha inside his roll-up right now. He's getting a lot of damage taken
23's
by
getting
this
it.
group.
He missed the
23
chrono.
Savage destroys Insania. Mickey completely whiffs on the Chronosphere.
He has a refresher shard.
Fire onto 23 Savage. The time walk away. And Nisha ends up dropping, so it's a 2 for nothing. Talon successfully defending. Can they get more out of this?
Finally, Talon strike back. They have it in themselves with all their spells and timings and being able to initiate their SI.
Yep, shot.
Okay, easy 3-shot.
All right, that's a thing.
Blinks out, Trickster Cloak. This guy is playing disgusting. Someone check him out. There's some cheating going on.
He's got some quick fingers, that's for sure.
Good start to the fight here, though. They get the Aegis, kite it out properly. 23 Savage just gets in the backline here, turning into Void. You just have Time Walk, all the waveforms. And I mean, Loda would be proud of this one. That's just a little swing and a miss.
Mickey really tried to save Insania. Otherwise, he would have just
I mean, if this chrono hits, 23 is dead. Because there's another chrono coming if they need it. Mickey is still holding on to this refresher shard, if I'm not mistaken. And I am not.
I mean, in terms of net worth, it's only a 9K lead for Liquid. Nothing crazy.
Nope, we're going back the other direction, brothers. Buckle up.
Everybody that has the Aegis loses the next fight. That's what we've learned from this game.
Therefore,
so
you just don't take Roche.
Zai is running out of space. I assume a Swift Blink will be in the near future.
Yeah, Swift Blink, and honestly, you don't really mind dropping your boots on Brood in the late game. I think, especially with Swift Blink, you have the movement speed from the webs as well. So he's got like 2 more items in him. I would say Mickey's next biggest item timing in this game is this completed MKB. Like, you need it against this butterfly.
Meanwhile, for 23 Savage, he's
also
also running out
same.
of room. MKB coming up relatively shortly. He could get rid of his boots or consume the Ags.
I mean, it's just win condition items are coming out. You need to be able to deal with the enemy win cons yourself. So 23 Savage is going to get himself an MKB, try to get in there, kill Zai. And Mickey getting his own MKB against his 23 Morphling. Ooh, 5-man smoke coming out. Ooh. No, that's just disgusting.
Boy.
Oh boy. Radiant see it though. They might blink in and try to steal it.
Zai. They're just going to give it up. That's not what they wanted. He was trying to be greedy. Now it's a Morphling with a DD. Now on the cliff. Not going to be so useful up there.
You better dodge this one if you're Liquid. I feel like if a fire broke right here, we've just had a TI-10 Team Spirit Yatoro flashbacks.
Yeah.
Let's get a DD one fight and you just rip the game open.
At the very least, from Liquid's side, it was not like it was bottled. So
yeah,
it's already running out here for 23 Savage.
I mean, this is a very tense game. Whoever gets off a good initiation, honestly, they might just take the entire fight.
Tier 2 tower taking out, smokes on both sides. Very tense moment as Liquid, one set of racks away from getting mega creeps, but Talon definitely showing some fight in them.
I mean, Talon have a very nice position on the map right now here, holding the enemy triangle with 2 high ground wards as well. So if you're Liquid, you can't really go contest here, but you know, they know better than that. I think just push mid, push top. Zai will walk off the pressure.
A lot of buybacks on the side of Talon. Liquid, not so much.
Yeah, Liquid have 2, about to get the 3rd and 4th with Insania and Boxy squeezing it in.
I think if Talon knew this,
Talon
they would
already
take
with
the
the
fight
sword.
immediately. Rapier's next on list, apparently. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Zai pops the BKB, getting up the fire onto Jabs. Nice swashbuckle from Nisha. Gets off his ult as well, but the Chronosphere's there on his teammate. Do they have the damage to actually kill anybody inside? Q's going to be fighting against 4-staff to the low ground. Meanwhile, there's another fight over here. Makoto getting super low. They kill Zai, the monster of this game. It's a 1-for-1, but it's only a support down for Talon. Buybacks for both heroes that are dead right now. 23 Savage getting the bash. Thank you.
He refreshes Chrono.
Yep, this is going to be an instant sheep, though. as 23 Savage gets off the Manta, and Nisha in that roll-up ends up stunning 23 Savage as a result. Now 23 trying to get something more out of it. Here comes Makoto with a huge slight into Searing Chains. Boxy gets False Promise. Likely will die shortly after as the Eon Disc procs on Titania. Big vacuum comes out. Second chrono of the fight. Mickey finds the Elder Titan. And we can see that Morphling getting pretty damn low on HP, but now the attribute shift comes into play. Many buybacks to come as well. Reign of Destiny onto Mickey, will not take any damage as a result. Also has his 25 talent, the Fate's Edict still applied, but that will be the end of the reign of 23 Savage. Does have buyback, we'll see if he expends it, but Makoto, he ends up going down. Triple kill for Mickey, 3 dead for Talon at the current point in time. Somehow Nisha survived throughout all this. I have no idea how.
I mean, Nisha with some fancy footwork in that fight. As Zai also fought back in this fight. What a sick vacuum. I don't know if they got the punch out there. Doesn't quite look like it. As over the... Look at Nisha. He just walks it off. He's just mana burning everyone in this goddamn fight. As 23, he even went godlike in this fight. Eventually he runs out of mana as he's got the rapier queued up on this Morph.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him. You got to come in big and clutch in order to win this game.
I mean, it is a pretty good hero to have it on, considering how tanky he is inherently. But still a risk nonetheless. But in a game like this, can't blame him as the buildings, you can see Liquid trying to force some buybacks, and we can see that Talon has all the buybacks available for these heroes that are dead. They expend one. Makoto trying to be a little bit greedy to see if he can be enough to defend. There's the toss back into the buyback, but Zai gets off his BKB. It's all the buybacks coming out from Talon now. As the BKB picked up by the Morphling. 23 Savage not
on Zai, no BKB
here. Focusing on Zai. Can he get out? He's gonna get False Promise, but this is so much physical damage to withstand. And Zai might be blowing up, but gets the Insatiable Hunger off. Will that be enough? No. Dead for 2 full minutes.
They're going for more.
They're going for now on the run. Mickey gets off his BKB, but he's completely out of mana. Gets bashed up by the 23 Savage Void Spirit. Well, onto the high ground they go. Nisha and Mickey. Mickey's going to get Avalanche. The Fate's Edict doing a little bit for him, but he eventually will drop. So a nice defense from Talon. And see if they can force a buyback onto the side of Liquid. But of course, Zai is without
back
one.
punch.
Nisha
Steal the rune.
Normal punch. We'll take the shield rune. Avalanche.
Double avalanche.
Double avalanche. Beautifully done. Swashbuckle onto the high ground.
Nice lift
there, but nice lift defensively used. As Nisha with the roll up, getting the shield crash. Gets off the swashbuckle onto the low ground as well. They have so much chase on the side of Talon. You are not getting away from him this time. As 90 seconds of no Nisha as well. Talon, can they go for the win? Can they force the buyback out of Mickey?
Okay, those are some really big buybacks from them. The biggest kill they got, the Zai Brood with a dieback. As 23 Savage gets himself 9 mangoes to just fill up his mana with his clarity. I think it's time for them to try and either go mid or take Roche here. Like when you buyback like this, you gotta come in big. So Roche can kind of try to nullify that for you. As it looks like they don't want to run down a lane. The lanes are just not good enough for them. So Roshan it will be.
Well, is fourth Roche also cursed?
I think every Roche is cursed. I mean, yeah, this chase that you touch, you do not run away from Talon. That's an Ember Axe, a Morph that is always a Void. So there's like 18 jumps around with a Surge.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, the funny thing is, Liquid have pretty decent mobility on their side. It's just not nearly enough.
Well, the thing is, though,
is on his
he's coming bottom.
A little awkward here for Talon. Roche, he's gonna. I think he keeps the refresher shard. This is an old bug.
Yeah.
I don't know if that helps them or hurts them, but no Aghanim Scepter, it seems.
I mean, Liquid still have a huge advantage when it comes to the buybacks. I think both Nisha and Mickey, they should be holding them. Because no one on Talon has buybacks. Like, even with this Aegis, sure, they have 6 lives, but Liquid, if they want to, they can take a fight with at least 9 lives. As Zai the only one without a buyback. And Boxy cosplaying a ward here. Just hanging out.
Wait, what are you saying? They only have 2 buybacks in the game right now.
Who, Liquid?
No, the entire game.
Liquid can't have 4 buybacks, right? They just didn't have money on 2 of them.
I'm saying, okay, there's 3 buybacks now.
And if I think Nisha, instead of spending more money, you should also hold buyback.
Yeah, there's a lot of timer-related ones.
Because, like, there's 3 minute down on anyone on Talon. So any kill you get is absolutely devastating. Because you know they cannot come back. And having this knowledge that there is no potential buyback is huge. Zai going for Refresh. I really like this last item choice from him as well. Double Blink, double Nullifier. Most importantly, the double BKB.
Oh, I've been waiting for this one. He queued this up a while ago. The Wind Waker save for the Chrono. Of course, there is Nullifier. Do they have Nullifier on their side? Yeah, Brood.
Brood does have one.
Let's see if that comes into play. But being able to use it on a teammate, pretty damn powerful.
Zai is just so annoying. Someone's got to go back.
Yep. Forces 2 back. These spiders just never end. And we're at the 52-minute mark. I'm not going to curse it by saying what I want to say, but you know what I'm trying to say, which probably curses it in the end. We'll find out. Don't curse it. What are you doing?
I mean, as if that does anything.
The Refresher Orb on the side of Zai now.
You think they're going to kill Tormentors?
Wait, how many shards we got left in this game? Let's see.
Oh, they could pick up some gold. Oh, Jams doesn't have the shard. Ollie doesn't have the shard.
Yeah, because they've been ignoring their Tormentor for so much. That thing cries.
Liquid literally have all 5.
It might not look like it has feelings because it's a cube.
Jams, you're queuing it up when you can just kill the Tormentor. Let's go, bruh.
Yeah, it's time.
It is time. As Ollie close to his Aghanim Scepter. Honestly, that's no joke either. Like, if he can get the... Like, let's say you get the shard, you get some quick hex on someone, you just get on top of the Void, or Pangu even, they lose all their armor. They will die within 1 second. Who's gonna get it?
It's gonna go to Jabs. This one is super annoying to play against. We talked about the chase potential from Talon. This will slow them even more.
The Surge Trail, very annoying, as Mikoto getting towards those 25 plus Shivas. 2 very big timings as well for this hero. And the Refresher Shard on it. He's basically skipping an item timing. It's like he has a Refresher completed, and Ember at this stage of the game, very annoying.
As Ollie, 100 away from Aghanim Scepter.
I'm glad you're listening to me very much in this cast.
Very exciting. Never heard that one before.
When I said it, he was 200 away.
Well, if you've listened to me and Cinderin, this is very comical. Especially when you get into late game situations. I just tune you out completely.
Oh, a Refresher on Brood. Do you see that before?
Basically 2 solo casts here.
Yeah, that's very good.
But
bottom lane is pushing. My friendos.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, Mikoto's gonna deal with that and also get his levels up, which is very important. He definitely has a remnant somewhere around, so he can come back.
Yeah, are there any other big power spikes with 25 talents other than him that are close by?
So Jabs just got his. Of course, Zai's already got his completed. I mean, Nisha is still so disgustingly annoying, right? He's got even less cooldown on a Swashbuckle. On top of the Octarine, like all this mana, like look at 23 Savage's mana. When this hero runs out of mana, he's not as scary anymore. They're not getting much with this Aegis, but they will get their buybacks again.
Well, they didn't all die with it, so this is the first time that
it's
Roche
a winning
has not
Aegis.
hurt. Yeah.
Which means we're also getting to the 60-minute items.
That's true. Well, there is a minute away from... There's still time.
No. I refuse.
To use this Aegis.
Oh, vacuum.
Very powerful. That's great.
I like the charged up glove though. When Darkseer surges and he gets like the power up anime 1 punch. Looks great.
I like how he has that neutral in his backpack still.
So he's just ready.
Ready for the chrono.
Don't hit yourself.
Yeah, this is all about buyback situation now. So like you said, the Aegis is effectively used here to just buy some time for Talon to get the buybacks back. Buybacks back, yeah.
Buybacks back. Right. I mean, Liquid
now
still
like from Liquid. They time the Aegis, and they're ready to find somebody.
Uh-oh.
It might be Q.
On the Watcher. I mean, Mika's timings are still very disgusting as well. Everyone's just queuing up a Refresher at this point. I think Mika would love to have both Refresher Gold and buyback. I think he's a little bit short from that, even with selling the treads. As
they're in the base.
Boxy.
Technically, Boxy. Not going to get caught.
What a dirty
for
boy.
Once, Talon could not catch up. They're going to get the D ward though. No crazy shenanigans here.
Did try to get in a sneaky ward as Rubik. Of course, you have more cast range.
That really took a long time for him to get that 100 gold for the Aghanim Scepter, but he does find it in the end. So he'll have effectively BKB once the Astral Spirit comes back to him.
There's gonna be some crazy fights coming out. We've got nearly all 10 buybacks available in the game, and everyone literally has like nearly their dream like inventory as well.
Yeah. All right, do you want to talk about it or not?
What?
Is it time?
The tier 5 items, they're coming, bro.
I actually think it is coming because Roche is not going to be up. It's going to be close enough to Roche. Okay, I'm just going to say this now.
Say it now.
Even though they never go for it because mirror image or mirror shield is so good. I want to see the fallen sky.
Yes.
For
We're gonna
Pango.
call it medium
For
sky.
Pango. Well, it feels like a medium sky ever since they nerfed it way back.
Fallen Sky is definitely very good. I'm still waiting for the Arcanus armor as jabs.
Yeah, Lincoln just popped, and Liquid not able to find the jump.
This Wind Waker could come in clutch. You did mention there is only one nullifier on Liquid, as Mikoto does pick up a gem. Daedalus on 23 Savage.
How does he keep getting... How does he have room? All right, he ate his Ags. Was going for MKB, changed his mind for the Daedalus, which means no Rapier.
No Rapier indeed, as Daedalus still pretty damn good, as we have a lot of TP.
Oh, Nisha.
He's
gonna get spotted. He's gonna get spotted here as Mickey jumps in, getting the bash out with the Chronosphere onto the Morphling. Makoto onto the backline he goes as Nisha's working pretty low, but he gets off his Rolling Thunder. 23 Savage getting controlled. I think that was the Wind Waker used on him. As Boxy now attempting to run away, but they lost Makoto. Does have tons of remnants back, like you said, as Nullifier applied to 23 Savage. There he goes, Makoto. He instantly gets hacked into the swashbuckle. Nisha trying to get some damage applied to him, and finally BKB comes out as the Void looks to be dead. So many remnants to work with for Makoto.
Zai?
Buybacks galore for Liquid. Zai takes a tumble, has the buyback still intact. This is all about trading buybacks. And that's a scary thing when you're going against an Ember, especially with this shard. You have so many remnants to work with.
They only used one buyback. That was a 1-for-2 trade, and Zai is still dead. Okay.
Wonder if they can force this buyback somehow.
Mika does buy out the refresher, but they're not even close to killing 23 in a chrono, because with the shard, he can just morph up. He has 658 armor on this Morphling.
Yeah, but Nisha can swashbuckle every 3 seconds, it feels like. Continuing to get bashes every time. Gaben is smiling upon him right now. Range Rax is dead. Of course, just losing one Rax is not that big of a deal. His initiation from Q is completely stopping his track. His jumping in as well. The Chronosphere onto 3. They're going to be able to kill the Tiny, but the Eon does procs onto Darkseer. Jabs. Trying to get some help from 23 Savage. Finally turns into the Void. Trying to take out Insanity, but another
Holy shit, 23?
taking so much damage. The false promise is right there, right outside the fountain. He should be able to live as a result. And 23 Savage, Nisha getting his second ult off, it looks like. Swashbuckling on the other side of the wall as he's pursued and he's blocked in now by 23 Savage. A huge slide and Nisha dead for 2 full minutes. But into the fountain, 23 Savage goes. He's controlled for the time being, but he uses the timeout again. A lot of damage back as Boxy still gonna live some way, somehow. And 23 Savage time walks back to the tier 3. A nice toss back. Zai being brought back into the fray as Makoto pops his BKB.
23 Savage, he doesn't
prematurely. You can see their base is actually dying on the other side as well, but it's just to creep most of the focus here from the side of Talon on these buildings. And you can see
Zai's
the damage being
pushing.
applied on the other side. How close is he? If the Ancient is fully exposed, can they outpush the Brood?
Cancel the TP!
Brood only has
Cancel the TP!
The cancels of the TPs. Can they kill
Oh
the
my
Ancient?
God!
No way!
Hello?
Talon, you better be careful because Zai's coming for your bait.
What?
And he's gonna win game 4. Oh my goodness!
Are you serious?
He has zero reaction. He is completely dead inside. He just won Liquid game number 3, and they stay in the upper bracket. Holy shit! Oh my god!
This guy is disgusting. What the hell, dude? He legit just pulled his entire team on his backpack. In this entire... What?
How do you win that game? Unbelievable.
Holy
Everybody's
shit.
super excited, except for Zai and Talon, obviously. That was absolutely heartbreaking. But of course, I mean, they're going to the lower bracket, so it's not over for them. But man, what a crazy-ass series.
What a sick game from both teams. This is a tough loss for Talon, but they should still be happy with how they played. Damn. They're looking good as Zai. This guy's illegal as... Oh, my man.
Yeah, it's, again, not elimination.
Holy damn.
But
my heart.
needing
my
some
heart
moral
rate.
support. That is the craziest game of the Riyadh Masters for sure. As you can see, the handshake coming out, both teams respecting each other very much. And Liquid, they're going to continue on the upper bracket as both these teams deserve to win that game, I feel like. My goodness,
well,
what a series this was.
If you're Talon, you must hate Zai right now, because this guy, he was the absolute bane of this entire game. On an absolute monster, what a performance.
As he's going to be the one apparently to get interviewed. I was wondering who they were going to pick. And yeah, Talon just thinking what they could have done. Like one small change in the game and they win, right? Like there's just so many small things that happen throughout the course of a game.
They cancel all the TPs while he travels there and he just gets to hit it from full to zero.
Yeah.
What a monster game.
So it looks like we are ready for this interview as Tsunami, I believe, will be talking to the
illegal man,
MVP of the game, Zai.
All right, first things first. Can we get some noise in the audience right now for that game of Dota? What a performance, what a series, Zai. I'll try to piece it together, but boy, was that something to witness. Let's start with game number 3. You guys kind of lost control of early game, mid game. Seems that the decision early on was, Broodmother, go be annoying. Go split push constantly. How did you start factoring that into the gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, I think we got smashed in lanes. Like, it did not go according to plan. And they were kind of controlling the tempo of the game. And it seemed like, you know, the only way out is to try to pressure silence and be annoying and force them to move around and stuff. So, yeah.
زي معنا من تيم ليكويد كان يتكلم عن وش صار في الجيم الثالث. اول شيء لازم نساله اياه كيف قدروا انهم يطلعون من السيتويشن اللي كانوا فيه، لانه الايرلي جيم والميد جيم لهم كان جدا سيء. فوش كان الحل الوحيد؟ انه لازم تخلي برود مدر تروح تسوي سبيريت بوش وبيزعج كل اللي موجودين قد ما يقدر. فهذا هو السؤال. لكن تكلمنا عن انه كيف قدرت انكم تستنتجون الشيء هذا. قال صراحه احنا شفنا انه كل اللينز خسروا ولا احد منهم يقدر يسوي شيء، فقلنا ما في الا الحل الوحيد انه نخلي برود مدر تسوي شغلها.
All right. Second question. Could you hold your hand out for me? Keep it. Are you kidding me right now? How?
It's been like 2 minutes, so.
Oh, 2 minutes, yeah. Bro, I was only watching it and my heart is racing still. Decision, 2 heroes dead without buyback. Is the team like, Zai, go throne?
I mean, I think, to be honest, at multiple points in this game, I felt like my teammates were a bit lost. And like I kind of just tried to instill the attitude in myself that like they're all muted, you know, and I'm just trying to win the game. And that's kind of, yeah, even the last fight, it's like, yeah, I don't know, just for the moment. Seemed like a good idea. Worked out.
السؤال الثاني اللي سألناه زاي كنا نتكلم عن كيف قرر هو انه يقدر يروح يسوي باك دور زي ما سوى زي كذا، خصوصا انه يعني 2 منهم ما كان عندهم باي باك، عرفوا انهم خسرانين الجيم، خلاص انتهى الوضع. فقال انه صراحه انا ما قلت انه ما اقدر اني اتعامل مع الموضوع لان كل اللي معي في التيم كانوا ضايعين مره، فانا حاليا قاعد افكر انه كان اللي معي كلهم ميوتد وانا رحت على طول قدرت اني اسوي الباك دور، عارف ان الهيروز كلهم ما عندهم باي باك، عارف انه ما يقدرون يسوون شيء، فقلت خليني احاول اخلص الجيم وفعلا قدر يسويها.
I asked you this last time you were on stage, and I'm wondering if the answer has changed. Zai, are you satisfied yet now that you've secured top 3?
No, of course not. But I also feel just like the way this game ended, I feel pretty bad for Talon because I mean, we were beat, to be honest. And like winning this game is like, you know, obviously we get top 3, but it's like it's not a satisfying win that way. I think we were pretty outmatched. So we have to kind of improve for next series and get our heads together and just play better. But of course, happy with top 3. Yeah.
And I know that Southeast Asian late game is famous, so is that something that you were trying to avoid consistently? Like you said, this game was kind of lost. It was late game.
No, I mean the game plan was also like we don't want to go late against these guys, and you know we got smashed so hard in lanes that we kind of were forced to. But it wasn't part of the plan because their late game is monstrous. Yeah.
سألنا زاي إذا هو كان راضي عن الفوز هذا بعد ما احنا شفناه يوم هزموا جيمنج جلاديترز، سألناه نفس السؤال، هل أنتم راضيين عن الفوز هذا؟ قال صراحة لا، احنا إلى الآن ما احنا راضيين، خصوصا إنه أنا أحس بشعور سيء جدا تجاه فريق تالون، لأنه المفروض إنهم فازوا الجيم هذا، احنا عارفين إن كنا خسرانين ومفروض إنه ما فزناه، لكن قدرنا أننا نسويها، فالشيء هذا كان زي الويك اب كول للفريق، إنه يقدرون الآن إنهم يرجعون يحاولون إنهم يستوعبون الشيء اللي ممكن يسوونه في الأيام الجاية، خصوصا إنهم الآن ضمنوا التوب 3.
Zai, I'll let you go back, celebrate, collect your thoughts, but for one last time, could we get some noise for that amazing game of Dota between Talon and Liquid? Congratulations on the top 3 results, Zai. Can't wait to see how you do on the last day.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائي المشاهدين، جاء الوقت اللي نرجع فيه للاستديو ونتكلم اكثر عن الجيم اللي ما حد كان يتوقع نهايته ابدا. انا ضيعت صوتي حتى تسونامي بعد، فخلونا على طول نروح للاستديو.
That's it for us. Back to the studio.
What a game of Dota 2. Absolutely the game of the tournament so far. Every single person in the arena is sweating, and it's not because of the temperature in Riyadh, because of what Team Liquid presented to us in Game 3. Faith Beyond as an off-lane player. Just how? How was this even possible?
I don't know. Try the best player, best offlaner. That's all.
Just done, best off-laner. This was, as I mentioned it, Flyer, genuinely impossible game. We're all watching in the back room. We're getting up, ready to come to the panel, convinced that Talon had done it. Cores are dead without buyback. Nobody has any way back into the game. The Ancient is busy falling. But throughout this game, Zai, just Zai J, what are you supposed to do against this?
I think it's very commendable, and it reminds me a lot of Liquid at this past TI, where they had Matu, and it always felt like somebody was rallying the team, even when everybody else was lost. They still had that little, glimmer of hope. And for this game, he was the glimmer of hope. And I was very impressed that, he recognized it when we just saw his interview. He was saying like we had no business winning this game. We were outmatched. But he was that glimmer of hope, and that's what makes champions. So I'm incredibly impressed by Zai.
Not only BSJ did he find himself making the game-winning play, but throughout the game, there were several moments where he's the only reason they stayed in this game at all. He takes the mid-racks, he takes the bottom racks. Every time he's just around, not even close to his team, it felt like the game is easier for them somehow.
Yeah, I think over the years as Dota's developed, it's become much more, even more of a team game. I don't think I've seen this heavy of a solo carry performance in the last few years. This for me, I don't want to take any credit away from anyone else on Liquid, but I am certain, I know these guys well enough that after this game, they are all just, thank you, Zai. And that's the end of that series.
Thank you, Zai. He casually gets himself a top 10 timing on the butterfly, casually able to take a mid lane of racks, a bottom lane of racks, ends the game with a base race, something we don't see all that often in the modern game of Dota 2. As BSJ has said, it's mostly a team game, and the coordination from Talon, it was good enough, and Faith Beyond, I feel really bad for Talon Esports. They did everything right. You can't ask them to do anything more than in that game. This must be a soul-crushing loss for them at this point.
I think they can think in a good way, like if Liquid did better in second game, they could 0-2 lost. So they could just focus on improve themselves, and they still have chance. And so just be strong.
Be strong, right now they have a casual $800,000 still, no matter what, and they are still in the Riyadh Masters, not eliminated just yet, but they do drop down to the lower bracket. Of course, that does mean we have to witness yet again some of the greatness that came not from Team Liquid, let's be honest. The SDC play just goes purely to Zai. So let's take a quick look at how this man was able to secure Game 3 and ensure Liquid get top 3 at the tournament and $1.7 million. Fly, walk me through this. These high pressure situations, he's the only one that can actually do anything. His cores are dead. If he doesn't make this one particular play, the game is 100% over. Walk me through what he's probably thinking at this moment in time.
I mean, he probably sees his 2 cores are dead, and from their perspective, from Nisha's perspective, he's like, okay, this game is probably lost right now. So he looks at the enemy base, he sees that the creeps are in, there's no backdoor protection. He does the only possible thing he can do to even have a chance in this game. And I don't know if Talon realized, or when they realized it was happening, it was probably too late. Maybe they didn't have TPs. It's utter chaos and emotion at that point, because Talon probably thought they won. And there's so many emotions going in. They're probably yelling. It's possible somebody's like, yeah, we won, and then suddenly like, oh.
Yeah. BSJ, you mentioned it, right? There's a hard carry performance. The only reason there are creeps in that base is because he's the one that took the racks in the prior moments throughout that game. If he plays 2% worse, they lose that game.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even just that part with
He thought he won.
Oh my
God!
No!
He's actually seeing it now in full. Oh my God! This is
oh my God! And he TP and he got cancelled. Oh my God.
I will say props to the supports on Liquid for canceling those TPs, but I cannot believe that must be the most emotion shifting roller coaster in a matter of seconds that I have ever witnessed.
I mean, I think maybe this is another Zai strong, he just sit there.
Yeah.
Even after winning, he just sit there.
I mean,
he's exhausted.
People, right?
I'm sure like everyone else is literally like, you know, they're at the top of the mountain. They're like, oh, it's so beautiful up here. And Zai's like,
No, no, I mean like maybe you just don't happy too early. Like
I think he just managed to keep his composure this whole game. That's what it looks like to me. Like yeah, that's just generally how he is as a person.
Yeah.
And then you can see throughout the whole game, he's just doing what he needs to do to win the game.
He thinks he's just objectively making the next best play, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was a little heart-wrenching to watch those reactions.
I mean, there's not 10 people in the lobby, right? 9 of them are either in adulation, thinking they won the game, then immediate despair. 4 players on Liquid are all popping off Masai. Just another day at the office, man. Just doing what I came to do, winning games and carrying on the Broodmother. Of course, that's going to grant him MVP for this particular game. The Kadia MVP certainly goes to Zai. At this point, I'm thinking he might even be tournament MVP overall. There's no way for this to improve. And Faith Beyond, the thing I loved about what he did in this game, very early on, he recognized that he has to itemize as the real carry in this game. He's not going to be going for auras, buying the items to be able to do stuff like this.
Yeah, he's definitely so smart in this game. Like just rush in Saber, Echo Saber, and Butterfly, and just play as solo to kill the building. So smart.
So smart. I hope there's a lot of Zai J's being spammed out in the chat right now because you need to give this man his regard. While this play is happening, his team is losing a fight by the Roshan pit. Look where Zai, look at the minimap PS. Look what Zai is busy doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just be honest with you. I'm watching all of this stuff happen, and I wish I could just turn my empathy off for 23 Savage after I'm still affected by that. I don't know, man. I feel like that's just like the most despair feeling I could ever imagine a Dota game creating for you. And all I think about when I'm watching this is like everything that culminated into that moment. I'm like laughing to cope, I think. It's still crazy performance by Zai for the 100th time.
Incredible guy. This itemization from him, the refresher. He even sells the BKB that he had at some point fly. He recognizes the game state. He's like, if I have this BKB in the inventory, it's not going to win me the game. Like, not this reminds me of. This sort of reminds me of that TI8 Arno play with the PL. Recognizing mid-fight, I need to sell these items to secure myself a buyback. If you replay this exact situation 100 times, this is the only time this result happens.
Yeah, it's one of those very insane games that almost never happen. Like I said, I cite the last TI where they played Thunder Awaken, and something similar sort of happened. These moments are you know what can define a team as well. And Zai really like cements himself as one of the greatest of all time. He already has, and this is just another indicator that you know he's still it.
I don't even know what to say anymore. What a game, what a performance. Team Liquid, very, very, very much deserving their place in the upper bracket grand final slot. They'll be trying to make their way into the proper grand finals as the first semi-final boss of the Riyadh Masters. Of course, while we're still cooling down the temperature here in the studio, Jenkins, let us know how the crowd is feeling. What's their mood like in the arena right now?
Assalamu alaikum, Habibis, once again. I'm here from the Player Lounge, and we're about to watch Team Spirit versus BB Team. A regional matchup, as you can see. Spirit is in good spirits. They're playing table hockey. Yo, Collapse! Who's winning? Of course, they're both winning. Unfortunately, that can't happen in this upcoming series. BB Team, they were eating in the cafeteria, so I'm not going to bother them. GPK had many muffins on his plate, which I will say is a very interesting pregame ritual, but hey man, if it means that you will win mid and you won't tilt, all the power to him. With that being said, back to the panel, and all the power to them for this series.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Of course, right now all the power is in the hands of Team Liquid as our first team to guarantee top 3 at the Riyadh Masters. They need an opponent, though, to see who's going to be the other challenger to try and vie for the first grand finalist slot. And that will, of course, bring us to Team Spirit versus BB Team for our upcoming matchup. Before we go into a break, Faith Beyond, I want your opinion. Who do you back to win this game in the interregional matchup?
I think Team Spirit will win. Because BB Team, I think they made some mistakes before they play against 9 Pandas.
Fly, what do you think?
I think I'm going to go with BB team. I think they've been incredibly consistent, and obviously some shenanigans happened at the last major, but I thought they were probably like a top 3 team there, and we didn't get to see it, and I think now we will.
Well, PSJ, fortunately, I'm going to get your opinions after the break, because when we come back, Team Spirit versus BB team to give Team Liquid a challenger in the upper bracket final. The semifinals about to commence. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more incredible Dota action here at the Riyadh Masters.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You want a war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Paradise through dirt and dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down.
We play against B team on Dream League, so they win us 2-0. From Dream League to this Riyadh, they grew up like in team skill. Gonna be tough to play against BB team. They have 3 for heroes and pool, but they good on lane stage. They almost win, maybe 90%.
I mean, of course, we want to win everyone, so we're looking forward to play Team Spirit as well. And it's not really about proving the best CS team, we just want to be the best team in the world overall.
BB on the low ground here. Skeeter, his smoke's gonna break. Toronto Tokyo just barreling up there. Got the call. They do manage to get the call, but can they pull him back? Oh, they're so close. What a great blast out of the cookie on top of that one. They're beautifully lined up. Tundra getting absolutely evaporated in his fight. BB team are like, yeah, we don't have to stop that.
Playing against this team on like this tournament, it's proof our team to be the best in this region. So yeah.
So spell-wise, they have everything still intact. And of course, they have the Beastmaster for the vision. Mapochka, he is spotted. Nothing to say. Finally pops his BKB to try to take out the silencer. The global silence did finally come out. That's a dieback now for Oyo as well. Omnislash deletes. Nothing to say. New is next on the menu as well. Although gets a great timber chain. A nice one going to save Laura for the time being. Going inside the pit for cover. He did get loose and beam, but Roche is getting a bash onto the Luna. The Crazy will actually survive. He does. It's a full team wipe.
We didn't meet Team Spirit this year on LAN in playoffs, so it will be first time. Obviously, it's an important match since it's for top 3. Between CS teams, I think everyone know each other really well, so it's gonna be somewhat close matches.
Of course, I'm gonna say we're gonna win, but I don't know what to say to them, so I'm just gonna say we're gonna win BB team. That's all.
We'll try our best and we'll do everything to beat Team Spirit.
Team Spirit versus BB team to round out the day, and after the insanity of the prior series, we are all hyped up for some incredible Dota 2 action. Our first winner bracket final has already been decided. Now we just need an opponent for the side of Team Liquid. Here, Team Spirit coming in against Bedboom team, and unfortunately, neither of these squads have actually met on LAN in any capacity. They've played each other several times in online tournaments. The scoreline so far is 9-8 in favor of the side of Team Spirit, but That could all change here today as they find themselves playing for an additional $900,000. It's BB Team, it is Team Spirit, it is another Eastern European matchup, and Team Spirit, having dispatched 9 Pandas already, will be feeling like they have the momentum up against some of their regional counterparts, or BB Team rather. They're the ones that beat 9 Pandas.
Yeah.
Team Spirit took down Team Aster, obviously, to get into this position. To break it all down with myself, Snare, yet again, and I'm joined on panel now. Yet another TI winner. I've got Fear, I've got Lacoste, I've got BSJ. An incredible game that came before us, Fear, but now, going into this one, what can we expect between these two squads? Who are you backing for the victory?
I'll start with saying I'm probably backing BB Team going into this one, but it is 2 regions clashing against each other. Eastern Europe. We haven't seen this much Eastern European action in the upper bracket in a very long time. And BB Team, even though they've lost a game, they didn't look super good against 9 Pandas. I think they won the series, but I will say this, 9 Pandas, they kind of shook them a little bit, especially in that early game. They had the resilience to come back into those games, but that's just 9 Pandas' flair. They have like the cheesy heroes, the Meeples, the Alchemists coming out. First Team Spirit, they're a lot more mellow in what they do here, and BB Team is a team that kind of exploits that.
What do you think, Lacoste? Because generally speaking, these inter-regional matchups tend not to follow the script, right? Crazy things tend to happen because of how well these squads understand and have played against each other's strategies before.
Yeah, they're Bretons from their region, so anything can happen. Like these inter-regional matchups, mostly different when you see like these matchups from different regions coming up. Looking at the BB Team, the way they played, as Fear mentioned, you know, they didn't look clean, but on the other side, Team Spirit, they looked very clean against Team Aster, the execution. And finally, something that Mira said again in the interview, that they can focus on Collapse's hero pool, because this was the big thing that was kind of lacking throughout this year, because he can finally play some of these imbalanced heroes that are first phase, like these offlaners that looked super strong in every single patch so far.
One thing I like about the point that they're meeting here at BSJ is that BB Team, you know, they looked incredible at the beginning of the tournament. You know, they did look a little bit shaky up against 9 Pandas, but Team Spirits, throughout the course of this year, just been going from strength to strength to strength to strength. And especially after their performance against Team Aster, no longer can anybody question Laurel, but also no longer can we question the drafts coming out of Team Spirit. Their creative flair that won them TI feels like it's back again.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking going into this series. I love seeing Yatoro on that last pick carry, give him a bristleback, give him whatever the hell he wants, to be honest. But I think that I'm on the side with Lacoste here, that Team Spirit's looking pretty sick, and even though I think BB Team is probably the scariest laning team in the entire world, they are more predictable in the drafts, and I have to believe that someone's gonna like snuff that out at some point. And I think Team Spirit, with that creativity in their drafting that we've already mentioned, that they're the team to do it.
If there's any team in the world that's going to be able to take down the side here of BB Team, it would be Team Spirit. As BSJ has been mentioning, they are back in TI level form. And if they can carry that momentum throughout the series, probably could see them going up against Team Liquid. However, there's a reason why BB Team has been regarded and noted as the final boss skill-wise of this tournament. Of course, speaking of final bosses, Team Spirit have found themselves in that position before, because last year they found themselves in the grand finals of the Riyadh Masters, the first iteration. To find out exactly how they feel about coming into the second time at the Riyadh Masters and if they can make the climb all the way back, let's hear from Yotoro, one of the men that was in that grand finals, see how he feels about his journey at the Riyadh Masters.
I remember the game at against Team Secret at TI10. It was like it was third map. I played at Sven. It was like a good matchup for me. I stayed against Lycan. They have Tiny Carry, Lina Mid. Everything is great for me. Like a good matchup, and I played well.
High ground defense is there, Team Secret. Oh, Toronto Tokyo goes really deep, and there's a big skewer from Collapse on there too. Good lord, double kill for Yataro.
But we got some problems at game because Lina was big, but we killed them. But anyways, he was big, Tiny was big, he ran his map, he does solo kills. Like game was a bit hard, but we took one fight at top. I remember, and game like was super perfect. Like after that, I never thought what we can like lose this game. We just playing and like okay, we won, like that.
GG, the underdog story is still alive. Team Spirit move on to the grand finals.
I think it was like Arlington Major. Like we was good team for that times, We played on Riyadh, and we got some troubles at our personal relationships and gameplay. We didn't understand meta much. We playing and we don't understand what we're gonna do, what we're gonna draft. We just was so messy, but we tried to fix all our problems at Riyadh. I thought we're gonna be like a 9-20 place at this tournament, but then we focused. We understood all our problems, and the most important thing it's trusting for our team. We start to trust each other, supporting everybody, and we took second place. It was great performance for us because we are not was ready to play against these beasts at final. We lost, and then we played at Arlington. In that point, I understood what we gonna win this tournament when we only came at hotel. I understood everything is great, nobody can stop us. But LGD gonna stop us in upper bracket. But never mind, we just played against Secret again, or against Astra again. And when we was in final, I understood. Okay, they cannot stop us. We here for win, and we have everything for earn it. And I guess it was the best performance for everybody of us at this tournament. Maybe. Sitting in chair when draft starts, and I just watching it upstairs and just thinking about nothing, trying to meditate somehow. I'm just watching and think, okay, I'm here, I'm at at best of 3, 5, no, doesn't matter. I need to stay focused and try to do best my performance what I can do. And then I just come back to reality and talk to other guys.
Harry player extraordinaire Yatoro from Team Spirit. We cannot wait to see him get involved in this matchup. And one of the intriguing things about this matchup here is that BB team, they have in their 5th position Toronto Tokyo, who was the star mid laner of Team Spirit. He's the one that won TI with them. One of the reasons why LoL is such a topic of conversation is because of the gap that Toronto Tokyo left when he departed from Team Spirit.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Laurel, as we saw in the last series, he's really been stepping it up. And Toronto Tokyo as a POS 5, he's been stepping up too. So both people getting a lot of, I wouldn't say criticism, but a lot of spotlight on them, right? Because they need to be able to perform. You're going from mid to support, and then you bring in a brand new mid laner. There's a lot of pressure for both of them, and both of them are just flourishing right now, which is very impressive to see.
Yep. You've been watching this region for a long time, Lacoste. When was the last time you saw teams look this good? Is that pretty much last time you saw this with VP, right? Seeing this many good teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this tournament, seems like Eastern Europe, they're really doing well because they have 3 teams left. They have 2 teams in the upper bracket, and seems like, other regions, everybody talks about Western Europe. They've been on the top for a really long time now, especially this 2023. But this one, I'm feeling it. If BBT manages to get the win against Team Spirit here, I think they're taking the whole thing. I think this is a really important match for them because, everybody talks about them choking from time to time. It does tend to happen on the main stage with some of these players, but I think this is the barrier. If they break through it, they're good to go.
What do you think, BSJ? We just saw a matchup where nerves at the very end of the game was the decider, right? One team had one player staying absolutely calm all the way through. BB team, not necessarily known for as a team that remains calm under high-stress situations.
Yeah, I'd say they're probably one of the weakest teams at recovering from a bad game. I've very much seen a day and night difference in GPK specifically, coming off of a really tilting loss. While on the other hand, I don't think Makoshka will ever let that sort of deal happen. So I think momentum's going to play a pretty huge role in this series, not just in one game, but carrying on from one game to the other. And one of the reasons why they talked about the BB team being super strong in the lanes, they have to be. They're not a comeback team, so the way to start is to be strong in the lanes. They only dropped 3 games so far. Most surprisingly, they dropped the whole series against Team Secret and lost 1 game against 9 Pandas.
Well, we're going to be seeing if they're going to be losing any of these games here in this inter-regional matchup. Team Spirit, runners-up of Riyadh Masters 2022. BB team trying to get themselves into the grand finals. Let us witness the teams coming out on stage as we send it to Tsunami and Fancy to introduce the squads.
let's get ready for our final series of the day as we can crown our remaining upper bracket finalist after this series.
خلونا نتجهز أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور في المباراة الأخيرة في هذه الليلة في بلاي أوفs. خلصنا من نصف النهائي الأول والآن على طول ندخل نصف النهائي الثاني.
Now in theory this is an Eastern European showdown that you've seen many times, but you've never seen it on LAN. This is the first time these two teams will be meeting on a stage.
أول مرة في تاريخ هذا الفريقين راح يتواجهون في بطولة لان. شفناهم كثير في بطولات اونلاين سواء دريم ليج او غيره، لكن في بطولة لان هذا أول مرة نشهدهم قدام بعض، حتى مع تغييرات الراستر اللي صارت عندهم برضو إلى الآن ما قد تواجهوا.
We're also getting a real treat. The entire TI-10 winning roster is going to be on the stage. Sure, one of the players may be on the opposite side, but still, it's rare that you get something like that.
في 2021 بتي اي أعزائي المشاهدين كان فريق سبيريت هو اللي فاز في البطولة بالكامل، لكن في لاعب واحد طلع من الروستر اللي هو تورونتو طوكيو، والآن هو موجود مع الفريق الخصم بيكون يلعب مع بي تيم، فبتكون شيء جدا عظيم إننا نشهده إنه قد إيش بيكون فيها الهيستوري في هذه المباراة.
Now on paper, I'm kind of inclined to give BB Team the advantage. They've dropped how many games in this tournament so far?
3 games the whole tournament, and they haven't lost a single series except once. So I'm guessing that they have the upper hand. أعزائنا المشاهدين، اللي ما يدري حتى الآن أكثر فريق فاز في جميع الأيام من الجروب ستيج إلى اللحظة هذه في البلاي أوفس كلهم كانوا بي تيم، حتى هم دخلوا أصلا في أكبر عدد فوزات داخل البلاي أوفس، وحتى الآن ما خسروا ولا سيريس أبدا إلا مرة واحدة بس، ما في ولا فريق كان قريب من النتيجة هذه حتى، فيبدو لي أنهم جايين وجاهزين لنا.
Well, the beauty of these intra-regional matchups is that there are no favorites, there are no statistics, there's just Dota, so let's get it started. Team Spirit! Now, while the majority of the team are TI winners, there were used to be a lot of question marks surrounding Laurel. But after that clinic that he put against Aster yesterday, against Sumail, I don't think you can doubt him anymore. It's not a question mark, it's an exclamation at this point.
ما قدر الفريق يفوز في تي اي 2021 الا هم عارفين وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه في هذه المباراه، حتى الهيستوري اللي بينهم قدام الفريق الخصم راح يساعد انه يوري وش البوتنشل حقهم، لكن خصمهم زي ما قلنا هم الافضل اللي داخلين عندنا في البلاي اوفز، فخلونا نتعرف عليهم. الأفضل في رياض ماسترز حتى الآن بي تيم. موضوع انك تقدر تفوز 12 مباراة في الجروب ستيج وما حد يكون قريب منك، المركز الثاني كان فايز 8 مباريات فقط، فارق جدا شاسع ما بينهم وبين اللي تحتهم على طول، لكن هنا في المسرح المباراة هذه ما هي غريبة عليهم، خصوصا يعني انه زي ما احنا عارفين قدامهم هيستوري مرة عريق، خصوصا انه في لاعب من فريق سبيريت متواجد معهم الآن.
Earlier in the year, Toronto Tokyo mentioned that the region needed another Maposhka, and this is his destiny. He decided to join a BB team, but talk is cheap. I gotta see it actually happen. So guys, I see we have quite a few people here ready for this match. Are you ready for this Dota? All right then, Fancy. Shall we send them?
Yep, let's do it. Please take your stations. الآن جاء الوقت أعزائي المشاهدين اللي نقدر نبدأ في المباراة الآن الأخيرة، لكن المباراة هذه بتكون الأولى من نوعها اللي ما قد شاهدناها أبداً في تاريخ دولا، فخلونا نشوف وش ممكن يقدمون.
Talk is cheap, but this matchup is not, because the winning team adds an additional $900,000 to their earnings here at the Riyadh Masters. One of the biggest games. If you get into the top 3 here, Lacoste, this is equivalent to getting top 3 at TI. There's a reason why this tournament is known as the most prestigious one so far in 2023.
Yeah, it is a lot of money on the line here, and for some people here, this is the tournament of their lives pretty much. One of the reasons why we see so many competitive games, so many comebacks. This is why it's called the Defense of the Ancients. It's not over until the throne falls, and we've seen it so many times. Like, we've seen it even when the BB team played against 9 Pandas. You might think it's in the bag, but it's actually not. So play until the throne falls.
We saw in the last series here exactly what
That as
happens
well.
if you play until the actual throne falls. And for me, the intriguing thing is going to be the mentality of a lot of these players, right? 5 of them, both on separate teams, have 1 TI, so they know how to handle high-pressure situations. 5 of them having to dig deep, I suppose, and try and find ways to ensure the pressure does not get to them on the big stage.
Yeah, for sure. I think pressure can always be real. And it's not like, it can be a day-by-day thing too. One day you can feel like no pressure whatsoever, be in the zone and play really well. And the next day you can just be like, wow, I feel nervous today for some reason. I'm just playing terribly. And it really just depends on the day. And it's really hard to explain how it is, because I've felt that way too. Like, some days I'm just feeling so good and everything's right. And then sometimes you just feel bad and don't play well.
Well, we're going to be seeing which team feels the best here coming into this opening game between Team Spirit and BB Team. Radiant side first pick for Team Spirit, Dire side second pick for BB Team. And BSJ, the one concern I do have about the squad, despite having incredibly high skill on BB Team, they have the second smallest hero pool of every team at this tournament. And eventually, that's going to start to become a detriment.
Yeah, I've expressed skepticism about their drafts time and time again, where I'm like, man, Pure moved new to the offlane role. Toronto, Tokyo, new to the support role. These guys, they're just picking comfort zone heroes because they don't know how to play the other stuff, and I don't like their draft, and then they win anyway. So, you know, I do still think it's the onus is on Team Spirit to not only outdraft them, but to also make them lose against counters. Like, they're not going to have the most ideal 10th picks unless it's potentially Nightfall, their most seasoned core player on his respective role, but at the end of the day, like, the laning stage mountain is the one they need to climb.
Pretty much. I mean, say he has the lowest hero pool at Riyadh Masters. If you exclude, you know, Saksa and Raykil, who were kind of stand-ins for this tournament, he only played 4 heroes so far at this tournament, which is pretty nuts to think about, that they're so close to getting top 3 with one player only playing 4 heroes. And these heroes have been some of the nerfed heroes, like Pugna, Techies mostly, Keeper of the Light. He's up there, so you're probably gonna know coming into this matchup what you're gonna play against, at least from the safe lane role.
Yeah, but at the same time, I would say, like, we've seen like Gaming Gladiators run just like 3 strategies at a time and like win majors, right? Because they were just so good at it. So this is definitely going to be a battle of a team, BB team, who likes their specific heroes. They're going to pick, you're going to see it coming, and then you're playing versus Spirit, who's a team that I feel like they're either counter-picking or they're figuring it as they go right now, and they're picking a lot of unique heroes. You saw Bristleback the other day with an AA. They've got a lot of new different strategies, but are they going to be able to pull off these strategies? They don't play a lot because they're playing a new strat every game against a team that is super well polished like BB team.
I'm feeling a bit more confidence about Team Spirit, if I'm honest here, BSJ, primarily because they're playing on Radiant side with first pick. That has usually been the winning formula for BB team. They're 100% on first pick. They're 84% if playing on the Radiant side. So already they're playing on a bit more of an uncomfortable pace at this tournament.
Yeah, I was fascinated by this Lion pick for Team Spirit. Of all the heroes to prioritize first, I actually theory crafted that it synergizes well with Darkseer, and it's also good against Darkseer for killing the illusions later. So I was wondering if they were going to pick Darkseer on 8, if that had any like contribution to them picking it this way. But I don't necessarily know, like, if you're giving them a counter pick in the carry role on BB team with an Undying 5 position already, is that a laneable lane, like with Lion Darkseer?
Yeah, you know what you're going to play into. Darkseer is super strong laner, so I think they have a lot of options left in the pool to deal with these 2 heroes. Sure, it's shutdowns like Medusa-type heroes, especially Medusa, some illusion-based heroes as well, because you're making the illusions. You have more illusions than them, killing their own illusions with Lion's mana drain, so you're like... pretty much, but I do like what BB team drafted for themselves. This is like a statement as well, because... they talked in the interview, we said it on the panel, strong lanes, and I see Undying, I see Techies. Techies has been nerfed, but still, if he's paired up with the strong offlaner, it's very hard to deal with these 2 heroes.
Been a lot of classic lane matchups that we've seen throughout the year here with this Undying. Drow comes to mind. Maybe, given that you can't pick like the Terrorblades, the Morph lanes, those seem dangerous into the docks here, does that give additional priority to the Drow Ranger perhaps?
I have not been a huge fan of this Drow Ranger right now. I will say, though, if Yatoro is playing it, maybe I get a little more confidence. He does like that hero, but he's not playing against the Darkseer this game. Both these players, Nightfall and Yatoro, they've proven that they have a huge hero pool in this tournament. They can play a multitude of heroes, but a lot of the ones that Yatoro would want to play, or Nightfall, some of the good ones are taken out that way. But I don't think Morphling's that bad, honestly, against the Darkseer, but you are playing versus a Lion, so maybe not. That's part of the strength of why they picked this Darkseer as well. It will limit the hero pool and kind of give them a good idea of what Nightfall might want to play in this game.
Yeah, I remember talking to Seb at TI 10, and he talked about how these Tier 1 teams, they pick a lot of their heroes in order to simplify the enemy's draft, meaning that if you pick Darkseer, they're not going to pick Medusa, Naga, Terrorblade. So you're effectively pigeonholing them into specific heroes. And Morphling is a hero that you tend to generally see Undying Morph, and we've seen it own the Darkseer in lane. But now you also have the Lion, the instant hex, reliable burst. Yeah, even with the shard on Morphling, you cannot attribute shift through hexes because they're also considered silences. So they still have the answer, but I'm still concerned about their laning phase as we
grab ally.
Grab ally.
Yeah, that comes in clutch. This ability, like even after the changes, it feels super strong. Just like the save for 3 seconds, you gotta focus the Tombstone, he gets out maybe after 2 seconds, and then another save, maybe a 4-stop, a Glimmer Cape, insane ability. Might be overtuned, but yeah, one of the reasons why Undying is popular, has been super popular in the previous patch, pre some of the nerfs, but still feels super strong. And they go with Morphling overall. They use this last ban that they have in the second banning stage, removing Ancient Apparition, a hero that hasn't been talked at all until we got to the playoffs, and he seems to be like a hero of the playoffs pretty much for me, because some of these healing heroes, when you play against 9 pandas, you know that there's going to be some alchemists coming up, Morphling always strong, and the Lesh IO combination that we've seen time and time again through Riyadh Masters, so you got to stop the healing, and not really surprised that the Ancient Apparition is banned overall.
You know what stops the healing? Drow Ranger.
Yep.
Hey. Yeah, the ET Drow is like what I was thinking for Team Spirit here. Clockwork Drow.
Could be Clock Drow.
Be cool.
What I find interesting about this Ancient Apparition here, Fia, is that up until yesterday, when they deployed this Ancient Apparition, or 2 days ago, when they deployed it against Team Aster, it was never banned in the entire tournament.
Yeah.
Aster were the first team to ban it after losing to it, and now BB team recognizing, yeah, I mean, Post got a bit cracked on this hero, just get it out of the game.
It's definitely on the radar, and they planned on picking Morphling anyway, so it seemed like a bit of a no-brainer there, so it definitely makes sense. And do you want the best carry matchup here, or do you want to save your carry for last pick so we can get to see his lane a bit more and pick your mid here? Choices I think Team Spirit are thinking about right now, because if you do pick Drow Ranger here, as it is good against this, but the instant like is gonna come out, right? Like if they pick Drow here, I know what I want. So this is the risk you run by picking your carry here, because you're gonna have an instant counter pick as we saw without bans.
They were waiting like that. This was half a second after immediate Lycan, pretty much. It says, you know, we know what you're gonna go for. They know that the Drow Ranger is good matchup against Morphling, but they don't have this Lycan pick covered.
And I've been a little worried so far from the Drow Rangers I have seen so far. It's not like the Drow of old where you can just slam it in the first phase with some Undying and you're just good. The hero's going to hit some timing, you're going to win. Feels like if you do have these heroes like the Batrider, Lycan that can really just stay on top of the Drow, the game plan gets very complicated on how to play the Drow in these type of team fights, and the Morphlings becomes very simple. Just wait until one of my other cores or supports are on top of the Drow, then I can show.
I will say that usually Drow has a tougher time when there's a hero like Storm, like Ember, like Puck, or Tiny even. That's a nice ban. That's a very Eastern European kind of hero where you're running away from this Lycan, and then this hero's like wrapping behind you and cutting you off and saying like, there's no escaping us. But they don't have that kind of hero yet. And I think that Team Spirit's draft is pretty good at peeling you off of the Drow. You have the stuns from Lion, the vacuum wall, Darkseer, Clockwork's very good at disjointing fights. So while I think Lycan is a sick pick, and it's definitely good against Drow, by no means do I think Drow is like going to be unable to position in these fights so far.
He doesn't care if he is in shapeshift about your frost arrows, about your hexes. It needs to be stun, it needs to be hookshot, cogs pretty much, and a bit of a surprising ones, I would say, bans coming out from Team Spirit, because Tiny is slightly on the weaker side compared to some other mid laners that are left in the pool, but I want to see like their pick. Why did they exactly ban Tiny?
I think they wanted Puck themselves. Like, I think the Puck is
Yeah,
bad
they-
against
the-
both the
yeah.
heroes that they banned, so that might have been what BB team was
A
reading.
lot of good mid laners are gone here. I was thinking Pango went, oh, Pango's out. We got the Ember out, Puck's out, Storm's out.
Queen of Pain, Wind Ranger.
Here.
Like these heroes are something maneuverable, especially for Team Spirit, because they don't have lockdown. Like their heroes are really lacking in that department, so most likely Wind Ranger could be Queen of Pain, something that can roam around freely in a team fight, because these heroes, they don't care about Lycan. Eventually, maybe there's going to be like a nullifier for Wind Ranger, but other than that, it seems pretty good.
Yeah, I think the natural Gleipnir builder.
Yeah.
The Gleipnir builder is nice, because that's like one way to deal with the summons running at you.
Okay, so summons have been dealt with. On the side of BB team, they still need a matchup to go into the mid lane for themselves. So what stands out to you, Fear, as a GPK hero that's going to provide them? They also need some disable for themselves, and they need a lane matchup into the Wind Ranger, and they need a hero that can scale throughout the game.
I mean, something new is coming out for sure here, because all the heroes that he might want to play aren't really good in this game, or all the heroes he has played to this point. And I think what they just really need right now is some type of initiator. Lycan, he's going to take care of like the nullifier, the physical damage, or maybe we'll go Helm, doesn't really matter at that point. But he needs someone to walk around the map and probably play as a Dragonite, a possibility here.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I was going to say Kunkka with a blade mill.
Oh,
no, GPK special.
No pirate, please.
No, the pirate has not been doing
Okay, fine. Dragonite's fine too.
Are there any other options?
I'm sure there is, but it's hard to like see.
I was thinking Quap on their side, but then again, you're playing it into Lion, into like Drow Ranger. I don't think this is an easy pick. I'm mostly down for some good old Dragonite, because they lack in stun department, and it just provides them with low cooldown stun, some extra damage, and also BB team, a team that does love to scale when it comes down to late game, because you know that Pure, he's an ex-position 1 player, so he's going to be building into carry items.
Oh,
okay, that's a good option, but then again, you're picked into Clockwork, so that's my concern. Into Gust, not sure if I like it too much.
Another option is, right, like you pick the Dragonite into Drow Darkseer, doesn't feel great either, so I don't think there was a perfect last pick here.
Well, what does it inspire confidence in you seeing the GPK Primal Beast BSJ? Because this is going to be the first time he's deploying it at this tournament. Is this the kind of game with $1 million on the line to go for the PB?
The reason I suggested the Kunkka was a hero that buys Phase Blade Mail. It gives you all the plus armor against Drow, and it allows you to just run at these heroes whose really only defense is to hit you. So I think that's what they were thinking with this Primal Beast. Yeah, it's countered by the Clockwork, but once you have like Blade Mail BKB, your job in the fights is to be that hero that wraps behind the pressure that they're going to be able to create on Yatoro bottom with the pure level 6 and GPK on the Primal Beast mid. I can see what they're going for, but I do think they're going to take a BB team. I think they've got too much early game momentum from the lanes.
Yeah, I like what Team Spirit drafted for themselves. Maybe lacking slightly when it comes down to tower damage, especially sieging the high ground, so they need to take the fight, but overall, very good lineup at taking the fights, very good scaling lineup overall. Again, I don't like Primal Beast into Clockwork. I've seen it way too many times, not just this tournament, but coming into this tournament as well. There have been too many games where Primal Beast became very popular, and not a big fan of it.
Fear, even though Primal Beast into Clock is a bit rough, earlier in the year we saw that Drow Rangers were reliably losing into Primal Beast. So isolating the Clockwork away from the Drow Ranger, is that a viable strategy for BBT?
They can try their best. It's going to be, a lot is going to depend on gameplay, and that's what I like about these two drafts. I can't say one team has the definitive edge in the draft. It feels like whoever just makes the better decision-making, better plays in this game will honestly take this game, and these are the games I love to watch.
And who are you backing, though?
I'm definitely going to back BB team on this one, because the clock is annoying, but I'm going to believe in GPK this game, that he's going to be able to evade him and get that early BKB. That's what you really need. You need a fast BKB when you play this Primal versus Clock. If you can get there quickly, the matchup doesn't matter as much.
All right, well, we're going to be seeing what my panel's predictions, whether or not they're going to be coming to pass here as we are about to get into our first game. Before we do, though, we have some casters waiting in the wings, but we also have Jenkins on the floor with the coach interview.
Hey, Silent. Hey. Okay, you guys first picked Lion. Why'd you do that?
Good hero.
Okay, doesn't want to reveal much. I get it. How about this last pick, GPK Primal Beast? Did that surprise you?
A little bit. I think we could pick a lot of heroes, so it's one of them.
If this game goes late, do you win?
If it goes late and we are not losing like 20k, I think we have good chances. Yeah, I think we are stronger late game.
All right, well, if you're a Team Spirit fan, you want them to go late game this game, and you know who else wants it to go late game? Suns fan and Kezu.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Team Spirit and BB Team. Sunsvein here with Kezu. Game number 1 of another upper bracket matchup. This time, Eastern Europeans at it again. So far, BB Team has had to play through 9 Pandas.
Yep.
And now Team Spirit, they just cannot leave their region. These teams know them better than anyone. So I feel like it's always a scary opponent, despite BB Team being considered possibly the most skilled team in the entire world.
I mean, both teams are disgustingly good. But Team Spirit's form right now with some of their players and how they're performing is just some top-notch. So we're honestly in for a banger game. There's Bounty Runes.
Yep, Mira.
Oh, body blocks.
Yeah, the body blocks from the Wolves are about to expire, though. See if that's enough for him to be able to get away, as Toronto Tokyo will continue to chase and then back away.
No early blood grenade action here.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not Solo playing it, so not going to be using it. But B-Boom, they do get the 3 out of the 4 bounties, it looks like.
Definitely good start for them as Collapse. He's going to want to try and get himself through this early laning stage. Undying certainly a little bit annoying, but you do have the double... Oh, Nightfall. Losing just half HP to the shells here.
No big deal. All right, so yeah, talk to me about these lineups, because we get to see the old Drow Ranger, and this time it's Yatoro who actually might buy Glacier. Not quite the meme. I mean, we'll see if that's actually true.
Honestly, Yatoro, I think he's the best Drow Ranger in Dota. I think with how I've seen him perform lately, I'm expecting a sick performance out of him. For BB here, so you have Primal Beast. Sure, he's picked into Clock, as they also touched on the panel. But you have Lycan. Like, when these 2 heroes help each other a lot getting into the fight, so sure, maybe you lock down one, but the other one, it could just be overwhelming, and that's what Team Boom Boom are going to have to play for here, in this mid-game especially. Like, get in together and take the fight.
Toronto Tokyo.
Easy deny.
He is out of mana, but he has a crap ton of mangoes at his disposal. As Collapse.
Good man up here from him. Like, he just makes sure that Toronto Tokyo couldn't take this wave and pull it into Mira's wave, who's currently just dragging it around. Because what you love as a Darkseer, just have your creeps chilling behind the tower, don't have to use too much mana to last hit, and just get yourself through like these early pesky levels of this Undying.
Yeah, so does Mira give solo XP here?
Yeah. He's just going to go and body Toronto Tokyo, who's going to come over to try and contest. Just going to give all this XP to his good old friend.
Delicious.
Collapse.
Absolutely beautiful. See another Impale come out. In the mid lane, GPK will be playing the Primal Beast versus Laurel's Wind Ranger. The panel kind of talked about the Primal Beast pick. Yeah. I mean, typically a strong hero, but against the likes of Clockwork, I mean, it just felt like there was not that great of a pickup as Toronto Tokyo. Another right click is actually enough for Mira, despite being a pathetic Lion. He'll be able to get the Courier as well, and he'll be taking another wave for his Darkseer to farm up eventually.
That Mira kind of owning so far, getting all this chip damage, first blood, now pulling another wave for Collapse, as he does have stick charges.
Yeah, Adaptive Strike, not quite enough, and Mira will survive. He's getting everything out of this. Will likely go back to base now, or not.
Oh, perfect timing. There's a Lotus. I don't know if he wants to contest that with 80 HP.
Yeah, well, we've seen crazier things this tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, talk to me about the Primal Beast pick into the likes of Clock.
I do think that Primal Beast is, as Mr. Laurel drops a branch that he can't eat yet because he has no Tango. But Primal is really good with these summon heroes. I think it's great to have this mid hero that can easily rotate around the map. And Wind Ranger and Drow Ranger, they both hate heroes that get on top of them. So even though you're into the Clock, I think with all this overwhelming movement, it should be A-okay. I do hope he goes Blade Mail. Because if you don't buy it against Wind Ranger, it's got to be a dead item. And it's good on Primal.
Everybody says that, and then people stop building it entirely.
He will buy it. I have faith in GPK.
You might be right here.
I'm right.
And Laurel right now sitting on 18-2, so GPK with a slight advantage in lane so far. And the bot lane, we can see Yatoro actually struggling a bit in the CS. 12-3 right now, if you compare that to the Morph a little bit behind.
I mean, I would say that BBT have a better bottom lane. Like, you have Clock 5. Clock is not very good against Lycan in the lane. Also, and you have to lance it against Lycan, and there's consistently this +4 techies who's just clapping you from 8 billion range.
Toronto Tokyo putting down the tombstone. Mira gets a nice impale, trying to save Collapse's life. Might have to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Will get the gold out of the tombstone, dies shortly after.
Just very good play here from BBT. Oh, GPK!
Oh, big onslaught from GPK, making his way over from the mid lane. They take out Yatoro. Miposhka, being chased by wolves, will likely still live.
Very nice move.
Very early rotation.
Yeah, with the double wave on the tower, getting the kill on him. Ooh, and Miposhka TP's out with barely any HP, but it's just to the tier 1. It's all this experience. He's going to be able to pick up some of it. Does salve up. Here comes Yatoro. Long TP though.
Another sticky bomb.
Oh, welcome back.
I thought that was definitely going to be onto the clock, as Yatoro already close to half HP. He's going to get pursued by these wolves.
They are so annoying.
Be a bit careful here. Gets off the guts. It's Miposhka making his way over. These wolves are so annoying.
Good job by Miposhka.
Pop his fairy fire. There's the blood grenade again. Miposhka wants to finish off the techies, and he'll do so. Gets off the cogs as well, so more damage onto Pure with the tower. Getting a couple pop shots as well. TP's coming in as Laurel gets off the... Whoa, he gets off the shackle into the beautiful power shot.
The beautiful pause.
May have forgotten the name of that spell just for a brief moment.
He did make up for it. So as Laurel makes a good rotation, as GPK was back in base, so he had to end up going back mid. Early runes will come out soon, but BBT, a lot of pressure down in this bottom lane. As Yatoro.
Another sticky bomb with the blast off on top, and just like that, Yatoro dead for a second time. So when you thought that their lane was equalized a bit, he goes down again, but you can see the level advantage. Pure only level 3 right now, and his support in the techies 4.
A big move from Save here. Getting all this XP for himself. Now he can also leave Pure for a little bit to just pick up all these levels and farm for himself. So as Yatoro is going to have to make his way down bottom with a TP. Laurel going back to base, but he doesn't have a TP, so you have to walk out. GPK looking around. Arcane Rune, very scary. I mean, Primal Beast has got to be... He's the best rune hero in the game. I think we talked about this like another time as well. Haste, Shield Rune, DD, Arcane Rune. I'm pretty sure we did. You just have goddamn goldfish brain.
Yeah, heard worse, so I'll take it. I mean, there's some runes that... I mean, Storm Spirit regen, right? But yeah, the others.
Yes.
Everything but illusion, essentially. Nice cogs. Yeah. Stop that onslaught in its tracks. As Save actually taking quite a bit of damage from Miposhka, but the trample is likely enough. Although the deny to the Mud Golems?
Nope.
No. GPK will claim another kill for himself.
Easy chunk down for GPK on the Beast.
And has a level advantage on the mid lane as well. And you can see with about a 400 net worth lead in addition.
I mean, BBT, they've got a lot of big timings here for now. Collapse in some trouble, will surge out.
Waveform didn't look like it connected there. Collapse will live. Has the Vanguard intact now as Mira coming in with an Impale. I mean what kind of ability do you want to see on Darkseer this game? Is this a Crimson game?
Yeah, it's gotta be some aura. Crimson or Pipe? I think like both is pretty good. It's a little bit of a miss. But I do think Spirit are in a little bit of trouble here. That's a 3k gold lead at 7 minutes against a lineup that in the mid game honestly has a lot of options to overrun you. There's the Blade Mail.
Okay, all right. Very good boy.
Yes. There's Arcane Rune farming with the trample. Very nice.
I mean, do you prefer Blade Mail when you're behind or ahead? Or does it matter?
I think it's just up to like hero matchup. Okay. Sure, I guess you would always love to just be ahead, but against these heroes, no matter if you're ahead or behind, it feels great. Miposhka.
8-minute rune. It's going to be the haste picked up by Save. Might cost him his life, although he gets off the taser, runs away. Focus fire onto GPK, but he's going to be able to get the onslaught off. Mira with the Impale shortly after. Tombstone, along with the blast off. You can see how fast the techies is with that haste still intact. And Laurel, Hurricane back into the river, and a quick pulverize is enough. Toronto Tokyo gets credit for that one.
Nice play from
dead
Pure.
for Spirit. And 2xB team able to take a pretty sizable lead now in the landing stage at 4K.
This early game is looking disgusting for Spirit because this Morphling from Nightfall, I don't really see how you kick him out. Whereas in return, I would say Pure is gonna kick out Yatoro from this bottom. Like 5k gold lead at 850.
Yeah.
Not good.
Very absurd. I feel like every Drow game we see like this. Was Fear right? That Drow sucks.
Yeah, he was correct. He called that it sucks even before they picked it. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Yeah, now we have a smoke.
Yatoro, pull out your TI
BB
sensors
team.
and TP out. Uh-oh.
GPK.
Oh, no.
They're going to see
Oh,
Yatoro.
no.
I hear Lycan popping his ult as well. They're just going to go in for the good old-fashioned pulverize.
I think he's
they
dead.
don't need much else. Trying to TP out, but the creeps more than enough as Pure doesn't even bother bringing his hero over. Just lets the creeps do their job. And with all these heroes here, you have to think that the tier 1 is also in peril for the side of Team Spirit.
Well, this is why everyone fears this team. But they're the strongest individual laning team, I would say, in all of Dota 2 right now, and they're showing that here. This might be a 6k lead at 10.
It is.
That is disgusting.
Well, we got some stacks for potential catch-up here from Team Spirit's side. And aside from the stacks, what do they need to try to do to get back in this game? Because you can see the top 3 net worths all on the side.
They need, okay, we need support level 6s. I think especially Miposhka 6 to be Iron Shelled. So that's good. You need a Iron Shell hookshot and like try to pick off maybe GPK when he's in the front. I don't really see Nightfall being able to die here unless you smoke, hex, stun, finger him like in a really nice position. So Spirit, they need levels, smoke up, use your spells and try and get back in this game. Not on GPK though, because he's got a shield rune with a blade mail.
Yeah.
So before you kill him, you guys are all killing yourselves.
Yeah. And although he doesn't have one in Uproar, some part of him doesn't mind being focus fired anyway.
Oh, he
Quick
wants
Uproar
to be
stacks,
oh.
And of course with Blade Mail now being acquired.
Collapse is in
you would love it.
trouble.
GPK making his way to the top lane with the trample into the pulverize. And GPK ends up with the kill instead of Nightfall, but yeah, everything going the way of BB team right now.
It's not easy for them to play this map right now, right? And we can see, oh, if they can steal these stacks too. Or just force a fight here for BBT.
GPK. Oh boy. Cogs comes out. Onslaught is going to be disrupted by the Cogs. GPK going for the trample play.
Not taking any damage.
Yeah, I don't know if Spirit can even contest this, especially considering the rest of BB team are here and ready. Even if it gets split, this is a win for BB team.
I hear Lycan form as well. Pure is coming.
Sticky bomb onto Laurel. Mira. He's gonna.
Holy.
The creeps just kill them all by themselves.
He's dead as well.
They don't even need a hero involved, and Laurel is next. And this is getting out of hand. BB team are crushing Team Spirit in this game number 1.
Okay, that's going to be a 12-minute tier 1 tower after stealing all their stacks, and Spirit, it's going to be hard for them to kind of crawl their way back in this. I do think there's got to be a smoke available after what you push out some lanes. Maybe Yatoro forces people bottom, then he dodges the gank and gets the TP out, but an 8k lead at this point is just filthy.
See the replay here. Not only getting the stacks, but heroes. Look at Mira. This is one of the most pathetic deaths I've seen.
He doesn't even have to hit him with the hero. He's just dying to skeletons.
Yeah. I did say that, but you weren't listening, of course. But
yeah, just returning the favor.
Yep, sounds good.
Nope.
Oh, this is blocked. GPK gets off his blade, but dies
That's a big
shortly
one.
after. Laurel, super
Save.
low, will be able to just barely get out of dodge, and that's a double kill for Collapse showing up. It's a nice wall. They get some valuable kills on the way of, on the side of Spirit.
We have
They're gonna need a
seen
lot more
this
than that.
in some of the matches, both Kiyotaka and GPK. I do think there's a, you know, a way for overplaying on their side as Spirit. Some very needed comeback gold and experience in this game. And of course, they're still up 7k at 13, so I don't think they mind too much.
Yeah, a lot of these core players do have the ability to make questionable decisions when they're very confident.
Yeah, as do you.
Thank you. I was thinking more of 23 Savage in the last game.
Too soon. Stop.
Too soon?
Stop.
Yeah,
If you're listening,
that was
I'm
actually
sorry.
really rough to watch.
Don't do it. Moving on in this game because I don't want to cry.
Pure has the Helm of the Overlord finished at base, and BB team are looking for another potential catch here on the Yatoro, who, I mean, he has treads, almost done with the Dragon Lance, but just needs a lot more than that.
I mean, BB team, if they just start the fight on their terms, like with some you like and form at the same time where GPK has like an onslaught into the fight, I don't really see how Spirit can kind of fight back. So they'll have to look around these tier 2s, maybe with lifts available, which currently they don't have, and just like keep playing the map. Yatoro needs more time, Laurel needs more time. But if BB just come at you on their pace, it's really hard to respond.
Yeah. They're showing already early on in game number 1 why they are potentially the most feared team in Dota right now. As long as they can keep their heads on straight, which is a big if, let's be real.
Being real.
But if they do, they have a lot of potential to be potential champions even in a tournament like this.
I mean, game is slowing down a little bit. If BB team don't find too many aggressive moves, they can definitely think about Roche very soon, as Nightfall absolutely untouched in this game so far on the Morphling as well. And Pure's net worth is, I mean, all their net worths are actually disgusting. 8,000 on Lycan at 14 minutes.
Yeah. Is there any potential for Spirit to try to, I was going to say steal Roche, but BB team have a way better Roche team as well.
Spirit have done
Focus Fire Drow with the clockwork up front.
Spirit have done it before, but honestly, if BBT give up Roche or Spirit get to sneak it, I feel like BBT would have to be actual AFK.
Yeah.
So I don't see it happening this time around, as Yatoro
spotted, gets off a nice gust, but
it will only delay.
Yeah, Pulverize to come. You can see a TP coming in, Tombstone placed as well. Another easy kill.
Oh, they got Nightfall.
Okay. Okay, was that?
The 2 supports coming in clutch.
Low on Agi, or high on Agi, I suppose. Low on brain cells, maybe, for me. As a tier 2 tower will be taken out, so despite losing their carry, they get the other carry.
Actually, a sick player that did that without vision, so Massive just ran in, got the instant hex into the finger off, but BB team do get the tier 2, and looks like they're probably just going to be thinking about Roche here.
Yeah, I would think so.
Oh. Yeah, we just see it on the minimap, as Miro just gets to run it on Nightfall. Just claps him out of the... Oh, yeah. Oh, the hook shot as well for good measure.
That's right. Can't take any chances when you're down this much. Into the Roche pit they will likely go. And
Nightfall does not care about the Roche.
No. Doesn't really have to, because you have Pure on the Lycan, and that's the main way that you will be able to shred this guy.
Just being very efficient. I think they're just going to give it to GPK here, allow him to continue to get into the map, as Nightfall is going to just rack up his gold and XP in this game.
Yeah, Pure Sacred Relics on the list, so I would assume it's a Nullifier.
Nullifier is a very good item in this game. All the Hurricane Pikes that may come out, the Wind Run, the Surge as well. So very good itemization here from Pure. Just continue to push the game forward with your net worth lead in this game.
Smoke from Spirit. They need to get something out of this. That goes without saying.
Do they have any wards on them? They have 1 on the clock, and they do see Nightfall.
Yeah. Find a way to surprise him. Techie's mine. Uses his waveform, but you can see Spirit just really careful, thinking that there's an entire team behind Nightfall, and they're not far off. That helps, though. Blink onto the Lion. That is a way to be able to close the gap and surprise the likes of Morphling.
Yeah, I think 5-on-5s are still very hard for Spirit to take in this game, which means you want to try to keep a more open map. Look for pickoffs as BB team. Hello, Yatoro.
Yeah, another Pulverize into a trample, but the mech comes out from Collapse. Is it going to be enough to save? Yatoro puts down the wall as Pure. I think he has one thing on his mind. He wants the Drow. Shackles there, though, into the Focus Fire. And this is going to be the death of Pure. Too aggressive from BB team. As Toronto Tokyo might be next on the list. Although GPK comes in with an onslaught, getting controlled shortly after.
Reinforcements are here.
Despite having the Aegis, Spirit able to capitalize on the positioning error there from Pure.
Pretty sick that they actually get to like hold a little bit, get some of these kills into the game, because I mean when you're this far ahead, like giving up a few of these kills is very costly.
Yeah. Still a 7K lead, of course, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. BKB now on GPK, but he gets hookshot into the cogs.
He's going to walk it off.
To the outside, and now Onslaught's back in.
BKB is here.
Into the Pulverize, showing off that newly picked up BKB. Double kill for Nightfall. And BB team, I was going to say they're close to the Torment, but it's 19.
Yes. When you cast the games, it will spawn at 18 minutes, of course, just like last time.
That'll be a good buff. I mean, they're going to ignore for 10 minutes anyway, so what's the point?
It's true. It could be up and no one cares.
Yeah.
As GPK, he just baits you with the high five. You think he's being stupid, but he's just baiting you. He just walks it off, comes back in with his freshly picked up BKB. Easy double kill for them.
Yeah.
Just continuing to push the game forward here.
Execution from BB team. Extremely high level right now. They're playing, in this tournament, they've been playing the best Dota that they've ever played, I would say.
Now, ooh, Mira with the Hex blink out.
Onslaught's coming for you, though, and the Blast Up actually cancels the TP.
Oh, that's on.
And they gain vision. Pulverizes there into the Techie's mind. 11K lead for B plus B team.
I mean, they are kind of doing it. And also, a lot of the itemization is great. I love the drums on Toronto, going for the Force next. Save already has a Force F himself, too. We touched on the Nullifier, which on Pure is nearly out. So they're just continuing to eat up this map. Nightfall playing around top, working or trying to work on his Ag and his Scepter as well. Of course, that's a big timing for the good old Waterman.
And this lead just continuing to grow.
Oh, focus fire on...
Spirit have not done anything to get back in this game. He actually takes over another creep, so Laurel doesn't even get the gold for that one.
Good job from Pure, not to feed any gold away.
Yep, and his Nullifier is about to be finished. Aegis is up for another minute on the side of GPK.
Pure's Nullifier and Helm of Overlord before even having level 2 ult. That is disgusting.
Yeah, it's been that kind of a game for BB team.
Poshka is doing some space.
Yeah, doing something. I was going to say, so for Team Spirit, the one thing they could have done was try to contest the Roche, or at least take it before BB team, but obviously the Aegis already on the side of their counterparts. Struggling to find a way for them to get back into this game, but the high ground defense could be a potential thing.
They see them on this great ward.
Pipe is picked up by Collapse. Well, Save not able to get the full initiation.
Okay, good surge.
Markseer able to surge himself. Maposhka might be the one caught out though. Pavis applied, nice vacuum to give him a little bit of space. Being able to hook shot to a zombie, it looks like Nullifier to the other side of the wall. Impenetrable, no way to get through, but the Tormentor will be going the way of Bebop team. And let's see who gets the shard.
Save, run away, bro.
It's gonna go to Save.
The reactive Taserinsky.
And that on Lycan, on Primal Beast, on Morphling, absurdly good.
Okay, so Pipe is completed. I don't even think Collapse is going to want to even bother building a Crimson Guard. Like, there's a Nullifier already on Dire, so no need for that. There's a Lizard pushing in the lane for Pure. Blink completed as well. Some of these item timings are not okay on BB team. But overall for Spirit, like, they are falling behind, but I think they're still doing a decent job at maintaining the map.
They're the best team in the world.
Because they kill both
Tormentors, both dead at 22 minutes. Grab ally at your disposal. That's, of course, the one they've been wanting.
Of course.
Because everyone would want that for free.
I mean, now even if Spirit go together and try to get a pick off, it's just hard. There's going to be the grab ally if Toronto Tokyo can't make his way there, so I think for Spirit, the gameplay will not change in the next few minutes. We need to split push. We need to get to the later stages of this game.
Defending this tier 1 tower, not wanting to give up an inch anywhere on the map. We'll see if they're able to get this tier 1 at the very least. You would think that BB team would show some mercy to the regional counterparts, Team Spirit.
So just Nightfall pushes in bottom. They might just go for the mid tier 2 next, and honestly, they might even like end up poking this high ground. They know that Spirit have nothing in them to fight back in this game. And BB team, they're one of the most aggressive teams. Like, they're not going to shy away from making a crazy play and just trying to get in your face even more.
Yeah. Well, Collapse does have a bunch of utility for a potential high ground defense. And I mean, how powerful could this back wall be? Getting illusions of a Morphling always pretty good, especially when they're this farm. There's GPK.
Space.
Defending the tier 1 tower. Maposhka will die. Mira's going to get spotted out, but should be able to TP.
We're still getting some decent items. We got the Philosopher's Stone. Yatoro, probably. Yeah, I mean, they're going to try what? Get this Aghanim, the Vac Wall you touched on. Morph Illusion is a banger one.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But the rest kind of meh. I mean, I guess you can steal the Lycan Helm of Overlord for your Drow and for your Wind Ranger, so that's not a joke. Getting that aura is pretty good.
I feel like we've seen a few games in this tournament where a team gets off to a really good start in the laning stage, and the other team is able to at least stem the bleeding to some degree. But this is just getting worse and worse and worse, and they're not really even fighting.
They can't
lead
fight.
is just growing.
Yeah, it's with how BB team are playing, it's just not easy for them to move around this map, because wherever they go, just gotta run away. You need to be afraid of the wolves as well. Might be giving you vision there. So overall, I mean, Spirit have got to play the clock here.
Well, it's a bit of a later Roche, so I guess that is perhaps good news for Spirit. About 2 minutes away, as Greaves now online for Collapse.
Oh.
Gonna see the Pulverize onto Miposhka. Does pop his Pavis, but he is all alone.
Any
Uproar
hook shots?
finally stacks there. TPing, he's actually gonna be out.
Space.
Yeah, I mean, GPK obviously could have popped his BKB a little bit earlier. But
I would say both of them are like kind of okay with this. You kick out the clock, but I think Miposhka is also very happy about just making some space, because any more golden XP you can get, as Shapeshift was used to. Okay. So Bebop's gonna wait for the Roche, as Laurel in the triangle, but looks like GPK is hunting.
Yeah, he's gonna get the Pulverize to start things out. And Laurel
nice onslaught.
Get onslaughted after the fact as Collapse gets off his Grease, but
Surge
a nice
pipe.
blast off coming in from Save, but a beautiful vac wall with the multi-shot to follow. Looks like this Undying is gonna be the first to fall. So finally, Team Spirit showing some signs of life.
Can we show the CS department real quick? I think Yatoro's CS in this game, with the position they're in, is actually disgusting.
That's true.
269, like he has an axe in this fight. He did split the Dragonlance, which we have seen before. Collapse with a very nice turn here. You get the vac, wall, I think Greaves, pipe, surge, everything to keep Larl alive. And Yatoro, I mean, let's not underestimate the Drow versus Morph matchup. It's a good one for the Drow Ranger if you do get to hit.
Yep, that is true. All right, well, Team Spirit
not
cutting
too happy
into this
about
lead
that.
a bit. That's the first time they've cut into this ever-growing lead. It was about 16K before. Now to 12. As they're going to smoke up, knowing that Roche could potentially be spawning, and he actually will be in 5 seconds. Save will be able to spot this first with the mine.
Still not an easy fight for Spirit. Sure, you do have this Aghanims on your Toro and you're getting more items on your cores, but BBT is still majorly in the driver's seat here, right? You've got all these BKBs. Even Nightfall picked up his BKB.
Yeah, they're trying, you can see, Spirit are trying to do the cheeky steal. They're gonna need some sort of vision.
They need Miposhka too. So you can maybe try, what, Rocket Flare into a steal?
If you Rocket Flare, that gives them a little bit of time, if it's not perfectly timed.
I'm down for this play. Here it comes.
Might just go for the blind hook shot right after Roche dies. This is the second Roche, so maybe you'll be able to get the cheese.
Oh, can Mira do them dirty?
One of the two.
He lost vision. 3, 2,
oh.
Finger it!
Going in really deep. There's a big blast off though as Nightfall kills Mira, takes the Aegis. That is unfortunate for Team Spirit as BB team continue to win every engagement, it feels like, minus that last small one.
Well, this is just both teams playing a very nice Dota. Like, Spirit know that, okay, we cannot contest this. What is the best thing we can do? Keep your cores farming, while the two heroes who could maybe contest, he was very close. Like, if they had got like one hit of more each and he fingers the Roche here and it dies, he just got it.
Yeah, that was close.
So honestly, nice heads-up play from both teams. Oh yeah, the bird's eye view.
Beautiful. So Aegis cheese on the side of BB team.
Lots of drawing coming out as Larl telling his team something about top and bottom.
Crazed drawing.
There's a DD rune up top, which Spirits see it. They're the ones with a ward here, so Larl might be able to bottle that up for himself.
Yeah, Collapse. I think this is maybe the most important hero for Spirit.
Yeah.
For any kind of defense, he is of the utmost importance. He's getting closer to Shiva's.
I mean,
actually a little bit surprised he's going for that instead of just the outright blink.
For Collapse here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he might still change it up, because I agree, I kind of like Blink. Like, if you're a 2x B team here, you still feel very good and you're up 12k gold, but Cannot underestimate some vacuum impale later on in the game with this Drow Ranger playing on range. So they're going to poke in the high ground now.
Indeed, they have the Aegis to work with. Fortify is up. These are some difficult heroes to kill.
It's a DD Wind Ranger, and remember, there's a Drow aura. You're getting attack speed. You're actually even getting bonus damage from the bonus agility as well, since you're universal.
True. It does have the hypothermia onto Nightfall. As a Tombstone is placed, pulverized initiation, but the hook shot cancels.
Good shackle.
GPK stuck inside the cogs now. Is Nightfall getting controlled a bit? As 5 stacks the hypothermia. He does have to be careful with that despite having the Aegis.
Force F.
Techies, likely the first to drop. No, the big Soul Rip coming out will save him. As Nightfall and company looking to disengage completely.
Vacuum wall.
Back wall onto 2 with the Gleipnir to follow. Nice force that's going to save Techies, but they're going to lose Pure. And now Bebop on the run. Gonna get some vision of Nightfall. If they can get this Aegis, this would be enormous. But he turns
into
the
double force.
Drow with the Gust. They get the Gleipnir again. Mira continuing to control, draining mana as well. That's enough. Aegis down.
He has
Manta. Now he's surrounded. Cogs are there. He's getting controlled up. He gets off the attribute shift though into the waveform.
The vacuum!
The vacuum down to the low ground. Gusted up, impaled, and destroyed.
Uh-oh, Boombox. Not the fight that they want on the enemy high ground there. Spirit were really ready on all the counterplay. Hookshot to cancel the Polarize at the start and then just going too deep. I mean, Team Spirit's team fight, when they just get to sit in the back and kite, like they were kiting this out so nicely, and now they just get to follow. With a good Shackle follow-up, like this vacuum wall to just follow and keep the fight going.
Yeah, that was a clean defense. Very nicely played from Spirit.
Even this chase here.
They do get
the double force stab. What a beautiful play. Psychic headband into the Hex stun. You know, I thought maybe Nightfall is fine here because he had the Manta on the respawn. That's just perfect layering.
Yeah, this vacuum. Everybody's all over the place. I mean, what do you think of the Drow Morphling matchup when it gets to like mid to late game, just on average?
Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger favorite for sure. You ignore all the armor, you're high range yourself, you have like all the stacking up now of the arrows and slowing down the regen, stacking damage with the Aghanims. So if your Toro just gets to hit and play longer fights, which currently seems to be the case for them, I definitely prefer their scaling over BBT's.
Yeah, they have definitely cut into this lead severely. We thought that BB team would be able to kind of run away with this thing. But now some power spikes coming the way for Team Spirit. The Hurricane Pike came during that fight for Yatoro and already has an ultimate orb into the eventual Silver Edge, it looks like. Not opting for the Glacier, unfortunately.
Did he want to build the Lincolns? Or is that coming right now? With the orb against the Morph, I guess? One thing he might be thinking about.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, there is a Lincoln's recipe in this quick buy. They found Maposhka with the Wolves, but...
Poshka? Ooh. Barely.
That was a long TP and I still couldn't get him as Tormentor picked up for the jetpack for Maposhki. So down to a 6k lead only for BBT here.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised about this win probability. Team Spirit, just one of the best teams at clawing
55%.
Yeah.
And they're down 6k right now. Gaben likes the matchup.
I mean, honestly, you have two physical cores, kind of. I mean, Morph is somewhat of a hybrid, but Wind Ranger with this Drow Ranger aura, like, cannot underestimate it. With all these auras and teamfight behind, like, BBT is safe. Jesus, my friend.
That was close, but Habibi team able to secure the shard for Pure.
And sure, you have the AC now as well, right, on the Lycan, but Collapse has a Shivas himself. He's got Greaves and Pipe, and if he just walls Pure, they get AC and the Helm of Overlord aura for both of his range cores. Honestly, that illusion might be more valuable than Nightfall's.
Yeah, quite possibly could be.
Oh. Some cog action going on.
Yeah, very important. I'm impressed though. Spirit, we talked about it before. They're very familiar with BB team.
Yep.
Played them a lot, along with Nine Pandas, of course. So probably if I had to say, this is just a guess, probably the two teams that are least afraid of playing against them.
Probably so.
Right? Because they've just played against them so many times.
They've played against each other a lot in DPC. I think Spirit had their number for the first 2 DPCs.
Yeah, which if you think about it, might be considered a bad draw for BB team.
Potentially, yeah. I think BBT just kind of outskill a lot of other teams, but Spirit, they kind of know how to hold on, how to play against it. There's Toronto Tokyo with his classic bongo build. I do love the bongo boots for this lineup as well. And the third Roche will soon be on the deck. 1 more minute until we know the respawn.
He's a really fast Roche. Or, I mean, the fact that we're talking about a third Roche at 34 minutes.
Yeah.
Willie and Wonka
have died 15 times.
Yeah. Wonka survives because they keep creating remakes of that movie, so why not?
I mean, they're looking. How's the vision looking? Spirit have 1 ward like deep behind enemy lines, which it doesn't see them yet. But if they can
into these techies' minds is so annoying.
If they can force BBT back into this ward that they have, that will be big for them. But let's see, Maposhko dropping half HP here.
Well, 20 seconds until we know. Roche off. This would be the first Roche off of the game, despite it being the third Roche. But it feels like Team Spirit actually can contest.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time that Spirit can fight back in this game. They've done a tremendous job so far to even like be in this position.
Yeah. But we can see that barbecue.
What? Damn it. Shannon, keep it together. You didn't even finish the whole term.
It's so stupid. I can't say that one is too funny. As we have teams stop laughing. As Laurel will focus fire this tier 3 in the mid lane.
Okay.
Oh, I hear Lycanult. Nice blast off. They're gonna find Yatoro right off the bat, and he's dead. All alone.
My goodness. Well, Laurel is doing his best Zai impression.
Absolutely. Not too shabby. Gets the Gleipnir as well and escapes. This is 60 seconds where they can take Roche because it's already spawned.
I honestly think this might just be theirs. Spirit might want to look for a similar play that they did before, but BBT have got to be ready for this one this time as
Maposhka. He gets the lead in. So much burst damage from BB team.
I mean, Larla's back at the mid tier 3 though.
Not quite, but yeah, very close.
He did nearly get the entire tower there. So Spirit gonna gate to bottom with a quick pause. Sorry, no gates, but TPs. As I mean, BBT will be able to just pick up the Roche for free here.
Yeah, I would think so.
I don't see any counterplay to it. Which it will give them a refresher shard. I wonder if you want to give that to... I mean, both Pure and GPK, I think, can use that very well to try and keep the momentum of the fight going and keep pushing forward. Because that's the most important thing when you play against these range carriers. You need to get on top of them. Force them to run away.
I mean, there is 40 seconds. And for the side of BB team, it's only Pure in the pit. Although Nightfall's not too far away, so... Yeah, I guess that is plenty of time in the end.
No, Nightfall he'll be there. The auras are pretty important, though, for this Morphling Drow matchup. Pure with the AC. I don't know if there's a Solar Crest in the mix as well, but definitely want to help Nightfall with some of that.
Yeah, this is the Roche with a refresher shard, so I would guess that GPK would be the one to take it, actually.
I just said all of this 30 seconds ago.
What? What'd you say?
The refresher shard will be important for GPK.
Did you say that before me? All right, good. Having a lot of fun here.
Food.
Having a lot of fun here casting Boombox team. As
could be worse.
They are on the steps of killing.
MMR is just a number.
I don't think so.
All right, just get yourself together here.
No, we're back.
Everything's fine.
We're back in the game.
Unpaused and into the Roche pit they go.
It's one of these games where even though one team is very far ahead, you know that the game is way more even than what the numbers show you.
Tier 3 dead. So it is a trade of sorts. Yatoro obviously not wanting to die like he did, but they at least get something out of it, which we saw the importance of that, like you brought up with Zai in the last game. I mean, if he hadn't gotten those double racks earlier, it's the shackle shot. Not going to connect on the
good
pure, but a
back
big back
though.
wall. But this is more of a defensive measure, it looks like, from Team Spirit. Surprised that they actually want to fight despite Yatoro not being alive. Mira is dead. Maybe they weren't expecting BB Team to show up in full force this fast.
Honestly, if that shackle connects, as the illusions are just straight up AFK, I think if the shackle connects, that might just be a kill. I don't know if Toronto was close enough to grab ally and then save, but I do kind of like the play from both teams. BBT with a good reaction. Now they can push in some more lanes on the map. As Spirit gonna keep trying to just delay and get a better position on this map for now.
And Nightfall is an absolute monster. My goodness, he has farmed. 25k net worth with a 3k lead just on Yatoro, who we've praised for being so efficient on his farming patterns this game, despite being at the disadvantage pretty much from the get-go.
Lauren does get out.
Got to give credit to Laurel, though, as well. He's been definitely keeping them in the game as
for sure. Like
a little bit here.
Some good map movement for him, pressuring the tier 3 around mid. And now he's just scaling very well. Like, cannot stress it often enough.
So Aegis and Cheese for BB Team. As Pure pretty damn close to finishing his BKB. And it looks like Nightfall is that a Daedalus? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the thing still for Nightfall is that he's going to have to tell his team about how to fight. Because even if Yatoro is behind, like right now it's 3k net worth, but even if it's like 5 or 6, he needs to tell his team exactly what he needs them to do. Because if Yatoro gets to hit him or his team freely, I think Spirits still have great chances in the next team fights. As scouting out.
Just pushing this into a smoke. It looks like Spirit want to perhaps be the aggressors despite being against this Aegis right now.
I mean, Nightfall's picking out this mid lane. Surely they saw what happened last game where you just keep letting the enemy team push in one lane. Now suddenly you have Laurel going mid again because your mid ranks are also exposed because BBT, they would have come pushing bottom and start knocking at these racks.
No.
Zipping out Laurel, who gets himself some more bonus gold here.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at delaying this. Essentially just deleting some time from this Aegis, but I think more of it than anything is BB Team just waiting for these items to come out before they're comfortable pushing, because what happened last time, it can't happen again, because that gives more opportunity for Spirit to get back in this game.
I do like the freedom and confidence though, especially from Laurel on this map that you touched on earlier, and it's not too surprising that these two teams are having long games. I think BB have the longest average game time and Spirit have like the 3rd longest, so I think we're going to be in for more game time and more bangers here as Yatoro does have the Shadow Blade.
Yeah, he does.
So
We've
he will be
seen him
masked.
be first a few times where he just dies right off the bat.
Laurel, good shackle.
Shackle shot onto the
Insta
Undying.
kill.
But he gets forced after safety.
He's
onto
still
the
alive.
other side of the river. He lives. Pure is in there now with his ult and his BKB, his GPK showing off his Aghanim Scepter, doing absolutely massive damage. Man,
nice
a lot
forces,
of clip
though.
walking in this game. They're going to be able to take out the Clockwork. Somehow that's the first death in this fight. And Mira completely whipping his Impale. My goodness. That's a double kill for Nightfall, taking advantage.
Good onslaught.
GPK gets off his BKB, along with his Uproar Ags. That's a buyback onto
Another
the
wolf
Lion.
form.
Pure, I guess that's the Refresher Orb used by him. And the cheese, I believe, popped by GPK, so using a lot of these consumables.
Okay, Laurel is back.
Laurel focusing again on the Undying.
Another
Toronto
save.
took it again, forced staff to safety. They cannot kill this Undying. But GPK completely left alone now inside the cogs. But getting off the Uproar again as Pure trying to isolate Yatoro with that Nullifier, but has to run out because his ult is running out. GPK looks like he's going to be left to die. And somehow Team Spirit did cost them a buyback, but they defend, and now Pure in his human form, slow to a crawl, hook shot as well onto the Morphling. He's completely drained of mana. This might be another kill. He's getting his attribute shift off.
We've seen this before.
But this is going to be death number 1.
No cogs. There's a stun available on Mira.
Yep, the gust.
Oh my god, they
into
got
the
him
right
again.
clicks, more than enough damage. And Team Spirit, I have no idea how they're doing it, but they continue to defend.
They just kite so nicely back and forth. 2 buybacks as well. I mean, I understand BBT chasing in these fights, but god damn. Spirit just keep fighting back. You have no Nightfall now for 70 seconds.
Yeah. There's no tower here, as we've mentioned so many times. So Yatoro, he's just going to go for the buildings. Can BB Team do anything about it? It doesn't look like it. This is going to be a full set of racks for Team Spirit. And he's actually going to poke at the tier 4s to start things out, trying to force a buyback onto GPK. But this is a ton of damage. They're going to use their fortification as well.
They hit really hard.
15 seconds. Yeah, this is a drought. This is no joke.
BBB Team have to do something here.
Nice blast off from Save, getting off some Techie's mines as well. But forced staff to safety, gonna prevent a little bit of damage thanks to the disarm, but Yatoro just back at it again. This is tier 4 tower number 1 down.
Okay, Pure's back.
It's a 4v5 still, even with Pure, as the Undying Tombstone will be healed up at the last moment. GPK showing up out of nowhere, deletes Maposhka, looking for Yatoro next, but there's the Shadow Blade.
It's gonna be fine.
Pale gonna connect on some creeps. That's a little bit better than last time, but not good enough. Oh! Sticky Bomb is there. Big back wall onto several heroes. GPK getting bursted from 100 to 0. Does have buyback still. Morphling up naturally in 3 seconds. Shackle not connecting. And with that, Spirit might need to back off, because Boom Shakalaka Team, they're up and running.
I cannot believe they got so much out of this. The defense into... You go on the tier 4s, you just poke. You get more kills out of it. You force a Toronto-Tokyo buyback. They got a tier 4, nearly a second one, and now they're the ones in the driver's seat on this... They just gave him the bottle. Is it just to heal up? Okay. I thought there's some DD room coming around. Shackle, it hits.
Yeah, focus fires there. Gleipnir too, with nice force staffs. The force staffs have been on point for BB Team. And it still hasn't been enough, because somehow Team Spirit now at the advantage.
I think BB Team, they need to take a breather and think about how they want to fight. Yatoro is just getting free fight after free fight. You need to go around and assassinate this Drow Ranger. He has got to be your #1 target. Like, smoke around, wait from the back, shapeshift. I don't know what you got to do, but they need to figure it out quickly or they're going to lose this game.
Yeah. 20 seconds for GPK. Obviously, we'll prefer not to buy back if he doesn't have to. It's a tier 4 tower. I mean, there's no point in going to other lanes. There's still tier 2s. Both tier 4 towers down. Ancient completely
25
exposed.
on Yatoro.
Nice
gust.
Onto Save. Actually, it's a BKB.
Nightfall. Nice
what
save.
In God's name? Tombstone, grab ally onto Nightfall. He pops his BKB shortly after coming as Yatoro.
What? He just got the
Ancient. Do they have enough damage? I can't believe it. Team Spirit have no business winning this game. Oh my goodness. More than enough damage from the Drow Ranger. I literally can't believe what I just saw.
I'm just seeing the same games back to back with the throne shenanigans. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. That is, they were in complete control. BB Team had no business losing this game. They were up 15K at like 25 minutes. That is, wow. Gaben was right.
If these games aren't giving the viewers TI vibes, then I don't know what. We just witnessed 2 games back to back that are crazy. Team Spirit, they just hold on to these games. I don't know how they do it, where Yatoro's stats are 3, 5, and 7. You think this guy is clowning around, but he's just doing an insane performance with all of them. Going beast mode.
It's all building damage. You got to give huge credit to Laurel.
Yeah.
Only died twice in a game where they were getting, let's be honest, they were getting stomped.
Yes.
Takes out the tier 3 mid, and that opened up the game for Team Spirit. Just one fight. But let's go to the panel to try to break down this game #1.
Semi-finals in the upper bracket, certainly living up to the billing. These are $1 million games to be sure, and Team Spirit able to take the first game under very difficult circumstances. The large bulk of these early replays here are going to involve BB Team dominating the fights, pushing Team Spirit to the edge, having them try to do some shenanigans like trying to steal Roshan's. This game should have been so easy for them to close out, but Team Spirits just kept holding and holding and holding.
Yeah, I mean, after watching this, do we start at the end or the beginning? Is the beginning even relevant in a game like this? I don't know, it's pretty wild. Like, they won all 3 lanes. It's like, it's smooth sailing. They're eventually going to have the ability to get on top with these range cores with the Drow Ranger, with the Wind Ranger. No problem. And then this was the fight. This was the fight where they just decided that they want to fight, but it wasn't enough. They needed it back sooner, and I will say that Laurel with that Gleipnir there was really clutch to stop the Lycan there. Maybe Morphling step back to, maybe I should protect my Lycan, and this is where disaster struck.
Yeah, yes, you were calling literally for a Gleipnir buyer at the very end of the draft, and it worked out fabulously for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, he put on his best eye impression, that mid lane push on Laurel. Like, they just were composed. I gotta give props, like the TI vibes I get from these games that Kezu mentioned is the fact that these teams that are losing, they are finding every little thing they can do to make the other team have to like break formation. And that was just the beginning. We saw Laurel like buy the Blink Dagger late in the game, and GPK and Toronto Tokyo are like chasing him around the map, and all this chaos just slowly but surely dragging out the game, giving them enough time to get effectively 6 slots on Yatro, even though he's 3, 5, and 7. So hats off to them. I mean, BB team, I'm sure they're upset about this loss, but what else can you do?
What the hell is going on with these games at Riyadh Masters? Because it seems like if you won the game, if it's in the bag, you have 10, 20k gold lead. Apparently it doesn't mean anything. You just lost at this point. We had so many great comebacks coming into this one. And also, I think we got to give credit to Collapse. Like his vacuum walls on multiple, like 3, 4, it was just like game winning. And Gleipnir that Brian mentioned on top of that, just to keep them in place. He also played slightly like Zai, tried to go for a little bit of a split push. And now we see in the end like the power of this Drow Ranger. It's sitting on the high ground and just dealing damage, being uncontested. Really like the itemization on her, like multiple saves as well. We've seen the plays with double, triple, 4 staffs coming into the play from Team Spirit as well.
Yeah, I think a very good demonstration of what these collapse plays on us dogs here look like is our STC play from game 1. Let's take a quick look here. At this point in time, BB team, they have themselves an Aegis. Sure, you've just lost a Lycan, but you're not really that concerned, you fear. You're like, you know what, it's a Morphling. This guy's gonna be able to get out. He should be Gucci, but double 4-star from Mira. They take away the first life, and even then, you're not that worried. Like, I have a waveform out of this. I should be okay.
Yeah, but you didn't account for the instant vacuum here. It's like he had this queued up right when it went off, so it was so very quick, and he just comes back to that low ground there, and down he goes there. And a lot of this game, if you are Team Spirit here, of course you're grateful that you won here, but this is not the type of win that you wanted to have going into this. Obviously, this isn't the loss you want either if you're a BB team, but this was a rough one. They're gonna have to definitely sit back a little bit, be grateful for this. Hopefully, BB team doesn't do that thing, you know, when they get a little tilted and goes too well.
Yeah.
I don't know that thing again. But we'll have to see. This is definitely a devastating loss for BB team. They felt like they should have had this one in the bag. Team Spirit, though, they're proving here, like when tensions are high, no game is over. Just always play until the very end. Something crazy can happen, and stakes are high and crazy things are happening today.
Yeah, stakes are high, crazy things have been happening in pretty much every game that we've witnessed so far here in the upper bracket of the Riyadh Masters. BB team 1 game behind. One thing that concerns me, Lacoste, every game they've lost up until this point, all 3 of them were from advantageous positions. They haven't actually been rolled over just yet. They actually come back when they're being rolled over. So I'm worried now going into game 2.
No one figured out how to play against the BB team in the laning stage because they are always like super strong. 10 minutes into the game, you'll see 2, 5, 7k net worth advantage depending who they're playing against. I think Team Spirit, they need to get themselves slightly stronger lanes to start with because I don't think the same thing should happen. And I don't know. I said that BB team, if they win this one, if they win the whole series, they're gonna take the whole thing. Now, not thinking that anymore because
opposite now.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, this might just tilt them out of the whole tournament.
Well, BB team is collecting their thoughts at the moment, just breathing and trying to get themselves in a positive frame of mind for the next game. Jenkins is in the audience right now, taking a temperature of what's happening in the arena and how people are feeling about the game we just witnessed.
What a game. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing's on, just making sure. I was sitting next to you guys. You guys, of course, I'm not biased. We're rooting for which team? You first.
Team Spirit.
And you?
Team Spirit, for sure.
They were. Can you confirm that I said, that when they had the first push, that I said this game is over?
Yes, I confirm it.
That was an insane match. What would you guys do if you're on BB team? How do you come back from that in a game of Dota? Have you guys ever had pubs that are like that? Like, don't you just lose the next 10 games of Dota?
I think so, but what I would do is I would maybe nerf Collapse.
Collapse is just too good, dude. All right, now here's another question for you. Team Spirit, they always lose game 1, and then they win the series. What happens if they win game 1 like that?
I hope they don't lose the other 2 games, but, you know, hopefully they break the trend.
We will see if the curse holds true. I don't know if it's a curse. I don't know what it is. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. Spirit fans, we'll get some BB fans for the next one. Let's go to a game 3, guys. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Glad the audience is enjoying life. Glad that they're supporting Team Spirit because, you know, they'll probably be happy about the result of the first game. BSJ, though, one thing we should talk about, and Faith Beyonders harping on this point quite heavily when you was on the panel. The team that has a lot of team fight has a much better opportunity to win the game when things do get chaotic. And BB team, yes, they have very strong lanes. Yes, they have good ability to close you down and chase you quickly. But in retrospect, their team fight options are actually not that great relative to what Team Spirit had to offer.
Yeah, I feel like Darkseer as a whole is just the trump card with all the team fighting going on right now. It feels so like there's so many different combinations with the vacuum. Even Drow Ranger with the like Splinter when somebody blows up when they die, it felt like a sick combo in the end. So maybe that's something to consider for them, is that they're going to probably win their lanes regardless of what they draft. And if they have a more like team fight scaling lineup, then this kind of game won't happen again. But at the same time, you don't want to just like scrap everything you came in prepared with.
Yeah, I think when we came through like play-ins, group stages, teams that are not as good when it comes down to team fight, to like just execution, they're gonna slightly lean towards team fight in general. But now we don't see that much team fight. If you remove Darkseer from both of these teams, there's not much team fight going on. But Darkseer, like he can single-handedly provide you with the team fight. We've seen yesterday, Acer against EG, 5-man vacuum wall. There's certain areas in the map where Darkseer really shines, especially near the Lotuses, near the new Roshan spots. The hero just makes so many things happen.
I mean, it's not just Darkseer, it's Darkseer in tandem with the Lion that helped a lot yesterday, and of course helped out the side of Team Spirit today to get them this first game victory. Not over just yet for the side of BB team. They still have a road to recovery. And of course, if they are going to recover, a lot of it is going to come down to the performance of their star mid laner, GPK. So let's take a look at his journey here to the semifinals in the upper bracket of the Riyadh Masters.
My name is Daniel. My nickname GPK. I play BB team.
What makes GPK stand out from other players? I don't know, you want me to give the good answer or the kind of cheeky answer? Because he wears this toxicity on his sleeve to an extent. I think I've never had so many players, both within the talent scene and in the professional scene, pretty regularly say how much they don't enjoy queuing against or with GPK.
I'm toxic in pubs, and I'm fighting in real life. I think I actually like it. Why not? Because, you know, you play pubs, you can't stay always positive. I don't know. You play first 2 games, maybe you're positive, and after you can't.
His pub personality transcends him, but after speaking to him, he says that that's almost like a persona to an extent. He finds himself to be a very comical individual with his team, which I can say that his teammates corroborated, and he has no interest in really changing his public personality. I think he kind of enjoys being a heel to an extent.
But you know, all my friends know I'm in real life not toxic, I'm just fighting guy.
GPK originally was kind of languishing in the Eastern European scene for a while. Obviously he was on good rosters, but he wasn't standing out, at least not for the right reasons. Now, in the recent history, he's started to really be one of those mids that you need to fear, and mids that are bringing new playstyles and new attitudes to the game.
Already out onto Shiro. Give up on this team fight, I think. They just got to retreat. They're not going to be able to lead, though. GPK is going to use the last bit of his mana to hunt down Shiro. Now the Timber Saw is next. Caught inside the kinetic field, surrounded by too many heroes. He dies as well. 4 dead. GPK picking up the triple kill.
I wanna play, I think, against Team Liquid. Because we play a lot of against Gladiators, and now I wanna play against Liquid. Because they top 2 was tournament. I think in first 2 tournaments we have a lot of problems with communication, just casual problems team, and now we fix it. We wanna show what we can play Dota. Now, what is my goal for the tournaments? To win, and nothing else.
Game 2, GPK needs to be able to step things up if they want to get back into a position where they are winning games. We've already seen in the mid lane matchup, things were going relatively okay. He was able to make some very fast moves around the map, able to apply pressure onto your Toro, but unfortunately still ended up losing the game. So heading into the second game here, what do you want to see from him? Fear that's going to enable him not just in the earlier portion of the game, but also help him to close it out.
I mean, I'll be real with you here. He was the driving force in that last game for why they kind of threw. Like, they went a bit too far. He went in with his BKB. His team kind of wanted to go back. He went forward. He might be blaming himself a little bit for that play there. And I think for him specifically, just don't get overexcited in these type of situations. He hasn't yet to be able to win a major tournament yet. Maybe he was like feeling, we're doing it, I'm going to keep going. Didn't see his limits there, overextended a little bit, cost his team that team fight, and it seemed like that's all they needed to take that game for Spirit.
Well, we'll see what he has in store for us in the second game as they're getting back into it. Team Spirit versus BB Team. Game 2 here in the upper bracket. Let's start off the draft. Here we go. Game 2. Team Spirit will be playing on the Dire side this time around with the second pick. BB Team first pick on the Radiant. Lacoste, given the side swap, given the order of Q swap, what do we want to be seeing here from BB to open the draft?
I don't know if BB Team wants to straight up ban Darkseer because he was the one that caused so many issues, and they're going to do it. I think you need to make that ban happen because that's basically how they lost the game. Some overextension, of course, but don't give the Darkseer like 2 times in a row. We've seen at TI10 what happens when you give a Collapse his comfort hero, and this seems to be the hero for him at Riyadh Masters.
I really wish that Faith Beyond had told Javed about this, but what can we do? Team Spirit having to remove the Snapfire from the pool. This is going to be good for them, BSJ, because BB Team have not lost a single game at this tournament when they have the first pick. So they are back in their comfort zone in that regard.
Okay, that's definitely a scary statistic that Team Spirit's facing up against. And I would just like to say about GPK a little bit here that maybe I'm just hungry, but some of that I think was a bit of baloney in the sense that he's the only player I've ever seen visually tilt in a professional match. So I've got all my eyes on him this game.
Through
I want to see him on a say it again.
Through gameplay, right?
Yeah, I'm saying like in his gameplay, you can feel that he is frustrated. Like so, when I see him overextending last game, like this isn't uncharacteristic of him. I'm sure it's super frustrating when you're trying to kill this Drow and she gets 4-staffed 6 times in the middle of the fight. Like I'm sure that gets really frustrating, but the way they handled this situation now, like I don't know if him as an individual has ever been in such a high stakes match, especially come up off such a surprising loss, and you only had about 15 minutes to recover. So we see Coddle in the opening, but I've got my eyes more on GVK than overall hero composition.
So what do we think of here, given that it's left in the pool, Storm Spirit for Law? Yep, immediately taken up by Team Spirit.
Yeah, some mind games here, making sure they don't get the combo. But what do you pair it with? There's an IO in the pool that is popular. Rest in peace, Pugna. Haven't seen that here in a while. So you are taking away the combo, but Storm itself, it can work if it doesn't have that battery, but most of the time when it does work without the battery, you just have to have a good laning stage. You have to have like some farm attached to that, because Storm Spirit without a battery has a very difficult time getting back into the game.
Yeah, I like this opener from Team Spirit. There's a bunch of games where they open up with Silencer +1, because they often tend to pick Laurel's hero in the first phase, and he's playing these like initiators, like these squishy heroes, these spirits that need some kind of a follow-up, and this is going to be a good way to defend it. So Vipochka on his Silencer, one of the better ones out there for sure. You know, you zip in, you have a lot of team fight you can protect the Storm with. You also give free reign to Storm Spirit. When he jumps in, he can choose his targets, and Keeper of the Light, like he wants to keep the distance, so playing into Storm Spirit, not going to be an easy task for him.
Unfortunately, over the 5 games that this has been played, it has been not super successful, BSJ, the Silencer, or the 12 games, sorry. It's been, at this point, we're sitting at a 7-6 on the other side, 7-5, I believe. It's not great. However, 75% for Miposhka when he plays the Silencer. But we did see Silencer lose early on today. This exact opener lost for Talon Esports. So talk me into it. I do not believe in Silencer. Why is it good for this?
I respect a team that has success with a hero. They're 3-1 on Silencer and 3-1 on Storm, and they have never picked Pugna or Io with the Storm, so they've never given it a battery. They've only attempted the Coddle, but they know what works for them, you know? And I think that what the Silencer does is, instead of being the battery for you in terms of giving you mana, he's allowing you to skip that BPB, because you were talking about how you were wondering what the stat was on Storms in regards to what's their average BKB timing without a Silencer on their team and with a Silencer on their team. And that definitely allows you to delay it because you effectively have one for the first 4 seconds of the fight. So they go for the Tiny. I think this is a pretty I would say, high ego pick almost from GPK in the sense that this hero is not highly prioritized, but it's almost certainly for him in the mid lane. It's a very common counter to Storm Spirit, and I think he owns on it, but it's also a hero that's a little bit underwhelming right now.
Most definitely, and they picked the same opener when they played against Team Master. GPK did play it. Not sure if I like it too much, even though they did win that series, they win that game, but it feels like lackluster. A few shut down Tiny, like sometimes it does feel, even if he has a Blink Dagger, but if he doesn't have a hero to play with, sometimes it's just not enough. Adding all these neutral items, especially that gives you like magic resistance, HP against Tiny, that's always going to be potent. You know, Raindrop, getting a Fluffy Hat. So buying all these small items against lineup like this is always going to be really good. At least he has Keeper of the Light with him, which is going to give him mana, one of the better heroes overall to use this Chakra magic. So have this combo multiple times in a row. It's like playing with Arcane Rune, which even better.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, I hope they leave the option open for this Tiny to be on support, because GPK still has some great options that can work with the support Tiny, and the Death Prophet and in the Puck that are really good with a Tiny that can crush a Storm as well and make things happen on the map. But we'll have to see if Team Spirit looks into that at all.
That would also mean if they decide not to play Tiny on the mid lane, that Save would need to play a new hero at this tournament, and so would Toronto Tokyo. I don't know if you want to run position 5 Keeper of the Light. I think you have very limited options because the hero kind of griefs the lane with what he wants to do, so I prefer him to be played as position 4.
I find it interesting about Mira as well as Save in the 4 position. Mira has branched out a little bit this tournament playing melee 4s, but I don't think I've seen Save play a melee 4 in like a year. So I think it's even more glaringly apparent that there is absolutely zero flex on this Tiny, and I think in theory it'd be great if they could, and it would aid them in this draft, but I find very unlikely based on what happened with the Toronto-Tokyo Enigma incident a few days ago that that's going to happen in such an important best of 3.
I would agree too. Just sometimes strange things happen on the big stage when there's a lot of money on the line, so you never know.
I had heard there've been some interviews that haven't necessarily aired with some of these players, and with BB team, many of them, I can tell you, have been referencing how much they're looking forward to winning the money at this tournament, more so than the prestige. So they're definitely having it in the back of their minds how much they want to earn here, as they do now remove this Bloodseeker. Disruptor getting taken out by Team Spirit. Disruptor, what I feel like this is also one of these heroes, especially from the Eastern European region, Lacoste, that when the odds are very high, the stakes matter a lot, always Disruptor is involved somehow.
Yeah, most definitely. This has been the CIS Classic for years, pretty much ever since Dota exists. They like to pick this hero. And I'm looking at the bans from Team Spirit. I see Disruptor, I see Legion Commander. The first hero that comes to my mind for them is Tidehunter, because both of these heroes are really good against him. You need some kind of a lockdown, doesn't like to play into Static Storm, doesn't like to play into Duel. So if they feel like they need that team fighter that they had in the previous game, I'm down for some Tide.
I also think we might see a Faceless Void. I think it's really highly prioritized by both teams. You have the Tiny, it's a good hero this tournament, and I think if they like ban Axe, for instance, here, even though Axe is not a traditionally strong hero this tournament, Pure has won with it out of all the players who've picked it, and also Disruptor, Legion are good against Void too. So they're either covering what I think is an off-lane pick immediately out the gate here, like Lacoste said, or potentially a high-profile carry with a lot of them getting banned out.
Fear, how do you feel about them potentially trying to set up for a Broodmother pick? Okay, they banned
there you go.
Actually, yeah.
Well, not anymore. So I think from this position here, most likely you just pick your 4, then wait to see what other 2 heroes BB team is going to show out there. A lot of you could go with Lions still popular.
There's also Rubik. I think
Rubik's still in the pool,
feels really good, especially against Tiny. Also
like
Court Tiny, most likely, so that means his abilities are going to be maxed out early on. Some good spells to steal.
So the other heroes he's played are Lion, Clockwork, Marana, the Bat Rider, as well as Tusk.
Marana.
There's Marana. Marana has an insane win rate at this tournament, BSJ. She actually has the highest of all heroes, 16 games, 81% win rate for the kitty.
Yeah, that's a hero that you don't think of as like a game changer. She's always had great utility with the ulti, as well as the long arrow follow-up to any other stuns, but to see that win rate, that's pretty surprising. But this is a Mira staple. Like this is one of his go-tos across any patch, and as long as they give it some reliable setup with the collapse pick coming up next, most likely, then we should be good to go with the arrow.
It could also be setting up for that Faceless Void Fear, because we've seen in the past many times Faceless Void plus Mirana being utilized in the same draft rather, so that could be an option for them. But how does it pair in? How does it play into the Tidehunter on the other side?
I mean, I've seen that one go both ways. Like, most of the time the Tide doesn't mind laning versus the Void, but then you do have that guaranteed Chronosphere. If you can kill the Tide in there, that's always good for you. It's always a good hero, I gotta say, but as long as you have one partner to play with Mirana, which is gonna be the Storm this game, that's generally just good enough.
Slark, baby. They're breaking it out. This is the best Slark game.
I feel
it looks good.
A lot of these heroes that are against Slark are really banned out. Slark does tend to like not do as well in the lane against the Tidehunter. It's not that good of a matchup. It's more for the game, but I like what the BB team did. I did suggest this Tidehunter. They had the opportunity because Team Spirit did pick up Mirana, which doesn't seem that good. Doesn't strike me as like, wow, gotcha Mirana pick by any means, because there aren't many heroes left in the pool that deal well with Tidehunter. Monkey King's banned, Bloodseeker's also banned. A lot of these, like Position 5 and Legion that we mentioned.
Yeah, and this seems to be the safe approach nowadays. Like, even if you see your lane as a carry, we're noticing a lot of these teams would rather just show their offlaner, make sure what they have, and give their carry the overall last pick. Even though there are going to be a lot of bans coming your way, I've just seen this so many times now that people just don't want to show their carry.
Yeah, they're prioritizing the carry-to-carry matchup over the lane matchup, which says a lot about the meta right now. Like, we saw a lot of these games going way later than we anticipated, so it could be something they've been feeling in their scrims too.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh.
I mean, definitely Faceless Void. This hero has to be contested. Like, on both sides, I would even say Team Spirit would definitely love to pick it up because...
Juggernaut too, I think.
You have something to kill the Tidehunter with later on. Just any kind of ability that can lock him in place. Because right now, what I'm seeing is Tidehunter having a completely free reign when it comes down to using the Ravage, which means that it's like guaranteed. Even if you're playing at the Silencer, you can still itemize, you can get Guardian Greaves, remove that global silence, and counter-initiate.
One of the best parts, BSJ, about them having the Mars pick is that it does make their banning phase easier because they don't have to worry about any of the range cores coming out anymore from BB team.
True. They ban out Faceless Void themselves.
Yeah.
Wonder, what are they thinking then? Jug, maybe? Like, what hero would you want to pick here that you would rather pick than Faceless Void, but also you don't want to play against Faceless Void?
Jug is good for both teams, I would say, right now. It looks pretty decent.
I know they haven't picked it yet, but I've been simping for it all tournament. I would like to see a Lifestealer for Team Spirit.
Okay.
Absolute last pick. It owns Tiny, owns Tide, Batrider as well. So
even
they banned out the
team Jugs here.
Yeah, they banned out the Jug. So I think, I mean, we're getting in the territory where you have to dig into the pool of like B and C tier carries, right?
I mean, Morphling's still in a pool, right? Morphling, Medusa, these type of heroes for BB team. Just something range, but who's going to be playing 5? I guess that's going to be Batrider in this situation.
Yeah, I'll probably
because Toronto, Tokyo, he has played before, and Save's playing Position 4 Keeper of the Light. I just want to see something like a carry that builds into Manta style, probably get the Dispel early on, so Morphling fits that profile. You don't care about Mars Arena either. You don't see the matchup, but what else is left in the pool? I mean,
they steal the Lifestealer here.
Lifesteal, yeah.
They both kind of need similar heroes, like Mars and Tide have quite a few overlapping counters outside of the illusions, but most illusions are banned here.
Yeah, free BKB is pretty solid this game, so that's why I think we're all prioritizing the Jug and the Lifestealer. Morph would be great as well because it traditionally matches up well against Mars because you can get out of the arena and it's also hard to ever threaten you out of lane.
And they're thinking about it. This is not an easy pick by any means for both teams, and there's a lot of mind games because whatever they take here could be stealing it away from Spirit, but then they're also analyzing what could Spirit pick against what we pick here.
I would love a Lifestealer.
Yeah, Lifestealer looks even better now, actually. Lifestealer could be good. What other melee characters left? There's Lifestealer, there's Faith Beyond's favorite Ursa, which BSJ has been wanting so many games.
I don't know if I wanted this game, to be honest.
I would pick without hesitation if they have the player for a TA in this game.
Oh, TA would be sick, except for the bat, but
yeah,
otherwise
I mean, you can't have a hero that's perfect against everything. Good versus Tide, good versus Sven. If that's not a good enough reason for it, I don't know what is. But Lifestealer is really good too. I like that one.
You might also, like, the other option, Silver Edge Carrier, just to be able to break Tide, kill him with Storm Zip, Global Silence, remove him from the game.
Is Medusa playable here, given that it's still available?
Oh!
Spicy.
That's definitely digging in the puddle of the B and C tier heroes. I dig it. I actually think this is a really sick Razor pick. It pretty much removes Sven from the game later, and it also lanes well against Tide. So I'm leaning towards Team Spirit for this Razor pick. I usually am not a huge fan of anti-carries right now, but I think removing Sven from the game makes everyone else's job on Team Spirit easier, and Collapse can build to scale, and we've seen him do it before.
Yeah. My issue here is I don't actually think Razor removes Sven from the game because you just have so much damage you can't suck at all. However, he is for sure going to have a better lane than the Sven, so he will have that snowball potential. And if you are ahead in net worth as a Razor versus Sven, then things can be very difficult for you. So it's very close, I think.
On paper, looks fine with this Razor pick. I'm looking at the supports. You have Keeper of the Light, Blinding Light. You have Flame Break as well to break that Link. Tiny with the toss as well. So I don't feel like Link's gonna be like on target. So they're gonna need to play around it, but still favoring Team Spirit's draft slightly. This is like 55-45 for me.
Yeah. I'm a big sucker for the laning stage, so I'm gonna have to go for Team Spirit here.
ESJ?
Yeah, me too. Team Spirit.
We're getting a clean sweep of Team Spirit. All right. BB team in a little bit of danger here, according to my panel, given that the drop that they've assailed before us, not necessarily the best into this Razor pick. However, this is an incredibly high-skilled team. If they can come out of these lanes in a very strong fashion, they could potentially find themselves being able to overwhelm the side of Team Spirit for the second game. But it's not going to be an easy prospect, especially given how well they did in the laning phase for Game 1 and how badly the actual game went overall. We still have a lot of team fight on the side of Team Spirit. We still have a lot of comfort picks for that lineup as well. So this is going to be a difficult prospect for BB team. But if they can do it, that means that they get to a Game 3 and still in contention to play for 3rd place and for $1.7 million. This is one of the most expensive matchups that BB team have ever been involved in. Team Spirit, though, have been here before, and they've managed to come out on top more than once in these kind of high-pressure situations. They were our grand finalists last year at the Riyadh Masters. They've been in the TI Grand Finals, and now we're going to find out if they have what it takes to dispatch BB team and get into the winner bracket final. To find out, we need some big brain casters to bring us this action, and that means sending it over to Kezu and Sunsfan.
Thank you very much. Couldn't have said it better myself.
He was not talking about you.
We have game number 2 underway between BB Team and Team Spirit. And Team Spirit were down the entire game number 1. And then just suddenly...
They may have even won while being behind like 1K.
Yeah, they might have still been behind by the end of the game. That was... I mean, okay. I know that we've talked about this in the past many times. But it's worth talking about again because it's true. BB Team, they tilt. GPK especially.
They do.
Very much so, to where a loss like that, I mean, this will show the growth of this team. If they can bounce back, that's a huge step for them.
They have grown already. I do think that their mid-game in the last game was not as clean as I think they would have hoped or many of their fans would have hoped. And in this game, you're going up against probably one of Team Spirit's best heroes. When Collapse first came into the scene, his Mars was disgusting. It's kind of like what Amar did also with his own Mars and his Razor. Like Collapse Mars it's just incredibly strong. And I love his starting items. He was also one of the first that would do this. You go to lane with full-on combative items.
Yeah. Not ready to fight yet, though, it seems. As, they're going to trade the bounties. So we'll end up getting the 2 bracers, I guess. There's no way he's going triple bracer, that's for sure.
That's true. Double bracer, probably some Soul Ring, early combat. As it's going to lane into a +5 Bad Rider. Haven't seen that too much, but he's laning with Sven. Sven, a pretty strong carry in the laning stage. A lot of damage as well. So we're going to have a lot of back and forth down bottom.
Now, what do you think of the Mirana pick? A lot of times we see this with more reliable ways to set up the arrow. I mean, you have Electric Vortex, and I guess the biggest one is the Spear. But you have to hit those first.
I remember scrimming against them, even when they were just yellow submarine, as Blood Grenade slows.
Save!
He's sticking out.
He does go down in Maposhka's Blood Grenade. Big first blood for Spirit as they continue their momentum from game number 1.
When you play with Collapse Mars, Spear is a setup. It hits.
That's true. He was one of the first people I remember casting that would arena into Spear.
Yeah.
And that is not the easiest thing to do in pressure situations.
I mean, this is his most comfortable hero, so I think Team Spirit probably fairly happy with how the draft went for them. And this Razor too, we did see it a few times. I think OG played it a few times. I don't know who else, but I've seen Razors do fairly well in this tournament, even without the IO.
And something we haven't really talked about at all, somehow, is the fact that Toronto Tokyo, of course, used to be on this Team Spirit.
True.
After, like, however long it's been now, it's been like a year, I guess?
Yep.
How much does that help him at this stage? Like, early on, I could see that helping quite a bit, like, be able to have, like, the team psyche and everything. Creating strategies around what Team Spirit would theoretically do. As we're going to see the Stormhammer come out onto Collapse, but, like, a year later, do you think it matters at all?
I think not really, like... Oh!
Oh, he dies in the fountain. Oh my goodness. Maposhka goes down. It is a trade, but I mean, the worst thing about this is that Pure has to walk all the way back.
I mean, sure, they do get this turn kill, but Razor against melee matchups, right? That is not good once you fall behind. And now, yeah, walk of shame. He does buy the Windlace to come back into it. Maposhka, after dying, he gets to refill Laral's bottle, so he's going to be up to a good start. And I don't think Toronto Tokyo like really has like a lot of benefit from having played with Spirit before. Sure, maybe you know like some of their moves and tactics, but Dota has completely changed from that point in time.
And Maposhka gets kind of a double whammy. Not only refills the bottle, but takes one of the water runes away from the likes of GPK. So Team Spirit definitely off to a favorable start. And in terms of that mid matchup, Tiny versus the Storm Spirit, I mean, we don't really get to see mid Tiny all too often anymore. When it's picked, it feels like it's a position 4 a lot of the time.
Yeah,
what do you think of this hero right now?
Tiny is a bit weird for me. I think you need to play it very cleanly. It's a type of hero, you go in too far, you're going to die, you're going to kind of ruin your game. But Spirit set up their draft very nicely. Against the Kato, they go Silencer Storm, kind of taking the Storm away, but also covering it at the same time with the Silencer. So I think this might just be BBT's best response with the GPK Tiny.
And it is a comfort pick. This might be GPK's best hero. I don't know if that's... if you're in agreement with that. I feel like it's one of his original heroes that he would spam in the mid lane.
I think it is one of his best heroes, but I don't know. Something seems off to me. Maybe it's like not the most reliable later. Like I feel like if you do mess up once, it kind of ruins your game hard. But he is of course very good on it. So
Yutaro early on, 15 and 5 CS, and we can compare that to the Sven, which we haven't talked about yet, 12 and 3. Sven, well, Collapse just TP's out, it seems, and he goes to the tier 1, so not really going to miss a beat. Do you think the Sven is a favorable matchup for the likes of BB Team this game?
I'd say Sven is a good hero in this game. You don't... Oh, Spear?
Right, Spear connecting, but
just a little bit of damage. But in terms of Sven, you wanted a BKB hero in this game against Global, against Mars as well, and just a high damage hero. And I don't think you care about Razor all that much, because even if you get linked, you have a lot of damage for a lot of time. You can hit through it with some Chrysalis, Daedalus, and it gives you another way to jump in the fight. So Nightfall also one of the best Sven players in the game. Toronto.
He's gonna get chased here by Mira.
Thinking about the blood grenade. We'll settle for the
Thinking long
courier.
and hard about it. Does not have arrow yet, so I guess opting to wait till level 4. Feels like they do have some kill potential if the spear comes out from Collapse.
It looks like he's playing more so for the trading, as with Collapse's build, he beats out Nightfall in these one-on-one trades. He has double bracer to just have a little bit more regen and damage. GPK continuously playing on a little bit of low HP, as safe TPing into mid from the base. I'm gonna refill that bottle.
I think he needs it. Hasn't really had kind of chance to use a ton of mana in this lane for GPK. And Mira on the sideline. Just chilling for the time being. But mid lane, 24-9 for Laurel. GPK not far behind, 23-8. I feel like the kill potential from GPK, though, is very scary for Laurel if he gets too close. And I think it's pretty important to look at the XP actually between the two, as Yutaro will be TPing out to the tier 1 as well.
It's a big deal. You get his TP and you get him all the way down to low HP. So nice little win here for BBT, and they might look to stack the triangle later. You have Tide. You have also Sven carry, so very good if you can get some stacks going for yourself.
I think, yeah, Laurel is doing the very smart thing, and I believe he's going to jungle. No, he's coming back to lane, actually. I thought he was going to go to jungle to get this level 6 so that he would not be able to
here.
die.
Good
Arrow,
spear.
okay, beautifully done. Spear into the tower, and Team Spirit able to take out Nightfall. Definitely here you'd like to pick on a little bit early.
Yeah.
Because if you leave him alone too much, he's one of those absolute free farming beasts. Talking about the hero and the player, I suppose.
That is true. I mean, Sven accelerates incredibly quickly, but his net worth definitely lacking, like all 3 lanes. I mean, I guess mid is kind of a wash, so to say, as long.
Okay.
He gets instantly comboed.
Yeah. Not enough for any meaningful damage here, though.
Does have the Falcon Blade, so going to help him with the CS, the HP pool. But yeah, these side lanes, you know, Pulse 5 Bad Rider just not really the strongest laner, so Spirit definitely very happy with both of their side lanes as the Wisdom Rune.
Wisdom Rune battle. Mira versus Toronto Tokyo. Who will reign supreme?
He's got the
Burning
flame
down
break.
to the ground for Mira. He's actually going to have to pop a man and try to get it, but Toronto Tokyo still finds it, and he might get the kill as
Getting
well.
a kill too.
Toronto
He can TP
Tokyo
out.
getting away with murder.
Never mind, he can't. There's Mars.
He will die eventually, but well worth it.
Very
Save
nicely
gets the
done.
other one as well.
Very nice play here for Team BBT. So they get themselves the double. I mean, Toronto got a lot of XP from that. He went from like 3 to 5. And at the same time, of course, Save, also level 5 now, so they can try to use these levels to their advantage.
And what do you think of Razor in general right now? Because this is another hero. Who was I saying was underwhelming? And then it was Brood, and then Zai wins the game. And
yeah.
just the best individual performance of the tournament, probably. So maybe jinxing it again. But the Razor has been, at least in the games that we've cast, extremely underwhelming.
I think the hero, it's like a very specific hero. Like, you need a hero spammer. You need like some Amar type player on your team because it's very like important. You need to use your timings well. You need to build the right items. What I've seen so far is mainly Midas's, but Yatoro's going to opt to go for a Maelstrom by the looks of it. So Maelstrom Manta is what's queued up for him right now. And you need this mana item. Like, you need Arcane Ring or Occult Bracelet. You max your Q and you just flash farm.
It reminds me of Dota 1 days. People would buy Maelstrom on Razor and to get flamed because it was really bad at the time.
Yeah, but now he has more lightning.
That's exactly the point. That was what you would tell the other person flaming, because the lightning synergizes, of course.
It looks cool. As I do think this is a pretty damn good Razor game. If he can kite out the Sven at least a little bit, like having BKB against these other 4 heroes is incredible. Like, that's what you want against Tide, that's what you want against Tiny. Heroes that run in, they get to stay on you with their BKB popped as BBT coming for a 3-man smoke.
Yep, GPK.
Yatoro.
Gonna run right into Yatoro. Avatos, Illuminate to follow. Not quite enough, though. Flame Break back into the arms of the rest of BBT. As Yatoro actually stays alive a lot longer than anticipated. But still, kill going the way of BB Team.
He did get off a nice ward to then help himself out later. Is BBT gonna gate down to the bottom lane? Spirit are trying to kind of repay with the same play down here, but I feel like Nightfall may be reading this, or maybe not. He's going straight into them.
He is. Smoke might be popping here shortly. Yep, Laurel will find the initiation onto Nightfall.
Oh, arrow off the mark.
Not going to connect, though. That's a pretty big whiff. Starstorm doing a decent amount of damage. As Maposhka showing up as well. So they do have enough damage nonetheless. As
Spear not
they break the tree that the spear was supposed to be latched to. As Toronto Tokyo actually using his first
Oh,
last one.
here comes GPK.
Time for the Avatos from GPK. He finds Laurel. Not able to get the double whammy. Arrow. Will be a parting gift from Mira. Although he will be spotted by Save. Solar Bind is there as well. Back into the Illuminate.
Will
and
TP
we'll be
out.
able to TP.
Was just waiting a little bit to see if GPK was still around. He did see him on awards. He could just TP out as Yatoro. Level 8, getting closer to this Maelstrom. And honestly, this hero, Razor scales well. You just need to get the farm. That's why I think this Maelstrom, in today's age, is a good build.
Okay. Cool to see. I
Very
thought he
cool.
might go for like a Midas. Is that ever a thing on Razor?
Yeah, that's the other item which I did also mention a minute ago.
Yeah, do you think he'll go Midas after the Maelstrom?
No.
God, I hate you.
I mean,
Really
maybe.
getting some Cinderin vibes here.
Very good. That means I'm doing a good job at it.
I guess.
Good Tumbler's Toy from Pure, who's working on a Meteor Hammer, which is generally, of course, you would like to have it a little earlier, but I would say with the first couple minutes, Pure are doing really well in the recovery in this game.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer for the big boy is always a classic, a new classic, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
A hero that can't be ignored, very hard to kill, but you have to do something about him because he just like 3 uses of that and your tower is essentially dead.
I think 3-3 kind of pioneered this build with the Meteor Hammer. Just makes it harder for you to be ignored as BBT have some good timings now. You've got GPK with the blink. Of course, you have the Coddle to play through. You have the Solar Bind to amplify this magic damage and also give you all the mana and cooldown. So they might be looking at a smoke soon. Looks like they're pushing up mid. GPK is backing off. Has collapsed. He's a very tanky boy as well. You can't really smoke if your Coddle ain't holding one.
Yeah, and this is the thing about the tiny mid. When you get this Blink Dagger, you have to start getting kills. There's a Meteor Hammer from Pure. It's just going to TP out right in the face of Spirit. And the tower will go down as well.
Okay, does get the tower.
Do they have stacks? I mean, they have a Sven, they have a Tide. Yeah, they have a few in the triangle.
As they do go for a smoke now. But nicely done, at least for Spirit, is that Collapse is not on the lane. Mira was there, but he's walking it off, and Laurel is jungling. So if there's any contact, the supports are going to eat it up for you.
And there's the Maelstrom. GPK still looking for an opening. He's been kind of running around for a bit, not able to find anybody.
Still top on the network, though, so
yeah.
Probably not too sad about what's going on, but definitely you don't want to be cutting through all these smokes as Pure, after taking a top tier 1. Gonna make his way into mid. I mean, you have 1300 HP right now with the hammer.
Ooh, Avalanche. GPK looking for the toss, not close enough, but Solar Bind will help him. As they take out yet another member of Team Spirit. And actually, okay, the Ravage is gonna follow the last one. Do they have enough to take out the Storm? Indeed. Laurel is dead.
That's an Arcane Rune Tiny, my bros.
Collapse and Mira now on the high ground of their triangle is gonna show that they have some stacks, and Collapse gets off a spear, but being completely surrounded means that he's not going to live much longer.
Nice punish here by BBT. Kind of, you know, just diving it up. You've got the super tanky Tide. He wants to have a fight. You have this Arcane Rune Tiny as well in Spirit. Not the ideal answer here to this fight. Kind of coming in one by one and just being punished.
Yeah, Pure with his first Ravage of the game and already having a huge impact just by pure fact that he has his Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, like this Meteor helped them take the top tier 1. It makes him feel more safe about going to this. As GPK just kind of going ham in this fight. Look at the last one, Laurel. He could have maybe just zipped out, but you know, BBT, they just take it.
By the way, not only the Arcane Rune, but the Chakra Magic on top. Like, GPK is just online all the time.
Yeah, he's just playing on WTF mode. No cooldowns.
Looks like it. So with that, BB team now have a 3K lead. As you can see, the dismay coming from the Team Spirit side.
Too happy about that. He was having a good time bottom. Kind of gets, I don't know if I want to say baited to TP mid, but that definitely hurt his game a little bit. As Nightfall doing all of this as well, he just gets to farm. Mask of Madness goes into the triangle area.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And so far, I have to say, pretty impressed with BB team that they've been able to bounce back after such a crushing Game 1 defeat. That is, for any team, not just a team that has their history, but I think it's actually pretty difficult to get your mind space back to a neutral standpoint.
Well, they're doing really good here. I mean, they're just displaying their early game and individual laning skill once again. Up 2k gold. Toronto Tokyo, he's got himself a Blink Dagger. GPK is just having free reign on all of these runes. And Laurel, he's got to be careful. If they catch him here, Miposhka better be quick on the global or your bros are gonna die.
Yep, there's the Avalanche into
Toss
the
back,
toss
global.
back as the Plasma Field coming out from the other side. Finally, Mars Arena comes out as Laurel able to get out of dodge, but GPK punished for his transgressions.
They're all dead.
Pure looks to be next. And just after praising BB Team, Spirit crushed them in a fight quite handily. 3 dead and save. Being pursued by Collapse, but not going to go any further as the Blink Dagger still at base.
I mean, that's a good punish from Spirit, but doing this play into a silencer where you know he is global. Like, sure, you toss the guy back, but then what? You need to right-click him to death. It's not like Miposhka. It's not. You could have pressed that R button. I think BBT, they need to see that coming. It was a huge mistake.
Just like that, it's a pretty even game. Yeah, this is a really early lasso, by the way, from Toronto Tokyo. Didn't really mention that. Position 5 Bat Rider. That just shows how much of a lead that they had early on, but even with that kill now, still pretty damn even.
I do like that they are going for more now. Global is down, Arena is down, Moonlight Shadow. Make use of what you have here. Nightfall slowly creeping his way up in the net worth. Wasn't looking too hot earlier. Miposhka.
Gush into the Avatos. Should be enough for Miposhka to go down.
Oh,
Oh, turns into a pig. I spoke too soon. Requires a toss onto the watermelon man. And now Echo Saber up for GPK. He can do a lot of damage now in his initiations, especially once you get that level 2 grow, which is next up.
They're pinging. They know that Yatoro's around here. No lasso though.
The plasma field, dodging the flame break as Toronto Tokyo does have to be a bit careful, but GPK jumps in with that Echo Saber avalanche after the toss, but it's not enough to outright kill Yatoro, but he still has that haste, so ends up being an easy pickoff for GPK. Looks like that'll settle things for the time being.
That's a really nice play here. They just get all the way into the Ancients. They know this time around at least, Global is down. Now you can make these moves. Once this pause is over, 10 seconds later Global will be up, so might have to be more aware for the next play. But GPK, even with this one really bad fight down bottom, top of the net worth chart, he's definitely carrying his team through this early game right now.
He is a beast. That has been used as a description for him from time to time. And I guess we can look a little bit forward now that we have this pause and talk about Roche plays. Do you favor one team or the other in the pit? I guess there's two aspects that we like to talk about. One is killing Roche itself, which team is better, and which team is better at fighting around Roche in a potential Roche off.
Both teams are pretty bad at killing Roche. I guess BBT have a better chance of killing Roche as they have a nice shot at killing Maposhka.
Oh, it's a double kill.
GPK.
The pause made it seem like that was not possible.
I mean, for BBT, you're going to want a couple more items. Maybe
they find an avalanche again on Mira, and that's a pause mid-leap. Going to have to zoom in on that Mirana here very shortly, just to see the facial animation. She's very happy, actually, in that avatar mode, surprisingly.
Well, he also has some leaps coming out when he gets out of this one. Unless
yeah, that's right. There we go. Yeah, she's closing her eyes
if
for
you
the
don't
sweet,
look,
sweet sound of death upcoming.
If you don't look at what's happening, it's not real.
That's true. But yeah, despite Team Spirit kind of making a mini comeback, I guess you could call it, BB Team have definitely solidified their lead again as they're just continuing to aggress as this Tier 2 tower is likely going to be next target for them.
Yeah, they'll slowly get to track it down a little bit here, but I do think B+B team. So what do we have? You have GPK, who's having an incredible game. Same with Nightfall. When they get this double BKB going, I think there is too much tempo and too much power where they can just engage on Spirit, and might be hard for them to fight back as Mira does get to leap off.
Mirana knew all along.
Yep. GPK getting very close to his BKB. Can split the Echo Saber, of course, perhaps look for an Aghanims later, some Aghs AC build, if that's what you want to go for. Pure also closing in on the pipe, so I think a bit of this damage department going to be lacking here on Team Spirit in the mid game.
That feels like an awkward part of Tiny in general. When you go for this eventual Aghanim Scepter and like Daedalus or something, then you're not really Avatossing as much. Sometimes you can, I guess, but depends on how close you are to trees, right?
I mean, I guess that's where the good thing is you have a Sven that can go in for you. Like, you can cover a bit of that bases and Pure can frontline. Even your post 5 Bad Rider, right?
So it's kind of like you're changing playstyles halfway through the game, which is kind of interesting.
Like, you kind of go back and forth. So I do like that, you know, he has that avenue, the option in the game, simply by the nature of heroes. Laurel.
Oh, Laurel Avatossed! Not quite enough damage. He's inside the arena, will zip to safety. Yatoro makes his way over. GPK is dead. Save looking like he's next for Team Spirit to be taken. Oh, Mira actually gets taken on the other side, so ends up being a 2-for-1 across the board, but definite favor going to Team Spirit overall. So we haven't really seen the Sven too involved this game.
Yeah, he is basically flash farming to his timing, which is now. He has got his BKB. He can like kind of join his team. He's also going to get a blink next. I do think for a BBT, you've just got to be careful. Like this Global, I think if GPK gets off the tree throw here, Storm might die. But Global comes out, they turn play. I legit think this is the only way BBT are going to lose heroes. They initiate the towers, they get Global then turned on.
Yeah.
But at least Global's down, so maybe they can use that to their advantage.
And that's one of those instances where GPK, just a recipe away from BKB, that would have saved him and probably resulted in a kill onto the Storm, if he waited for the Global, that is.
I mean, he will probably know now. Or perhaps you just think at this stage I would kind of want to farm my BKB and then make that move. Because until then, I think as BBT, you're owning the entire map. you're not forced to jump at these tier 2s. I think most of your players are pretty happy with how the game is going. And soon also, you have Nightfall. He's going to be able to join this game very soon on the Sven. GPK is hunting.
Yep, and this is a scary proposition. GPK misses the Avalanche. As we can see the Moonlight Shadow there
Many
for
pings,
Team
Jesus.
Spirit. And yeah, I think GPK has a decent idea this is happening. He will back away, although there are TPs coming out from Boom Boom.
They're mass TPing up top. I think they thought that they're chasing GPK. Maposhka.
Nice cancellation of the blink there.
There's
See
more
Toronto
blink
Tokyo
still.
in the area, trying to go onto
Toronto.
Yotaro potentially. Oh, he gets
He got
zapped. Actually
Maelstrom
cancels his blink dagger as well. That is really unfortunate. Super fortunate for Team Spirit though, as Laurel zips away to safety.
Damn, that Maelstrom proc actually just saved his life. As Yotaro, I mean, he's got this Manta style, but it's kind of nice and dandy, but I feel like he needs a BKB in order to fight back. So Spirit, I'll say similarly to the last game, they are gonna do what they showed us there. Play an open map, wait, try to get some 1 or 2 BKB timings and then go fight together. As Collapse, he's not too far away from his own.
And Nightfall, #1 in net worth, not too far behind, of course, is Yotaro. But these are two very different carries. One is effectively an anti-Sven hero this game. Will be looking to link up Nightfall every single time if he can.
He does have the God Strength talent now, and Blink is about to be completed as well on Sven. I do think that BBT can look either for Smoke or even Roshan. Right, it's not the quickest. You have Gush and God Strength, so that's okay. But I do think they're strong enough to just take a fight into Spirit. Like, if I see these Dire heroes and they don't have BKBs because they're greedy, I would want to push forward.
Well, Pure doing some work on the tier 2, and we can see no defense mounted thus far from Spirit, so this might just be a freebie for the side of Team Boom Boom.
As Nightfall, he wants to, you know, go more. He wants to speed up the game. He's a very vocal carry player, probably one of the most vocal. I see him ping the Dire triangle, collapse on mid, cancel the blink. Yep, they got him.
Lasso's there. God Strength popped by Nightfall. They want to delete him right off the bat. The Avalanche is there as well. That's a British pronunciation of Avalanche. Nightfall uses BKB, and we can see the Meteor Hammer. Now they're going to work on the tier 2 mid.
Okay, definitely going to turn this into a tier 2. I mean, they did use BKB and God Strength, so Spirit, yeah, it's pretty obvious what they're doing, right? Look at how open they're playing the map. One guy bottom, one guy top. Just keep farming. They want to keep waiting, so it's on BB team here to just speed it up, punish them. Take away the towers, take the Roche.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
Yep, Pure has his pipe. He's had that for a while, of course, working towards the Lotus Orb next.
He's just getting his blink, I think, too, so Pure gonna have an easier time.
Okay, yeah. See if he gets the Tentacle Surprise at any point. Of course.
From the Tormentor, of course.
No, I mean, that's something you could buy.
Yeah.
I feel like it's actually decent. Very slow motion Impale, but adding another stun to Tidehunter's repertoire, not too shabby.
I do like Toronto Tokyo's build. Like, just a very simple blink into BKB on the bat. Like, no matter what position Bad Rider is, if he has 1 or 2 small items that here can change the game as Mira.
Yep, Avatos, Illuminate to follow. Mira with the 2 leaps into the TP, but another toss. Man, GPK is just not playing with cooldowns. Kind of insane. The synergy between both GPK and Save, out of this world.
Well, they have played together for quite a long time, and they're both some of the most skilled players. Definitely know what they need to be doing around the map for now. As Toronto, he wants to kind of linger down bottom, help his team to make more moves.
Yeah, perhaps trying to tank a gank here.
As I do like Spirit's map layout right now. Like, the hero you have in your own safe lane, like in the Dire jungle, it's Laurel. Because he can, even though it's the most scary area on the map, he's the most elusive. He can stay here, zip-zap around. The moment they leave the lane, he can push it in. Yotaro, he just gets to vacuum up this triangle. And I think they're soon getting a timing where they would like to fight back. Double BKB, Solar Crest on Mira as well for your Razor. So BBT gonna have to be ready for that timing.
Roche has been available for quite a while. This is Toronto Tokyo almost with the lasso.
Good timing on the zip there. Also does get the illusion rune on Laurel. I mean, they want to wait for Toronto's BKB too. I mean, there's a lot of big items coming out, but...
Yeah. Imagine waiting for a position 5 BKB.
I mean, most fights wouldn't even get it ever.
Yeah, true.
But Toronto, Tokyo, he knows what's up.
Yatoro has his BKB now. Maybe that's go time for Spirit.
It is.
It does feel like they need to fight because they're slowly falling behind as each minute passes.
I mean, they do have Global as well to kind of like delay their timings or like delay them from using BKBs, because Pure doesn't have any counterplay. Like, there's no Greaves. He will only crack and shell off, of course, if they go on him. Toronto not close yet to this fight. Oh, they break.
Yeah, Pure, he's going to be the first spotted. Collapse gets off his BKB
Oh,
and
good
the
blinding
arena,
light.
but this is all on a Tidehunter. It's going to take forever to kill. And there's GPK from the other side with the Avatos, getting Laurel back to half HP as Pure now continuing to run away. He's going to be just fine. Nightfall with his God
the
Strike. Now
lasso.
they get the lasso onto the Razor. Yatoro's dead. 50 seconds down, the rest of Spirit on the run. They find another Avatos. GPK deletes another hero.
Save the absolute MVP there. Blinding Light to cancel the link, of course. I mean, great timing from Pure on the tip there. Glimmer Cape as well keeps him alive. Alone from like just the link being broken ruined this entire fight. And now straight into the Roche pit for BBT.
Yeah, so Boom Boom are going to get the Aegis here. Compared to the last games of Mikasa, this is a pretty late Roche, number one.
Just very different heroes as Dire. So the Spirits scan it out. I don't know if
Seeing a lot of Lycan, right? A lot of Lycans taking it
True.
super
A lot of
early.
summons and auras. All that filthy stuff as Toronto Tokyo. I like that he's early. Doesn't need to help his team. He can just Firefly down bottom, working his way to a gem. Especially when you're ahead, like picking up a gem at this stage is just amazing.
And this is showing why they haven't taken Roche yet.
Yeah.
Slow and painful for everyone to watch.
Yeah.
And Roche, death by 1,000 needles, it seems. Mira.
Laurel could look for a jump.
Could go for the Courier instead. That's the Dota Cinema Courier shot out there.
Arrow.
Yeah, that gives enough vision for them to take out Toronto Tokyo in trade for the Aegis. I think it's something at least, but yeah, Nightfall will have the Aegis now.
Sven with Aegis, not like really the best Aegis carrier, so maybe it would have been good.
Just like any other transformation hero.
Yeah. I mean, he's still fairly strong, and he does have level 3 ult now, so he's gonna be a menace in these next fights.
Remember the days when Sven ult was dispellable?
That was a thing?
Oh yeah. Brood ult as well. Well, the old Brood ult, which was Insatiable Hunger.
I feel like no ult should be dispellable, so I'm glad that we've moved more away from that.
Yep, we've evolved into greater beings.
Yes, of course.
And there's you. 8K lead for Boom Boom Town with a 16-12 lead as well. We'll see how well they can put this Aegis to work.
It's a mass TPs to bottom here.
I mean, we've seen this team with an advantage before. Doesn't really mean anything. Yatoro is super fast.
Breaking some ankles here.
Yep, he is fast enough perhaps for Toronto Tokyo. The lasso somehow is in range. I have no idea. The global silence comes out as Yatoro. BKB.
He's gonna make it out.
He's fine.
It's the Eye of Vizier actually on Toronto Tokyo, because otherwise that was a bug game.
We've evolved to greater things. Eye of Vizier.
GPK is ready. He's scanning both of them mid. Might want to go on them. See if Miposhka. Oh, that's a freebie, I think.
Avatos, Illuminate.
Makes it look very easy.
Such a scary combo, actually.
As, I think Laurel has not left this bottom area in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And he is scaling fairly well. Oh,
there's a Tormentor there.
Okay.
Just kidding. Yatoro gets Flame Broken back.
Ravage,
Initiation
Meteor Hammer.
Pure gets off the Ravage onto 2 with the Meteor Hammer to follow. They don't have the damage to kill
Godfix, though.
Yatoro, though. And a knife on a precarious spot. There's the arena from Collapse, but this might be actually 4 heroes. A big rebuke to follow, but just not a whole lot of damage output from Spirits. So they'll just back away and call it a draw.
It's funny that like these two carries are fairly similar. If their BKBs and ults are down, Yatoro nor Nightfall really want to fight. Like, even though he's top never on Sven, his damage without the Godswing is kind of pathetic. But they have a very... BBT's lane ward behind this tower is very dangerous here for Team Spirit.
Collapse.
Quick
Playing
fingers.
with fire. Is that really necessary? Like, why even take the chance? I don't understand.
Easy read for Collapse.
Yep, he knows Team Boom Boom all too well. So can read. Oh, Tormentor?
Oh, the Tormy Torm.
Tormentor. Can you do it?
Get the last hit. I hope Mira arrows it to get the last hit.
Arrow comes out onto the Sven, but yeah, Team Boom Boom will be able to secure the shard for save. So you're going to have a recall at his disposal.
That's really big for them as they're TPing up top. They did see Miposhka to try and run over here.
Yep, Avalanche is going to miss, but they have more than enough damage. Miposhka's donezo. And now that they're up here, not going to bother with a Tormentor, of course. Why even question such things?
Of course. Oh, no.
Wait.
There, I saw it. No, it's just a Wisdom Rune.
Yeah. Okay, wait.
Oh!
He's getting recalled
into the
after
recall.
the Wisdom Rune, of course. Why bother?
I mean, they still have this ward, so they know that Yatoro didn't back off fully. So they can kind of read that he is in the triangle, and they instantly smoke up again. Aegis for 1 more minute as well here.
Aggression up for Boom Boom Squad. Toronto, Tokyo.
Oh, he's getting his...
Has to be KB.
He got his blink cancelled by the illusions.
Yep, the lasso's coming in 1
second
for the blink, but doesn't have the vision.
They'll settle for Mira.
Yeah.
And Miposhka's courier. And the gem that was on the courier.
That's a lot.
Oh, no.
That's a domino effect right there. So 10K lead for BB team as they have control of the map throughout.
They have not really made any mistake within the last, like, what, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
No dives, just clean kills all around the map. They have 2 gems now even. One on Bat and one on the Tiny. So this entire map just gonna continue to crumble for Team Spirit. I wonder how and when they're gonna fight back, because last game I saw a very clear timing, but this game around, not sure. Guess maybe, what, Yatoro's Butterfly, which is inbound soon, but still not easy to fight into this Radiant Trap.
Definitely a bit of a different game.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they can't come back, but you can see the toss.
There's probably a recall on this.
Avalanche with Nightfall's gone straight in there. Thanks to the recall. 60 seconds of no Yatoro. Nightfall's going to try to get as much use out of this Aegis with 3 seconds left.
I mean, they could try to turn this into a quick jump. Nightfall is looking and pinging.
I mean, this should be pretty obvious from Spirit, especially now that he's in front of a tower.
Lift,
Laurel
with the
from
pull.
Laurel, collapse there with the spear into the arena.
Nice pipe.
Good rebuke, but just not enough damage, not nearly enough damage. And collapse force to BKB as the global silence comes out as well. See the blink in from Pure, but not able to get off his Ravage, not even bothering, in fact. Everybody's ignoring this fat watermelon.
Oh.
Spear somehow connects onto GPK temporarily. Laurel with very little mana, but enough to get away. Just trying to buy as much time for Yatoro to come back as possible. 18 seconds away.
Oh, getting the Meteor Hammer for good measure.
Meteor Hammer into a retreat, most likely from BB team.
Still very good pressure here from Team 2XB. Get some tower damage. Collapse with a Desolator, so wants to help out Yatoro and his team with some of the damage output here. Do kind of like that, but we can see that BBT, I mean, Sven, one of his biggest weaknesses throughout his entire history of Dota, this hero is not good at going high ground.
Yeah, that's true.
Tormentor time.
Could it be? Bada bing, bada boom team are actually going to go for the Tormentor. The second one will be coming their way. Who gets the shard? Always an exciting proposition.
Oh.
It's got to be the Tentacle Surprise for Pure.
That's a good one. Just more chain stun.
Yeah.
Especially against some of these pesky dire heroes, and how Spirit have just played kind of throughout both of these games.
That money to good use.
Okay, GPK.
Will be the AC first for GPK. You called that one.
Yep.
I thought he might just go Ags Daedalus, but wants to be up close and personal, it seems.
Yeah, I think he's still angry from last game, so I don't blame him. I think the build is pretty damn good too. Next Roche will have to be played around quite soon for both teams. Yatoro trying to squeeze in this Butterfly.
Is this... So this type of a build, I mean, I guess if you're going extreme late game, but I was thinking, like the old build, which is like Ags, Refresher for Razor, like all spell damage, essentially. It's not really how people have been playing it.
I mean, Razor kind of gets all his damage from just sticking on a hero, right? With the Link and the ult. I think he might still want to go a Refresher later on in the game anyway, but it seems that he's just going for a bit of survivability here against the Sven, as this is a smoke-on-smoke matchup.
Yeah. Toronto, Tokyo leading the way with the gem. Not going to run into each other initially, as Team Spirit sticking around their triangle area. Well, Team Boom Boom actually wrapping around, so Mira might actually get his smoke popped here.
One good ward for now from BB.
Running away just in time.
They find another one.
Showing themselves the zip in from Laurel. Just showing that he's there.
Good read from Toronto, Tokyo. Gets the ward, blinks out. was also able to sneak in one aggressive ward of their own, as Roche respawn will be 7 seconds.
Quick one.
Oh, they're not checking it though. They're all going top. They know that team's further up here.
And Yatoro is going to run right into GPK, gets off his platform,
Have a toss.
GPK with the initiation and the God Strike to follow. Pure tentacle surprise is there, but he uses Ravage a little bit too late. They still have the lasso though, and Yatoro's dead. It takes quite a bit of spell usage and spell failures from Bada Bing, Bada Boom team, but they still get the kill they're looking for. Big arrow coming in with
Oh
Nightfall.
my God!
2 shots by Poshka. Big arena from Collapse, but I'm not sure they have the damage output to actually do anything here.
I don't think they do.
And GPK getting a nice tree toss as Mira is the next hero on his list. And they're going to find him. And likely Roche is next.
No TP on Lara for
it's a lot of Lotuses.
20 seconds, as he definitely walked by like 5 Lotuses. As you can just see, if BB team get the initiation, like it doesn't, they have way too many stuns. Yatoro just cannot live. Is Lara gonna continue what he's been doing over the last 20 minutes? Farm away and try to continue to scale into this late game.
GPK breaks, collapse, and then essentially a 3-shot. The fact that he looks that squishy is concerning for Team Spirit.
The Eye of Vizier again, I think he still has it. Yep. Toronto Tokyo with the good neutral. Look at this damage, by the way. It's nearly a 1-shot here on Maposhka.
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1. Ciao.
Delicious.
I mean, GPK is really feeling it in this game. All of initiations are on point. Second Roche as well. Gonna go to B square team here.
Yep, so Aegis and Cheese coming their way.
Woo! Oh, actually
angle.
dying mid-air. That's very sad.
Nightfall. Who's taking what? They're discussing. Okay, they go with GPK.
I like it.
And Sven taking the Cheese.
Just the same play from before. Mass gate into bottom, and you have this relocate, or rather the recall. It's so hard to play into, and remember the ward from earlier that BBT got out here. They see Laurel.
That's what happens when you focus on the Tormentors. Laurel, he's spotted. The Lincolns is popped, but has enough time to get away.
Yeah, a little bit of misclick. All good. Still get to force him out of the area. There's a pretty dirty DD rune in the bottom river. Like, tiny DD late game is devastating. Oh, Toronto Tokyo, he sniffs it.
Yeah. This one is a high ground attempt. No doubt about it.
Ooh.
That's a pretty big zip.
It is.
Takes out a lot of creeps.
As if you're BBT still, like, your heroes are not the best at high grounding, so unless you have GPK like smack the tower with the tree grab, I think what you're looking for is like an explosive jump into the Dire base. Like some Ravage on 1-2 heroes, maybe follow with your Sven, and after the first kill, back off. Because Spirit are definitely going to be talking about, okay, if we get a fight here, it's buyback time.
Yeah, you gotta pick these buybacks, no doubt about it.
I mean, or even just look for like a Blink Lasso, as Toronto Tokyo has BKB and Force Staff flying out to him.
Yeah, Team BattleBots definitely at the advantage right now in this game number 2.
I've got the DD on G. I don't want to be Maposhka right now. He's getting one whacked by this Tiny if that's a crit or a Silver Edge hit.
And there's not even the aspect we have talked about is the toss back. We haven't really seen it because it's not a support Tiny, but there's always that possibility as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got Toronto Tokyo, and he is the toss back. He's with the toss
That's
spring.
true.
Ooh.
Speaking of which.
Collapse again. Should all chat right now. Readable.
Yeah, but putting that DD to, oh my god, the fortification is too late. Oh,
well, thank God it refreshes. Otherwise, that was just a wasted one. I mean, with this DD, sure, now you have high ground push.
Yep. Look at that. That's a 1.
2.
That's a 2. They just have to
high
give
five,
this up,
Echo
it looks
Saber.
like. Yep. A 4-shot on a melee barracks.
Oh, and a 3-shot on the range racks.
Good lord.
Oh, JK gets arrowed.
JK. Let's see if he finishes it.
What a
Absolutely.
monster.
So full set of racks for BB team. There's now a Swift Blink online for Nightfall.
I mean, they can probably just do the same thing in mid. Okay, so for Laurel, you've got the white hole here with the Aghanim's pull on the Electric Vortex. So maybe they can put that to use. But I mean, if GPK whacks away at your tower again, you better have an answer. But it's not easy. You might just get lassoed by Toronto Tokyo.
I mean, what's the best case scenario for Spirit in this high ground defense? Because looking at their team, like, they have a Stormtrooper that can kill creeps.
Yeah.
And that's kind of it. It's not like they have an Elder Titan or some crazy high ground defense.
Aegis is still 2 minutes away, so I don't think you can really wait for that. So I would say you have two ways. Either A, you bait them to dive you with buybacks, or B, which they may be going for right now, is where you go around and you help Yatoro to like have a good fight.
They spot this. Toronto
We are
Tokyo
here.
not scared of anybody. Blinks in.
Mira.
There's the lasso. Pops the BKB as well. Nightfall. Oh, they don't have vision to actually kill the Mirana. Leaps away.
This could be an opening.
That is the global silence down though. There's the initiation from Laurel using the Aghanim Scepter. It looks like an arrow's going to connect. There's a lot of damage. Down goes Toronto
Nightfall.
Tokyo, controlling Sven to a high degree.
Oh, yes, cheese!
Anybody finally pops the cheese just in time. Back to full HP. And now Team Spirit, they're kind of out of gas here in this fight.
Yatoro.
There's the Ravage from Pure. Tentacle Surprise is available as well. Down goes Yatoro, no buyback. Toss up from GPK. There's the Tentacles. Triple kill for GPK. And Mira,
easy
one
kill.
more slappity slap from Nightfall will bring him to the grave.
You're gonna have to do this 2-on-4 now. Because they were close to getting Nightfall, but with the cheese. Some gems are on the deck.
A couple buybacks coming out, but again,
I mean, look at this monster, GPK. He just gets to stand his ground.
Their position one cannot buy back. So BB team in very good position here. That is an understatement. That's 2 sets of racks now, and GPK waddling his way up to the top lane.
Giving him the high five. No one will give back.
Yep, his Aegis is down in 20 seconds, so if they can get him kind of low, you can put him kind of a weird spot. So he probably will have enough time to reset here as Nightfall. He's going to take over with that God Strength now. Actually blinks in really deep, but using the Swift Blink to his advantage now.
Toronto's
Still
fishing.
20 seconds for Yatoro. This is going to be mega creeps.
That's megas.
And lasso. Yep, there's the connection you were talking about. Toronto Tokyo setting up the kill onto Mira. And that is mega creeps for B Square team.
I don't know if Spirit can... Okay, of course, they're going to have a look. Maybe see if they can get them to dive, but very hard position for them to be in right now. I don't know, did Yatoro get any new items? No, he's like trying to work on a Satanic, but just all of, like, if you suck this tiny, who cares? If you do it on Sven, I don't think he gives a damn either. MKB now as well on Nightfall. He's just going to continue to cut through you.
No. Oh, another Wisdom Rune. That's the 25 talent. That's always a handy boy.
Very nice.
What's he going to take here? 2 toss charges or the Ava? Okay, takes the Ava cooldown.
I mean, he actually just has double avalanche. He Avas, gets Chakra, and it has 0 cooldown again.
Tormentor taken, so Toronto Tokyo has his shard now, not the most useful.
So Yatoro's pinging out Sven. It must mean that he's telling his team, we need to all in this guy.
Good luck.
Zip on him, pull him up, Arena Spear, and have Yatoro follow through. It's got to be like their last all-in GG play of the game.
No, they're going for the pan. They're all on top of the Torm. This is why I love.
This is why they're winning.
Habibi team.
Yes, they get their last shard for Habibi Nightfall. He's the only one left, so.
That's right.
Spirit going for a smoke, but.
Cry being undispellable. Just adding insult to injury for Team Spirit as they smoke up, like you said.
Well, they ain't gonna find anyone but creeps.
They're not very close to anybody.
Well, if they live for 17 more minutes, they can get some tier 5 items.
Yeah, that's right. They have great high ground defense after all, as we've talked about. And BB team here gets the sheep initiation into the tentacles for Miposhka, forcing out the Moonlight Shadow, regaining map control in this little area. And yeah, the Sven fully loaded on items. Looking completely disgusting.
Nope. Wrong slot on the BKB, but I don't think they care. It's Toronto laughing it off.
Yeah, nobody noticed that.
Yep. Blink X.
Jumping in.
Tentacle.
Last
Ravage.
defense here. Ravage coming out. You can just see how fast Miposhka melts. Tentacles after the fact. Yatoro barely able to get back to base, but in the meantime, the Sven absolutely destroying these towers. The GGs are called. And BB team take game number 2. And I don't know if you feel this way. In the 2 games, BB team have played better than Team Spirit in about 95% of it. And we're tied.
Yeah, maybe like 85%.
Okay.
But
and we're tied.
No, like BBT in this game, they just cleaned it up. Like I think their mid game was very good. Maybe 1 or 2 plays like on some towers, but apart from that, just showing up. I think learning from game 1, knowing exactly how to play the map. I think overall, this Coddle Tiny, GPK, he popped off in this game. You know, sometimes you don't know what you're going to get, but you got a monster GPK in this game.
Yeah, and I wish we could see more tiny mids, because this is what I remember from back in the day, is just this burst damage. The fact that he's coupled with a Keeper of the Light, just show how much you can abuse that. But it does feel like one of those heroes that either snowballs or just kind of useless based on the start. But GPK, 21, 2, and 5. I mean, this was one of his best performances of the tournament, I would say.
We didn't see much from Team Spirit this game. I don't know how much I like the Razor pick here in this game, but they're going to have to shape it up for game 3, because BBT, they're not going down without a fight. Like, if you want to beat this team, you better perform real damn good.
Absolutely. Let's go to the panel so we can break this down, so we can see a game number 3.
We are going to a game 3 as we all deserve here in the upper bracket semifinals, with BB Team taking down Team Spirit. The draft at the end of the day here, you have one tournament on this Razor hero. Talk to me about this. What is it about him that you don't believe in this kind of circumstance?
I just don't think it was like the overall best pick they could have done for the game. It wasn't a bad Razor game by any means. It was decent. You're laning versus the Tide. The Sven Razor matchup is 50-50 as we saw in this one. It's all about who gets the initiation first. And in the position that Yatoro was in, he couldn't be that frontline tank, but he also didn't have the items to sit behind and wait for the Sven to come out. And I think a lot of that did have to come down with external things that happen in the game, such as like GPK going to his lane and making sure he doesn't have a good game.
Yep. GPK, he completely popped up. This has to be like one of the better Tiny performances, definitely the best Tiny performance we had so far at Riyadh Masters. But it also comes down to team playing, but him mostly coming out from save, because he's the one who enabled him. Every single time you're gonna see save, you're gonna see him using Chakra Magic. Tiny, one of the better overall users, I'd say. Like there's Ember Spirit, maybe Pango, but Tiny definitely shines with Coddle, and also allowing him to pick up almost every single rune early on. And I love the itemization on his teammates. Something similar we've seen yesterday for Gaming Gladiators, where they're just itemizing for Duraccio. In this one, double Lotus, double Kex as well coming out. They understand where the real threat's coming from. This Razor static link, I didn't really feel the influence of it, neither the Global Silence. Some of these Global Silences early on were really on point, but once it comes down to BKBs, this is position 5, having a BKB plus 2 cores, very difficult to fight into.
Yep, yes, Jay, we yet again see an instance where the opener of the Silencer Storm Spirit doesn't necessarily pan out here at the Riyadh Masters. So is there any way to actually make this work? Because it's just continually, especially here in the playoffs, just letting teams down, despite the fact that they're giving it such high priority.
Yeah, both teams brought out like some of their most successful strats. Like Team Spirit had been winning with these two heroes, but you have to also see Save on the side of Coddle. He was 5-0 before this game in this tournament. Like, this is their comfort zone, bread and butter on the side of BB Team. And I'll even say I underestimated this Tiny Coddle combo. That's something that I would say is underutilized based on what I just witnessed. The Arcane Rune a few times where Tiny's Avalanche toss combo is virtually no cooldown. They were just hunting around the map. That's what I expect to see with a Coddle combo. And the one thing I'd say about the Razor that I really liked when I saw it, but what it was a vulnerable target to the Tiny ganks, and GPK punished him through and through for that early game.
One of the things, yet again, we see an instance where the team that has generally superior team fight ends up taking the game. We have a demonstration of what we just saw here with our STC play from game 2. This one, you know, in this position here, Fear, you're thinking to yourself as Team Spirit, maybe this can work out. We can try and save this Razor, but when the fight's starting off, and you already have your Razor dead through BKB, there's very little recovery option, and they still try to re-engage back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult at this point. Like I mentioned, this Razor versus Sven matchup, it really is who jumps who, because when you use a static link on the Sven, it has to be a long static link, because he has a lot of damage, because he uses the God Strength here. And if you just get jumped on right away as the Razor as the Sven, you're going to die before you steal any damage there. So unfortunately, they just had a little bit of a wrong read on this game on who should be baiting, or maybe they weren't expecting them there, but that fight was pretty pivotal for BB Team to be able to just like secure, not maybe secure the game, but definitely keep them in a really good position, as this snowball, it never really stopped for BB Team.
Yeah, there was nothing flashy going on from BB Team in this one. This was like slow, methodical, painful death for Team Spirit. Maybe like there were a couple of tries when they tried to lock onto Tidehunter and kill him, but that's why maybe we wanted to see Silver Edge Carrier from the last pick coming out from Spirit. Didn't happen. He had it queued up, but never actually came down to that, and they were already way too tanky to be able to just go in, burst the Tidehunter, and kill him without getting the Ravage off.
Yep, we also saw that they, like Lucas is mentioning, BSJ, the lack of overall burst. You could see even in instances where they would get a stun, they'd find a decent engagement. They really struggle to kill heroes. One of the last fights in the game, Sven almost died, but it felt like it would take so long. He managed to outlast a full 5-second Mirana stun, a full global silence, a full vortex, and still get off the chi to get back to full HP.
Yeah, I would say at that point that it might just be a money difference. Like, they were down by a lot, so it makes the problem even worse, for sure. But I think the tiny Coddle made it so basically Team Spear was terrified to show on the map, like at any point. Then anytime we saw them getting jumped, it was always on a creep wave. And Yatro showed for what, like half a second to quickly plasma field the wave and back off. And you can just see like the fear that this combo instilled. And then BB team, they had just shown bottom. Like they all went through the twin gate together instantly. And so they were fast, crisp. And like you said, they just got off the ground running and never stopped.
Another thing that I really liked about what they did here, Fear, is not just having all this damage, right? But one of the things I hate in this game, I hate Tumblr's Sway, I hate Ogre Steel Totem, primarily because repositioning in Dota is such a broken mechanic, right? They have two of the best heroes to do that. You have Bat Rider and you have Tiny in your team. Not only can you never show in wave because of the damage, but you can never be like, I'm gonna bait here and then my team can back me up. The moment they catch you, you're immediately displaced away from everybody else.
You hate it because you get outplayed by it, right?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, but anyway, like, I think Sunsfan said it best. Like, 95% of game 1 and 2, BB team was ahead. But still, we're going to game 3, so that's a little worrisome for Team Secret here if BB team don't drop the ball.
Well, we have had BB team in this position before, where they find themselves making a comeback in game 2 and then going on to win the series in game 3, especially up against other opposition within Eastern Europe. So here is their opportunity to get themselves into the top 3 of the Riyadh Masters, earn $1.7 million, and set themselves up to be the final boss of this tournament. We're going to find out if that is their destiny after a very short break, and when we return, game 3 in the upper bracket semi-final.
I would say my signature hero, as it is right now, is Disruptor. Disruptor is this kind of support who can do a lot of stuff without net wars, but also he scales if you get some money. You can buy Axe, you can buy Blink, some support items, etc. So basically he can do a lot. It's definitely Fishman who basically showed me a new way to look at supports, or like a new way to look at the laning stage. Disruptor is, at least back then, he was like most in-time meta hero to carry players or like to core players, because playing against Glimpse, ulti, basically this, you know, control that provides Disruptor and teamfights is insane, and it felt good to play Disruptor back then. And then he kind of dropped out of the meta, and I would say Fishman brought him back into the meta with new way of playing Disruptor on lane with Glimpse instead of Q. And because of it, I kind of got back to it.
I think my signature hero is Morpling and Naga. But Morpling sucks now. Yeah, maybe Naga.
No way. Once again! Shanks
No
is
way.
the Bacchus killer! He has his number, his Instagram, his Facebook, his MySpace at this rate.
I think their mobility.
If his carry dies, Panda feels the need to die too.
And like controlling the illusion with Naga. I'm good with it.
Maybe signature hero of the years, Enigma. I think it's always been on and off for me, but there are times where, yeah, like I started out playing a lot of Enigma, and then it's kind of just always came back at some point, and in all my teams, I think at some point it's coming back.
They have the Bat Rider one, and the Enigma one is 100 off, but 100 off is not here.
Pressuring Zai, managed to get the black hole off, but he's slowly burning to the sun right now.
Nice
Now the
egg
Supernova is
position.
going to be used, and they use the Fiend's
Still
Grip, but
alive.
the last one, Uragi. He's in trouble, and he's going to die.
What I enjoy most about Enigma is just the all the mind games that go into black hole. Like for example, for me, I like to not use this spell so much, and play around like other aspects of the hero. Like for me, if I play Enigma and someone like ends up picking like Ruvik or Soundster or something against me, instead of like trying to brute force my way to use Black Hole, I would rather like just play on my minions or something and just go RS and do stuff like this.
Game Game 3 about to kick off between Team Spirit and BB Team. And so far, BB Team have found themselves in pole position. And even though they dropped Game 1 after a Game 2 performance, they must be feeling ecstatic. We can read the mood on their faces. They feel that they should have this one in the bag. And honestly, Fear, this could easily have been a 2-0. It's probably a surprise for them as well as us that they're here in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I would say on game number 1, they were ahead maybe for 5 minutes at most, if that's even true. Like, maybe they were ahead for like, because there was like an AK gold swing and then they're throning. Like, they were down AK gold and they were throning them, right? So maybe after they got a couple kills there, they were ahead for like 30 seconds until
I think
they won
I've
that game.
said that multiple times throughout this tournament, this should have been a 2-0. You know, 9 Pandas against BB Team, Tundra against Liquid. It feels like we see a lot of these patterns happening where the one team has so much advantage but doesn't manage to capitalize on it.
I think the commonality in that, though, BSJ, has been that this tends to happen in the inter-regional matchups. In the international matchups, except for this Team Liquid game which was kind of wild and insane, usually the lead translates into a win as well. There must be something particular about opponents that you know better than anybody.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the fact that they know each other better in regards to strategy, or whether or not they know each other better in regards to like personality and personal relationships. It's just like the confidence factor, the cockiness factor. I mean, we saw GPK even get up in frustration at one point in that game in one of the camera clips, so you can see they're very much invested in this game more than just the money, but it's something I love to see in these. Like, you can tell both teams are playing at such a high stake level because they make mistakes that are uncharacteristic, and they also find creative ways to win in the moments that they may otherwise like not feel the need to.
Let's talk creativity here in terms of the draft as well. Team Spirit, we did talk about it in the pre-show. They've been being more creative, ranking out these bristlebacks, these razors, which we just saw in this game. Going into Game 3, do you want to see them being as creative as they have been, or should we be trying to pivot back to more stable Terrorblades, Medusas, Morphlings, these kind of heroes for Yatoro?
No, I don't think. I think that's part of his identity now, or Team Spirit right now. They're doing really well, and they've been creative throughout the tournament, so it's been working for them. Just keep going with it. And the problem they have right now versus BB Team can't really be fixed by heroes, in my opinion. I think they're just getting outskilled in the laning stage, even though their lanes should be fine, and they're not finding that mid-game timing. So whatever draft they decide to pull together, if they can do that, that's what they need to do.
Well, we'll see what draft they have to pull together as they are about to get into the third and deciding game of this best-of-3 matchup. The winner will join Team Liquid in the upper bracket final, guarantee minimum top 3 at this tournament, and a minimum of $1.7 million here at the Riyadh Masters. It is the inter-regional matchup. There's pride, there's a lot on the line. And more importantly, there is the prestige that comes with getting yourself into the finals day, the championship Sunday here at the Riyadh Masters. I'm really looking forward to this one. Looking forward to some interesting drafts from the side of Team Spirit. Looking forward yet again to methodical, clean play coming in from BB Team. Is there anybody in this tournament, BSJ, that even comes close to the squad in terms of just raw skill level?
No, absolutely not. I remember looking at the rankings of this team across the board at the start of the tournament. 3 of them were top 10. Save ranked 45 as a support, and you know, Toronto Tokyo, he's a 5, so he doesn't count. These guys, insane amounts of MMR, and that's a tough thing to overcome when like you draft and you're playing at a disadvantage coming out of the first 10 minutes.
Let's see what they have for the third draft though as we get into Game 3. Game 3, BB Team versus Team Spirit. Team Spirit back on the dire side with the second pick. BB Team first pick on the Radiant, and Lacoste first pick. BB Team still remaining undefeated at the Riyadh Masters.
Yeah, still same bans from the previous game, I would feel. That's what worked out really well because they banned out Darkshire, which caused a lot of issues. I think Team Spirit needs to make a switch up because I don't... Did anyone like this Mirana pick particularly? Because this was like Mirana blindly into not seeing what the matchup is. I think there are better options like now, and I think Team Spirit definitely knows about it. Shadow Demon pick, Rubik was still available at a pool. Same goes for Lion. These heroes are very fierce in the laning stage and also what they bring to the table. So many times in the previous game, you've seen them not being able to lock down Sven and just kill it, especially that fight when he had the cheese. Could have been a potential comeback, but never happened because they didn't have enough lockdown.
Yeah, I really do think that Team Spirit's fine to run back a similar draft if after the opening they take into consideration like how many targets Tiny was going to get that game, including the Mirana. Like, she just got one-shotted all game. But we're not going to see the exact combo coming out from BB team because the Coddle is removed.
Yeah, 6 out of 6 games, which leaves Undying in the pool, and they're gonna snatch it immediately.
Yep. This is with Disruptor not necessarily being that great. This feels like this is the new Eastern European special for 5-position players here. Get Undying in the game. Solo has shown us the way. We've seen exactly how well it can be in the laning phase as well. So BB team, being a strong laning phase team, very happy with this opener.
Yeah, this hero does 2 things really well in the laning stage. One, it wins almost any lane for your carry, so you have the option, and both these carry players are very flexible, so you can pick whatever you want that's best for the game. We're seeing last pick carries being very popular here. This enables pretty much all of them. The second thing Undying does really well is he's really good at using that twin gate and ganking the enemy carry with that tombstone dive. So it gives you he's like the king of early game right now. And then plus, of course, why not? He has a save on top of it. Yep. This hero is just incredibly strong right now.
There's a third thing he does. Most importantly, he buys Blood Grenade.
Yes, he does.
So we have the Lion coming out from Team Spirit, Beastmaster emerging for Collapse. Hasn't played it that much in this particular tournament. I don't think he's actually played it at all. So yeah, this is going to be the first Beastmaster we've seen from Collapse. Although Lacoste is not like he's a stranger to this hero. Gives them, the big thing for me is not necessarily the lockdown, but the vision that they desperately needed in Game 2.
Yeah, pretty much. To just go onto the right target, and also he's one of the players that can make Beastmaster look flashy. A lot of the times it's just, Zoo, a bit of a ghost push with your Black Dragon, but he does some of the fancy stuff, creep wave pulling, going in for the backlines, potentially picking up the shard from Tormentor as well. But I already like the adjustment that Team Spirit made, because with the Beastmaster and Lion, you have abilities that are going to lock them down. You have burst damage, you have good scaling coming out from these two, liking it way more than what they had in the second game.
I am a bit nervous about their lane if they just go TB here for BB. I feel like that's always a concern. And
Team BB?
Yeah, Team BB going TB. Beastmaster is not going to have the same comeback potential that we saw the Darkseer having. This hero does heavily rely on early momentum from the Helm of the Dominator into an Ags with stacks of Ancients, and I always am nervous seeing this hero against Undying conceptually, because that's not really a 5 you can leave your offlaner alone against, and then you're also potentially going to lose your own tower to a hero like TB because of the fact that the lane's getting shoved into you, which means your Ancients get invaded. All these things are concerns for me.
Did you know that every single hero in Dota 2 is either TB or not to be?
Is that the question?
That
one's a big pun even for you.
Well, it is going to be terrible late here, Fear. Not too surprising to see this emerge for Nightfall. He's undefeated on this hero at this tournament. We've obviously seen him do amazing things on it even before he joined BB team here. And as VSJ mentioned, it can be very decent in the lane. And overall, honestly, Terrorblade has just been looking like a really premium hero in the safe lane at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is always super strong, and they took a lot of time to evaluate whether they want to pick their carry there in the TB or potentially just take their mid with some bans, and they decided carry it is. And TB is one of those heroes that nowadays, and I guess historically speaking, doesn't have many bad carry-to-carry matchups. He does have a few, of course, like PL being one of them. Drow in some games could be considered one. And this meta is really turning out to be carry versus carry meta. Who's going to have the better carry? And the biggest concern I think most carries have right now, can you lane the hero? And since he sees his lane right away, it makes a no-brainer. There's probably going to have the carry versus carry matchup, and he already sees his lane.
Yeah. Void probably, PL maybe. These are all valid concerns.
There are some left. I think Morphling also works. Naga Siren is okay-ish as well. Depends how you're playing the fights. That's a bit of a surprising one. I want to see what this monkey is gonna do. So most likely gonna be some melee offlaner that they're looking into for Pure.
Yeah, that might just be to protect Pure's laning, because you have first pick, so that means you're not gonna see your laning opponent yet. And Monkey, we've seen Liquid use that to great effect in the laning stage, because it effectively blocks all the offlaners that are melee.
This is a really good ban, banning out Legion Commander, which has been, I would say, top 5 heroes throughout this tournament in terms of win rate and what he does playing across multiple roles. 1, 2, 3. EG showed it a couple of times so far, and also just press the attack against Lion, against Beastmaster. This hero had to go.
Pure is never getting that hero again unless he wants to first phase it, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. He's 5-0 with it. You are correct, Lacoste. Second highest win rate at the tournament. 25 games, 72% win rate. Also, a slight correction from what I said earlier. Team Spirit have played the Beastmaster twice. 100% win rate on both times. And they played it once with the Lion in the laning phase. So they know what they're doing with this. Pretty much going back to pure comfort in a situation where there's $1 million on the line.
Based on these bans, I'd say Pure is looking at his Doom. It's one of his other guys, as Jenkins would call them, and they do ban it out.
Okay, some Enchantress. Most of the time, Fear, we see this hero banned out in the second phase, sometimes even in the first phase, depending on the team. So in this situation, does give them what it seems like a pretty fast lineup if they can get past the laning phase in good order.
Yeah, I want to see some Blink Initiator coming out from Pure. If they need more scaling, Dragonite, but Axe has been his hero because he really shines, and they're just not going to change anything. Like this Techie's +1, Undying +1. This is how they've been playing so far throughout the Riyadh Masters, and it's been working out, so no need to change anything.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And then the Enchantress for Team Spirit. It is a fast hero. It can stop the split push a little bit from the Terrorblade, which can be slightly annoying, but whenever I see this hero, I always think you want to play around your mid laner. You want to be able to just like enable your mid and shut down the enemy mid, so maybe that's their plan this time around. Enable Laurel, try to shut down GPK. Game number 1, GPK was a big problem, right? So this puts a lot more emphasis. They probably are going to just make those rotations with the Lion, with Enchantress, try to get a favorable matchup, because I would agree with that too. GPK, last game, he was too much of a problem. You probably have to address him this game.